Hi there. GregTech New Horizons has a lot of magic mods, but the largest and most complex one is Thaumcraft. The guidebook to Thaumcraft, known as the Thaumonomicon, is probably one of the most, if not the most, esoteric, convoluted, verbose, and vague pieces of gaming documentation ever made. Granted, there are a bunch of Thaumcraft add-ons in the pack that pad out the book considerably, but for the purposes of this video, it's all just still Thaumcraft. So knowing this, naturally I decided it would be a funny meme to read the entire thing. However, this Do It for the Vine challenge ended up being much longer than 7 seconds. What I did not know when I started is that this mess of grammatical errors, spelling mistakes, and readability issues is longer than most novels you would find on Amazon. Totaling up every single entry in the book sums up to 1,211 entries, where each entry is on average 1 to 2 pages. Now, I know what you're thinking, and yes, I do apparently hate myself. You weren't thinking that? Okay. Am I wearing pants right now? No. Oh, you weren't thinking that either. You were thinking, why is this video 12 hours long when it took me 19 hours to finish the entire book? That makes sense. Well, that would be because YouTube, like a Karen in McDonald's, wondering why her order of 30 burgers is taking longer than 30 seconds. It doesn't tolerate anything longer than 12 hours, so I had to cut things down just a tad. Of course, creatively. Now, before we get started, I must give a big thank you to Nine and Glitchu for helping me read about 10% of the book. Without them, I definitely would have starved. Oh, the cheat sheet Thaumonomicon. Ah, I see. Thank you.
Just click that. You're gonna get
Holy
so
crap,
much
that
more.
was loud. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Okay, so first thing, open your chat, like hit T,
Yeah.
and then click clear notifications, and then at the bottom right.
Oh.
Okay, and after that hit, I think it's just do /tc space help, and it should tell you how to clear your warp. It's like tc space set warp space 0 space perm or something like that.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Warp, blurbin, set 0. Cool. All right, sick. I'm on the test server if you want to hop in here too.
Oh, no, I'm not. Man. I gotta go do something in a bit.
Aw.
You want to set your warp on 0 on everything, by the way. So like
Oh.
retype that in and type in all, and then type in perm, and then type in temp, because it doesn't like doing warp.
I didn't realize. Got it. Okay. That makes a lot of sense then.
And you're still gonna get warp effects, by the way.
Fantastic. Oh, I'm excited for that then. We're gonna have some weird things happening here. Alright. So let's get started then. I don't know, what's a good way to go through this in order?
By category, I would say the earlier categories are a lot more important than the later ones. Things like thaumic bases and like automagy and stuff like that are like super nice. But then like, you know, the later ones, there's like a whole category for electromagic tools, and you make like maybe 2 of those in your entire run.
Okay. Well, I'll just go down the list and then try to follow the map, and I'll put a counter on stream overlay for how many I've read. Here we go. Entries read. Oh yeah, guys, by the way, so for every chapter I complete, I take a shot.
Hey, start with the important ones early, you can absorb the information actually.
Oh, don't worry. What the fuck? Wait, so if I duplicate an item. Oh, that's stupid. Okay. I'm fixing this. Duplicate. Rename. It's probably because I just did a copy paste on OBS.
Right, good luck with your stream.
Alright, thank you. Entries read. And that should not be 736, that should be 0. Okay. Okay, we're all set. Avi Uninterrupted, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Alright, and then I'll increase the GUI scale, and we'll get started here. I believe I swear I'm not procrastinating at all. Okay, how long do you think this will take me? Like 12 hours-ish. I got coffee. I ate breakfast too, which is something I don't usually do. Alright. Music is a little bit loud in my ears, which is a shame because it's already like as low as it can go. All right, now this is peak autism. Not diagnosed, undiagnosed autism. All right, and we'll get a little face cam going on here because I know y'all are down. That would make this more interesting, I guess. I just got out of the shower too. My hair's still wet. You came from 3 server because this is funny. Thanks. Oh, you can't even see me. Yeah, there is totally a chance that's going to happen, Darkness. All right, let's get started. I'm done reading chat for now. All right, I'll read chat after this chapter. All right, let me get in reading position. I got to get my imaginary glasses on. Before you can build most thaumaturgical items and blocks, you first need to discover how to do so. There are several steps in this process. 1. Exploring the world and examining blocks, items, and creatures with a thermometer. 2. Taking research points you've gathered from the first step and expanding your aspect knowledge with the research tables. 3. Using the aspects you know and discovering practical knowledge and recipes with the research table. You cannot exploration. You cannot perform research without research points, and the best way to gain research points is by exploration and examining objects in the world. The first thing you need to do is construct a thermometer. See next page. By pointing the thermometer at objects or creatures and holding the right mouse button, you will start examining them. The process does not take long, but your movement speed is reduced while it is occurring. Once complete, the thermometer will display what aspects the object contains. In the bottom right of the screen, you will also see a summary of the aspects and research points. Workbench. Okay. See, this is all stuff that I've already done. Oh, you also see a summary of the aspects and the research points you've discovered. You will initially not be able to examine all objects since you have not discovered their component aspects. For example, an object containing the Lux aspect can only be examined if you have previously discovered the Lux aspect, or know the 2 aspects that combine to create it. The very first time you discover an aspect by examining something, you gain 2 more research points than you would have normally. Penguin, thanks for the follow on Twitch, man. Objects and creatures can usually only ever be examined once. Occasionally examining something will reveal additional clues and insights into thaumaturgical research, unlocking subjects that you can research further. Research discovered in this fashion will have amber icons. See, my dyslexia is coming in right now. I've read words, but I don't understand the words. 2. Combining aspects. But this is all stuff that I've already done, so I'm not too worried about like absorbing the knowledge. Once you have gathered some research points, you can attempt to combine them into compound aspects within a research table. To craft a research table, simply place 2 tables next to each other and click on them with a set of scribing tools. The recipe for tables is listed under the Artifice Research category. If you open the research table's inventory, you will see an interface as pictured on the right. The scribing tools you use to craft the table will be located in slot 1. You should see all the primal aspects and possibly some compound aspects listed in the areas marked 3 with varying amounts attached to them. When you enter a world for the first time, every player is assigned a small pool of primal aspects to get them started. I think I had like law and dark or something. I had a couple weird aspects. The thermometer beforehand and oh, hang on. I hate how it splits the pages in the middle of a freaking sentence. Wait, no, it doesn't. No, the sentence is down here. If you had done some exploring with the thermometer beforehand, then you might have a significant number of primal and compound aspects listed here. You can now start combining aspects into more complex compound aspects by simply dragging and dropping or right-clicking while dragging one aspect over the other. If successful, you should see what was gained in the bottom right, and it should appear in area 3, which is the sides. The component aspects are consumed even if the combination did not result in valid compound aspect. I think that's a typo. It should say did not result in a valid compound aspect. We need to make a GitHub issue report, guys. 3. Primary research. You need to be carrying a set of scribing tools and paper for this step. If you open your Thaumonomicon, you will Thaumonomicon. Was I putting an I instead of the first O? I think that's what I was doing. I think that's what I did. That's why I was getting it wrong. You will see all the knowledge have. If you open your Thaumonomicon, you'll see all the knowledge have. Another freaking typo, guys. And also all the knowledge that you are now able to pursue. And then this part is hidden. Flashing square round icons represent primary researches. If you can read their title instead of seeing strange runes, you are simply able to click on them. Paper and ink will be consumed from your inventory and you will gain a research note. You can now take this research note to the table to start researching it by placing it in slot 2. Section 4 will now display sheets of paper covered in hexagonal tiles with aspect icons around the outer edge. If you see question mark icons, it means you do not know what aspect yet. You do not know that aspect yet, and you will need to learn it first. To complete your research, you simply need to connect and activate all the aspects. You can do this by writing an aspect to a hex adjacent to it that is either composed of the target aspect or can be combined with another aspect to form the target aspect. To write an aspect, simply drag and drop, or right click while dragging over hex. I think it should say a hex. Placing the aspect consumes 1 research point. If you make a mistake, you can click on the aspect to remove it, but you will not regain the research point. Okay. You continue doing this until you have formed a pattern connecting all the starting aspects. The outer aspects need not be connected to all the others. They simply need to form a connected whole. Once this is done, the research will complete and the research note will turn into a discovery. Finally, it's the last page. This is 1 entry, guys. 1 entry. Note, placing and removing aspects from the hex grid consumes ink from your scribing tools. If it runs out, you will not be able to proceed until you refill it. Oh no. Secondary research. Hexagonal icons indicate secondary research. Much like primary research, you just need to click on them. However, instead of gaining a research note, you'll simply learn the research directly. Secondary research does not have aspect cost. You need to pay, but they do not require you to be carrying scribing tools or paper. Oh, that was 1 entry, guys. 1 entry. Okay. We got a Thaumcraft course before GTA 6. Blurman tells us a nighttime story. Bro, I'm gonna fall asleep reading this. I'm not gonna read it mindlessly, no. I'm gonna try to absorb all the information available. The implication of being in a Discord call on the left there is insane to me, waiting for someone to join the call and be confused. It's, everybody in the Project Singularity server knows that I'm reading this today, so... yeah, but I'm in the Discord call just so that they can hop in and take over on a couple entries if needed. I'm planning on learning it about Thaumonomicon from this. That is crazy. Yeah, no, you actually do learn a lot of tech from reading, especially if there's like 1,143 or so entries as my research indicated. 2 based. 2C based, thank you for the follow. Drac, thank you for the follow. Netherlava, I see your 2 push-ups. And Dupleman, thank you for the follow. Penguin, Nico, yeah, and then Nico's, thank you for the follow, guys. All right, chapter 2. Should we go from 12 clockwise? I think so. So we'd start at knowledge fragments, or the 12 position, and then going clockwise. Okay. Knowledge fragments is only 1 page. Let's go. In your travels, you might happen upon fragments of ancient and lost knowledge. On their way, they are only worth a few research points when used, but if you gather enough of them together, you might gain unique research that you can pursue. Usually, the research they reveal cannot be gained through normal means. The fragments of knowledge can, on occasion, lead to a false theory. What does that mean? But this will be revealed when you attempt to research it. When this happens, most of your knowledge fragments will be returned to you, and it usually means you have exhausted all current avenues of research into lost. What? Hang on, I gotta reread that last paragraph. That made no sense to me. Yeah, I'm gonna be following the web first, and then in the web, I'm gonna be going 12 position clockwise. So, that's the plan there. The fragments of knowledge can on occasion lead to a false theory, but this will be revealed when you attempt to research it. Hey, Avi, thank you so much for the 500 bits.
X500. When 3 and Soy join, tell them that Avi says they are yaoi.
I will tell them, Avi. When you attempt to research it, this will be revealed when you attempt to research it. When this happens, most of your knowledge fragments will be returned to you, and it will usually mean you have exhausted all current avenues of research into lost knowledge. Sure. That made perfect sense. Clear as dirt. Not even mud, just dirt. Research expertise. You have become more efficient at performing research. Whenever you remove a hex, an aspect that you place in a hex, there's a 25% chance of regaining research points. Additionally, are also able to see what what aspects you need to combine to create an aspect you are hovering over. Lastly, you are skilled enough to perform mass aspect combination by holding control while combining. This way you can combine up to 10 aspects at a time. Okay. I've used this one before, like, while doing researches, but I'm glad it's short and sweet like that. Okay, how many pages is this? Just 2? Okay, good. So far, so good. It's just that first chapter, that first entry that was super long. Deconstruction table. See, I have not used this yet. There comes a point in any thaumaturge's career where he is unable to progress with research due to his lack of knowledge. One possible recourse is the deconstruction table. The table allows you to break down objects into the simplest parts, which you can examine. There are limits, however. The table breaks compound aspects into their component aspects until only primal aspects remain. That makes sense. During this process, much knowledge is lost, and at best the thaumaturge can hope for a single piece of primal knowledge. Oh, that's kind of crap, actually. No wonder I haven't used this. For example, iron, which is metallum, will be simplified into terra and ordo, only one of which will have a chance of being discovered. Are you kidding me? Oh, I think this is to, instead of using the thaumometer to scan things, this would unlock research, right? Well, no, it requires thaumium. It requires thaumium to make. That doesn't make sense. Whatever. It is also fairly slow, and the fewer aspects the object has, the lower the chance to discover something. Okay. Guys, make sure to yell at me in chat if I miss, like, the tally on an entry. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Container searching. Thanks to your research about deconstructing items, you've learned to look inside other blocks with your thaumometer by using it to deconstruct the block magically. You can scan any block that can hold items, such as the chest or hopper, to scan all contained items automatically. This one was a game changer for my, when I was learning Thaumcraft. Okay, research mastery. You have become even more efficient at performing research. Whenever you remove an aspect that you place in a hex, there is a 50% chance that you'll regain the research points. Additionally, there's a 10% chance that whenever you place an aspect, that it will not cost any research points to do so. Lastly, you are able to derive aspects in the research table by shift left clicking on the aspect you wish to create. So if you have enough of the components aspects, they will automatically be combined to perform this in batch roll control. Okay, that one's simple. Research duplication. Oh, okay, hang on, let me... Can I get like a Xenoblade OST only the chill tracks? That would be nice. I don't want like battle music. I think I found one. Okay, we're good. Got it. You have discovered a way to copy completed research notes. I'm gonna take some creative liberties here, and try to interpret this sentence such that notes might need to be plural. You have discovered a way to copy completed research notes. You can see a copy button in the research table when you complete research or place a completed research note in the research table, and as long as you are carrying paper and ink and have enough aspects available, it will become active. That's a lot of stipulations. The more copies are created of that research, the more expensive copying will become. Stalis Arcana. Additionally, while hovering over any completed research in the Thaumonomicon, a new button will become visible. Shift-clicking this button will create a completed research paper of that research at the cost of paper, some ink, and research aspects. Okay. Alright. Teo, thank you so much for the follow. And Avi, I will make sure to tell them about the yaoi. Don't worry. I'm gonna keep that in my mind. And if I don't, chat, hold me accountable, please. Oh my god, next stream you can write this whole book using a fountain pen on a fancy notebook. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, Dupliman, don't worry. I'm in a test server in creative. I unlocked all the researches and I reset my warps, so don't worry. Although that would be fun. I don't want to spawn withers though. Yo, what's up, Mr. Obama? I wonder how much of the reading you're gonna retain later. That's the thing. That's the thing. Probably not too like a lot, but I do have my note-taking apparatus here. So if anything, sorry, I just bumped the mic. So if anything interesting hops along, I will like note it down for illegal technology in the future. We're only at 7. Print the Thaumonomicon? No, I need a PDF of it. I haven't been able to find one of those. Okay, warp warnings. How many pages is this? Oh dear. Okay. You know, for completionist's sake, I am going to read through all of these. Thaumcraft offers considerable power from its devices and tools, but power comes with a price. The price is represented by warp, a corruption of this character's mind and soul, inflicting progressively more dire effects upon them. While the effects of warp can range from annoying to deadly, accumulating enough of it can also grant you access to greater power. at the cost of increasing madness and attention from dark powers. At least others may call it madness, but it is truly insanity when the voices in your head grant useful knowledge and the monsters that appear before you leave remains behind. Wait, that was a question? At least others may call it madness, but it is truly insanity. But is it truly insanity when the voices in your head grant useful knowledge and the monsters that appear you leave remains behind? Warp theory adds a bunch of new warp effects to the player. Be very careful because you don't want to spawn a wither in your base. Exactly what I was talking about. Read on for a list of the effects. 5 warp, message. 10 warp, fake explosion. 15 warp, coin, pumpkin. What, it gives you a coin and a pumpkin? 20 warp, lay eggs, spawn phantoms, which, yeah, I would stay at 15, honestly. 25 warp, fake creeper, fake rain. 30 warp, Gregtic, fake sounds, spawn bats. 35 warp, blood, fake enderman. 40 warp, spawn friendly creeper. That's cute. 45 warp, jump boost and nausea. 50 warp, insomnia and viz drain. Okay. 55 warp, thunderstorm. That's why we've been having so many thunderstorms on the server. Oh, it makes so much sense now. Okay. 60 warp, spawn fire bats. Fuck those guys. Literally, fire bats are the bane. 65 warp, blindness and poison. 70 warp, livestock rain. Raining cats and dogs kind of thing. 75 warp, spawn doppelganger. That's creepy. 80 warp, spawn enderman, wither potion. 85 warp, wind. No clue. 90 warp, ender pearl. 95 warp, blaze fireball. Oh, Vix News 1. That's what Soycake hit me with during their, or was it Vix News 2? I'm not sure. But when, yeah, I think it was 2. That's what Soycake hit me with during the sponsorship segment. 100 warp, litmus paper, junk. 110 warp, oh my gosh, it goes all the way up to 200. Obsidian. Does it just like give you obsidian or does it trap you in obsidian? Like, what's the deal there? If you hit your doppelganger, you die too? Really? I mean, I would assume it's global Kata. 120 warp, lightning. 125 warp, inventory swap. Wait, does it swap it with another player? Or like a nearby chest or what? It places obsidian in your head area, and if you're AFK, you suffocate. Damn. It should say that instead of just obsidian then. Okay. 130 warp, random teleport. 140 warp, acceleration. I don't know what that is. It's just like speed boost. 150 warp, fake wither, inventory scramble. 160 warp, countdown bomb. 170 warp, mushrooms. 175 warp, snow. 180 warp, decay. 190 warp, swamp. It's like these one-word descriptions are pissing me off, honestly, because they mean nothing. 200 warp, spawn wither. And that's 8 entries read. We're like 0.1% of the way through. 0.08% of the way through, give or take. Warp, flux, and all things bad. Warp. Many believe man was not meant to meddle with magic, and nothing gives more credence to this than the existence of warp. Researching forbidden magics or crafting objects of a questionable nature tends to distort a thaumaturge's view of reality, twisting both their minds and their bodies. This effect is called warp. While some warp gained is temporary and will fade over time. Oh shoot, Avi. That's right. Because you gave me 500 bits, I also owe you 10 push-ups. Damn. Okay. Researching forbidden magics or crafting objects of a questionable nature tends to distort a thaumaturge's view of reality, twisting both their minds and their bodies. This effect is called warp. While some warp gained is temporary and will fade over time. Hi, Miso. There is no known way to get rid of permanent warp once it is gained, and a thaumaturge who chooses to ignore the dangers in the pursuit of power often finds himself on a slippery slope. Warp usually manifests as minor lapses of concentration, physical pain, or hallucinations. Lovely. Or withers. These are more than merely mental, though, as the visions sometimes impart useful knowledge, or seeming hallucinations prove to be frighteningly real. You know, in the warp effects page, I did not see Herobrine, and that is a warp effect, but it wasn't there. If warp is the mental manifestation of magic gone wrong, then flux is its physical manifestation. Flux can manifest in 3 ways: a liquid, a gas, and a physical malady. The first two manifestations are considered annoyances by most thaumaturges and is often the result of wasteful use of magic. It is not particularly hard to clean up, but coming into contact with it often causes the third manifestation, flux flu. Oh, so if I'm like duping steel or something, or like turning iron into thaumium, the purple fluid that overflows from the cauldron, is that flux? Is that what that is? Flux flu is not particularly dangerous, but while a thaumaturge is suffering from it, he finds it difficult to focus viz. Yes, that is it. Okay, thank you. Which often leads to increased viz usage to get something done. Okay. All right, that's 9. We're flying. Okay. So this one is not connected. So I guess we go Thaumonomicon. To craft the Thaumonomicon, you must simply use your wand on a bookshelf placed in your world. Or you could find it in a village. The Thaumonomicon is a reference book for all things thaumaturgical. It lists all the discoveries you have made so far and gives you a general impression of how many there are still to be made. Whenever you successfully research something and use a scroll, it will automatically be placed on to this book. You can then browse through the discoveries and click on them to be shown more detailed information regarding them, as well as any crafting recipes associated with those discoveries. So that's what I'm doing right now. Just read the book, is what it says. Okay, well, that's helpful to know. Okay, so we finished this web here. So I'm gonna finish this side of things by reading Aspects of Magic, and then I'm gonna do the one below that as well. Every item, object, or creature is bound by varying mystical elements, known as aspects. Aspects describe the object's makeup and bend towards... I think that's supposed to be bend, with a D, not a T. Aspects describe the object's makeup and bend towards the magical elements. A simple stone may possess the aspect of terra, while more complex items like trees or even creatures can be made up of various aspects in varying amounts. There are close to 50 known aspects, with more being discovered all the time. I guess, maybe. Yeah, there's a lot of add-ons to Thaumcraft. Sure, I'll believe it. There are 2 main types of aspects, primal and compound. Primal aspects are the most basic types of aspects, and there are only 6 of them: air, terra, ignis, aqua, and perditio. Perditio, I think? Oh, ordo. Ordo, it's barely visible there. It's right here. These form the basic building blocks for all other aspects. There are 69 aspects exactly. Actually, there's 420, okay? Compound aspects are... Oh, no, there's 67. 7. Compound aspects are built from 2 other aspects. The simplest compound aspects are made up from 2 primal aspects, but it's possible to have incredibly complex compound aspects made from successive layers of simpler aspects. The simplest example of such a compound aspect is the aspect of Victus, which is the combination of terra and aqua. To view what aspects an item possess, simply hover over your cursor or the item and press sneak, and you will see what aspects the item has and what amounts of each. You will first need to study the item, however, until then the aspects will remain unknown. I just realized that I don't know where my water is, and I could go for a sip right now. But we'll finish this entry, and then we'll get some water. Oh, seriously, Najuan? That's crazy. 69, funny number. Aspects that have somehow been separated from their object and purified is known as viz, and is very valuable, both as a crafting ingredient and as a subject for magical research. Okay, so viz is what you use to over-enchant, and viz is what I was using to make the magical wood. Okay, in the work table. Viz is most often bound into wands, but it is also possible to store it as a magical liquid. Viz stored as liquid is known as essentia. So essentia is what you use for the over-enchanting. Okay, and now time to pronounce Latin. Equalitas is cognitio and ordo. Air, primal. Alienus is vacuos and tenebrae. And then aqua is a primal aspect. We got arbor, air is herba. Astrum, lux plus primordium. Aurum is precantatio and air. Bestia is motus and victus. Calum is vitreus and metallum. Cognitio is ignis and spiritus. Corpus is mortus and bestia. Decidia is vinculum and spiritus. Spiritus. Electrum is Potentia and Machina. Exanimus is Motus and Mortis. Fabrico is Humanus and Instrumentum. Famis is Victus and Vacuus. Gelum is Ignis and Perditio. Gloria. Okay. I guess, yeah. Humanus and Iter. I'm just thinking about the name Gloria. Gula is Famis and Vacuos. Herba is Victus and Terra. I'm trying so hard right now. Humanus is Bestia and Cognitio. Ignis is a primal aspect. I don't know why they didn't put Ignis like at the beginning. Or like all the primals at the beginning of this list, but whatever. Infernus is Ignis and Precantatio. Instrumentum is Humanus and Ordo. Nvidia? Damn. Remember guys, shorts Nvidia stock, not financial advice. Please don't gamble in the stock market with money that you can't lose. Is Sensus and Famis. Era is Telem and Ignis. Iter is Motus and Terra. Limis is Victus and Aqua. Lucrum, Humanus and Famis. Lux is Air and Ignis. Luxuria is Corpus and Famis. Machina is Motus Instrumentum. Magnetum Metallum Iter. Messis, Herba, Humanus. Metallum, Terra, and Vitreous. Mito is Messis and Instrumentum. God, how many more pages are... Oh my god. Oh, holy shit. I need to go through all of this? Hang on. Okay. We're back here. Nvidia equals AI plus price fix. Absolutely. That's why I said to short it. Like, but actually, like, don't listen to me because if you lose money, it's not my fault. Mortis is Victus Perditio. Motus is Air and Ordo. Nebrisum is Perfodio and Lucrum. Ordo is a primal aspect. Panis is Instrumentum Bestia Perditio. Primal aspect. Perfodio is Humanus and Terra. Permutatio is Perditio and Ordo. Potentia is Ordo plus Ignis. Precantatio is Vacuus and Potentia. Primordium is Vacuus and Motus. Radio is Lux and Potentia. Sano is Victus and Ordo. Sensus is Air and Spiritus. Spiritus is Victus and Mortis. Stroncio is Cognitio and Perditio. Superbia is Volatus and Vacuus. Tabernus is Tutamen and Iter. Telum is his Instrumentum and Ignis. Iter? Ignis? I don't know. Tempestus is Air and Aqua. Tempus is Vacuus and Ordo. Tenebrae is Vacuus and Lux. There's a company to short its Oracle. The Trump TikTok order doesn't waive the government's ability to collect on fines, so Oracle owes the government trillions for keeping TikTok on the servers. Really? Nah, they're too big to fail, man. They're gonna get a buyout. For sure. Terminus is Lucrum and Alienus, and Terra is a primal aspect, which should be at the beginning. It's honestly, like, I think that's all the primals, though. Tutamen is Instrumentum and... Oh, whoops. Tutamen is Instrumentum and Terra. Vacuus is Air and Perditio. Venenum is Aqua and Perditio. Visania is Cognitio and Vitium. Victus is Aqua and Terra. Vinculum is Motus and Perditio. Vitium is Precantatio, Perditio. Vitreous is Terra Ordo. Volatus is Air and Motus. Oh my gosh. 69, right? Or was that 50? I don't know if this one includes all the GTNH entries. I don't know if the GT... I mean, it would make sense if they edited the entry, but I don't know. There is a separate, like, GTNH tab here. Holy crap. Alright, The Crimson Cult, a cautionary tale. Only one page. Fantastic. Superb. Much of this book is written in a spidery and unintelligible script, but what you do understand offers some strange insights into the goals of the Crimson Cult. Oh, it's not talking about the Thaumonomicon, although that would make sense. It's talking about a Crimson Cult specific book. The origins are shrouded in mystery, but it seems their goal is the perfection of a ritual they refer to as apertis oculis. Opening the eye? Oh. Apertus oculus, also known as opening the eye. What it does is unclear, but you doubt it is anything good. However, the fact that I've never seen it happen probably means that they are incompetent, and they just like standing around a pile of dark colored rocks or stones or whatever. Interestingly enough, you think thaumaturgy might offer the missing pieces they have so long sought. Obviously, only a madman would pursue this line of study. Okay, what does this unlock though? Because it would be interesting to find out what the Crimson, like what role the Crimson Cult actually plays and what you can get from them. I don't know if anybody on the server has actually done anything with them. All right, I'm gonna go from the top. I'm gonna get these 4 done, and then I'm gonna start from ores and nodes, I think is the beginning. And then it goes down, ending at node catalyzation. Oh, I forgot to count up. Hang on, let me do a double count. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, we're covered here. Let me grab some water. Be right back. I got the water. All right, I did mess up the seal, so I managed to spill water all over myself. Shoot. Yeah, that's a lot of water. It's very wet. 4 Eldritch Eyes opens the portal. Crimson writes, it is the one from Thom or Witchery. Thaumcraft, I guess. Oh yeah, Witchery is a blood magic. You place them around the place where they worship and you open the portal. You can go into the dimension and then get the primordial pearl. Into the Thaumcraft dungeons? What? They already ran a few dungeons. Oh, I think that would be interesting to do. Let me write that down. Add that to my list of fun things. If I can find an empty page in my note-taking apparatus. There we go. Thaumcraft notes. Crimson cultists, right? And Thom dungeons. Okay. Why are you doing this to yourself? Because I want to. That's why. The Peck. Strange creatures. These strange humanoids can be found wherever the veil between worlds is at its thinnest. Biped Bicycle, thank you for following. I recognize your name. Is this your second time following? I feel like it is. So this will be entry number 13. Hang on. Let me do some housekeeping here. I added those +4 push-ups. Thank you, Freejan and Kara. You get the light in my face here. Give it like 30 minutes, the sun will start setting. Yes, I am that far north. These strange humanoids can be found wherever the veil between worlds is at its thinnest. They seem drawn to the magical energies that are abound in such places. Don't let their small stature fool you. They have incredible strength and can carry many times their own body weights. Peck are normally non-aggressive, but when riled up, they will band together and hunt down their attacker. Under normal conditions, they avoid people at all costs. Pecks are notoriously avaricious. They will loot anything not nailed down, though they prefer precious things. It is said that if you feed this desire for material wealth, it could be possible to befriend one. Once befriended, they often carry wondrous objects that they might be willing to part with. It should be noted that such friendships seldom last long. Whatever that means. I wasn't even thinking about friendship. That's alright. Okay. Plants and trees. You know, it'd be nice if it showed like the trade loot table of the Peck, but it is a Thaumonomicon, known for being unnecessarily vague on information. I want to experience warp effects IRL. That is so true. Greatwood trees. These large and majestic trees can be found dotted all over the countryside. Their wood is able to absorb impressive amounts of magic, making it a popular component in crafting of magical devices, or also building. We like to build in Greatwood. Silverwood trees. These rare and magical trees are a wondrous sight. Their leaves shimmer with magical energy, and their pale, soft wood is valued for its purifying properties. The tree's magical nature is such that aura nodes often form within their hearts. This feature alone makes a silverwood sapling a prize beyond measure. Shimmerleaf? Wow. Excuse me. The strange glowing flowers only grow in the shadow of silverwood trees. They can be harvested and pulped to produce quicksilver. Sure. Found only in the hottest of climates, these plants burn with elemental fire. They can be harvested and ground to produce a fine powder akin to blaze powder, and that's a cinder pearl. Manapod. The strange pod-like plant is only found growing on trees in magical forests. They grow very slowly, and when harvested, usually only yield 1 or 2 beans. Magical beans? These beans, mana beans. These beans are known as mana beans, contain concentrated amounts of essentia. They can also be consumed, though the results are often a bit unpredictable. They can be replanted, but cultivation is difficult and time-consuming. How hard could it be? Wild mana pods usually only produce primal aspects, though it is said that planting beans adjacent to existing ones sometimes result in beans with compound aspects. Interesting. And there's 4 types of beans that you can get in the wild, apparently, I guess. Or maybe that's just an ellipses. Anyway, that's entry number 14. We're almost done with the chapter, which means I can take a shot. Delicious. I'm doing, actually I have a couple things in my cupboard. Let's see. I have vodka. I have gin, my personal favorite. I have, aquavit. I don't have tequila. I don't think I have tequila. I don't know, I'll take a look and report back. But yeah, I don't know. It's like put in your votes for what you want the shot to be. All right, number 15. Gem, you were dreaming about Thaumcraft. I was dreaming about Minecraft speedrunning. No shit. No cap. Enchantments. Thaumcraft adds several unique enchantments. Haste. This enchantment can be applied to footwear of all types, increases the wearer's land speed. The higher the enchantment level, the greater the speed bonus granted. Repair. This enchantment slowly repairs the durability of items by drawing Viz from wands in your inventory. It's kind of useless. Just use mending. The Viz cost is determined by the value of the item. The higher the level of the enchantment, the quicker this takes place. The enchantments can only be applied to other items made of Thaumcraft, even though not all of them. Even then, not all of them. Okay. This enchantment is actually useless. And there's only 2? There's only 2 unique enchantment? That's stupid. Okay, 15 ores. How big is this? Oh, it's not that bad. Infused stone. On occasion, there is so much primal energy in an aura that it will settle into solid stone to form infused ore. The magic forms crystals within the rock that can be harvested. These crystals have various elemental properties and have many uses in thaumaturgy. There are 6 types of infused stone, 1 for each of the primal aspects. I wish I could hover over these, that would be nice. But I guess this is air, ignis, aqua, terra, ordo, and Perditio, I think. They can be combined together to form crystal clusters. Crystal clusters have no special properties beyond adding a touch of class to any home. Okay, it's just flavor, salt and pepper. Breaking a crystal cluster causes it to shatter into its component crystals. Okay. Oh, it also works as an infusion stabilizer. Interesting. So is the only way to get these, is it only through infused stone? Because then that makes them pretty rare. Although I have seen like greed shards and greed? I don't know. I've seen shards drop from like nether mobs. This reddish ore is found deep underground and when smelted produces quicksilver, cinnabar. Amber. This ore is found near the surface and when mined, drops chunks of amber. They're not rare in GTNH, they're entire chunks in the Twilight Forest. Oh, I have yet to see that. Interesting. Well, if I need them, now I know where to find them. Twilight Forest. Thank you, Badger. Correct, congrats, you learned the primal aspects. Yay! Awesome. Auras and nodes. It's only 3 pages. The aura is a field of magical energy prevalent throughout the world. Its origin is unclear. Some believe it is accumulated life force of living beings, while others believe it is merely while others believe it to merely be another type of energy seeping in from some other place. The last theory seems to be most likely, as the aura is often found surrounding a node of concentrated mystical energy known as an aura node. Each aura node has a base amount of magical energy it can contain, and this energy is aligned to one or more aspects. It is usually aligned to primal aspects, but rarely a node may contain compound aspects. The aspects within an aura node can be tapped by a thaumaturge for his own purposes. The simplest way to do so is with the use of a wand. Energy that has been harvested in this matter is known as Viz. Aura nodes are hard to see with the naked eye, but faint glimmers of light often betray their presence. Okay, so I have thaumic sights on my helmet. So I have seen these before, and yeah, that's all. That's all. I know that the creative flight that we're using on the server with Thaumcraft does use nodes to power it, although I don't know what aspect it is. Aura nodes are hard to see with the naked eye, but faint glimmers of light often betray their presence. The thaumometer makes nodes slightly easier to find as looking through its lens makes them clearly visible. Important! Caution must be taken when draining a node. There's a small chance that when a specific type of aspect within a node is completely drained, it may disappear or harm the integrity of the node. Does that mean explosion? It is possible for the node to disappear completely if all aspects are used up. Oh, it just means that it may disappear. I see. Fortunately, most nodes replenish their aspects over time. That's what I thought. And if properly maintained, can provide a clever thaumaturge with all the viz he could want. Or she? Nodes react in interesting ways to other nearby nodes, and bigger nodes tend to drain the viz out of their smaller neighbors to increase their own girth. Word choice, come on. Anyway, that was 17. Advanced node tapping. Usually the process of drawing viz from a node with a wand is quite slow, but not anymore. You have discovered a more efficient way of tapping into aura nodes, resulting in a doubling of the viz draw rate. Super. That was 18. That was an easy one. It's like half a page. Node Preserver. You now have better control over the amounts of viz you draw from nodes. You will always leave at least one viz of each aspect in the node unless you are sneaking. Be warned, this level of control is not possible when using wands crafted from normal wood and iron. Okay, that was 19. You have added further refinements to the methods used to tap aura nodes. You are now able to draw viz 3 times faster than normal. That's sick. Node in a jar. Wait, that was 20, right? Warded jars have proven themselves capable of storing all manner of mundane and mystical things, and you believe you have discovered another use for them, trapping aura nodes. By constructing a large version of a jar around a node and enacting the proper mystical formula with your wand. Sure. The node, does that just mean like right-clicking it with the wand? The node will become trapped. Oh, I guess you need all of these aspects. You need all this viz, I guess. Viz? Viz. The node will become trapped inside the construct, which will quickly shrink to a more manageable size. The jar can then be safely picked up and moved around, but the initial tapping spell does have a very good chance of damaging the node. What's the point then? The node is also frozen at the states it was in when trapped, and will never again be able to recharge any viz it was missing. What is the point? While trapped, the node is kept suspended and will not regenerate viz, nor can viz be drawn from it. It is possible to free the node from the jar by clicking in the world and clicking on it with a wand. The jar will be destroyed in the process. What is the point of jarring the node? Transportation? Oh. Wait, so doing this, does it just like drop it as an item? Oh, this is how you move nodes. Oh, that makes sense. I expect an audiobook release of all this. Sure. Just watch the YouTube VOD. Yeah, you could do that. There's your audiobook. All right, that was 21, and this is the last one, 22. My eyes are gonna hurt after a couple of these. Okay. Node catalyzation. By applying your knowledge of nodes and warded jars, you have successfully devised a method of catalyzing the formulation of new nodes. By tuning a freshly crafted blank node matrix. What the hell is a node matrix? It is going to take a while, yeah. Already attuned one. It is recursive process. What? It's how do you start it then if it's recursive? Towards any combination of essentia to provide the seed for a node's growth, you can then infuse it with a large amount of compatible viz to spark the node's growth. Okay. Oh, you can attune it multiple times. Sure. I don't know what this instability means. Does it just mean like it's gonna explode in your face or something? Okay. Guzzler Nation, I see your hydration break. I will drink water because I do need it. It's for arcane infusion. Oh, I would love actual answers. I'm trying to learn too. I'm not just reading this for fun. Although that is like 80% of it. It's for arcane infusion and how many stabilizers you need. Okay. Oh, I guess it says arcane infusion. Oh, you use this in arcane infusion. So you would first do this in the arcane workbench to get your attuned node matrix. Oh, no. You have to first do this to get an unattuned node matrix, but it requires EV. And then you can put it in the workbench to attune it, and then you can make nodes in a jar. Ah. Although there's a high chance that it's gonna explode on you or something. Like not give you anything. You can use mob heads or crystals to stabilize. Higher the instability of the infusion, the more likely things are to go wrong during the infusion without stabilizers. Ah, I see. So that's why stabilizers are important. Got it. We definitely don't want to be spawning withers in my infusion chamber. Alright, that's this chapter done. What did we decide that my shot would be? I'm going to take an executive... Actually, hang on. Let me take a picture, and I will report back with what I have. Okay. I like how when he leaves, he just travels into oblivion. Okay, so I have gin. I don't have fireball. It looks like I have pineapple Bacardi. I have Kahlua. I have cherry vanilla Captain Morgan. Ew, disgusting. I have triple sec, Southern Comfort, cheap ass whiskey, Tattersall Aquavit, and I also have gin. I have gin in the freezer. Don't worry. I would be using that. It's actually the Costco brand of gin. Sex on the beach to go to Vault cocktails. I don't have time to make cocktails. I'm trying to read here. Okay, I'll do gin. I'll be right back with the shot. I did spill gin all over my hand. Okay, it's evaporated. All right, so I got my shot of gin here. Wow, that looks like a big shot when it's in front of my camera like that. But yeah, gin has hemlock, and hemlock killed Socrates. I thought it was juniper berries. All right, a Thaumonomicon. Oh, that's actually so good. I love gin. And I typically hate shots, too. I guess it helps that it was frozen. Wow. Well, it wasn't frozen, but it chilled. Alright, coffee as a chaser. It doesn't have milk, I'm lactose intolerant. No worries about it curdling in my stomach. Yuck. Okay. Why are we doing shots at 1 p.m.? Because, day drinking is fun. That's why. Okay, so this one has 43 entries in it. And I want to make sure to not miss anything. Toby, thank you for the follow on Twitch, man. But it looks like almost all of it is in the web, except except for these two, which I will get to by proximity. However, I can just follow the web clockwise, starting from 12 o'clock, going around, and I'll just follow the web going out in that direction until I hit a dead end. Okay, let's start. Great Wood Wand Core. Short and sweet, just how I like it. Carved from great wood logs, this rod has double the viz storage potential of mundane wood, being able to store up to 50 viz of each type. In the arcane workbench. Okay. 50 viz. You know, I actually do not know anything about wand crafting, so this is going to be really beneficial to me. Okay, Reed Wand Core. The wand core made from reeds has a slightly greater storage potential than greatwood cores. What makes it superior to greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of air stored inside... Am I drunk already? What makes it superior to greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of air stored inside it drops below 10%, it will slowly replenish it without the use of a node. Okay, I see what it... Yeah, but it stores jack shit. It's like 24 air. Oh no, this is the crafting recipe. This is the viz needed for the crafting recipe, I understand. Reed Staff Core. A staff core crafted from reeds can store 175 viz of each type. Nice. Like the wand core, it will slowly replenish its viz stores. Whoa.
Toby14601 tipped €2.49 through Super Chat.
Hey, thank you, Toby, man. I appreciate you. I will add that to the total here for push-ups owed. So 241, that's going to be 5 push-ups. Or 249. We'll just round up. Thank you so much, man. Did you have anything you wanted to say on chat, Toby? Or say on stream? Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3 entries read. We're at 25 now. Going clockwise, we go over to these forbidden knowledges. A bone used as a wand core has slightly greater storage potential than greatwood cores. What makes it superior to greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of Perditio stored inside drops below 10%, it will slowly replenish without the use of a node. Okay, it would be nice if it showed, like, what the storage is. Oh, capacity 75 is. Understood. And Marts the W Martini. Thank you for the follow. I love your name, man. Anything with martini in it is automatically a win. Favorite cocktail is, for me, a Negroni. Second favorite is the, shoot, what is it?
Toby14601 tipped 11
Another super chat.
99
What?
through Super Chat. 24 more.
24 more? Thank you for the $11.99. 11 euros and 99 cents. Holy crap, dude. Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. We gotta... So that was entry number 27. I gotta update the push-up count. So that's 24 more? Oh shoot. 781. God, we're gonna be back up to 800 pretty soon here. I might need to take a break to do push-ups, honestly. Espresso martini is my second favorite, and my third favorite is gin and tonic. Super simple. Okay, and then the last one in this chain is the bone staff core. A staff core carved from bone can store 175 viz of each type. Like the wand core, it will slowly replenish its viz stores. Okay, so does that mean... Okay, the wording indicates that it replenishes all viz stores. But no, it only replenishes Perdicio for the bone staff, and then the reed staff only replenishes air. Understood. Wait, this should be an odd number. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I miscounted. There we go. Okay, so that web is done. We're gonna go do all of this now, which looks like a fucking doozy. No, it's not that bad. Yet. The casting wand is your most basic, but also your most important tool. It is what you use to craft objects, activate blocks like the crucible, and countless other tasks. The most basic wand stores a very limited amount of magical energy called Viz. They could just say Viz. The most basic wand stores a very limited amount of Viz that it uses to perform its tasks. The replenish... I guess, to replenish the energy in a wand, you must right-click and hold to draw Viz from an aura node. While holding a wand, you will see an indicator on the top left of the screen that shows how much Viz is stored within the wand. Actually, it's bottom left in GTNH. The more you know. Holding shift will display exact numbers held by the wand and at any possible discounts you have to performing magical tasks. And I believe that you can do that with the type of wand you're using, the armor that you have, and I don't know if there's any blocks in the vicinity that give you a Viz discounts or anything. But I know that you can get discounts from the wand and armor and maybe baubles. I don't know if there's any baubles. Wands are always constructed by the combination of a rod and two end caps. As you progress with your studies, you are sure to discover different materials that you can use to craft rods and caps to make powerful wands. Only the basic wand can be put together in a normal crafting table. All other wands require the arcane workbench and will cost Viz to construct. The basic wand is constructed from mundane wood and iron, both of which make poor materials for working magic. Workbench, iron cap, and iron capped wooden wand. Oh, it requires Naga scales. So it requires Twilight Forest or LV. Alright, that's 28. And then we're gonna go clockwise, so we'll do wand foci. Some careful experimentation has shown you a way to expand the abilities of even the most basic wand. By combining crystalline Viz shards with quartz crystals and infusing them with magic, you were able to align the crystals into a mystical matrix. If the proper types and amounts of Viz is focused through this matrix, it will reshape the raw magical energies into something useful, controlled, and geared to a specific task. Adding a focus to your wand is a simple task. Simply press F while holding the wand, and any foci you are carrying will show up in a radial menu, allowing you to choose from any of the ones you are carrying with a simple click. Okay, what is the point of foci? Oh, I guess it reattunes other aspects into the aspect that you are focusing. Facecam jump scare? What are you talking about? You've seen my facecam before. Basically, okay. Like changing blocks to each other or opening doorways. Foci give your wand certain abilities. Like changing blocks to each other or opening doorways. Alright. Well, I guess I'll learn more about it in later chapters. Your initial experiments involved the shaping of fire, and the resulting focus proved to be a simple but useful tool. It is capable of sending forth a cone of elemental fire, burning all in its wake. Oh, that's sick. Fireballs, dude. Okay. Wand focus, fire. Viz per tick. I guess this would be like Viz per tick of using the cone of fire attack, whatever. Blaze quartz, fire crystal cluster, ruby lens. So you could basically just be like Wizard 101 in this, and yeah. Or no, I think it would be more like RuneScape magic, where the runes in RuneScape are the Viz, and then you can have different gear to discount the Viz cost, or the rune cost, but the only way to discount rune cost in RuneScape is through wands. Whatever. By the way, be careful from the wind, because you said that you showered before some time. What wind? Hey, 9. What are you talking about, Maz? 20 out of 28. Well, actually, I'm not certain how many there are total, because the number that I got was from a spreadsheet that somebody constructed off of GTNH 2.1. Well, actually, 9 is 29 now. 9 mentioned. Portable hole. You have succeeded in using Viz to create an extra dimensional spaces. Using this, focus on a wall or other surface will create an extra dimensional passage leading to the other side. Oh, it's basically Portal. This hole only remains open for a few seconds and drains Viz from the wand depending on its depth. For depth, does it mean like distance? Extra dimensional holes cannot be created through certain kinds of matter or particularly complex objects. It's literally a portal. Yeah. Focus pouch. Once you I've seen this icon in the baubles screen, I think. This goes in your baubles, right? And your belt's bauble slot. Yeah, okay. Hang on. Once you have gathered a sizable collection of foci, it is quite annoying to carry them all with you. This pouch solves the problem. However, whenever you change the focus on your wand, it will check this pouch first, and any foci that get removed will be placed inside it first. You can also right-click the pouch to place or remove foci by hand. It can also be carried in your belt's bauble slot. So when I push F, right? Yeah, simply press F while holding the wand and any foci you're carrying will show up in the radio menu. So this just patches directly into that. That's super sick. I will save that. I will note that down. Okay, we're done with this web here, right? I guess we could do these ones too, since I feel like I would miss them later on. And it's also focuses. Wand focus 9 hells. Your trips into the nether have taught you to fear the tiny terrors known as hellbats. Now you have discovered a way to summon the little terrors and send them after your enemies. Excellent. It's basically Terraria. Terraria summoner class. Tier 5 upgrade, Vampire Bats. This upgrade changes the summoned bats into vampire bats. Not only will they suck the life out of their targets, replenish their own, but some of the stolen life force is given back to their summoner. It's basically Terraria. That's ridiculous. That is so fun though. I kind of want to do that though. Minor forbidden knowledge, dangerous forbidden knowledge. I'd have to go hit up the hot tub. Copper wand caps. Copper has similar properties to iron when used as a wand cap, but it is as efficient as gold when used to channel Ordo or Predictio Viz. Alright. And then I think gold would be all around better? Is that what it is? Gold is far superior focusing agent than iron, and wands capped with this material take no penalty when used to channel Viz. Is there an iron wand cap? Guess we saw it here. Oh, this one has a 10% penalty. I see. Silver wand cap. Silver has similar properties to gold when used as a wand cap, but it is slightly more efficient at channeling the 4 elemental primals: fire, earth, air, and water. The order is wrong, but sure. Crafting these wand caps in an arcane work table is not sufficient. They need to be infused with additional magical energy to make them usable. So craft it, and then you do arcane infusion with Salis Mundus, and Silver Dust. Wand cap substitution. With proper technique, a casting implement's caps can be replaced. This destroys the implement's existing caps but preserves its core. Replacing an implement's caps requires the same amount of Viz as it would take to craft the same implement from scratch. Upgrading a gold banded Greatwood wand to a Thaumium bossed Greatwood wand will cost just as much Viz as creating a Thaumium. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't expect it to be any other way. Okay, so this copper, charged silver, Thaumium, void metal. Ah, it's going too fast. It doesn't pause it. Oh, I see. So if you put 2, it's just bossed or capped? Why would you put 3 instead of oh, it's a scepter, I guess. Okay. So it has 3 caps on it. Thaumium wand caps. Yeah, 3 for scepter. Really, they added cap swapping in this version? That is really nice, actually. Thaumium is known for its ability to store and absorb magic, so using it to craft wand caps is a logical choice. It is very efficient at focusing Viz of all types. Crafting these wand caps in an arcane work table is not sufficient. They need to be infused with additional magical energy to make them stable. With Salis Mundus and Thaumium Dust. With an inert Thaumium cap. Night Metal? Is that from... Night Metal, is that from the, one of the bosses the Twilight Forest bosses. Alright, well that chain is done. So now we can move down here. We'll look at Silverwood cores and staves. Scepters. Twilight Forest. Silverwood wand cores. Silverwood has proved to be an excellent repository of magical energy, and wand cores crafted from it can store up to 100 viz of each type. That's pretty nice as a base. Scepter. Crafting 150. Blood Scepter. Oh, it uses the Thaumcraft, fiery blood from your guest. No Karenite, though. Crafting scepters are specialized wands made to be used to craft mystical objects and nothing else. Foci cannot be attached to them, but they have several features that still make them worthwhile using. Firstly, they have an additional 10% viz. Oh, really? Oh, I can't open up the tooltip for it. 10% viz discount above and beyond what their caps would normally grant. That's really nice. 50%, they're able to store 50% more viz than their cores would normally allow. Oh, I love this song. Oh my god, this is like peak Xenoblade. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I love this song so much. Like other wands, they can be crafted using the most combination. Like other wands, they can be crafted using most combinations of rods and caps. Just a few examples are giving on the next pages. So you can do. Well, a few examples. What do you mean? This is a wand, clearly. This is a scepter, but that's a wand. This is only one example, and this one has no. This one doesn't pertain to anything. I think the crafting recipe might have been updated, and it was not updated in the book here. Staff core. Staff cores crafted from silverwood can store up to 250 viz of each type. Oh, nice. It doesn't have any buffs or viz like fees, penalties. Staves. Wands are the stock and trade of the thaumaturge, but sometimes you want more bang for your buck. Magical staves are basically just bigger wands. They are able to store more viz. Since they are physically larger and sturdier than a wand, they can actually be used as weapons in an emergency. Interesting. Melee. Nothing more effective than a bonk, you know? Unfortunately, this also makes it unsuitable for the intricate workmanship and fine control required by an arcane workbench of similar crafting. The staff made from great wood has more than double the viz storage potential of a great wood wand, being able to store up to 125 viz of each type. Note, you still need to add caps to a staff rod, just like you would for a wand. Wait, so it says it's unsuitable for intricate workmanship and fine control required by arcane workbench or similar crafting. Does that just mean it doesn't work at all? Or does it have like a viz penalty? And then up here it says magical staves are basically just bigger wands. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. You can't craft using staves. Well, then it's basically a scepter then. Oh no, this can only craft. I see. But this is like the scepter, but for like foci. Understood. Understood. Quartz wand core. A wand core chiseled from nether quartz has slightly greater storage potential. Has slightly greater storage potential than greatwood cores. What makes it superior to greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of ordo stored inside it drops below 10%, it will slowly replenish without the use of a node. Okay. Quartz staff core, same deal, it's just bigger. A staff core chiseled from quartz can store 175 viz of each type. Like the wand core, it will slowly replenish its viz stores. Icy wand core. Hardened ice? Interesting. Wand cores crafted from ice can store slightly more viz than greatwood cores. What makes it superior to greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of aqua stored inside drops below 10%, its icy nature will slowly replenish it. And the staff, a staff core crafted from ice can store 175 viz of each type. I'm getting Deja Vu. Like the wand core, it will slowly replenish its viz stores. Okay, another one. Oh, wand core substitution. This is sick. With proper technique, a casting implement's core can be replaced. This destroys the implement's existing core, but preserves its caps. Replacing an implement's core requires the same amount of viz as it would take to craft the same implement from scratch. Upgrading a gold banded greatwood wand to a gold banded silverwood wand will cost just as much viz as creating a gold banded silverwood wand directly. Yes. Nice. Obsidian. Okay, a wand core chiseled from obsidian has slightly greater storage potential than greatwood cores. What makes it sturdier? What makes it superior to Greatwood cores, however, is that the level of Terra stored inside will drop below, or if it drops below 10%, it will slowly replenish without the use of a node. Same deal, just a staff. A staff core chiseled from obsidian can store 175 viz of each type. Like the wand core, it will slowly replenish the stores. And there's one more. Bro, this... give me new things! Give me something new! This could have been like one tab. This could have been one entry. I swear. Like one entry for the wand cores, one entry for the staff cores. Oh my gosh. Blaze rods used as wand cores has slightly greater storage potential than Greatwood cores. What makes this superior to Greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of ignis stored inside drops below 10%, its fiery nature will slowly replenish it. Thank you. Oh, this one is oddly shorter. Does it replenish? It does. Why did they omit that from the description here? Blaze rod staff core. A staff core crafted from blaze rods can store 175 viz of each type, and like the wand core, it will slowly replenish its viz stores. Okay, that's done. We finished this section of the book. Let me make sure there's nothing hiding. I've got these two. Okay, cool. So now we could do these. However, I'm not really sure where this starts. I guess focal manipulation? Hey, Soy Cake! Is this the new Fortnite update? Absolutely. I've never played Fortnite. Actually, no, I think I have like 2 lifetime hours in Fortnite. Wait, no, that's a lie. I played Fortnite before Battle Royale came out. When it was like co-op zombies, basically. I guess we'll start from the left side here and we'll just go through like that. I don't know, I'm not really understanding what the direction is, and I feel like I'm gonna miss something. We'll go right to left. Vocal disenchanting. While experimenting with the vocal vocal manipulation, wand foci are capable of amazing feats, but they aren't very flexible. A single focus is seldom capable of performing more than a single function. You have discovered a way to upgrade basic foci to alter the way they manipulate magic. You simply need to place a focus in a focal manipulator and choose the upgrade you wish to apply to it. You also need to provide it with viz from relays and spend experience points to get the process started, but after that it is a simple matter of waiting. Each focus can be upgraded up to 5 times. Wow. Are these upgrades good? But each rank doubles its cost. While some upgrades can be applied multiple times or at any rank, many foci have upgrades that can only be applied at certain ranks or only if certain requisite upgrades have been taken at lower ranks. Experimentation is encouraged. So they're not going to tell me what these upgrades are. Upgrades are permanent. You are not aware of any method to remove unwanted upgrades, so care must be taken when choosing them. Stardust, thank you for the follow. Okay, now we can do focal disenchanting. While experimenting with the focal manipulator, you often found yourself left with perfectly functional foci, which are ruined by their upgrades. To your delight, some additional experimentation revealed that the enchantments on foci are nowhere near as permanent as they seem. By applying Predictio CV, not sure what CV is, to any upgraded focus in the focal manipulator, you can remove the last upgrade applied to the focus and recover 75% of the experience spent on the upgrade. Since each level stores more experience as you gain more levels, upgrading a focus at a level higher than the minimum will lose additional experience due to larger experience bars being consumed. Sure. Oh, Sentis V's. Stardust, sorry. Harnessing viz. Without viz nodes, thaumaturges would not even be able to perform the simplest of tasks, but the nodes themselves have several limitations that make their use impractical for extensive operations. Foremost among these limitations is the fact that they are easily depleted, and it takes quite some time for them to once again gather energy from mystical source they are connected to. Okay. You think you may have found a way around that limitation. Have I? Do I? In effect, nodes are tiny gateways to a mysterious font of magical energy around which the energy slowly accumulates in the form of viz. The gateway is so small that only a tiny amount of energy leaks into our reality. By levering open this doorway, you can cause viz to pour forth in a torrent. That sounds dangerous. It sounds like my ISP might throttle it. This is even more dangerous than it sounds. Literally the next line. However, careful steps must be taken during the entire process. Firstly, the node needs to be stabilized during the entire process. Once it is done, you need to craft and place a node transducer above the node. When you apply a redstone signal to the transducer, the node will begin converting to an energized node and quickly loses stored viz in the process. The process takes some time, but when it is done, the node will change into an energized node. Caution should be taken to keep both the stabilizer and transducer active from now on. Okay. Oh, my posture. My posture. Energized nodes no longer store or recharge Viz, nor can Viz be drawn from them with a wand or other means. Instead, they produce a steady supply of CV, Centiviz, or 1/100th of a Viz. Oh, Centiviz. Centi. Sure. Each tick. What have we been learning so far? Actually, quite a bit. It turns out, aside from like the first web, I don't know much about Thaumcraft. Each relay acts as a conduit for CV, and any number of relays can be placed within 8 blocks of an energized nodes. Relays also transfer energy to each other, allowing you to create a network that transport Viz to anything that needs it, like the Infernal Furnace. Oh, 9! Your Infernal Furnace! This is how you can get Viz to it. I'm sure you already knew that. Okay. So, how do I get more Centiviz per tick? So, does the node generate Centiviz per tick, or does the relay generate better or more nodes? I get it. Okay. Relays use a branching system, so each relay can only have one source, either another relay or an energized node. Okay. But may have multiple child relays that branch off it. You can also tune a relay to use one of the primal aspects by using an appropriate Viz shard on it. Clicking on it with a wand will also cycle through the possible attunements. Though this does not limit what Viz can flow through that relay, but does prevent it from connecting to any other relay except unattuned ones or ones tuned to the same primal. The amount of energy a node produces per tick is finite, so attaching too many devices to a single source might exceed the amount of CV it can produce. Okay. So I guess it is based on the node. It is possible to turn an energized node back into a normal node. Simply cut the redstone signal to the transducer and it will slowly turn it back into a normal node. Caution should be taken, however, since the node will be completely drained of Viz and thus runs the risk of being damaged. That was this, harnessing Viz? I guess node stabilizer might have been the origin research here. This handy device has several beneficial effects if placed below a node. Firstly, it prevents the node from draining Viz from other nodes, or being drained in turn. Secondly, it prevents unstable nodes from losing their Viz and has a tiny chance of eventually removing the unstable condition completely. Oh, that's nice. Got it. Yeah, I found it eventually. 4 readings in. Lastly, it has a very, very small chance of turning fading nodes into pale nodes. Not sure what that means. I guess like the strength of the node. This requires power, however, and the node stabilizer draws this from the node itself. It does not draw enough to reduce the Viz of the node, but it does have its normal recharge rate. Applying a redstone signal will switch the stabilizer off. Okay. Advanced node stabilizer. Advanced node stabilizers perform all the functions of the lesser versions with a few major differences. Firstly, they still prevent lesser nodes from having their Viz drained, but it does allow stabilized nodes to drain the Viz from lesser ones. Interesting. Secondly, it has a higher chance to improve unstable and fading nodes. Unfortunately, this costs a lot more power from the stabilized node, still not enough to drain Viz from it, but even the brightest node will have its recharge rate almost completely negated. I've never fumbled on that word before. Wow. Wand recharge pedestal. Traveling around the countryside to recharge your wand is all good and well, but an automatic way of doing it would be much better. This specifically crafted pedestal does just that. Any wand placed in it will automatically draw Viz from nearby nodes. Nodes will not be fully drained unless it is a poor quality wand crafted from iron or sticks. Okay, just tossing like shade at iron and sticks. Viz charging relay. An annoyance for any thaumaturge that performs regular arcane crafting is to constantly keep his wand charged. Now that you have found a way to draw Viz directly from nodes, you are able to craft a Viz charging relay. It's constantly keep his wand charged. Okay. This functions like a normal relay, but it's designed to be placed on top of an arcane crafting table. It will draw Viz from the relay and recharge wands placed in the table. Oh, that's cool. The only drawback is that it recharges much slower than it would from a wand recharging pedestal or doing it by hand. That's not cool. Compound recharge focus. In your travels, you have discovered several nodes that contain compound aspects, but as yet, there has been no way to tap this rich source of Viz until now. This focus can be placed on top of a wand recharge pedestal, which will allow any wand it contains to siphon off the compound Viz from nearby nodes. Oh, but it only breaks it down to one of the makeup primal viz is. Wow. Oh, so it's actually like super lossy. Okay. Unfortunately, each point of compound viz is broken down into single points of primal viz, and all the excess energy is lost. Shoot. However, it is a good start, and you are sure you will discover better ways to access this resource. Yeah, I'm sure I will. Viz storage. Amulets of Viz storage. Capacity 250. I guess that's pretty okay. Most of the time, a single wand is more than enough for any thaumaturge, but there are occasions that the Viz it stores just isn't enough. Carrying more than one wand would solve this, but experimentation has shown that there is another way. It's always experimentation. By crafting an amulet's I should have done a shot every time it says experimentation. By crafting an amulet capable of storing Viz, you'll be able to recharge wands and other items in the field while it is being worn. Your success has been mixed, however. You can only recharge wands by holding them in your own hand, and even then the recharge rate is slow. However, the amulet is able to act as a good power source for other things like the repair enchants or runic shielding. The amulet can only be charged in a wand pedestal or from nearby Viz relays. Okay. Alright, well that's this chapter done. So now we've read 65 entries? 22 plus 43, 65? Nice. Alright. Kara, I see 2 more push-ups from you. And I think it's time that we do some push-ups because the debt is getting a little bit high and I want to work it down a little bit. So if you are in YouTube chat and you would like to participate, you can hop over to Twitch, link in the description of the live stream, and we're going to be doing a poll here, a prediction poll for how many push-ups I'm going to do. And it's going to be odd and even. So if you want to be a gambler and win or lose some points, this is your opportunity. So let me make sure that I can't actually see it, like the window's too small. I need to like bring this out here. Okay, how many push-ups will Florbin do? Odd, even, and submission period is going to be 2 minutes. And while that is going, I'm going to be doing my push-ups. Wait, don't new entries appear in older chapters sometimes if you unlock new research, or am I mistaken? Well, I have all the research unlocked. Although that would make sense, yes. I have seen that unlocking research unlocks research in other chapters, so that makes sense. But since I have all the researches unlocked just by being in like cheat mode right now in a separate world, I don't have to run into that issue. Yeah, learned 43 or 43. So yeah. All right, we will start the prediction. All right, that was 42. I counted 42. Did y'all count 42? Because I counted 42. Oh my gosh. Looks like a lot of people are losing points today. Ah, choose outcome. It was even. Congrats. Oh, Badger. Oh no. I'm so sorry, man. The odds were not in your favor. Okay. Add 42 and subtract 42. Super. Wow. Ah, Dataki. Thank you. And add 2. There we go. Holy crap. Okay, so we're 2 chapters done. I'm gonna go get my shot and I'll be right back here. How does that look? I don't know how many ounces this little glass is, but I tried to get it to the line, but I am a little short. However, considering that I'm gonna be doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18, oh god, 26 chapters, 26 shots. I don't think I'm gonna be doing 26 shots. I think short side, going short is probably the call. Yeah, and I don't think doing push-ups while drinking is the best decision ever. All right, bottoms up. Chaser with water, super healthy. I'm gonna hate gin by the end of this stream, which sucks because I really like gin. Hey, don't scare me like that. She like jumped up on my arm with her nails. What you want? Oh, sorry, I just knocked my microphone all out of whack here with my chair. It is a creative world. I do have everything unlocked, yeah. Okay, where does this start? If I were to guess, it would be basic alchemy. So I'm gonna do basic alchemy, I'm gonna do glass file, and then work my way over from there. It looks like, yeah. Wow, this is a 57. There's a lot. 65. You know, I probably could have gone through all of these and counted up all the entries, huh? 133, 95. I'm cooked. Wait, somebody hop in creative, or somebody hop in GTNH and like give me a total, because I actually don't know what the total is. Ladies and gentlemen, he's cooked. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, look at that. You can barely see it. Wow. This is what she scared me with. Little scratch. Okay, what do you want? Cat butt. She jumped down. Hi. I thought she was I was like having her play chase for like 30 minutes before the stream, thinking that she would nap through it all. But no, she still has some more energy. Are all GTNH players crazy? Nah. We're just insane. Okay, basic alchemy. To craft the crucible, you must simply use your wand on a cauldron placed in the world. The crucible is an important tool for any thaumaturge. It allows him to render physical objects into their components essentia and recombine it again as he wishes. This I have done, and I've used the crucible as well. I hear little cat meows. I would have her sit up on my lap and like cuddle, but she's not a big cuddler. The crucible is an important tool for, yes, the crucible needs to be placed over a source of constant heat and filled with water. Once the water starts boiling, you simply throw any items you wish into the crucible, and they will be broken down into their components essentia. If you know the proper formula and the mix of essentia within the crucible is correct, you can then drop a special item into the crucible known as a catalyst. The catalyst draws the essentia into itself and transforms into a whole new item that the crucible then ejects. So this is how nugget duping works, and turning like iron into thaumium. Any leftover essentia remains within the crucible for further use, but it is not a good idea to leave essentia within a crucible for too long. Crafting also uses some of the water within the crucible, and you will eventually need to refill it. Essentia within the crucible is constantly degrading. Compound essentia degrades into one of its component aspects, and primal essentia simply evaporates. Okay, I did not know that. I did not know that the compound essentia degrades into the component aspects. Oh, but it's only one of its component aspects, so it is a lossy degradation. Beyond the waste of resources, evaporating and degrading essentia can cause many strange side effects. Like flux? Yeah, flux, right? You can empty a crucible by shift right-clicking on it with a wand. All the essentia is dumped into the atmosphere. Not something you would want to do too often. Good to know. Oh, it's not that long. There are some basic alchemical recipes that anyone can perform. See the following pages for the recipes. Balanced Viz shards. So you put any base shard in there and you get a balanced shard. These are normal Viz shards that have been alchemically infused with the 5 primal elements they do not already possess. This results in a shard of crystal that is perfectly resonating with primal energy. Smelting a balanced Viz shard in a furnace creates Salus Mundus. The following pages. Oh, so that's how you get Salus Mundus. That's a really big infusion ingredient from what we were saying on the previous chapter. Bees can also make Salus Mundus? Salus Mundus, or Thaumaturgis salt, I've never seen it known as Thaumaturgis salt. What are you talking about? Is crafted by exposing a balanced Viz shard to high enough heat that it shatters into a fine powder. They could just say smelting it, whatever. Like its mundane counterpart, Salus Mundus adds flavor to any magical recipe or formula. I was trying to say magillurgical. It is a strong binding agent, able to hold the most disparate of magical elements together. Okay, fantastic. Entries read, 66. Hey, we're almost at 69, guys. What a cutie. Shirley is doing something completely normal and sane for stream today. Hey, Glitchu, you want to hop in and read with me? I would love to have a guest speaker right now. Hi, Miso. Hey.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. Say hi to chat.
Hello, chat. How's everybody doing? Oh.
We are officially 0.05% done. Fantastic. 1,211 entries. Oh, God. Okay.
Lord have mercy.
I know. All right.
Are you doing a drinking game with this, or this is that for later?
Oh, no. I'm already 3 shots in.
Oh, yeah?
1, 2.
How are you doing it?
No, I'm 2 shots in.
How are you playing the drinking game?
Oh, at the end of every chapter, I drink. And there's 26 chapters. Popcorn Flurvin. Oh, yes. That's elementary school. Warded jars and labels. Essentia can be stored in warden jars. Warden jars? Warded jars. Warded jars can be placed in a world and is able to store Essentia virtually indefinitely. The enchantment placed on the jars also makes adding or extracting Essentia a breeze. Jars can be filled from the alembic by clicking with the jar directly on the alembic. They can also be filled and emptied using files. What is more, they make an excellent storage medium for jams and preservatives. Okay, that's funny. Shift clicking on jars and alembics with an empty hand will empty them. As long as a jar contains some Essentia, you can attach a jar label to it. This label will lock the jar to that type of Essentia, and it will not be able to accept any other kind of Essentia. That's cool. You can remove a label by shift-clicking with an empty hand on the side of the jar containing the label. Take care not to shift-click on any other side, as it will empty the jar as normal. You can place a label in a crafting bench with a file of Essentia to assign an aspect to it, and when placed on an empty jar, it will automatically lock the jar to that aspect. The Essentia used in the recipe is not consumed. You could place a label in a crafting bench with a file. Okay. Placing it on a filled jar will change the label to the jar's Essentia type. A label can be made blank again by simply placing it by itself in a crafting grid. As it should. That's nice. Ichor. This is it. By infusing a jar with just a single piece of Ichor, you have created something as... Oh my... Ugh. Am I drunk already? By infusing a jar with just a single piece of Ichor, you have created something to rival digitized Essentia storage without sacrificing any of the beauty of warded jars. Ichor jars can store an astounding 4,096 Essentia and fit nicely into your recently acquired set of Ichor-based achievements. Oh, cool. You definitely don't want to disturb these jars. Luckily, Ichor is resilient enough to make accidentally destroying one unlikely. So there's a chance. Okay. Void jar. Void jars she thumb on my craft to light Ichor in my... Disgusting, Patchy. Absolutely degenerate behavior. I love it. It was really good. That was a good one. Void jars function with much the same as normal warded jars, with one important difference. Even when full, they are still able to accept Essentia, but the excess Essentia is simply lost. It voids it. Descriptive. This allows you to always have some Essentia of that type available, but get rid of any excess that may build up. Like normal jars, void jars can accept labels, but their suction with a label is less than that of a normal label jar, about halfway between labeled and unlabeled. Huh?
Wait, what?
Is suction just like the priority? The name for the priority?
Kind of. As Thaumcraft pipes worked so weird.
Did I skip an entry?
No, it's gonna be
No?
past Essentia distillation. So once you're done with the jars, you'll start getting into it.
Oh.
So
We read this
you
one,
see
right?
Essentia tubes. Yes, I did.
Okay.
So you see Essentia tubes, yeah, right there. And that'll start kind of talking about it.
Got it. How do you know so much about this?
Dragonium and Jetlag assigned me as the magic guy for the underdogs. So I've been like brute forcing myself to learn everything.
I see. Well, good on you, man.
Oh my god, it's been,
Yeah.
been a struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you'll learn something from this stream, because we're gonna get into
yeah.
some creepy shit. So, some fringe business. Oof.
Fringe business?
Fringe business, not main business. Fringe. Oh yeah, for everybody in chat, that if you're using Modernity, I suggest that you go in to, I believe the file path is assets, Thaumcraft, textures, blocks, and then delete Greatwood logs, Greatwood log top, Greatwood log side, as well as Planks Greatwood. So delete those three PNG files, and you should have, that would revert them back to the vanilla Greatwood texture. And the reason behind that is just because Modernity team, they haven't updated all of the Greatwood blocks textures yet. They haven't retextured all of the Greatwood blocks. So if you use other variants of Greatwood, it's still gonna have the vanilla texture, and it's a completely different color. They look really bad when combined.
I am heavily considering just deleting all of the new Thaumcraft textures.
Just deleting all the new...
Yeah.
Just keeping the GTNH textures? Yeah.
Yeah. All the other modern entity textures I love. Everything else.
Okay, I'm gonna take a little bathroom break right here
Alright.
as you build.
Hello, chat.
Chat.
What?
Chat. I have a drinking problem. Chat. I spilled more water on myself. I have a drinking problem. Look at that little dribble right there. Yikes. Okay. I feel vaguely nervous. Okay.
What?
Warp messages.
Oh yeah. Did you like do the thing to unlock all the research?
I did, and then I reset my warp, but 3 said that I would still get effects, unfortunately. Oh, you can see outside. Or backseat building, average day in the life of a flare, absolutely. Alright, let's continue reading here. Essentia crystallization. You have nearly mastered the arts of turning concrete objects into liquid essentia, so doing the reverse is a simple matter. Hang on, I'm gonna move out of here so you can build without me blocking him. Oh, there's a village over there. Cozy. Hi, Miso. She just hissed at me. She's so upset. Okay. The Essentia Crystallizer drop. Hey, knock it off, dude. I'm getting abused. What's your issue? The Essentia Crystallizer draws in liquid essentia from a pipe network and slowly converts it into small shards of crystalline essentia. Crystalline essentia is safe to handle and very stable. The crystallizer either ejects the crystals into the world or into a container. It can be disabled with a redstone signal. Oh, so this gives you the shards, right? She wants to be on camera again? Yeah, if she wants to be on camera, she could come up on the desk. The crystallizer either, okay. Supplying it with TerraViz will greatly increase its speed. Advanced Essentia tubes, filtered Essentia tubes work like normal tubes, except it is possible to mark them with labels. When marked, they will restrict Essentia flow through them to what they have been marked with. Shift-clicking on them with an empty hand will remove the label. Restricted Essentia tubes work like normal tubes, except they have any suction passing through them. Directional Essentia tubes only accept suction from one direction. The blue markings indicate the direction from which suction will be accepted. Okay. Only accept suction from one direction. Directional. Now you're on my other side. Essentia Crystallizer. Essentia Crystallizer is goated if you don't want to do void jars. That makes sense. No. Hey. We're going sweater on.
I will say, I am currently playing with the Essentia Crystallizer right now for my mob farm, and it is very slow unless you have Terra Centavi. Just a word of warning.
Suction from one direction? Okay. And then Alchemical Centrifuge. The Alchemical Centrifuge is a wondrous invention that allows you to break Essentia into its components parts. When compound Essentia flows into the centrifuge from below, it will be slowly broken down into the primal or compound Essentia that it is made from. Only one of the components is created for each point of Essentia broken down. The resulting Essentia needs to be drawn from the top of the centrifuge because of the idiosyncrasies of the tube pressure system. The resulting Essentia needs to be drawn from the top of the centrifuge because of the idiosyncrasies. It would be best to connect an Essentia buffer to the top of the centrifuge. See next page. The Essentia buffer allows you to store a limited amount of Essentia, 8 points total, though it can be made up of any combination of Essentia types. Like a jar, it has a suction, though it applies the minimum amount of suction possible. Why can't it be just like GregTech pipes? Why do they need to make it complicated?
Oh, it's awful.
Why is this so bad? Why why is this so complicated? What the hell? This means that it's usually only able to draw Essentia from an Essentia source it is directly attached to. However, tubes can be connected to all its sides, meaning that it is invaluable for getting Essentia out of devices like centrifuges that could contain variable types of Essentia. Zeros08, thank you for the follow, and Drifter DG, thank you for the follow. You can attach bellows to the buffer. Each attached bellows increases its suction by 32. Additionally, you can toggle individual connections on and off as with a normal tube, but if you shift-click a connection, it will choke the suction back to 1. Blue band, or 0, red band on that side. Why? Why is this so complicated? This allows for some interesting possibilities when routing Essentia. Yeah, just give me like... Okay. I don't have to learn this. I just have to read it. Okay, automated alchemy. What alchemical constructs? Oh sure. Up to now, alchemy has been somewhat of a hit and miss affair. Miscounted aspects, degrading Essentia, and ingredients that require manual labor to mix. This is finally a thing of the past. The Thaumatorium. That's a cool name. The Thaumatorium is a marvelous invention that allows a thaumaturge to select which formulas to use and what catalysts to add. It then automatically draws essentia from available sources using tubes. As long as there is a supply of catalyst it produces the required object perfectly every time. The crucible that forms its base does not require water, but a heat source is still needed. I know I did this to myself, Stardust. When you access this device, you will see several slots. The top left slot is where you place the catalyst. Once you have done this, you will be able to choose which recipe you wish to craft with that catalyst from a list of possibilities in the top right slot. The bottom bar shows the essentia required in the order they will be required. It will also display progress bars once the machine is in operation. It'd be nice to have a little image of what the UI looks like, and then just like give me like visual. Hey, put it out. The created object is ejected out the front of the device or into an inventory placed in front of the ejection port. Normally a thaumatorium can only have one active formula, but by attaching a mnemonic matrix to its side, you can increase the number of formulas it can keep track. Each matrix increases the number of formulas by 2. Mnemonic matrix. Flawless amber zombie brain. As an item, if a chest is there, it puts it inside of the chest. The annoying part is that somebody did make normal pipes as an add-on for Thaumcraft 4. Really? Hey, why are you so pissy? Yo. Okay, Nitor, or Alumentum. This substance throbs with fiery energy, and it is more than eager to release that energy at the slightest bump. It may be unstable, but it would probably make a good source of fuel. Ah, understood. And you put in coal dust into a crucible, and you get Alumentum? Holy crap, 8,000 burn time is nice. It is probably not a good idea to throw it against a solid surface unless you enjoy explosions. Alright. Charcoal dust and lignite's dust works well too. They are not shown in the recipe because of mod tweaker. Okay, hang on, I gotta test this. If I grab Alumentum and I throw it, that didn't work. On dirt? Nope. What if I throw it on, like, cobblestone? Nope. Do I need to throw it horizontally? Or is it just, like, flavor text? No, it literally doesn't do anything. Dispenser? I don't know, man. Try reading that one again, but with the sexy voice? What are you talking about? Which part? Oh, right-click throw. Ah, I see. I see what you mean. That looks pretty cool. Oh, no. I'm not gonna do that, okay? I'm not gonna do that. This is my sexy voice. Jesus. Bro.
ASMR stream?
Sorry?
ASMR stream?
ASMR stream? It's literally
Let's
just
see.
me reading a book.
Let's...
Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Oh, my camera just froze. Fantastic. Oh, bro, my camera program crashed. That's why. There you go. Okay. Miso finally got what she wanted. All you have to do is hop up on the desk and hop on the computer. It's nice and warm up there. Chat, I have a question. What's up, Stardust? Yo, why is my... Oh, there we go. We're back. How does the camera program crash? No clue. Where should I put my personal dimension portal? No clue, man. That is a mystery. But... Oh, never mind. See, I keep forgetting that my webcam's cable is sensitive. Oh, I just crashed the program again. Fucking hell. I don't know why it keeps crashing. Twice in a row. There we go. We're back, finally. Oh boy. How does the build go?
Oh, it's going good. I'm doing a little interior decorating right now.
Oh, wow. Very nice. And I can sit in the chair. And you got cookies, too. I love it. I love the cookie jar. Can I get the fire in the side of the screen there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, whoops. I actually just placed my Thaumonomicon on the table. There we go. Okay. Where were we? Alchemy. Finish that branch. And now we do charcoal transmutation. And then I'll do water transmutation. I'll... what a messy web here. Steel transmutation. You have discovered a way of making charcoal magically instead of using regular ovens for this purpose. To create charcoal from wood, you first need an air-free environment. Some Vacus Essentia is needed for that. Then you need to incinerate the wood using Ignis Essentia, and wait until all the water inside the wood is burned away. This method, however, doesn't create creosote oil as a byproduct. What's the point then? It's just faster? It's faster. That's, I guess, yeah. Water transmutation. You have discovered a way of filling a bucket with Aqua Essentia in order to simply get water. Interesting. Okay, and then I need to go back here, go down to magical metallurgy, and then we go over to all these nugget transmutations. Okay, Magical metallurgy. Metals have proven to be quite easy to manipulate via thaumaturgical principles. Your first experiments have led to the discovery of thaumium. Thaumium is the result in infusing base materials, or base metals with raw magical energy. The result is a metal harder than iron with the ability to accept enchantments beyond which iron is normally capable of. A metal such as this has many applications in the crafting of more advanced thaumaturgical devices. It can also be used to craft tools, arms, and armor in a crafting table using the normal recipes. Cool. I mean, they're not good. I guess the thaumium shears doesn't have durability, maybe. I don't know. Metal transmutation. You have discovered a way to multiply iron by steeping iron nuggets in metallum harvested from other metals. Cool. Entries read. We're going to do 1,211 was the total. And I'll do a recount at the end of this chapter. Gold transmutation. You have discovered a way to multiply gold by steeping gold nuggets in metallum harvested from other metals. Copper transmutation. You have discovered a way to multiply copper by steeping copper nuggets in metallum harvested from other metals. I'm getting deja vu. Tin transmutation. You have discovered a way to multiply tin by steeping tin nuggets in metallum harvested from other metals. Silver transmutation. You have discovered a way to multiply silver by steeping silver nuggets in metallum harvested from other metals. Lead transmutation. You have discovered a way to multiply lead by steeping lead nuggets in metallum harvested from other metals. Steel trans. Oh, this was different. It's different. You've discovered a way of making iron harder by just reordering its components. This method can be used to create a material called steel. I know what steel is. You don't need to describe it in that manner. Which is used in many non-thaumaturgic applications. Okay, let's go through all of these here, and then we'll go over to these. And then that'll be this side of the web done, and then we go into the purifications. Alright, zinc transmutation. You have discovered a way to multiply zinc by steeping zinc nuggets in metallum harvested from other metals. Antimony transmutation. You have discovered a way to multiply antimony by steeping antimony nuggets in metallum harvested from other materials. Other metals. Oh, the cat's going in the fire. Glitched you.
That'll be fine.
Okay. You have discovered a way to multiply nickel by steeping nickel nuggets in metallum harvested from other metals. Oh, whoops. I did nickel. Cobalt. You have discovered a way to multiply cobalts by steeping cobalt nuggets in metallum harvested from other metals. Electron transmutation. You've discovered bronze. Brass. Your discovery of bronze transmutation has led you to the conclusion that it works with other alloys such as brass as well. Battery alloy transmutation. Your discovery of bronze transmutation. It's the same thing every single time. Am I going to remember word for word? Absolutely. Your discovery of bronze transmutation has led you to the conclusion it works with other alloys such as soldering alloy as well. Invar as well. Copper nickel as well. Bismuth. Oh, you have discovered a way to multiply bismuth by steeping bismuth nuggets in metallum harvested from other metals. Bronze transmutation. You have discovered a way of creating alloys using the already known transmutations of copper and tin. This method can be used to create a bronze directly without having to go through the alloying process. This is actually pretty nice. That's actually kind of nice. What about the audio only viewers? Well, sure. Watch the video too. I put on your second monitor or something. Like, I don't know. Advanced metallurgic transmutation. Now that you have discovered all the basic metals, you can finally move on to the next level of magic metallurgy and create more advanced metals. Well, that's something. Okay, aluminium transmutation. You have discovered a way to multiply aluminium by steeping aluminium nuggets in metallum harvested from other metals. This transmutation is slightly harder to achieve because aluminium has special properties, which require more order to achieve the desired result. Okay. Skystone. You have discovered a way to convert obsidian to skystone. Not sure why you'd want to do this unless skystone is somehow unavailable in your world. GOG? GOG tech right there? I'm not doing the reading on the server because it would mean that I would have to use commands. Like, I would have to cheat all the research. You have discovered a way to convert basaltic mineral sand to granitic mineral sand and vice versa. Handy for people living in the sky who can't access it normally, or if you really want one or the other. GOG tech? It's totally GOG tech. That was added just for GOG, is what I'm assuming. Okay, metal purification. Native clusters are rare concentrations of metals in its purest form. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal iron ore into a native iron cluster. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of iron ingots. Cool. You could just macerate it. Gold purification. Native clusters are rare concentrations of metals in its purest form. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal gold ore into native gold cluster. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of gold ingots. This could have just been one entry. It could have just been one entry. All the nuggets. Well, I guess they're different researches. You have to research them independently, huh? I guess. Copper purification. Native clusters are rare for concentrations of metals in its purest forms. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal copper ore into a native copper cluster. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of copper ingots. 10. I need to read it. I need to read it for completionism. Native clusters are rare concentrations of metals in its purest form. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal tin ore into a native tin cluster. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of tin ingots. I wonder how many people read this whole thing. It's just me. No, surely it's not just me, but I might just be like one of 5. Native clusters are rare concentrations of metals in its purest form. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal silver ore into native silver clusters. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of silver ingots. Just macerate it, dude. Just macerate it. Native clusters are rare concentrations of metals in its purest form. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal lead ore into native lead clusters. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of lead ingots. Very well. Are we almost done with this chapter? We are. Thank God. Thank Thaum. Thank Jeb. Magic tallow. By processing and heating flesh in a crucible, you can create a mystical tallow. You're a wizard, Harry. You could create a mystical tallow suited for many arcane uses. This tallow can be used to craft candles. It is also possible to craft different colored candles by combining a candle with a dye in an arcane workbench. Okay. Alchemical duplication. There are many substances in the world that are alchemical in nature. By carefully adding the proper aspects to these substances, you should be able to make more of them. Gunpowder, slime balls, clay, glowstone dust, ink sacs. That's it. Okay, technically, if we're starting at 12 and going clockwise, this is next. Entropic processing. While creating magical and mundane substances is quite satisfying, sometimes you just want to break things down into the component parts. What is simpler than adding entropic energy to things? Actually, there are several reasons why this is a bad idea, but what is some progress without risk? Okay, it's just 2 recipes, that's it. Are they good at all? Not really. I know, right? If they were all separate entries, that would be horrible. Starfields, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for Prime subbing. That's actually my favorite kind of Prime subscription, because you're taking money away from Daddy Bezos and you're giving it to me. The redistribution of wealth is going in the right direction this time. Thank you so much for the Prime, and thank you for supporting. I appreciate ya. Welcome to the stream. Okay, liquid death. This liquid is so dangerously toxic that virtually nothing can prevent it from dissolving flesh, bone, and even harder sus. Nothing alive or that even displays the semblance of life can survive it. Apart from obvious practical applications, this vile substance has another interesting property. Any essential a dissolved creature possessed form into crystals that can be harvested. Oh, Crystal Farm. I will leave it to the reader's imagination what uses those crystals can be. Bro, the dev is a freak. Cleaning taints is one thing, but ever considered spreading it? No. By concentrating and collecting the essence of taint into a bottle, it is simply a matter of dropping it somewhere to create a patch of taint. It is up to you to decide why you would want to do alchemical manufacture. You have mastered the basics of alchemy and alchemical duplication, and are now ready to try creating more complex substances from scratch. You have formulated several recipes that create normally hard to get substances and items via alchemy. Okay, cobwebs, mossy cobblestone, ice. That is it. Shard recrystallization. Sometimes when processing your crystal shards, they become a pile of dust instead of the mostly required Sometimes when processing your crystal shards, they become a pile of dust instead of the mostly required shard. You have finally found a way to reverse this process by using vitreous essentia for recrystallizing the shards. Interesting. What if instead of Thaumcraft it was Freecraft? Hey, that's just Jenny mod. Everything here is just an innuendo. Absolutely. Oh, Amber, Order Shard, Order Crystal Powder. What's up with the arrows? Up, down, up arrow, down arrow? Oh, triangle. That one's a triangle. Down triangle. Interesting. All right, that's done. We're gonna read Ethereal Bloom, and then we're gonna go to Purifying Bath Salts. Ethereal Bloom, Shimmerleaf is often overshadowed by its mystical neighborhood in the Silverwood tree, but it has magical properties of its own. Oh, this is the flower that spawns underneath the Silverwood tree. Like the Silverwood, Shimmerleaf flowers have purifying properties that lie dormant. You have found a way to awaken these properties and turn it into an Ethereal Bloom. Ethereal blooms slowly, but surely, restore land corrupted by mystical means to its former glory. This includes the blight known as Taint. While it cannot combat taints directly, few tainted growths can survive outside of their native environments for long and tend to die back. I gotta reread that. While it cannot combat taints directly, few tainted growths can survive outside of their native environments for long and tend to die. Okay. The flower only purifies the land bathed in its light out to a range of about 8 blocks. Is it about 8 blocks or is it 8 blocks? Riddle me this. Yeah. I saw your chat glitch you just now. Purifying bath salts. Warp is a danger for even the most careful thaumaturges. For those that have done a bit too much dabbling, warp effects are probably more than just an annoyance. Wither in my base? Purifying bath salts help with that. Simply tossing these salts into water will turn the water into a silvery purifying liquid that soothes away the stresses of the day and brings temporary relief from the effects of warp. It should be noted, however, the more warp a thaumaturge suffers from, the shorter the duration of this protection. Oh, it's just like a temporary warp elimination. If you're reading this, follow Flurb on YouTube and Twitch. Thanks. Thanks. Preach. Hang on. If you're reading this, follow Flurb on Twitch and YouTube.
Okay, I'm done building.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you, Glitch.
Of course. If you still need me to read, I'm down.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get other people in on the reading, because my throat is starting to need a break. Although, no, it's Saturday. Why would people be at work? Alright. Simply tossing the salts into water will shorter the duration of the salts are quite fragile and will soon dissolve if tossed around haphazardly. Okay. Arcane Spa. Let's finish this up and then I'll investigate your build, man. Pouring bath salts into water is a bit of a chore, but luckily one easily solved with a bit of magic. You have created a handy machine that when filled with water and bath salts will automatically mix them and pump the liquid into an area above it. The liquid will fill a 5x5 area above the location where the machine is placed. Additionally, this is like actually to make a pool. Additionally, you have found that it can be used to pump nearly any liquid you can fill it with. You can fill it with automation or by clicking on the block with an appropriate container. Applying a redstone signal will disable it. Okay, sanitizing soap. Cleaning the body is easy enough, but once warp becomes a nuisance, you need something that will clean it, that can clean the mind as well. This soap cleans the flesh, but the effect it has on your psyche is what truly makes it special. When used, it has a small chance of reducing non-permanent warp and will remove it removes temporary warp. Wait, non-permanent warp is just temporary warp. What?
Wait, what were you saying? Sorry.
The sanitizing soap, when used, it has a small chance of reducing non-permanent warp and will remove all temporary warp. Isn't non-permanent warp just temporary warp? There's 3 levels of warp?
I think it's saying the same thing, is it not? Just in different
Oh,
wording?
there's permanent, normal, and temporary. So it has a small chance of reducing normal warp and will remove all temporary warp.
Oh, that's weird.
Understood. Using it while under the effects of a warp wand or while standing in purifying fluid will increase your odds. Oh, burp. It tastes like gin. Don't worry, Chad, I'm not going to throw up on camera. I'll just like duck out of the way. You can't see me throw up if I'm doing that. Okay, I finished the chapter. So now that is, it was 65 plus 57. I don't want to do basic math mentally. So we're 122 entries in. Supreme. Okay, let's check out your base. Oh, I'm sitting down. Okay. Nice bookshelf, man.
Thank you.
Oh, I love these Crimson Cult banners so much too.
Oh yeah,
I
they're
really
so
like
nice.
their armor as well.
Okay. And then I'm going to make a
You named the
This is
cat
going-
Glitchu. It does look like you.
I'm gonna make a cuck chair.
Okay. You gotta put the bed over here now.
Oh no!
There we go.
Stu.
No, it needs to be a double bed. All right, Glitchu, get in the bed with me.
Wait,
Glitchu, get in the bed with me, and then Glitchu can watch.
that's awful. Wait, time set night. There are monsters nearby. What are we doing?
No, Badger, are you kidding me? You read on average an entry every 1.45 minutes, which means you should be finished in about 26.7 hours.
Oh my god.
I only slept 5 hours last night. Oh, it's fine. We'll get Duct and Chief Logan to sub in while I'm sleeping.
Subathon.
Yeah. If you're reading this, follow Flurbin live on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you. Preach.
Oh no.
Oh, we got the
Wait.
Lich King. What?
The cat's stuck in the chair.
Oh, I thought you put it in the chair.
I did, but I was expecting it to move. Oh lord.
Okay, I gotta pick up the pace then.
Okay.
Alright, let's see. So we finished this chapter here. Now we're into Artifice. Is 65 entries? It's gonna be a pain to navigate. I feel like some of these are gonna be really bad. It's like this one, Thaumic bases. Like, I just have to make sure I don't miss anything. That's the main issue.
Also, one question before you keep on.
Yes.
There are repeat entries in the chapters.
There are?
Yes.
Oh.
So like you can find like, oh, let's say void jars. I don't know if void jars for sure, but sometimes there's the same entry in multiple chapters.
I see. Okay, well, I need to read the entire Thaumonomicon, so if I run across those, I will read them. I will read them, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah. All right, I need to refill my shot glass here. So we'll just watch you sitting in the cuck chair while the cat runs around.
Hello, chat. How are y'all doing? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. So y'all come here often? You buy any like cool groceries, or I mean the weather's been pretty crazy lately, huh? Yeah. What the fuck are you doing? Can you not? Actually, hold up. The chair is feeling awfully depressing. Thank you for asking.
Are there cooler chairs?
Oh no, I was talking about just from the fact it's a cuck chair.
All right, I've overfilled a little bit on this one.
Ignis infused fire. Wait, oh, you're so right.
Are we gonna get a cool fire texture?
Ignis fire. There's like V infused fire, if I can find it.
Hopefully that is pretty small. I wanted to have more of the build visible when I was in the book, but I guess not. This song is super chill. Bro, Xenoblade? I forgot how good the music was. Let me just make sure I have autoplay turned off. Okay, we're good. Ignis infused water in a shot glass. All right. What should I say for this one?
Are you drinking Fireball?
No, God no.
Oh,
Gin.
I got
Chilled
really
gin.
worried for a second.
I do have Fireball,
Bro,
but I hate it. I hate Fireball so much. It's so bad.
Hot take. My favorite is Jaeger for shots.
That's not bad.
Okay, I'm trying to find the stupid Ignis infused fire. You take
All
a
right.
shot.
Cheers, Glitchu. Cheers, chat.
Cheers.
Oh, chat. Some Flurb lore. I read every night. I have a Kindle. I'm currently reading the 7th book in the Primal Hunter series. Really good. I highly recommend Dungeon Crawler Carl if you want a fun like progression fantasy, basically like isekai but westernized novel. So yeah, Dungeon Crawler Carl. The genre is called lit RPG, like literary lit LIT RPG, and there's like a whole subreddit for it. It's real super active. But yeah, highly recommend Dungeon Crawler Carl. He Who Fights with Monsters I've read the Noobtown series, although it's not completed yet. Actually, none of these series are completed yet. They're all relatively new. Well, relatively. Okay, read Infusion. This is a big one. It's not that big. It's not as big as the first chapter. Arcane crafting and alchemy can go only so far. Something better is needed to create a truly powerful, mythical... Something better is needed to create truly powerful mystical objects. Infusion crafting is the process of infusing a single object with magical energy and the properties of other objects. You could, for example, infuse a stone with air viz and a feather, and it would result in a very light stone. Whatever that means, sure. As is usual with thaumaturgy, things are not quite that simple. To even get started with infusion crafting, there are several things you need. A runic matrix, arcane pedestals, and a ready supply of magic in the form of essentia. Runic matrix, arcane stone bricks. What when we were doing loot bags for arcane stone bricks, right? To tier skip the infusion altar? Or was it the runic matrix that we were loot bagging? I think it was the arcane stone bricks. Or was it the arcane stone block? One or the other. You're reading Annihilation right now by Jeff Vandermeer. I haven't heard of that one yet. Is it in the same genre? Zeros? Once you have your runic matrix properly placed into a structure commonly known as the infusion altar, you can begin to craft. The central pedestal located under the matrix is where the item you wish to infuse will go. You will also need several more pedestals placed around the altar where you can place the blocks and items you wish to infuse into the target object. Lastly, you will need warded jars or similar essentia containers holding the requisite amount of viz. Once all this is gathered, you can click on the runic matrix with a wand to start the crafting process. During the first stage of crafting, essentia will be drained from nearby sources. Crafting will stall. That's supposed to be if, not of. Crafting will stall if there is insufficient essentia available, something that you do not want, as will be explained on the following page. Once all the required essentia has been infused into the target object, the other objects will have their essential essence drained. Only when this is done will the crafting process complete. Infusion crafting is not without risks. The entire process involves forcing vast energies into a single object. Sus. Unpredictable things tend to happen. Usually one of the infusion objects gets knocked off a pedestal or flux gets generated, but more catastrophic events are not unheard of, so that's why you need infusion stabilizers. The longer crafting continues, due to unresolved problems like lack of viz or dropped items, the greater the chance of something bad happening. These effects can be reduced by various means. Firstly, you wish to keep the entire fusion structure as symmetrical as possible. Take careful notes of where you place pedestals and make sure they are balanced with other pedestals on the opposite side of the altar. When placing fusion items into them, you may wish to keep them balanced as well. Lastly, you can place occult paraphernalia sure. That's interesting. In symmetrical formations, things like candles, skulls, crystals, etc. These will have the effect of reducing instability. They could have just said infusion stabilizers. Or these are known as infusion stabilizers. They don't need to say occult paraphernalia. That's a little extra, isn't it, Glitchu?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Got my Thaumonomicon.
Nice. All right, I'm on Lamp of Growth right now on the fourth tab, Artifice.
All right.
Lamp
Unlike
of
the arcane.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Nope. Yep.
I thought you were signaling.
No. Yeah, popcorn glitched you.
Okay. Unlike the arcane lamp from which it is made, the Lamp of Growth does not cast much light unless it is provided with herba essentia. If this is done, any plants which grow where the light shines the brightest will grow much faster than normal. Essentia can be fed to the lamp by attaching it directly to a essentia piping system.
Cool. Okay, arcane lamp? Or, yeah, no, Lamp of Fertility.
Okay. Lamp of Fertility. Any living creatures bathed in the gentle pink glow of this lamp is immediately placed in a much more romantic mood. If they are able, they will seek others of their kind to mate. This lamp will have no effect if there is 8 or more of a particular species already present. It requires Victus Essentia to function, which can be fed to the lamp by attaching it directly to an Essentia piping system.
Okay. So it's basically just like a... it's like oysters. Aphrodisiac for animals. Arcane Lamp. This mystical lamp can be attached to walls, floors, or ceilings and will provide strong and steady light. Additional sources of light may also appear up to 16 blocks away wherever light levels fall below accepted safe levels. Oh, that's really cool. Remember, only you can prevent zombie outbreaks. These secondary sources of light will disappear soon after the lamp has been removed. You are sure additional uses for this lamp will present itself, so remember to check here after making new discoveries. Arcane Boar. When attached to the base of an arcane bore, the arcane lamp gains an additional ability. It will light up the tunnel as the bore digs. It's just one additional use. Alright. Alright. Infernal Furnace! By harnessing raw ignis within a furnace crafted from obsidian and nether brick, you have created a highly efficient and fuel-free furnace. So efficient, in fact, that occasionally it will produce bonus materials in the form of nuggets or other items. While this is essentially free, it is also very slow unless the furnace gets a new supply of ignis essential or vis every now and again. This can be done by any methods you have discovered so far, or still will discover. It should also be noted that the occasional bit of flux escapes into the environment. Items you wish to smelt need to be dropped into the top of the furnace and will be spit out the front. This is what 9 is working on right now. He has been working on infernal furnaces. Last night he was working on them as well. Flurbin U9 and a lamp of oh my god. Yowie alert. Arcane Bellows. The Arcane Bellows performs much the same function as its mundane counterpart. The only difference is that it will happily pump away by itself, sending forth a stream of never-ending air. Attaching it to an infernal furnace has shown some interesting results. The elemental infused air not only the flames increasing its smelting speed, but causes them to burn much purer, resulting in a reduction of flux generated and increasing the chance of creating bonus nuggets and other materials in smelting. I don't know if 9 set these up actually. They can also be attached to normal or alchemical furnaces to increase their speed. It is also possible to attach them to crucibles to reduce the time it takes for the water to boil. Bellows can be activated by applying a redstone signal. You are confident more uses will reveal themselves eventually. Well, apparently, nothing in here has revealed itself. So, Flux Scrubber. Yep, I think this is one of the uses. Even the most skilled thaumaturge occasionally leaves a mess in the form of flux. It is a nuisance everyone has to deal with, but this machine removes the drudgery involved. The Flux Scrubber, when powered with air vis, will slowly remove any form of flux within 16 blocks of where it is placed. What is more, it is able to reclaim a small portion of the magic that makes up the flux in the form of Precantatio Essentia. Nice! Its internal buffer is very small and it will continue operating even when full, so must be emptied if you wish to reclaim all the Essentia. Okay. And I'm going to get these two ones that are just floating. Warded Arcana. Some experimentation has led to an interesting discovery, the ability to imprint memories on inanimate objects. Your first attempt at using the discovery is doors, pressure plates, and other blocks that remember who placed them. Interesting. The door can only be placed with a wand by the person who placed it. Additionally, the door will refuse to open for anyone but its own. Very interesting. The owner... Whoa, okay, okay. Prank potential glitch shoe?
Oh yeah, I've been thinking about it.
The owner can also craft iron or gold keys that will grant others access to these doors. It can be used to build vac nukes by... Wait, this can be used to build vac nukes? The OG door trap.
I also think we can make like puzzle rooms.
Yeah.
And like force people to do them. Yeah.
And you have the keys. Yeah.
And then like you can make all the other blocks warded so they can't break them.
Uh-huh.
And, like,
Oh,
they
minigame
find
potential. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about it.
Escape rooms.
Yeah.
By crafting an iron key and clicking on the door, you will link the key to that door. You can also give the key to another person and they'll be able to use it on the door to gain permanent permission to open it. They will still not be able to break the door or grant anyone else access. For that, you need the gold key. How about like a temporary permission to use it?
I think it's iron key, right?
No, iron key is permanent permission.
Wait.
And the gold key is permanent permission with break permission. The gold key serves much the same function as the iron key, except they can also grant other people iron key access to the door. Only the original owner of the door can hand out gold key access. They are also not able to remove the door with a wand. Only the original owner will be able to do that. We don't have /home enabled. We don't have any like teleporting commands enabled in the server. Arcane workbench. Oh, sorry, that's just the crafting bench. This pressure plate has a few novel features for... Oh, wait. What pressure plate? The arcane pressure plate? This pressure plate has a few novel features. Firstly, it has 3 settings that can be toggled by right-clicking on it. It can trigger on everything, like a wooden pressure plate, just you, or everything except for you. Secondly, like all other warded items, only you can remove it. Lastly, it can be linked to other players with the use of keys. These pressure plates can be used to open arcane doors as long as someone with access to the plates has access to the door as well. Warded glass is a simple cosmetic block, but like other warded objects, it cannot be broken except by the person who placed it. Keys cannot be used to give other users access. But it just said that gold keys grants people the ability to award iron keys. Weird. Okay. Arcane Levitator. Tofu Corp had one of these at their base. I don't know if they still have it. While not true flights, the Arcane Levitator is the next best thing. When placed, the Levitator lifts any item or creature above it up to 10 blocks into the air. A sneaking creature or player will be slowly lowered. Each Levitator placed upon another increases the range at which it can lift entities by 10 blocks. So a stack of 3 can lift entities up to 30 blocks. Cool. Levitators can be deactivated by applying a redstone signal to them. Okay, cool. So now, following clockwise, I gotta do... See, all of this stuff is detached. I don't want to miss it. A lot of this stuff is detached. All right, do you want to do table?
Sure. The table is more than a simple decorative block. It also serves as a base for other services useful in the practice of magic, like the arcane work table and the research table.
Arcane work table?
To create an arcane work table, simply right-click with a wand on a table you have placed in the world. The arcane work table serves the same purpose as a normal crafting table with a few key exceptions. Apart from the normal crafting recipes, it can also craft some of the items unique to thaumaturgy. To do that, you need to place a wand in the top right slot. This will allow you to craft items that require Vs by drawing the energy directly from the wand. The Viz required to craft an item will be shown in the 6 circular symbols surrounding the crafting grid.
Cool. Research table.
The research table is created by placing 2 tables next to each other and then clicking on the item with scribing tools. The research table is the most important tool for any thaumaturge. It is used to unlock all the hidden secrets of the universe and discover new ways of harnessing magic.
What a colorful way of describing it.
I know.
All the hidden secrets of the universe.
Meanwhile,
Okay.
it's just like you're sitting there in monotony,
Yeah.
banging your head against the wall.
Exactly. Thaumium crowbar by substituting thaumium for steel, imbuing it with the touch of order. Does it mean ordo? You have discovered how to create a crowbar that is far more receptive to magic. Right click while sneaking to link carts. What cart? Be free like a bird. Oh, creative flight. The angel wing. Sorry, the angel ring. You want to get this one? It's quite
Sure.
long.
Okay, you got all the items in Jarred Essentia. Oh, and thanks for taking some warp, because warp is fun, isn't it? Well, at last it is the payment. Fine, here are all the recipes you wanted. Have fun with them, but don't blame me for their own difficulty to acquire them before you can use them finally in the recipe. First recipe, Angel Ring Invisible Wings. Oh, totally forgot to tell you about some Pearl and Charms. Sorry. So you assume to get an arcane recipe here for all these different variants. Nope, it will be an infusion too, as the arcane table can't handle the power which is hidden within this powerful item. For this time, take a look on all the following recipes to get all the items in the Essentia together. Second and following ones are angel rings with the following options: golden wings, dragon wings, feathery wings, fairy wings. Note that when you have transmogrified your wings, that this step is final. This means that you need at last 5 rings to own the complete collection. Whenever would you do this?
Wow, that's a lot of recipes.
I think I saw a typo there
Oh yeah?
somewhere on the first page.
There's a lot of typos here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a lot of I've been calling out all the typos.
For
I hope-
their
I
own
hope-
difficulty. That's wrong
Yeah.
there.
I hope people in chat have been cataloging these to make a GitHub issue report. Sound like a
devs are gonna hate
silverfish. Be free like a bird. Theory. Happy to have crafted or looted your first copter pack, or in general having access to jetpacks? Or annoyed about the fact that you need some type of fuel or energy for your jetpack to work? What about a thaumaturge? What would a thaumaturge give to achieve the ability to fly without these restrictions? Maybe some warp? Not at this point yet. Maybe later. What the hell is this language, man? But what should you do now to achieve freedom like a bird? Maybe you remember Icarus and what happened to him. If you remember, well, let's say that you remember, then why not taking a look at the Traveler's Wings? For me, they could be the key for what you want to achieve, but even if you own them, what should you do with them? I would like to try to infuse them with... What items would you need, you may ask? And the final... I don't... Okay. Pretty out of ideas, I see. So let's make some theoretical studies first. You want to fly like a bird. Try to get Volatus because it is referenced to flight. Another ingredient could be tempestas to withstand the harsh weather out there. The next, as obvious as would be Pregadaccio, as we are going to use magic after all to achieve our goal. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, wouldn't it? Also, motus will be required. I hate this chapter. Well done, we got the main aspects, but how can we get rid of requiring energy or fuel? I would suggest to get Nebrisum, the source of chatinous. Chatinous. Yes, you're right. We are going to cheat a little bit for your goal, but don't blame me for that. Terminus, I couldn't withstand to use it. You should have a few jars filled with Volatus, Tempestus, Pregadaccio, Nebrisum, Motus, and Terminus to be prepared. Now it is time to find out which items you would need for the infusion as well as the items to be infused with. From the second page, we have the Traveler's Wings, which I would suggest to be used as the key item and infuse them with all other items at the infusion altar. At last, you would need to get Nether Stars and Angel Blocks for the first part of ingredients. This chapter is so dumb. Now we are getting to the downside of this list. Gregified items are also used for reasons. These ellipses are worse than the M dashes that ChatGPT vomits out. The worst.
I feel like whoever wrote this was so tired and angry for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Like, what is this?
The theory is a prerequisite to the angel ring. Yeah. Clearly. The first downside will be from GT++, Magical Feather. At last, 2 of them, which requiring you to be an EVH before you can continue at this point. Last ones, which I throw to you, will be engraved gold chips, 1 Ikram rings, and 2 tritanium screws. Congratulations, you have gathered all the materials you need, theoretically. So now, go out and get them and come back to me when you have acquired them. The next research will show you the recipes for your beloved item, Exu's Angel Ring, and they come in different styles too. Okay. Terminus, Tempestus, Pregadaccio, Nebrisum, Motus, and Volatus. Where's Cheetus? I don't know. Okay. Arcane Stone. Arcane Stone is a basic building material for many complex mystical constructs. It is normal stone that has been seared by elemental fire and strengthened by elemental earth. Cool. There's a couple crafting recipes there. Paving Stone of Travel. By altering the magical structure of Arcane Stone, you are able to create a paving stone that adds new bounce. That adds a new bounce to the step of anyone walking across it. Anything walking across it will have greater speed and agility for a couple seconds. Good. Paving Stone of Warding. You have discovered a way of turning arcane and stone blocks into mystical wards that will prevent most creatures from crossing them. Cool. It should be noted that these wards aren't always 100% full, not cool, and they cannot prevent other players from entering the area, but they keep most common threats at bay. They will also prevent golems from crossing them. For best results, you need an unbroken line of them between the areas you wish to protect and the outside world. An active redstone signal will disable this block. The color of the runes above the paving stone will indicate its current status. Purple runes show that it is currently preventing something from passing through. Blue runes indicate it has been deactivated with the redstone signal. Red runes show that something is preventing it from fully warding an area and a gap exists where something might be able to pass through. Okay, my music stopped. Okay. Item Grate. An item grate allows you to toggle it open or closed with your hand. That should be closed, not close, or with the redstone signal. If in the open position, any dropped items will simply fall through it, as trapdoors do. Items can also be piped into the top of an item grate using a hopper or other means, and if open, it will be ejected out the bottom. Alchemical Grate. By combining grates with a hungry chest, you seem to have created a chest whose contents exist both in the container and in the world at the same time. Despite having lost some capacity and the ability to close the grate, you are certain this device will help automate the advanced alchemical furnace in a clean way. Thermometer. I think the circle is the origin, right? This thermometer is one of the most useful and important tools in the thaumaturgist's arsenal, second only to the wand. Firstly, it allows you to scan objects, creatures, or mystical phenomena and determine their magical makeup. You simply need to hold the right mouse button and wait. Secondly, it makes discovering nodes easier and they become clearly visible if viewed through the thermometer's lens, even through solid objects. Building X-ray vision? Building on the basic principles of the thermometer, you have begun refining its ability to detect magic into something more revealing. This set of mystical lenses will make aura nodes much easier to find, along with revealing all manner of hidden things. They form an important tool in any thaumaturgist's arsenal. Arcane Ear. The Arcane Ear is a device that is capable of detecting the sound emitted from nearby note blocks. If it hears a note and it recognizes, it will emit a short redstone pulse. So basically, like skulk sensors, but limited to note blocks. The Arcane Ear needs to be tuned in a manner identical to note blocks. The tone and note it listens for depends on the material it is placed upon. Oh, it's selective. Okay. So this could be like a form of wireless redstone. Short range wireless redstone. Oh, it doesn't change shape like a trapdoor? Interesting. Oh, cheatiness is not an essence, it's cheatiness. I see. So it was a pun. It was a play on words. The best form of humor. Sinister Lodestone. You have made an interesting discovery during your study of nodes. Different kinds of nodes emit varying types of radiance energy, but none are quite as distinct as that of sinister nodes. The energy emitted by sinister nodes is quite unique and simple to track. By infusing a piece of flint, you think you can create a simple scrying device that will light up whenever it is pointed towards such a node. The range is limited, but it is a worthwhile invention, since you have often found... I've never found a sinister node, and definitely not in the most interesting of places, but okay. Alright, now we're on the Boots of the Traveler arc. These boots were made for walking. This pair of enchanted boots have been stuffed full of magic to ease the journey of any traveler. They allow you to move faster than normal, they also allow you to jump higher and fall further. Lastly, they allow you to cut through water like a fish, a slow and clumsy fish, but a fish nonetheless. Enchanted fabric. By combining spider silk and wool and infusing with primal viz, you have created a silky length of fabric cloth that would have numerous uses. You have also discovered patterns to create cloth robes from the magical fabric. These robes have similar protective properties to leather armor, but they are much more durable than mundane materials could ever be. They also hold mystical enchantments very well and can hold powerful magic much better than expensive armor. The various pieces of this outfit grants a small discount to the amount of viz drained from casting wands when you use them. You can dye the armor like you would leather armor. Okay, it says, oh, similar protective properties to leather armor, I see. Okay. Cool. That's what we have. Oh, you removed it.
Yeah. Wait,
okay.
thing?
I see. Alright, Runic Shielding Ring. Your research into protective magics has led you to discover runic shielding. This is not armor in the traditional sense, but a collection of charms, rings, and similar protective baubles worn in your everyday clothes. Is 2% Viz discount worth it? Yeah, it stacks. It's great. Yeah, because you could also stack it with the wands or the scepters or whatever. These devices create a barrier of magical energy that wards out most types of damage. The shielding, especially like if you're crafting 390 or whatever, how many magical wood I had to make, it makes a pretty big difference. These devices create a barrier of magical energy that wards out most types of damage. This shielding has a pool of hit points from which damage is subtracted first, protecting the wearer from all harm. Once this pool is depleted, the wearer starts taking damage as normal. The pool replenishes over time and requires Terra and Air Viz to replenish this charge, which it draws from carried wands. Oh. The armor offers no protection from damage suffered due to drowning, starvation, or similar environmental hazards. Due to its nature, the armor cannot be enchanted by normal means, but you are sure there are ways to improve its effectiveness. You just need to discover them. Okay. Oh, there's different tiers of it. Ah, nice. We'll go clockwise. Dear God, I'm already yawning. It's putting me to sleep. Wither Protection Ring. The Wither Protection Ring is a very special ring that you need to find a way to rid. Now you find a way to rid of the nasty withering effect. With this ring, it is time to farm some nether stars. Good luck. That's it. Revitalizing Ring of Shielding. This is a specialized version of the Ring of Shielding. It has slightly less charge than the ring it is based on, but when your runic shielding is breached, it will release a pulse of regenerative energy that will last for a few seconds. This effect cannot trigger more than once every 20 seconds. Okay. And then Runic Shielding Augmentation. Rings, amulets, and girdles with runic shielding is all good and well, but purely you can apply this protective enchantment to other things. Of course you can! By utilizing the magic of Thaumaturgic, copyright, patent pending, You are able to add runic shielding to most magically stable pieces of armor. Magically stable items are those crafted from thaumium, enchanted fabric, or similarly magical materials. Only a single charge of runic shielding is added to the item, but you can enchant an item multiple times. This is expensive, and the amounts of ingredients and essential required will increase with each level. The Salus Mundus required will equal the level of shielding you want, and the Essentia cost will increase exponentially. You can enchant existing runic items like rings of shielding as well, however the cost is calculated based on their existing runic charge, making it an exceptionally expensive process. Okay. It only goes up to 5? Rip off. Oh, but I guess you could stack it with other items. Amulets of emergency shielding. This is a specialized version of the amulet of shielding. It has slightly less charge than the amulet is based on, but when your shielding is breached, the upgrade will instantly add 8 charge to your shielding amount. Oh, it's once per minute versus once every 20 seconds for the regeneration. Okay. Kinetic Girdle of Shielding. Specialized version of the Girdle of Shielding. It has slightly less charge than the Girdle is based on, but when your shielding is breached, a detonation of kinetic energy will be released, damaging and shoving back anything nearby. This effect cannot trigger more than once every 20 seconds. Superb. Thaumic Augmentation. By using your Infusion Matrix, you are able to add an additional modifier to Tinker's Construct tools. Sadly, the Matrix is only capable of doing this once per tool. Jeweled Apple. In block of manulum. Sure. Do you know how to pronounce that?
Manulin?
Okay. You say it as if it was easy. Thermostatic harness. You have finally managed to unlock the secret of flights. You have created I have this in game. You have created a harness that anchors itself to the thaumic field using thermostatic energy, allowing you to defy gravity. You think quantums and quarks might also be involved somehow. Flavor. Usually the only viz required to power this harness is added during its creation process. Instead, the fuel it requires for flight is raw potentia. Simply, right? Red, thank you for the prime sub, man. Resubbing with twice. Hey Fleur, been a while since I've been able to catch a stream. Well, I'm glad you were able to make it to this one. This is going to be a really long one, so you can hop back in and out as you please. But thank you so much for the prime sub and redirecting that wealth over from Bezos to me. Thanks. I need to pay for groceries somehow, and yeah, read the entire Thaumonomicon. Usually only pressing H while wearing the harness activates or deactivates it. Actually, it's R because I remapped it. Actually, while active, the harness will constantly use potentia. It can be enchanted with a haste enchant to increase the speed at which you move flying. The harness will not reduce your block breaking speed while you are flying with it. That is super nice. I haven't used it enough to know that out with practice, but that's super cool. Thermostatic girdle. This girdle is designed to be used with the thermostatic harness on its own. It has very little lifting power. It has just enough to prevent most fall damage. I see. When worn with the harness, however, it greatly increases the speed at which you're able to fly. The only drawback is that the harness will consume slightly more fuel than normal. Okay. Raven's Feather, that's from the Twilight Forest. Feather, gold plate, aluminum plate, earth crystal, air crystal clusters. This seems super doable for crafting. Oh yeah, banners. Sometimes a thaumaturge doesn't need to create something that shakes the very foundation. Okay, yeah, sometimes a thaumaturge doesn't need to create something that shakes the very foundations of reality. Sometimes you just want something pleasing to the eye. You have developed a simple enchantment that allows you to apply thaumaturgical symbols to banners. You do so by simply clicking with a file of Essentia on a banner you crafted, and the symbol will be emblazoned on it. Shift clicking on the banner will remove the symbol. I bit my tongue. It's fine, I'm not bleeding. I don't think. Okay. We have officially finished the 12 to 3 quadrant. Although I don't think the rest of it, there's not as much in the rest of it. We're probably like 50% through this research, this chapter. Joga, I see your push-ups. I will add that to the count. And Badger, thank you for the follow, which is odd because I've seen you in chat so much, but I'll take it. No, I think you were in YouTube chat, huh? Manulin. Knowledge Stream Peak. This is more than just a knowledge stream, Red. So, Red, when are you adding Thaumcraft to TFG? Just a question.
Oh god.
Oh, you refollowed to see if it would show up again? The book of Thaumic names. Thaumonomicon. Okay. Oh, we got Magic Mirror. Oh, never mind. This is just like a portal. Doog! Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the stream, mate. You are now able to enchant a pair of magical mirrors that act as doorways to the void between the worlds. Anything shoved or piped through one mirror will pass through this realm and emerge from the other mirror, even across dimensional that's cool. Hydration break. That soothes the throat a little bit. And Doog, thank you for the sub on YouTube. Okay. Unfortunately, this realm is extremely hostile to mortal creatures. Oh, I can't use it, but I can use it for items. Using these mirrors to transport living creatures is not yet possible. Not yet? Yet? To link a pair of these magical mirrors, you simply need to place one of them in the desired location. You right-click with the second mirror on the one you placed, and the pair will become linked. You may then place the second wherever you wish, and items stored into one will be ejected out the other. Mirrors can only be linked in pairs, so while both are placed in the world and able to transmit items, you cannot link them to another mirror. Okay, that makes sense. When you pick up a mirror, it will remember the last partner it was linked with, allowing you to easily move it without having to relink it. Intuitive. While one of the paired mirrors is picked up, you may easily relink either of them. A vibrant alloy plate. What age is this? Transporting items through mirrors places stress on the magical glass, and to prevent it from shattering, the mirror automatically slows down the rate at which items is spit out to the other side. The greater the instability, the more the transfer rate is slowed. This instability slowly lessens over time, but it could also be negated by relaying Ordo-Viz directly to the mirror. Okay, why did... It was so cool, and then they had to make it shit. They had to make it complicated. Why? Why? It's senseless. Okay, magical hand mirror. This magical hand mirror functions the same way as other magical mirrors. You simply push items through the glass, and they will pop out the linked mirror. Simple right-click while holding the linked hand mirror, and you will be able to place any items in your inventory into the looking glass to have them transported. This is actually pretty cool. The hand mirror can be linked to a mirror that is already paired with an... Oh, that is super cool. It should be noted that the hand mirror can only send items, not receive them. Okay. Essentia mirrors. Magical mirrors are very useful for transporting items over long distances, but what if that same principle can be applied to Essentia? It's the same thing, but for Essentia. You think you have discovered a way to do just... Okay. Essentia mirrors, like their name implies, can transport Essentia in the same way that magic mirrors transport items. There are a few... Of course, they have to add limitations. You cannot pipe Essentia directly into the mirrors. They are only able to transport Essentia that has been drawn from a source towards something like an infusion. Does that make sense to you, Glitchu?
Wait, what?
You cannot pipe Essentia directly into the mirrors. They are only able to transport Essentia that has been drawn from a source towards something like an infusion matrix.
So, like, it would only be able to be put above a matrix. Oh, no, someone in your chat just said they're range extenders. Joga.
Oh, that's
Range
stupid.
extenders from the matrix, yeah.
In effect, the mirrors allow these things to draw Essentia from sources via the mirror. They are only able to transport Essentia that has been drawn from a source. Oh, okay. I understand now. So you go from the Essentia source to the mirror, to its linked mirror, and then to something like an infusion matrix, I guess. What else can you hook it up to? It doesn't say. Arcane Boar. Oh, this is the thing that we were talking about before. Yes, with the automatic mining with the excavation foci. You have discovered a device capable of extending the range and power of an excavation focus. Ayo! Of even greater use is the fact that the machine can do so without your constant supervision. You merely need to place it on a specially constructed base, point it in the right direction with a wand, and apply a redstone signal. Shotch, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the stream, mate. The Arcane Boar requires two things to function. The first is an excavation focus placed in its leftmost inventory slot. Any enchantments applied to the focus will also alter the functions of the boar. Oh, so like focus upgrades. Okay. Secondly, you need to place any kind of pickaxe into the rightmost slots. The material of the pickaxe will have little effect on the operation of the boar, but the greater its durability, the longer it will last. Okay, so just do like a god hammer. Wait, can you do it with hammers? Probably not. God pickaxe. Like the wand, any enchantments or special abilities of the pickaxe will also be applied to whatever the boar mines. I wonder if it works with Tinker's pickaxes. An arcane boar can only be placed above or below an arcane boar base. Any item's mined will be ejected from the base in the direction its nozzle is pointing. It will eject into an inventory if possible. The direction can be changed with a wand. The boar can be powered with Perdicio, Essentia, or Viz, which will greatly speed up the rate at which it mines. Viz or Essentia can be provided by pipes and or relays as normal. 1 point of... Can Goose put Fortune 12k on a pick? Probably with blood magic. I think that's the workaround. It doesn't work solely with like over enchanting. You need to do a workaround with blood magic. I don't know the exact tech. 1 point of Perdicio Essentia will speed up the boar for the next 20 blocks mined. Alternatively, 5 CV is required per block mined, and the boar can accept up to 100 CV per tick. Cool. Oh, I see the little notes that you left on the bottom of the screen there. Support me on Ko-fi, kofi.com/FlurbinYT. Prime sub Flurbin, it's free with Prime. Screw Bezos, support your local Greg streamer. Glitchy, you thought of everything, man.
Oh yeah. You gotta make
Cheers,
sure you
mate.
get all the support.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
Wait. Oh, what the
Whoa,
hell?
what is that? What happened?
Why does it do that? It's the
Everything, what
singularity.
did you place down?
It's the singularity.
Oh, the singularity that the entire server is based on?
Yeah.
Oh no. Magical energy conversion. Oh, this one's short. While trying to find new ways to integrate magic into industrial factories, you have discovered a way to convert magical energy into electrical power. That's cool. Can you craft this in LV?
What? Aren't those MV components?
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, we can't craft them in LV. We can't.
Yeah.
Other people might be able to. Okay. Magic energy absorption. Research into magical energy conversion methods has identified a way to convert surrounding energies into electrical power. So this is just better. Oh, this is with the dragon egg thing, and it generates EU. But the recipe requires the previous. Okay, improved magic energy absorption. More output. Drain all the magic. Cool. Descriptive. So this one generates MV. I see. Oh, we get a whole bunch of different types. Okay. Oh, I see. So depending on what circuit you feed it, what machine hall you feed it, and what field, other components, it makes a different tier. Adept magic energy conversion. Attempts to increase the output of your magic energy generators have resulted in significant improvements. MV, and this one would be HV. Attempts to further increase the output of your magic energy generators have resulted in great improvements. Cool. That branch is done. We're almost done with this. It's almost time for another shot. It's only been 4 hours? Are you kidding me? It's already been 4 hours, I mean? It felt like much shorter. Brain in a jar. Throw 1 rotten zombie brain into a jar. Add some spider eyes and water. Stir gently with your wand whilst thinking dark thoughts. If you follow the recipe exactly, you should now have a partially animated and fully malicious zombie brain. It retains some of the hunger it possessed as a zombie, and while it cannot consume brains, it still enjoys eating the thoughts and experiences of those slain nearby. Giving its jar a good shake will make it surrender some of its ill-gotten gains for your own use. So it's just like an XP sucker?
I think so. Or it's like it helps with research aspects.
This might be a way to accumulate Viz without having to stand there. So this would accumulate Viz from like a mob farm.
Wait.
That's pretty good. Why is
play
no
with
one
it
using
here in a
this?
second.
Probably for a reason that they're not stating in the Thaumonomicon. Yeah, somebody test that in their own world and report back. Infusion enchantment. For ages now, wizards and thaumaturges have been enchanting weapons, tools, and armor by imbuing objects with their own life energy. Sounds warpy. While effective, the process is tedious and results are completely unpredictable. Your discovery in infusion crafting might have uncovered a solution to both of those problems. You have discovered a way to enchant objects with an infusion altar. Simply place the item you wish to enchant on the central pedestal and supply the proper ingredients and essentia. It also requires some life essence in the form of experience, but much less than would be normally required to enchant something. This experience is drawn from anyone near the infusion altar, so care should be taken. The Essentia and experience costs listed in the following recipes are for the first level enchantment. To enchant an item to higher levels, simply perform the infusion process again. It can be repeated till the required enchantment has reached its maximum possible. Is this just enchantment?
I
No,
believe so.
this is not over enchanting.
It's not over enchantment, but you can give like haste and stuff just using items and
Oh.
aspects.
Ascension and experience costs are multiplied by the level of enchantment you are performing, so a level 2 enchantment costs twice as much as level 1. Sure. Additional costs might is also required. Additional costs might also be required if the item already contains enchantments other than the one you are currently performing. This cost is usually around 10% per level of enchantment, so enchanting a sword with Fire Aspect 1 that already contains Smite 3 will cost 30% more. Instability also increases as the total number of enchantments on the object increases. Enchanting items with an infusion altar follows the normal rules for enchantment as it applies to what enchants can combine with others. Okay. Oh, I see. You change the item that you're giving it to give it different enchantments. Got it. So this is just like an enchanting table, but you know what you're giving it.
Yeah. I just played with the brand The Jar. It only stores experience by mobs killed nearby.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Hazmat protection. You have discovered a way to magically enchant a mundane piece of armor with the protective properties of a hazmat suit. Sorry, suite? These typos. They get me every time. Of a hazmat suite. Thaumium Fortress Armor. Thaumium armor has many things to recommend it, but its basic construction leaves it inferior to diamond armor. By improving the construction process and complexity, you've found a way to create armor of exceptional craftsmanship, durability, and strength. I don't think there was a text editor when they were writing this. It might have just been done in VS Code. Each individual piece of Thaumium Fortress armor, oh my gosh, I pushed escape, has the same protective properties as diamond armor, but has greater durability and offers additional protection against magic and fire. The biggest benefit, however, is that the individual armor pieces are designed and constructed to be worn together. Each additional piece of armor worn increases the overall protection offered by all other pieces and improves its visual appeal. As with most objects constructed from Thaumium, the armor is easy to enchant. Okay. Sipping Fiend Faceplate. This mask is designed to be added to an existing Thaumium Fortress helm. When you strike a creature in combat while wearing this mask, you sometimes steal a small portion of their life force to strengthen your own. The fact that you do this by sipping on their blood, doesn't seem to bother you nearly as much as it should. You wonder if you should be worried about that. Oh, interesting. Okay. Angry Ghost, it's like vampiric enchantments or whatever. This mask is designed to be added to the existing Thaumium Fortress helm. When you are stuck in combat while wearing this grim mask, the creature striking you has a chance to suffer a withering effect. Serves them right. It serves them right. Grinning Devil Faceplate. This mask is designed to be added to an existing Thaumium Fortress helm. When worn, this mask has an interesting damping effect on those suffering from warp event. While it does not reduce the number of events, it does reduce the severity somewhat. It seems laughing in the face of danger does have its rewards. And the Helm of Revealing. Usually a thaumaturge needs to choose between protection and utility when out and about, not anymore. This modifies the Thaumium Fortress Helm to give you all the functionality of Goggles of Revealing. It does, however, not give the Viz discount the goggles usually do. A helm can have this upgrade along with faceplates. Okay. Do you want to share your screen on Discord and take over for a bit while I go to the bathroom?
Sure. All right. Where are we leaving off?
You're gonna go down the left side, from Pickaxe of the Core down to Hoe of Growth, and then I'll take on from there.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna take a bio break. Hang on, let me get this. Can I? Oh, okay. Change my OBS. There we go. All right, we're back.
Alrighty.
Go ahead.
Alright, we got Pickaxe of the Core. By infusing a Thaumium pickaxe with fire shards, you have created a pickaxe that glows with the heat of a forge. When you mine ore blocks, there's a chance that you will mine a cluster instead. Native clusters are easier to produce and produces double the normal amount of metal when smelted. It can also be used to sound out any surface you right-click against to find out what valuable ores, lava, or water can be found nearby. If shift is held while using this tool, all its special properties are suspended and it functions like a normal pickaxe. Alright, axe of the stream. By combining water shards and a thaumium axe, you have created a tool that embodies the aspects of motion and flow. It functions like a normal axe on all materials except with natural logs and trees. When used on them, the axe seeks to the furthest block of the same type that is still connected to the block you are attempting to harvest and harvest that one instead. In effect, you will chop down trees from the top down even if you hit the bottommost block. So, it's basically just vein mine. Any wood chopped in this fashion will automatically float towards you. If you press and hold right click, the axe will draw all nearby items towards you, not just wood it chopped. If shift is held while using this tool, all its special properties are suspended, and it functions like a normal axe. Yes, it does function like vein mine with a tree, and also kind of like a magnet. Sword of the Zephyr. You have merged the elemental fury of air shards with a thaumium sword. When used to strike a foe, the blade will sweep in a wide arc, hitting additional foes near your main target. While blocking, the sword will conjure a sphere of whirling winds around you, pushing enemies and loose objects away, deflecting incoming projectiles. While blocking, it will also lift you into the air. Shovel the Earth Mover. Combining earth shards with a thaumium shovel, you have created Peerless Digging Implement. When used to dig earth, sand, and similar materials, it will dig a 3x3 area. If you right-click on the side of a block, it will attempt to place a 3x3 section of the same material in the world as long as you have sufficient blocks in your inventory. The orientation of both the digging and construction depends on the face you dug or clicked. If shift is pressed, you can see where blocks will be placed in the world, and you can change the orientation of how blocks are placed by pressing G on the keyboard. Blocks can be placed either parallel to the block face selected or extending out the face vertically or horizontally. If shift is held while using this tool, all its special properties are suspended and it functions like a normal shovel. Alright, where does this go off next?
And then the hoe of growth.
Oh yeah, I forgot hoe growth. By merging the magical energy from order and entropy shards with a thaumium hoe, you have created a farming implement with few equals. When used to till fields, it will till a 3x3 area instead of just a single block. When used to crops or other plants, it will act as a bone meal to promote its growth, though at a higher cost to its durability. It might even be able to grow plants that a normal bone meal can't. If shift is held while using this tool, all its special properties are suspended and it functions like a normal hoe.
Alright. Okay. I am ready to hop back in.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the guest readings.
Oh, you're welcome. See, it might be time for me to go hop on Project Singularity myself and go work on some things. So I'm going to leave you to it. I may come back later. But
Alright, yeah, I'll be live for quite a bit, apparently.
Yeah. Have fun.
Alright, thanks. Okay, I think the next one is kind of like pointing to both of these. But we'll do Essentia Output Hatch ME. Someday you will use it. Be sure to connect to the network. It has no cache. Oh, you can store Essentia in AE2? What? Large Essentia... Oh, there we go. Large Essentia Smeltery. The advanced chemical furnace is no longer enough to support your Essentia production. The LES is an advanced version of the advanced alchemical furnace, which consumes electricity and sense-viz to smelt Essentia. Ivy. Jeez. Oh, hang on. There's more. Ignis and Aqua are the basic conditions for the operation of the LES. The minimum demand is about the highest energy hatch tier. Sure. And the machine can only run after it is satisfied. Ordo affects the pollution and the generation of flux gas randomly. Exhaust flux gas at the facing of the muffler when smelting. Randomly exhaust flux gas at the facing of the muffler when smelting Essentia. Oh. Perditio can speed up machine work up to 200%. The Essentia diffusion cell tier and structure size only affect the machine parallel, and the max parallel is 64 times. It's pretty good. Items without Essentia will be smelted to 1 point of Perditio. Okay. Better cells. The novice cell has such a low efficiency that you can't bear it, so you discovered a new way to make some better cells. The novice cell only provides 1 stable point, and the adept one provides 2 stable point. The master one provides 5 stable points, whatever that means. Okay, with higher stable point, the generator can create more electricity from pre-essentia. They allow you to use better hatches. Sure. And then the last 2 items here, the bone bow. You have discovered a way of crafting a bow from bone and infusing with entropic energy. The resulting weapon is capable of firing much faster than a normal bow, and arrows launched from it travels faster and hit harder. Doesn't say how much damage it does. Primal arrows. These arrows are each infused with a specific type of primal energy, which give them interesting and destructive properties. I don't know, how does this match up to like Tinker's bows or Tinker's crossbows? Air arrow. These arrows crackle with energy. They inflict similar damage to normal arrows, but the magical energy bypasses any kind of armor protection. Fire arrow. These arrows inflict pure fire damage and set the targets light. Water arrow. These arrows inflict normal damage but chills your targets to the bone, reducing their movement speed. Earth arrow. These arrows have no special property beyond packing a lot more punch than normal arrows. Order arrow. This arrow does a little less damage than normal, but it bypasses armor and leaves your enemy weakened. Entropy arrow. This arrow does slightly less damage than normal, but inflicts a withering effect on whatever it hits. Primal arrows can be picked up from the ground, and the Infinity enchantment only has 1 in 3 chance of preventing a primal arrow from being That's stupid. That's really dumb. Anyway, we finished everything in this chapter. Thank God. Finally, I'm not missing anything, right? Okay. 4 hours 10 minutes in, and we're ready for our 4th shot. We're on good pace. For alcohol consumption at least. All right, let me go grab that shot, and I'll do the math again to see if your pacing is improved. Thank you, Badger. Oh man, here we go. Bottoms up. Yes, you are actually now reading an entry every 1.3 seconds. I don't believe that. Recheck your math. Oh god, they're getting worse. All right, that was 65 entries. So that'd be 187 done. We're over 10% done, which is fantastic. What are you taking a shot of? Gin. It's gin. Chilled gin. That's why I'm leaving to go to the kitchen to refill it. Okay, Golemancy. Where does this start? Here? Straw golems? I would assume. But this one's not that big. So, good. Straw golems. You have discovered the secret of creating golem workers. While the iron golem is impressive in its own way, it is very limited and uncontrollable. You have managed to solve both of those problems. Your golem workers have just enough will and self-awareness to make them useful tools, but not enough to render them uncontrollable. You have also discovered how to make the Golemancer's Bell and Golem animation cores. The Golem craft... see the respective research entries for more detail. The Golem you craft can be placed in the world, but will remain inactive until given an animation core. The placements of the Golem needs to be considered carefully. If you wish it to interact with inventories, you will need to place it by clicking or shift-clicking on the inventory on the side you wish to interact with. Most golems can operate in a range of 16 blocks around their home location. Crucible. Cool. That's quite easy. The first golem you create is made from bundles of hay and straw. It is physically weak and easy to destroy, but very light and nimble. Attributes: durability very low, strength very low, self-repair average. They self-repair, that's really nice. Carry limit 1, speed fast, upgrades 1. And we'll do hungry chest too. The hungry chest is able to pick up items by itself if they are dropped close enough to touch it. Yep. And how does that differ from the greedy chest? Is the greedy chest in this page? No. Is this Chester? Is this basically Chester? The traveling trunk? I love Chester. Golemancer's Bell. Golems are notoriously bad at following verbal commands, but this bell allows you to avoid all that. Simply right-click on a golem to select it. Once that is done, a glowing gear-like circle will appear indicating the golem's home location and the site is it attached to. You are now able to right-click anywhere in the world to link the golem to blocks, locations, or inventories it may interact with. Clicking on the same location will either unmark it or cycle through different colors if the golem is able to interact with different colored markers. Shift right-clicking on a marked location will always clear it, and pressing F will clear all marked locations. Left-clicking on a golem picks it up with all of its current upgrades and settings intact. Shift left-clicking picks up the golem but removes its core and any attached upgrades, which drops separately. There's a good chance that upgrades will be lost if you do this, however. Okay, and then we'll go top-down, and then advanced golems. Golem upgrade air. With this upgrade, it is attached. When this upgrade is attached to a golem, it will increase its movements and range attack speed. Specific golem cores might benefit from this upgrade in other ways, so you might wish to check if additional pages were added to the Thaumonomicon entry. Golem upgrade Earth. This upgrade will increase the amount of items your golem can carry at a time. Each upgrade increases the limit by between 4 and 16, dependent on the golem's base carrying limit. Okay, I see. So it's not random. I was gonna say that's pretty crappy that it's random. It also increases its physical damage and how quickly it harvests materials or performs tasks dependent on brute strength. Specific golem cores might benefit from this upgrade in other ways, so you might wish to check if additional pages were added to the Thaumonomicon entry. I'm already dying. Golem upgrade Fire. This upgrade increases the interface inventory of a golem, allowing more items to be filtered or sorted. The number of slots added depends on the base number of slots they usually possess. The golem's melee attacks also sets its target on fire. Specific golem cores might benefit from this upgrade in other ways, so you might wish to check if additional pages were added to the Thaumonomicon entry. Water. This upgrade increases the visual range of most golems, allowing them to perform further tasks, travel further afield to perform their tasks. It also increases the range and accuracy of range attacks. Specific golem cores might benefit from this upgrade in other ways, so you might wish to check the deja vu. Order. This upgrade allows golems to specify different colors for blocks marked with the Golemancer's bell. This allows for greater control over what they do and where they do it. Specify different colors for blocks. Okay. This upgrade also unlocks certain features of some golem cores, giving them a greater scope of operation. Specific golem cores might benefit from this upgrade in other ways, so you might wish to check if additional pages were added to the Thaumonomicon entry. And the last one, Entropy. Golems fitted with this upgrade automatically inflict damage on anything damaging them. Cool, it's like thorns. Golems with this upgrade will also have more control over what items they are looking for. You will be able to make them use or ignore damage values, MBT data, or even check the ore dictionary to find similar items. That's really sick. That's really good. Specific golem cores might benefit from this upgrade in other ways, so you might wish to check if additional pages were added to the Thaumonomicon entry. Advanced golems. Okay. Advanced golems, you have discovered a way of improving golems in several minor but significant ways. Firstly, golems that go through this process are able to hold one additional upgrade, though they can never have more than 2 upgrades of a single type. Yeah, that makes sense. Secondly, they move slightly faster. Thirdly, they have a slightly greater sight radius. You are sure the malevolent intent in their eyes is just your imagination. Okay, thank you for that. Wooden golems. This golem is carved from a great wood log. It is a moderate improvement over the straw golem. Durability below average, strength low. Self-repair average, carry limit 4, speed above average, and upgrade 1. Upgrade slots 1. Flesh golems. While macabre, golems made from zombie flesh have several features recommended to them. I have several features to recommend them. Not only does it repair itself quickly, it is able to hold 2 upgrades. Durability low, strength low, self-repair very fast. That's nice. Carry limit 4, and speed above average upgrades 2. A traveling trunk, an extension of your Golemancy research, has led to a useful companion for any thaumaturge on the go, the traveling trunk. This wooden chest will happily hop after its master, always ready to provide a convenient storage space for anything you pick up. The traveling trunk is tough and can take a significant amount of beating. It is highly resistant to fire and cannot be harmed by falling. The trunk can follow its master everywhere, even distant dimensions should you wish it to stay put. However, there is a convenient button located in its interface. It's Chester. It is Chester. Bro, I love Chester. I miss Chester. Early mod in Minecraft. Flesh golems can actually out-heal a well of suffering. That's crazy. Ouch. So last week I accidentally potato peeled my finger. So there's like this flap of skin that I've been trying to heal back on. Because I don't want to lose most of my fingerprints, I guess. And I'm not wearing a band-aid right now. And I keep, yeah, ouch. Why would Potato 10 peel out finger? What? The traveling trunk slowly heals itself over time, but you can also feed it all manner of food to speed up its process. Like normal golems, the trunk can be picked up by left-clicking with the Golemancer's bell. It will drop all items in its inventory if you do so. Oh. Shift-clicking will also cause it to drop any upgrades you have applied to it with a normal lost chance. There's a lost chance? You can accept a single upgrade like accept a single upgrade like normal golems, but they grants unique abilities to the trunk. See the following pages for details as you discover the relevant upgrades. Air upgrade. With this upgrade installed, the traveling trunk will move faster. Earth upgrade. It'll be able to carry more items and will gain an additional row in its inventory. Fire upgrade. With this upgrade installed, the traveling trunk will defend its master when he is attacked. Water upgrade. With this upgrade installed, the traveling trunk cannot be opened or picked up by anyone else but its master. It also becomes highly resistant to all but the most devastating amounts of damage. That's cool. With this upgrade installed, the traveling trunk will retain its items when it is picked up using a Golemancer's Bell. Oh, this one is sick. This order is the best upgrade, I feel. It will drop items as normal when shift clicked is used. With this upgrade installed, the traveling trunk will automatically suck in any nearby items it has room for. Master glitch. I will add your push-ups to the total. Thank you. Okay. Now clay golems. Why would random potato 10 peel your finger? Okay. Clay golems. Fired clay, I thought that said fried at first. Fired clay is proven to be a superior crafting material. For golems, it is fireproof and has more than adequate mobility. Another 2 push-ups. Fried clay, Clay golem attributes. Durability average, strength average, self-repair slow, carry limit 8, speed average, upgrades 1. Fireproof, and it's okay mobility, okay. Tallow. The advanced golem is only marginally better than the clay golem, but is capable of holding this advanced golem. So marginally better than the clay golem, but it's capable of holding 2 upgrades. Durability average, strength average, self-repair average, carry limit 8 versus 8. Okay, self-repair went from slow to average, and upgrade slots went from 1 to 2. Stone golems. Stone golems are very durable and able to carry heavy loads, but they're much lower than most other golems. Its weight allows it to sink in water. Durability above average, strength above average, self-repair slow, carry limit 16, speed slow, upgrades 1. I wish it would tell me like how many hearts per second, right? Or how many seconds per heart for the self-repair. Golem fetter. This simple device allows a golemancer to bring the golem to a temporary halt. If this block is activated with a redstone signal, any golem that passes over it will come to a complete standstill and cease its current task. Once this block is deactivated, the golem will once again go about its business. I don't really see the use in that, but I'm sure it's helpful. Iron golem. Iron golems are extremely tough and strong, able to carry huge loads. Their weight, however, causes them to move quite slowly and sink in water. Durability high, strength high, self-repair very slow. Carry limit 32, which is nice. Speed very slow, and upgrades 1. Now, is that 32 stacks or 32 items? Probably items. Thaumium golems have slightly better attributes than iron golems and are able to have 2 upgrades. They are also highly resistant to magical damage. Its weight allows it to sink in water. Durability very high, strength high, self-repair slow, carry limit 32, speed slow, and upgrades 2. All right. Oh, these are cute. Tiny hats. This tiny hat is a perfect accessory for any golem. Not only is it stylish and dashing, but any golem wearing it will have an increased health and vitality. Oh, that's cool. Golems are notoriously short-sighted, and these glasses alleviate that weakness to some degree. So these are like, I forget the word, whatever. Bow ties! A must for any golem on the go. This bow tie will fill it with additional energy, increasing its pace. Fez. This strange headgear seems to fill any golem wearing it with an unusual vitality, allowing it to repair damage at a much faster pace. I know, right, Dataki? It's actually super cute. And Drifter DG, I'm out of water. I'm gonna go refill. Oh, did my camera crash? Yeah, it's because Miso's laying on top of the cable right now. Sorry, guys. I did drink the water, though. Golem Dart Launcher. This dart launcher can only be attached to combat golems. It is not quite as powerful as the golem's primary attack, but gives golems... Turn that off for now. But gives golems limited to melee combat a means of attacking foes at range. Patchy. Patchy, why? I thought we were friends, Patchy. I thought we were tight. You could have given me a hydration break instead. Golem Visor. This metal visor will grant a combat golem a small amount of additional armor protection. It will also ensure that any foes attacked by the golem will... Snudge it, you too. Damn it. Damn it. It also ensures that any foes attacked by the golem will drop experience orbs when they die. Oh, that's really good. Wait, what else does it do? Additional armor protection. Okay. Golem iron plating. The armored plating grants the golem wearing it increased resistance to physical harm. Unfortunately, the additional protection comes at a cost, as all the heavy iron mongery will slow it down. I wonder, can you only put one of these on a golem, or can you do multiple? Golem mace. This weapon increases the damage of golem will do with melee attacks. Are these the upgrades? No, these are the golem cores. Okay. Alright, let's get started. This is the last bit I need to do for this chapter. And then I can drink more gin. Where's the lizard button here? What do you mean? Lizard button. Am I supposed to have a lizard button on my stream? Where you push it and it says lizard? Golem core. Gather. Golem animation core. What? Golem animations cores are used to give your golems purpose. Without a core, they remain inanimate. Their first such core you're able to create is a gather core. Golems fitted with this core will seek dropped items within 16 blocks, pick them up, and place them inside an attached inventory. If they are 9, thank you so much for the raid with 101 viewers. I'm sure you gave everybody in your chat a rundown of what is happening here, but basically I challenged myself to read the entirety of the Thaumonomicon, and I am currently 187 out of 1,211 entries done. However, once we finish this chapter, we'll be adding 37 to that total. So I'm over 10% done. But at my current pace, I'm expecting a 24-hour stream, honestly. So I will take all of the guest speakers that I can take. And 9, if you're in chat, I would love to have you come in and guest speak the... Wait, is Botania in here? Or... Which section did you want to do? Oh, you wanted to do Golemancy, right? You just streamed your voice out? Damn. System, thank you for the follow. Do you want to hop in VC anyways? Bro, the Book of Hell. Yeah, dude, I am stuck in right now. Botania? Is Botania in this book? Energistics, New Horizons, Automagy, Thalmic Tinkering.
Hello, hello.
Oh, Botania's here. Yeah. Hi. Hey, 9.
Hello. Hello. How's it going?
It's alright. I'm almost done with Golemancy.
Okay.
You want to do Botania, right? There's only
I wanted
24
to do
entries in this one.
actually.
Yeah, do you want to finish up Golemancy for me and then you could hop back in for Botania?
I just streamed for like 3 hours, so my voice is a little bit dead. So I might need to call it on that and then come back later tonight and help you out.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I'm so sorry, but yeah, I've also been streaming a little bit.
That's okay.
But I did get some really cool tech online that you should.
Oh, you did?
If you take a break, you should come look in the server and try smelting steel dust.
Did you
It's a little
redo
insane.
our smeltery?
No.
Or is it with
did something
infernal
better.
furnaces?
I added infernal blast furnaces,
Yeah.
and they are so quick. They are ridiculously quick. Like, it's almost an item per tick quick.
That is so good.
Yeah, it's so ballin'. And it does redstone alloy, which is the LV superconductor, and it also does some other stuff like solarium, electrical steel, steel dust to steel. It's big. It's cool.
Okay. Yeah, I will
Yeah,
have to take a break here eventually and check that out, but only for like 10 minutes at a time.
Yeah, definitely. You're locked in.
I'm locked in.
Next time you see it, it's pretty cool.
Shinu say, thank you for the follow. All right.
All right, I'm gonna probably log off for a little bit today.
Sure thing.
And then I'll hop back in later if you need an assist. I'll just get any chapter.
No, whatever time you decide to hop back in, I will take you. I will take it.
Okay.
I will
sounds
take
good.
the help. Thank you so much. All right, cheers.
Much love, my friend.
Glad you had a great stream, man. All right, gather. Golem animations cores are used to give your golems purpose. Without a core, they remain inanimate. The first such core you're able to creates is the gather core. Golems fitted with this core will seek dropped items within 16 blocks, pick them up, and place them inside an attached inventory. That's super useful. You could just use a hungry chest, though, I guess. If they are not attached to an inventory, they will simply hold onto them. If you right-click on the golem, you will be able to create specific... Oh my gosh. Let me reset. If you right-click on the golem, you will be able to create... Oh my gosh. You be ah. You will be able to set specific items they should pick up, all others will be ignored. Simply right-click on a freshly placed golem with the core to attach it to the golem. Okay. And we're going clockwise, so I'm gonna do harvest next. Golems fitted with this core need not be attached to an inventory. They seek out fully grown crops, reeds, and other commonly farmed plants within a small radius and harvest them. The harvested material simply drops to the ground and must be gathered by some other means, such as gather golems. Unfortunately, they are not smart enough to replant the crops. Oh, so they're stupid. They have harvested, but you are sure with a bit of work you might be able to eventually fix that. Oh, I see. Okay. So it is a later unlock. Oh, this is oh, so with the order upgrade, they will now attempt to replant the crop they just harvested. This could fail if the plant failed to drop the proper seed or seedling. Understood. Okay, chop. Like harvester golems, lumberjack golems can be placed anywhere. They will seek out nearby trees and chop them down. Stronger golems will chop them down faster, so I could do like a thaumium golem and it'll be quite fast. Lumberjack golems do not replant the trees they have chopped down. And there's no upgrade to be able to have them replant the tree either. The fuck? Whatever. Fishing. This core allows a golem to fish for your supper. For best results, the golem needs to be placed near deep and open water. Golem strength determines fishing speed. Air upgrade has a small chance of catching more than one thing at a time. The fire upgrade will automatically cook any fish it catches. Nope. Because it just turns into raw cod. Order upgrade will increase the chance of getting good fishing results. Entropy, whatever that means. We don't know what good fishing results are because it doesn't tell us. Entropy upgrade will reduce the chance of getting bad fishing results. We don't know what that means because it doesn't tell us what bad fishing results are either. Okay, I'm going to do guard and then butcher because I can see these two are connected. So golems fitted with this core act as guards, attacking any hostile creatures within range. You are sure with a little bit of tinkering you can make the golem a bit more selective with the targets it attacks, but for now it only seeks out aggressive mobs other than creepers. Order upgrade. If you fit this upgrade, it can specify the types of creatures the golem will attack. The golem will also be able to attack more than just hostile enemies. And the butcher. This one is actually quite useful. Let's see. The golem fitted with the score will only attack animals, but it is intelligent enough to only attack the oldest fully grown animals and always make sure that a breeding pair remains. So if you pair the butcher golem with the feeding trough, I think it is, or is that Terra Firma Craft? I don't know. That is quite useful if you need a whole bunch of animal drops. Okay, fill. So we're gonna go fill, decanting, alchemy, and then empty, sorting, and use. Cool. Okay, well that chapter is actually done, so I'm gonna go get another shot. And that only took 34 minutes, I think, or 36 minutes. Okay, now Eldritch Horrors. This one's only 21 entries, so we're gonna have a lot of alcohol in my system kind of quickly. Okay, here we go. We got our shot of gin. Chilled gin. That's why I went to the kitchen for it. And, you know, this Eldritch chapter, I think was written by Neurotic Goose, honestly. He is known for his Eldritch Horrors. It would be totally on brand for him. How often are you taking these? At the end of every chapter. So, I started streaming nearly 5 hours ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 shots in 5 hours, which is really good. Like, I'm not gonna get shit-faced or anything. Why were the first 3 shots so smooth? Alcohol is lighter than water, right? Yeah. Alright, I mean it's like less dense. That doesn't make any sense. Ugh. Okay, where does this one start? This is complicated. Okay. 39. Let's update the total. Entries read 226. Is that what that would be? Check my math, please. Gin is the devil? Gin is my favorite, actually. I can't do fireball shots and I can't do like tequila shots. Those are too strong flavored for me, but I love gin. I think it just starts at the Outer Lands, so I'm going to start from this. And then we'll do Outer Lands, Revelations in the Outer Lands, and then we'll go up through here and follow the web going around because it looks like, yeah, it's all pretty connected. That's really nice. Okay. You are not quite sure what you were expecting when you stepped through the Oculus, but this strange structure of crumbling stone and twisted passageways was not it. What is this? Is this from the Crimson Cult? It's the Crimson Cult one, yeah. Okay, cool. Something is not quite right here. This structure was not designed for any practical purpose, you can discern, unless that purpose was for it to be a deadly maze. Strange energies abound, and your magic seems to act strangely in this alien environment. Even the other denizens you encounter seem out of place here. Interesting. Revelations in the Outer Lands. Your suspicions have been confirmed. This is not the home of the race you have come to call the Eldritch. This place is something else entirely, and you do not believe it exists in what you understand as being reality. It is as much a mental construct as a physical one, but what mind can contain this? You have been able to decipher only a small number of the symbols, but you are sure this place is a trap, a place to test visitors and weed out the weak. For what purpose, you are not sure. Theoretically, these are researches. Not quite sure. Oh, here we go. This is an actual research. I guess these were just like flavor lore, or whatever. It was all so simple. You are amazed. The Crimson Cultists have never discovered this. Oh, is this is the Eldritch Eye that you need to use to open up the dimension. To perform the ritual, you simply need to place your 4 Eldritch Eyes on the specially marked keystones found at one of these strange altars where you first discovered the cult. The sinister node above the keystone must remain intact. Once this is done, it is a simple matter of infusing a large amount of primal viz into the keystone with a wand. 100 units of each should be sufficient. Should be or is? Should be or is? If you have done everything right, the ritual should be complete and the so-called eye would be opened. Of course, you have no idea what that means. No matter. Only fools fear the unknown. Hi, Miso. Okay, rune tablet. Hi. I think my cat is going to be rude to me again. Oh, this ruined tablet. Your desire to get to the boss? Do it. Easy. Draconic evolution information tablet. Interesting. Okay. I don't know how to read Korean, guys. I'm kidding. I know this isn't Korean, okay? Eldritch revelation. A veil has been lifted, a door opened in my mind. Now, when I look through, I see wonders. No, not wonders. What I see is... Strike through. Looks more like Chinese. Yeah, I guess. It looks like a combination of, actually, hiragana and scribbles. So, what I see is... Who wrote this? I don't know. You tell me. You're clearly the author of the Thaumonomicon. It's like, okay. You have seen glimpses of powerful magic users. You think you might have found a way to unlock their secrets. Crimson rites. Strange symbols. It's like, what, like this stuff? Oh, and you're able to craft a Crimson Cult banner. That's pretty cool. Void Thaumaturge robes. A truly enlightened Thaumaturge realizes that he need not choose between utility and defense. By augmenting existing Void armor with the proper enchantments and combining them with the Thaumaturge's robes, he will be able to create a set of armored robes that not only offer physical protection and mental focus, but mystical protection as well. Viz discount? Warping? Oh, it gives you warping? It doesn't really give you much protection, actually. Like, what's the point? It just okay, whatever. The robes will also retain all the properties of void armor, while the hood will offer all the benefits of the goggles used in crafting. Oh, okay, cool. This armor can be dyed, or you could also just like enchant your helmet. Hey, ow! Don't jump on my arm. Do you want to hop up on the? Do you want to hop on the desk? You wanna be on the stream? You wanna be on camera? Here. Okay. No, she's just being difficult. Where is she? Where is she on the camera? Oh, she's not on the camera. Oh well. Nothing like reading a dark wizard set and dyeing it pink. Is that Ping on your side? What do you mean? Who's Ping? Why are you speaking Murloc? Discord Ping. Oh, it is on my side, yeah. I don't know why Discord is giving me notification sounds it shouldn't be. Because I'm in streamer mode. I really just wanted like VC join and leave sounds. That's all I wanted, but it gives me ping sounds as well. The robes will also retain all properties of void armor, while the hood will offer all the benefits of the goggles used in crafting. This armor can be dyed. Yeah, I will dye it pink. Okay, void metal. By infusing magic into metal, you had managed to create thaumium. It was a worthy discovery, but the time has come to leave thaumium to amateurs and dabblers. A strange and half-remembered dream has given you the urge to try something different. What if you infuse metal with more than just magic, but with the very essence where magic is drawn from? Darkness and the void that dwells between the stars. What? You have an automatic feeder, dude. You're not hungry, I know that. You just ate. I heard you eating. And I know you have water too. Yo. My cat is a tsundere. A strange and half-remembered dream has given you the urge to try something... here. The resulting metal is disturbingly slick and warm to the touch. It is almost as soft as gold, making it easy to work. But when struck, it becomes as hard as thaumium and sometimes even harder. More impressively, all but the most devastating damage soon repairs itself as the metal slowly flows back into place. The only downside is that it isn't as easy to enchant as thaumium, but still compares favorably to mundane materials like iron. You have discovered that care must be taken when handling the metal. Being harmed by it seems to temporarily sap your strength. You can make axes, swords, pickaxes, shovels, hoes, armor, other tools, and you could also make like pipes out of it, and the pipes are really good. And I know that because we use them. Void pipes are like a better buffer than actual like tanks. It's actually insane. Hey, void metal crowbar. Taking things one step further, you have applied your master of arcane materials to create the ultimate crowbar. What does it give me? Warping. Okay. Wait, does it just... It doesn't even have a crazy amount of durability. What's the point? Okay, advanced Essentia storage. Most types of Essentia are fairly volatile. It's just a crowbar. And care... It's just a crowbar that gives you warping. And care must be taken into storage, which is why most thaumaturges use warded jars. You, however, are not most thaumaturges. Using... Well, clearly not. I'm reading the entire Thaumonomicon. Hi, Miso. You wanted to come up and join me on the desk? Here, I'll make some space for you. There you go. Yeah. Joga, I adjusted my streamer mode settings. Most types of Essentia are fairly volatile and must be taken in storage. I'm not most thaumaturges. Using the wonderful new substance called void metal, you have discovered a way to greatly improve the storage of Essentia. Essentia reservoirs are capable of storing up to 256 Essentia in any combination. I mean, it's not as good as an Ichor jar, but I assume this one can be moved. Potentially disastrous mixing of different Essentia types is prevented by having dynamically reshaping compartments crafted from the new metal. Like jars, the reservoirs can only be accessed from one side, though you can choose how they are oriented. Oh, that's cool. Unfortunately, they cannot be emptied or filled by hand, so you need to rely on tubes or golems for that. Picking up a reservoir while filled is, oh, you can't pick it up either? So it's just worse than an Ichor jar. Oh, Ichor's expensive and it's IV. I see. That makes sense then. Yeah, I guess you could make this in LV. Yeah. Or Steam, I mean. You were so pleased with this discovery that you showed it off to some of your fellow thaumaturges. Strangely, most of them dived for cover even after you assured them the constant sound of metal under incredible stress is perfectly normal. Yeah, okay. There. Alright, next up, void metal caps. Crafting wand caps from void metal seems counterintuitive since it seems to be highly resistant to magic, but counterintuitive is where you live now. Okay, whatever. Your gamble paid off. The metal itself may be resistant to magic, but it channels with surprising ease. The magic does seem strange somehow, but it is probably just your imagination. Wow. Crafting cost multiplier 9x? What does that mean? It costs 9 times more to craft with it. Turn on the heat for Miso. I have the heat on right now, actually. But yeah, she was chilling on top of my computer earlier. It has suddenly become clear to you, where others see chaos, you occasionally catch a glimpse of a pattern. A very strange and disturbing pattern, something that stirs in the darkest corners of the universe. You have tried to explain it to others, but received only strange looks in return. No matter, you will show them someday. You will show them all. Oh, to make void seeds. Okay. Wand Focus Primal. What madness possessed you to create this thing? This focus seems wildly dangerous and only a lunatic will attempt to use it anywhere but the most controlled environments. Oh, interesting. Okay, granted, the orb of raw primal energy it creates is quite devastating, but its path of travel is erratic at best and downright malicious at worst. It does beg further study, however. The orb shows some interesting dimensional properties, and it exhibits energy patterns you have only seen in wisps and ore nodes. Still don't know what it does. But sure. Staff core of the primal. This core pulses with latent energy. It combines all the features of the lesser staff cores. It has the Viz storage capacity of the Silverwood core and is able to replenish its Viz stores like the various primal wand cores. Oh, that's actually really good. It's also forbidden knowledge. Lastly, it adds 1 level of potency to any foci used with it. Nice. It is truly a potent tool in any thaumaturge's arsenal. Note, you still need to add caps to the staff rod, just like you would for a wand. Sure. Okay, sanity check. I need a sanity check right now. Things have become busy in your mind lately. It is probably best that you have a look inside there and make sure everything is still all right. This tool will allow you to check the effects of warp on your psyche and how much it is affecting you. Not me, you. Hang on. Of course, you cannot allow a tool like this to fall into the hands of your enemies, so you have taken great pains to obfuscate the information it provides. You might have gone too far, though. You are having a hard time deciphering it yourself. What is the point of that last paragraph? What is the point? I don't know. Whatever. I'll just move on. Primordial Pearl. The author clearly had some fun with this chapter. For the first time, you find yourself with a puzzle that you do not think can be solved. This object contains more pure primal aspects, but they possess properties unlike what you consider normal everyday primal aspects. You have a few theories why this could be. Firstly, this pearl could be remnants of primal matter that was created at the dawn of reality, elementary magic that existed before it mingled and merged into compound aspects. Alternatively, it could be primal matter from a place that does not conform to the known rules of magic as you have come to understand it. You are not sure which explanation is more worrying. Either way, the pearl is a potent artifact containing vast magical power and nearly unlimited potential. It is time you start putting it to use. Or was that? That was this? I'm not enjoying this chapter at all. I really am not enjoying this chapter. Thanks, Drifter. Primal Crusher. The theory behind infusion crafting is simple. Infuse a single object with essentia and the properties of other objects. There are limits, however, and it seems with the discovery of the primordial pearl, these limits are becoming less and less. As an experiment, you tried infusing the properties of completely different objects into the pearl, with surprising success. The Primal Crusher is the first practical application of this discovery. By combining a shovel of the Earth Mover and a pickaxe of the core with their void metal counterparts, you created a tool of insane. Thanks for following on Twitch. Insane dude, by the way. Unrivaled destructive capabilities that has most of the features of its components pieces. The Primal Crusher can mine through earth and stone with equal ease and does so in a 3x3 area. Like the pickaxe of the core, it occasionally mines native clusters instead of raw ore. It repairs itself over time, has high enchantability, and serves as a relatively good weapon in a pinch. Unfortunately, it seems purely destructive in nature and has lost the construction and detection abilities of its parent tools. Okay. It's just a really good hammer. That's all it is. And it works on dirt too. Wait, this could be over enchanted, possibly? Really? I mean, I would just use the god hammer that I made, honestly. Lazy Dave, thanks for the follow on Twitch, man. Welcome to the stream. Primordial node manipulation. You have developed a bit of a wild theory that might be worth exploring. Why not bring a primordial pearl into contact with an ore node? Sure, bringing two such sources of raw magical energy into contact with each other might be catastrophic, but their interaction could also be highly interesting. While anyone can do this, you are sure that completing this research has slightly improved your chances of getting a good result. Very slightly. This reads like how Neurotic Goose speaks. And I'm kind of down for it, but it's also like a very uninformative chapter. Like, it's pretty bad as far as guidebooks go. Extremely Primordial Pearl. Sure, the Primordial Pearl is pretty potent, but you you think it could be even more potent. By smashing several primordial pearls together in an arcane infusion, you create an even more potent item, the extremely primordial pearl. It's guaranteed to be even more primordial than the regular primordial pearl. Yeah, sure. Of course. What does it do? Wait, what? Oh, it was this one, huh? Okay. I have a hard time. I can barely see the lines with this background here. Advanced alchemical furnace. The standard alchemical furnace is fairly slow and requires fuel to operate. While neither of those are particularly difficult obstacles to you, the fact that it is unable to process large sources of essentia is something that cannot be ignored. Unfortunately, the instability of the essentia slurry it creates makes it dangerous to gather too much of it in one location. With the discovery of primordial pearls, you have found a solution to that problem. The advanced alchemical furnace, using alchemical constructs that have been strengthened with void metal and exposed to a primordial pearl's strange energies, much more slurry can be processed at once and at much greater speeds. The pearl is not consumed during crafting process. Oh, it's like a whole multi-block. Instead of fuel, heat is generated by ignis vis, and instead of relying on heat alone, Perditio Viz breaks down objects almost instantly. Lastly, Aqua Viz keeps everything running smoothly and prevents the slurry from settling and causing problems. The machine requires a considerable amount of heat to function and requires a constant supply of ignis vis, even when not operating. Perditio and Aqua Viz is only used when the machine is smelting. And the last one, Akashic Records. You've researched enough of the world to crack the fabric of reality and enter the outer realms, but surely there's always room for more research, right? The Akashic Records will give you all the research points in the world and then even a little more. Whoa. What a craft. Infinity Plate? Yeah, this is like super late game. Whack. Anyways, it's time for another shot. And that was like 20 minutes. This one was 20 minutes. Alright, let me go get a... Actually, I'm gonna do a beer. I'm gonna do half of a beer. Let's do that. It's late enough in the day that it's time for a beer. Okay. I also filled the Wida. The holy chair window? What are you talking about? Oh, I guess you can, yeah, you can see behind it. I see what you mean. Chair stream. Thankfully, he's wearing pants. Yeah, I only wear pants. Drinking alcohol while reading all this is wild. It's the only way I can read all of this. Oh man. All right, I got my beer here. We're drinking a Kegelbrau from Cold Spring Brewing, which is also the company my brother works at, and they have really good beer. So if you're in the Midwest area, I believe you should be able to find Cold Spring. I'm not able to read when I'm drunk. I'm not drunk. That's the thing. It's like 1 hour between drinks, so... well, 40 minutes between drinks, I guess. Anyway, this was 21 chapters, so now we... 21 entries. So now we're at 247 out of 1,211. How's my pace looking, Badger? Beer is awesome. I love beer. There's so much nuance between different beers. Okay, Thaumic Energistics. Oh wait, what chapter is this? Energistics. Of course. Thaumic Energistics. As both a scientist and an arcane scholar, you have postulated that it must be possible to combine technology and magic in a stable and productive way. Is this forbidden knowledge? No, it's not. That's fantastic. You will need to study the principles of matter-energy conversion in detail to accomplish this. It is likely there are aspects of thaumaturgy that can accomplish this, as well as technology capable of doing the same. This will require extensive study, but you are sure that it will be a worthwhile investment of your time. Oh. Hey, I got the thing! I got the thing! I got the thing in my inventory. Look at that. I got the thing. I got the thing. I have not learned how cameras work yet. Okay. Finish that one, and we go clockwise. There's only 31 here, so it's pretty manageable. Clockwise, starting at 12, so we're gonna go... Fuck, but that web is, like, connected over there. So we'll start at 2 o'clock. Arcane Crafting Terminal. I don't know why there's 2 connections here. That's weird. Or I guess... This connects up here, and this connects to this, and then this connects to that. Arcane crafting terminal. Good night, Joga. Have a good evening. I've cut down 6 hours in 2. Going at this pace, you will finish in 20 hours. Okay, super. Before it was 26 hours. You have discovered that using primal aspects to build a terminal to an arcane work table allows you to imbue the terminal with the work table's ability to craft arcane items. The terminal retains its ability to access items on the ME network, allowing faster and more plentiful crafting, as well as store and swap a set of armor for when you need a quick vis discount. Oh, cool. So it's basically just like a upgraded crafting terminal. Upgraded in the sense that you can easily swap to a different set of armor. Sure. Alright, cell microscopy. Through careful study and experimentation, you have developed a microscopic scanning device that can produce a detailed image of the energy contained within a storage cell. This is an intricate task requiring the cell to be on the ground during the process. All contents contained within the cell will be scanned as if looking through a thermometer. Don't really know what that's used for. Iron gearbox, your experiences with the wooden crank has left you to wonder, could things be... What wooden crank? Last time I checked, create is not in this pack. We don't have creates in here. You have devised a way of setting up a series of gears in a box so that when any side is turned, all other sides will also turn. However, you will need a stronger material than wood. To that end, you have created the iron gear by bonding iron to a wooden gear. Oh, container scanning. I see. Okay. The iron gearbox will allow you to crank multiple devices simultaneously. You will need to orient the devices so that their input faces the gearbox. When crafting multiple devices such as 2 grinders and a charger, the crank power will be split evenly between all devices that are currently able to be cranked. Another advantage of the gearbox is that it can be used by multiple people simultaneously. Each person cranking the gearbox will add to the crank power output. Now, if only you had someone who would stand around all day and crank this for you. Sus. Still don't know what it does. Like, what is the point of that? I'm sure I'll find out in later chapters, but... Thaumium gearbox. Now that your golems can right-click on your behalf, it's time you updated the gearbox to accommodate them. Adding a dash of metal and magic, you have retrofitted the iron gearbox and created the Thaumium gearbox. The redesigned model will allow any golem to use with the use core to crank the gearbox. And golem core use. This is a repeat. Should I read it? Chat, should I read repeats? I don't want to. Yes. No. Bro, there's like 4 repeats in this chapter. It will space out the drinks. I'm on beer now, okay? Doesn't matter anymore. Having discovered the Viz Power network, you now pursue the means of linking your digital system to this network. Okay, what Viz Power network? The fuck? After observing how Viz flows through the network of Viz relays, you believe you can construct a digital device to harness the Viz. By utilizing the peer-to-peer capabilities of the digital network, Viz can be imported, tunneled, and used by your digital devices. Storing it, however, will require more research. To use the Viz relay interface, attach it to the digital network and place a Viz relay on it. The base of the relay must be against the interface. In order for a device to receive Viz, it must be linked with the interface. Linking other devices to the interface will require the use of a memory card. Each device can only be linked with one interface. Shift right-click on the interface with the memory card, then shift right-click on a device to create the link. Right-clicking the other device with a blank memory card will remove the link. Links. Legend of Zelda reference? Viz Relay Interface constructs a P2P Viz tunnel. Arcane Crafting Terminal charges the wand in the ACT, which means Arcane Crafting Terminal. Arcane Assembler fills Viz storage used for crafting. Arcane Assembler. While examining the molecular assembler, it occurs to you that it may be possible to modify the assembler to produce arcane items. You conclude that by infusing the assembler with appropriate shards, it will be able to regulate Viz flow into items. It will also need a moderate amount of Viz storage, and the Silverwood Scepter seems the best choice. Note: the scepter is infused into the assembler and must be fully charged. So this is just like an ME2 arcane workbench. AE2. Pattern storage. The assembler itself does not store crafting recipes. Further research may be required to advise it. Are you... What? What's the point of it then? If it doesn't store crafting recipes on the get-go? Whatever. Replenishing the assembler's internal viz storage will require the services of a viz relay interface. Acceleration cards. Each card decreases the crafting time by 20% and increases power required by 50%. That's a really shitty overclock, man. Viz discounts. Due to the inclusion of the crafting scepter, the assembler has a based viz discounts equal to that of the scepter. The discount can be further enhanced by providing the assembler viz discounts armor. The discount for each aspect can be viewed by hovering over the aspect in the GUI. The assembler is not immune to the effects of warping gear. For each point of warp, the assembler must draw an additional 50% power to remain stable while crafting. That's really dumb. Like, what a freaking way to nerf your own mod. Like, there's so many drawbacks to using Thaumcraft tech. That's just like, oh, fuck, dude. Why? Repetition is how you solidify understanding. Read the whole Thaumonomicon 3 times. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The power usage is totally pointless, though. Never going to notice. Really? Is it that power efficient, or what's the deal? Crafting scepters. Crafting scepters are specialized wands made to be... I've already read this one. This is a repeat one. This is a repeat. That's a stupid repeat. Why? Does this just unlock... Why... Whatever. Harnessing Viz. Arcane Workbench. Without Viz nodes, thaumaturges would not be able to perform the simplest of tasks. But the nodes themselves have several limitations that make their use impractical for extensive operations. Foremost among these limitations is the fact that they are easily depleted, and it takes quite some time for them to once again gather energy from mystical source they are connected to. You think you may have found a way around that limitation. In effect, nodes are tiny gateways to mysterious fonts of mystical energy around which the energy slowly acclimates to the form of Viz. The gateway is so small that only a tiny amount of energy leaks into our reality. By levering open this doorway, you can cause Viz to pour through in a torrent. And then when I read this before, I said that the ISP would throttle your connection. This is a repeat. So it's a repeat up to this point. No, all of it is a repeat. The entire thing is a repeat. Although it's like a techie version of it. Whatever. Wait, so everything in gold? Oh, everything in gold is a repeat. I could just... Okay, understood. Cool. Okay. Sencha storage. Upon inspecting its existing digital storage mediums, you have concluded that you can in fact store digitized Essentia. Okay, the mic is not going to be against my face, but you're going to have to deal. I'm in chill mode now. By infusing Certus quartz with concentrated essence, it will gain the ability to store the Essentia, which remains remarkably active even in digital form. So this is just essence storage. Essentia storage in AE2. You conclude that the higher the concentration of essence, the more it should be able to store, although there are inherent limits as to how much the quartz itself can store. Components stores the Essentia in its digital format, non-operational unless a cell housing is used to interface with a digital network. Cell housing provides an interface and protects a storage component. Essentia Cell Workbench. The Cell Workbench allows you to partition a cell, specifying what Essentia types are allowed to be stored. Cool. And then crafting recipes. Yummy. Wow, there's so many. Whoa. That one looks neat, I guess. Cool. And that's a repeat. I read that before. All four of these are repeats. Okay, let's go up. Digisentia. Having discovered how to distill Essentia, it occurs to you that you may be able to store digitally. No, they're not the same. Examining the Formation Core and Annihilation Core, you realize that with some minor modifications, they could serve as a means to convert Essentia to and from a digital format. However, due to the corrosive nature of certain types of Essentia, a layer of quicksilver around the circuitry is required to prevent decay. Diffusion Core. The relatively high volatility and immense energy in distilled Essentia requires that it be first diffused, then digitized. A buffer chamber of some kind will likely be required to hold the diffused Essentia. Coalescence Core. Compresses and binds a rematerialized Essentia diffusion back into its raw form. A buffer chamber will also likely be needed. Supreme. Okay, Vibration Chamber. Getting power from your network. Getting power for your network until this point has relied on burning items in the vibration chamber. This is about to change. You have constructed a simple device that unleashes the energies of Essentia to fuel the vibration chamber. By using distilled Ignis or Potentia Essentia, you can generate more power than simply burning the item. Okay? Be aware that it has the same regulation behavior as the original chamber. It minimizes wasted power by slowing the reaction if the network is fully powered. But so long as there is Essentia to use, it will use it. Operation. By breaking down an item such as coal to Ignis or Potentia, much more power can be generated from the Essentia. Your early estimates show an increase of roughly 350% for processing coal Essentia versus burning the coal directly. Potentia Essentia seems to be much more potent than Ignis. The EVC, which is Essentia Vibration Chamber, will rotate. Oh no. I can't be yawning now. Will rotate which Essentia it is requesting on a regular interval when empty. When Essentia is stored, it will only request more of the stored Essentia. Okay, so Starfields, you say, I suspect the repeats are dependencies from other chapters. However, I've seen that. I've seen dependencies from other chapters without the repeats. Opening the GUI shows how much and what type of Essentia is stored, what is currently being processed, and the time remaining, as well as the current power production level. Notes. The EVC can be placed in an Essentia terminal to quickly fill or drain this stored Essentia, and the Essentia export bus, Essentia provider, and Essentia tubes, I don't know why that's not bolted, can be used to keep the EVC full. Cool. Golem Wi-Fi backpack. After watching your golems running around depositing gathered items into a chest for you to collect and store later, you wondered if you could cut out the middleman. Inspiration struck when you realized that you could utilize your network's wireless capabilities to do just that. After spending hours feverishly working, you created a backpack that will give your golems access to the network. The backpack does come with some limitations, however. Why? Why? It's always the limitations. Ugh. Golems must be in range of an access point to communicate with it. Well, that's standard. Why get me worked up for nothing? The Fluix pearl atop the antenna serves as an indicator to whether or not the golem can communicate with the pearl. With the network. As communicating with the network takes power, you retrofitted a charger to draw power from 2 embedded Nitor. When charged, the backpack will be able to transmit for only a short time before starting another charge cycle. So it's not continuous. So it is... How shit is this? Hang on. To link the backpack with your network, place it in the security terminal. Evan, I'm 25. I don't know if that's older or younger than I look, but... As you progress with your Golemancy research, check back here for the potential new uses of the backpack. Facades. Facades can be used to apply a variety of styles to the backpack. Thaumium block default. Great wood log. Bricks, hay bale, tallow block, flesh block, stone, iron block, gold block, diamond block. Right click on a golem wearing a backpack with a facade in hand to apply it. Oh, it's just styles. It's just aesthetics. Okay. Gather core. With the gather core, we'll be able to deposit gathered items directly into the network. The maximum number of items deposited is determined by how efficiently the golem manages each charge. I kind of sound like Chosen Architect. That's crazy. I fall asleep to his videos. A golem, like, I use his videos to fall asleep is what I mean. 2,000 kids rise up. Millennium kids rise up. A golem equipped with a fill core will be able to extract items from the network. The maximum number of items extracted is determined by the golem's GUI and how efficiently the golem manages each charge. The golem equipped with the decanting core will be able to extract fluid from the network. The maximum amount of fluid extracted is determined by how efficiently the golem manages each charge. Special note, storing fluids in the AE network requires the services of another mod, such as Extra Cells 2. Good to know. A golem equipped with an alchemy core will be able to insert and extract Essentia from the network. The maximum amounts of Essentia transferred is determined by how efficiently the golem manages each charge. Deja vu. When the golem is placed against an Essentia source, such as the alchemical furnace, it will deposit the gathered Essentia. When the golem has been instructed to fill Essentia containers, such as jars, it will extract Essentia from the network. Upgrades. Order upgrade. better manage each backpack charge, increasing the amount of work they can perform per charge. However, it doesn't say what the base amount of work per charge is. Whatever. Advanced golems are able to perform twice as much work per charge. That's it. Okay, cool. That was a long entry. We're not even halfway through, guys. I need my guest speakers to come in. Let me send a ping. Okay. Essentia monitoring. The Essentia terminal provides a convenient way to insert or extract Essentia stored within the network. Cool. When placing a jar or file, it will be emptied. If it contains any Essentia or filled with the selected aspect, it will be emptied if it contains any Essentia or filled with the selected aspect. Labels can also be set or cleared depending on the selected aspect. Sometimes Flurbids versus enemies, Flurbid, absolutely. For the thaumaturge with little time on their hands and many aspects to work with, the displayed aspects can be clicked with an item to fill, drain, or set the item in question. When holding multiple of an item, items will be returned to your inventory. Arcane workbench, crafting recipe for the terminal. Oh no. Sorry, I don't want to give you guys the yawns. Okay, the Essentia level emitter provides a redstone signal when the level of Essentia in the network falls below or rises above a set amount. I know how to use those.
All right, Coach.
Oh, hi. Hi,
Put me
Nine.
in.
All right. Let me finish this page, and then it's all you, man. The
Can
Essentia
you
storage.
send
Yeah.
the server?
Oh, it's gtnh.flurbin.lol, and it's whitelisted.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, and then op. It's 3 underscores, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then what
Cool.
do I do for all the research?
You need to get the cheat Thaumonomicon and clear your warp with the commands.
Okay.
Where was I? The Essentia storage monitor and Essentia conversion monitor allow you to see how much of an aspect is in the network at a glance. The conversion monitor also allows you to insert and extract Essentia from the network. Right-clicking with a wrench will lock and unlock the monitor. Right-clicking an unlocked monitor with a label or fill jar or file will set the displayed aspect, and right-clicking with an empty hand will clear aspect. Right-clicking a locked conversion monitor will fill jar or file, and shift right-clicking will empty them. Shift double right-click will empty all Essentia from your inventory. Okay, cool. No, I enjoyed the game. Well, preferably we don't want withers, so I will have 9 clear all of his warp. Okay, where are we at? Digi-Essentia transportation. Now that you know how to digitize Essentia, it's time to put that knowledge to work. Imports and export. By binding the appropriate core to an Essentia tube and chamber, you are able to move Essentia in and out of the storage network. The use of a filter tube allows you to specify what aspects are allowed to be transferred. Storage bus. Combining the imports and export buses into a single device allows you to use external Essentia containers as network storage. As well as storage, the bus can also be used to remove excess Essentia from the network by using a void jar or ME condenser. If using a void jar, you must select the Allow Void button in the GUI. Setting a low priority on the storage bus is recommended here. Oh, that's all the reading. Okay, thank God. Essentia provider. This one's short. You know, there's only 31 entries in this chapter, but holy crap, it's the most taxing chapter I've read so far. While imports and export buses are useful for an array of jobs, they lack the flexibility to interface with complex alchemical constructs. To overcome this limitation, you have created a device that will allow these constructs to request any Essentia directly from the network. Using the Essentia provider should prove to be a simple task. Simply connect it to both the network and construct, and it will do the rest. Like an Essentia buffer, it has a small amount of suction. 8 out of nobody knows. Distillation pattern encoder. Expanding on the principles of AE's autocrafting system, you have created a way to encode the Essentia distillation process into an encoded pattern. Placing an item into the Thaumonomicon slot will reveal what you know of the item's composition. After selecting the preferred aspect, it can then be encoded onto the encoded pattern or an available blank pattern. Oh dear God. Infusion provider. By researching the process of Essentia diffusion, or infusion, not diffusion, you have discovered a method for instantaneous conversion between Digi-Essentia and Essentia that can be used for infusion. Oh. By placing the infusion provider near a Thaumic device, the device can draw Essentia directly from the network as if it were a warded jar. That's super useful. This could prove useful. This could prove to be very useful for the infusion altar. Yeah, I already said that. Advanced infusion provider is a crazy crafting recipe. Holy crap. As you continue to optimize your ME network auto-crafting, you've been stumped by infusion recipes countless times. Now you have a new recipe. Or now you have a new idea. Why not leave the task of preparing Essentia to your ME network? Please. So you've developed a new infusion provider that incorporates the functionality of the interceptor and automatically orders the missing Essentia. It can also bind multiple infusion matrices in a 25 by 25 by 11 area. All you need to do is just put it down among those matrices and that's it. Right click allows him to search the area. What about her? To search the area for matrix and rebind it. Okay, you're going to be on the New Horizons chapter, my guy.
Okay.
Quartz duplication. You are now able to alchemically duplicate Certus quartz, crystal, and nether quartz. And then I will ask that you share your screen as well. Wand focus AE wrench. This wand focus interacts with blocks and machinery as if it were an AE2 wrench. Sneak plus left click, rotate. Sneak plus right click, dismantle. Okay. Oh, the chapter is done. Oh my gosh. Add 31. So now we're at 78.
All right, chat, you're stuck with me for a little bit.
278. All right. I will show your shared screen on live. And you're going to hear Nine's beautiful voice.
You're back?
I'm back.
Thank God. I'm gonna finish this. I need your help because my nose is clogging up and I cannot do this no more.
All right. Sounds good. That was a good break.
Dude, you owe me one, bro. This shit is horrifying.
It is bad. It is really bad, dude.
To operate an unseen scribe. Speaking of which, guys, chat, Flurbin and I are doing some crazy shit. If you have Prime subs on Twitch, from your Twitch Prime, you should definitely drop them to Flurbin. I think he deserves them after all of this. This is quite the haul.
Thank you, Nine.
And obviously, you want to Prime sub for Miso too, because that's pretty big. Okay, Flurbin.
Okay. Where do I hop in?
So I have done all of the top right parts of Automagi, including the Essentia Aggregator, the Essential Locus, the Viz Reader, Crystalline Brain, Thermostatic Spire, and the Inventarium. So you'll have to hit Remote Comparator, Tallybox Lenses, Scrivener's Oculus, Condensed Archives, Supply and Demand, and all of this stuff on the bottom left. Do you see all that
this
stuff?
web is so bad.
Yeah, it's
Oh
terrible.
my gosh, it's so connected. Okay. So
Yeah, and I
starting
can't really
from
zoom
remote
out.
comparator down.
Yeah, pretty much. You'll need Remote Comparator, Tallybox Lenses. I just did Inventarium, but you'll need Condensed Archives, Scrivener's Oculus, and Supply and Demand, and then everything to the left of that. I've done everything up and to the right of like this
Got
area.
it. All right. Sounds good. Thank you, man.
All right, bro.
for
Good
your
luck.
contributions.
Of course.
Oh, all right. Let's continue. I don't know.
Peace, everyone.
Why is it every time I open the book it like blows smoke? I don't understand. All right.
Good luck.
Bye,
Flurbin.
Nine. Yeah, thank you. All right. So, remote comparator. How big are the... Oh, it's not that bad. It's 2 pages on this one. Signals that relay how full your chests are can be useful, but redstone comparators can often get in the way. With this in mind, you have invented the remote comparator. It outputs a signal based on the block's inventory or other status, just like a redstone comparator, but doesn't have to be next to the block. Oh, cool. There are even some containers and item holders that a normal comparator doesn't work on, which this will handle, including many related to thaumaturgy. Of course, some other way of telling the device where it should be looking is necessary. Fortunately, the crystallization technique you discovered can help in this regard. Crystalline Eye. A crystalline eye is used to allow certain thaumic devices to observe other locations. An eye can be attuned to a specific position by right-clicking with it on the desired block. Then simply place the tuned eye into the slot provided by the device. There is a limit to how far away the device can be from the specified coordinates. This limit is generally 20 blocks, but it is possible that some devices will have other requirements. Tally box. Knowing how full a chest is all well and good, but often what you really want to keep track of is how many of the given thing you've got in there. To that end, you've designed the tally box. Simply place it such that it points at a container, similar to placing a hopper. Next, fill out a runic whitelist or blacklist and place it inside the box. It will emit a redstone signal when the conditions you specify are met. This signal is output in the direction opposite from the target container. Alternatively, place a remote comparator above the box, attune the crystalline eye to the inventory you want to examine, then place that eye into the comparator. The comparator will cease its normal functions, instead relaying item information for the tally box to act upon. What is the reason for reading the Thaumonomicon? I wanted to. I did not lose a bet. I think in one of 3 streams, he mentioned reading the entire Thaumonomicon, and like, oh, I'll do that. I think that was about it. If a tally box is set to read from another tally box, contents will be retrieved from the second box's target. If that target is also a tally box, then it will relay its own target's contents and so on. By chaining tally boxes and remote comparators together this way, containers may be read from very long distances. Tally box lenses. Attaching one of these lenses to a tally box changes the way it detects items at its target's location. Look at me so. A box with the unbound lens examines loose items at the location rather than items in a container. The yield lens reveals to the box the items that may be dropped by the target block. Oh, we're in rave mode again. Oh dear. Every time I move my camera, it's the same thing. Look at that. No, flipping. I am on camera. Look, don't you see me? Oh dear. Hang on, I'm trying to fix the camera input. It's just the USB cable.
Hello. I was told
Super
you
fragile.
need someone to sub in again.
Hey, Glitchu. I'll finish
Hello.
this chapter and then I'll take all the help you can give.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Ooh.
I don't know why my camera keeps like not working after I replug it.
Someone in my chat just asked, is that his punishment to read the book? Yeah.
Punishments for what?
What,
I didn't
what
do
are you
anything.
punishing yourself for?
Nothing. I am not punishing myself. I'm just making good content. Attaching one of these lenses to a tally box changes the way it detects items at the target location. A box with the unbound lens examines loose items at the location rather than items in a container. The yield lens reveals to the box the items that may be dropped by the target block. Both standard results and those possible using a tool with the Silk Touch enchants are considered. This may be a good way to output a signal only when the target contains a specific block. Okay, and then I need to do this one? Or did he do this one? No, he did Inventarium. Condensed archives. By replacing the standard bookshelves around the Inventarium core with certain alternatives, the maximum number of slots that can be read by the system can be increased by more than normal 81 slots. An enchanting bookshelf made from enchanted paper provides 216 slots. Does this store like enchanted books? I guess, maybe. An ensorcelled bookshelf provides 486 slots. Like the enchanting bookshelf, it can also be used to boost an enchantment table. It is 8 times as potent as a standard bookshelf for this purpose. Wait, what? Oh, okay. It's 8 times more potent in boosting an enchanting table, I see. Scrivener's Oculus. Scrivener's Oculus. One limitation of the Unseen Scribe is that it can only examine a single type of container, one of which must be placed somewhere behind it. Another limitation is the size of the area the scribe can examine. The Scrivener's Oculus helps to overcome both constraints. The Oculus uses crystalline eyes pointed at containers in the vicinity to set the container types that the scribe will examine. An eye pointed at the scribe itself will increase the examined area by 1 block on all sides. Up to 5 eyes can be used at a time. To use an Oculus, simply place it on top of the Unseen Scribe and then right-click with the crystalline eye you have prepared. Right-click it with an empty hand to remove the last eye inserted. Supply and demand. Oh, to properly consolidate your storage, you'll need not just a list, but also a way to retrieve what you've stored. And what better way to accomplish this than with golems? Nope, the golems are not CPS friendly. Nope. Several components are required to get your delivery system working as intended. First name, last name. Thanks for subbing on YouTube. At a minimum, you'll need functional inventarium, including at least 1 unseen scribe reading from containers, a golem with access to your storage containers, a suitable drop-off points for the golem to put the items it retrieves, a way to place orders, and a way to turn those orders into something the golem will follow. To fulfill these last 2 requirements, you've invented some new devices. This just sounds like the create inventory management thing. Multiple drop-off points may be used, each with one or more fill core fitted golems using it as their home location. A drop-off point can be any location where your golems can leave items, but if it is a container, it must be quickly emptied of items or deliveries, or it should say or, not of. Oh, no, of items or deliveries may be hampered. Considering having them drop items into a magic mirror rather than a chest, linking the mirror to another, that will get the items directly to where you'll stand when placing orders. Every container read by your scribe should at least have one of these fill golems linked to it. And no such golem should be told to take from other containers. Unexpected results may occur otherwise. Keeping containers sorted such that a given item type is found in as few containers as possible may speed larger deliveries, since fewer trips will be needed. I mean, I would just rather wait until 82, honestly. This sounds like a pain in the ass. It's a lot of words. It's a lot of words and stipulations just to get a system working here. Next, position a golemic taskmaster nearby and link the fill golems to it using a golem linking bell. A single taskmaster can handle up to 6 golems. The golems need not to be tied to the same drop-off points, but the taskmaster can only control them if the resetting location where they stand when not moving items is within 5 blocks. As with the scribe, each taskmaster must be linked in the inventarium core, and the distance over which this is allowed is increased by order crystal clusters near the core. I don't know why they say order when it should be ordo, right? Increased by ordo crystal clusters near the core. A memory block must also be installed for each taskmaster. So since each requisition tome also needs 1, you'll need at least 2. To be of use, a memory block must be placed within the 7x2x7 area that starts 2 blocks below the core, and it must be next to an amber block or amber bricks, such as the one directly below the core. Right-clicking the core with your wand will display the number of currently used and maximum memory slots. Oh my god, dude. This is like more complicated than the Thaumcraft pipes, and the Thaumcraft pipes are hella complicated. Is it actually order crystal, not ordo? That's wild. Okay, the last piece of the puzzle is the requisition tome. I mean, it should be Perditio crystal. The naming should follow the aspect that it's made from. Whatever. Yeah. The last piece of the puzzle is the requisition tome. Like the unseen scribe, it will display the entire contents of your storage system. This is where you place orders. Left click on a listed item to increase the number of ordered, or right-click to decrease it. Hold Shift to move stacks, or Control to move 10 at a time. Use the slots on the left, or hold Alt or Option, if you're on Mac, to request more than you actually have stored. Using the Mirrors button in the GUI and the crystalline eye pointed at a nearby mirror, the tome can become a convenient place to drop items off as well. The tome has requirements similar to those of a taskmaster, a dedicated memory block linking it to the core, and order crystals clusters to increase the linking distance. In addition, the tome requires a supply of Ordo Viz via Viz Relay. Pointing a tallybox at a requisition tome will cause the box to output a redstone signal based on the currently requested items. One final note, golems aren't the best at adapting to changing orders. So if you reduce the amount requested after they've already picked up too much, they'll simply drop the excess on the floor, and it may be wise to have something in place to put such items back into their containers. What a shit show. Like, who would even mess around with this? This sounds so bad. By way of the mirrors button in the GUI and a crystalline eye, a melding mirror may be used for item inputs instead of standard magic mirror. Okay, wow. Dispersing mirror. Up to now, linking multiple requisition tomes with one inventarium has limited utility. Requested items weren't associated with any specific tome, let alone earmarked to be delivered to them. Now that you've found a way to tap into Mirror's trans-dimensional streams, that is about to change. If your delivery golems are set to drop items off at a dispersing mirror, directly or indirectly, that is linked to the same inventarium core as their golematic taskmaster. Then the mirror can send items to a mirror close to the requisition tome. To link a dispersing mirror to the inventarium core, right-click it with your wand. The maximum distance it can be from the core is increased by order crystals clusters near the core. A memory block must be installed for each dispersing mirror. See supply and demand from how to do this. Sure, I just saw it. After the mirror's plate is linked, you must specify each tome's destination mirror using the mirror's button in the tome's GUI. Either a standard magic mirror or a melding mirror can be used as the tome's output location. Note that items sent to a dispersing mirror, which aren't earmarked for a specific destination, will be rejected and spat out by the dispersing mirror, so make sure all requisition tomes have an output mirror set. You may also want a failsafe in place to pick up loose items and take them to a default destination or put them away. Okay, good. I thought there was another page there. Melding mirror. Magic mirrors are a wonderful way to get items from here to there, but they can only be linked in pairs. A system needing numerous mirrors to output items from various locations at a single destination can be prohibitively expensive. Your new insights into the Void, along with Void Metal's unique properties, can help with this. Or just doing research in the research bench. Good night, Snudget. Thank you for hopping in and thanks for watching. Yeah, I may still be streaming when you wake up. The melding mirror is a special one-way mirror which takes items in but won't spit them out. Rather than linking it and another mirror together, a crystalline eye is inserted into its frame. Okay, so other mirrors are linked by right-clicking each other, right? Why are melding mirrors not linked by right-clicking each other? That is really sus. If the eye has been set to watch a location with a magic mirror anywhere in any dimension, and the target mirror is properly paired with another, then the melding mirror will find the transdimensional stream connecting the paired mirrors together, and by way of a sort of mystical confluence, use it to deliver items to the target location. To remove a crystalline eye from the mirror socket, right-click on it with your wand while sneaking. The key components allowing mirrors to manipulate connections across the void like this is the conflux disk. The disc takes up much of the mirror's frame, and its void metal origins allow it to bond with the glass in a way other metals cannot, so it may adapt as necessary to intercept whatever chaotic path the streams may take in the void. Sign Whales, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the stream, mate. A conflux disc is fairly costly to create initially, but from one, many more can be produced relatively easily. For this reason, it is advisable to always hold one in reserve. Okay, probably never going to use any of this stuff. Alright, enchanted paper. There are times when written instructions simply don't carry the weight you desire, especially when what you desire is the weights of magical force. Oh my god. Cringe. Whatever. By infusing ordinary paper with Viz and preparing a pliable inlay of golden runes, you are now able to produce enchanted paper that can help enforce your will upon your creations. It's a lot of words to say absolutely nothing. A common use of enchanted paper to create whitelists and blacklists, which can be used to dictate what is seen by thaumic devices such as the greedy chest. You can turn a whitelist into a blacklist or vice versa while preserving the filtering options you have already written upon the list. You can also copy the filtering options from one list to another of either type by simply placing both of them on an arcane work table. That's really cool. That's really nice. The contents of the first are copied to the second, and the first is not consumed in the process, of course. Although it should be, because that would be totally on brand for Thaumcraft. Enchanting. Enchanted paper can also be bound into book form. Bookshelves created with these are 4 times as potent as a standard bookshelf when it comes to boosting an enchantment table. So only 4 instead of 15 are required for the table to provide level 30 enchants. Cool. We got I guess this is the enchanting bookshelf that it's talking about. Bound enchanting paper. What an expensive bookshelf, honestly. Eager chest and greedy chest. Okay. And tenacious chest. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to remove the guest reader icon. I am Flurbin. I am reading now. Thank you. Should we bet on when he will go insane? Yeah, do we have a mod in chat? Please start a prediction. Eager chest. You've managed. What's your favorite chapter so far? None of them. None of them. You've managed to create a variation upon the greedy chest that focuses its attention on the person opening it instead of its neighbors. By tempering the pearl used in its construction, the eager chest is imbued with the desire to trade rather than steal. It is still rather impatient about this, so will immediately attempt to give and take items when opened. That means nothing to me. Tell me what it happens. Glitchu, thank you for the raid, man. Welcome everybody from Glitchu's stream. Welcome to the stream. I am reading the entirety of the Thaumonomicon, and I am not 312. I'm maybe 340 entries out of 1,211. So I am not as eager as this chest, unfortunately, but yeah. You've intentionally left some holes in its senses, allowing you to sneak up to it when you want to look inside without triggering a trade. Additionally, the chest won't trade with people it doesn't recognize, which at first would be anyone but the person who placed it. I don't understand what the use for this chest is, honestly, but others can introduce themselves by use of a wand. A wand is also necessary in order to tell the chest what should be considered a proper trade. By default, oh, I guess this is just like a commerce item, so you could just like trade with people without having to physically be there. It's like for shops. By default, a certain level of greed slips through, as it will take anything it senses as valuable while only giving things it doesn't value, although in truth, that is how it works even with runic whitelists or blacklists installed. Okay, that just flipped my understanding on its head. The difference is only that those lists skew its evaluations. On another note, you suspect that this amalgam you've concocted will be valued highly by Pex. Okay, why? Why would it be valued by Pex? Greedy chest. You have sometimes wondered whether the nature of the hungry chest was actually tied to the true gluttony, or if you were merely anthropomorphizing a simple, largely immobile automation. I know this word. I know this word, I just can't say it. There is just something about the sound it makes when it gobbles thing up. Does it make sound? Interesting. You have been unable to detect any cognitive ability in the things, but your studies have nonetheless led you to methods by which other needs could be imbued upon such objects. It was a small jump to go from a basic hunger to primitive greed through harnessing this into something useful to you required the invention of some special components. All right. That entire first page meant it said absolutely nothing. It was just flavor text. The greedy chest steals items as they are placed in adjacent inventories. In effect, 50% of everything put into its neighbors ends up inside the greedy chest. Instead, provided the items will fit. Well, okay. If you right-click it with your wand, you can change its behavior so it takes more or less attempts to maintain a stock, or takes only items that surpass a given threshold. You can also choose which neighbors it will steal from. Okay, so it's like an omnidirectional hopper, basically. The chest will not take from hoppers below it, nor can it steal from another greedy chest that is set to take from its location. You are working on a way to make the chest covet. What? You're working on a way to make the chest covet only specific items. Covet. Oh, covet. Yes, that's it. You're working on a way to make the chest covet only specific items, a filtering mechanism of sorts, but this should be a good start. You just use magical paper, right? Enchanted paper, whatever it is. The thing that we read like 2 chapters ago. In the meantime, the other properties of this pearl you discovered seem interesting. A normal ender pearl teleports you when thrown, but this one is more keyed in to nearby items. Perhaps you should even take it out for a spin. You might even learn something. Ominous, okay. Enchanted paper. With the use of runic whitelist and blacklist, you can change what the chest covets and to what degree, letting you control which items it will grab. Yep, that's what I said before. Structured avarice. It is a yellow item, so it has been listed somewhere before. However, I have not read it, so I will reread it. After experimenting with the avarice pearl, you have made 2 important observations. First, the pearl has the uncanny ability to attract nearby items towards itself and to the person or machine that throws it. Second, when used outside of the confines of a properly calibrated thaumic device, it is unstable. The more items and the more distinct stacks of items it moves, the more likely it will harm its user or break in the process. What a useless piece of crap. After some study, you have discovered a way to strengthen the pearl. On the other hand, you know that even these shattered fragments have potential uses, and so you've devised a more efficient means of acquiring them. Okay, entropy, sliver, and average pearl, and shattered average pearl. One interesting property of the shattered average pearl is that Enderman seems to be slightly more common when you've got one on you. Perhaps they are subconsciously drawn into the vicinity by the lingering end magic that is now exposed to the air. The Miser's Pearl is a much more sensible way of picking up loose items than the Average Pearl. Not only will it never shatter from picking up too much or inflict damage, but it will move items to you as it flies. That's actually a useful piece of crap. Okay. There are a couple of downsides to note. The first is that it won't move more than 10 stacks per throw, but this limitation is well worth the savings in Ender Pearls and other valuable materials. Just use a magnet. You could just use a magnet. This is like a directional magnet that you have to aim and throw and hold in your inventory. Secondly, the pearl consumes a small amount of Ordo Viz, and it uses Ordo. You'll need to carry something to provide this, so it uses 2 inventory spots, actually. You've got a wand on you all the time anyway, right? No, I don't. No, I'm focused on GregTech, not Thaumcraft. Jesus. Could craft it right now, actually. Ender Disjunction. Good night from Poland, 2:30 a.m. here. I'm gonna sleep, flurbin, drink plenty of water, maybe some tea with honey to relax your vocal cords. Good luck there. Thank you, Norithar. Norithar, thank you so much, and have a good night in Poland. I actually have been looking for tea while grocery shopping. I went on 2 separate trips to look for tea, and alas, no tea. However, I do have a latte coffee at my side, and I have been drinking plenty of water as well. But I appreciate the concern, and I do have honey as well. That will help. Entries tier list when? Never. I am reading this, but I am not understanding this. Ender Disjunction. It's just that the way that is written is just so convoluted, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to read it. Because I wanted to know how bad it was, and holy shit, there's so much fluff. It's bad. It reads like a novel, but the author, like, it reads like ChatGPT before ChatGPT, because this was made before ChatGPT. And the prompt was like, make this more convoluted. Yeah. The fact that people took time to write all those entries is legit more insane than you're reading all of it. I know. I cannot imagine being one of the authors for this. Ender Disjunction, especially not this chapter, the Eldritch chapter, absolutely insane. That was crazy shit. That was crazy. Ender Disjunction, your efforts to exploit the tie between Average Pearls and the Enderman Menace have finally paid off. You've crafted a ring that, when worn, hooks itself onto the invisible transdimensional threads generated by Ender creatures. Each teleport occurring nearby, whether arriving or leaving, results in a sudden and violent tearing away of those hooks, seriously injuring the creature. So this is like an offensive, or I guess defensive in this case, item that just damages stuff that is teleporting away or to you, but it also drains Perditio from a wand in your inventory. A small amount is drained each time a creature is damaged by it. Why don't you tell me how much it is, though? Wearing a second ring increases the damage dealt by half. They could have just said 50%. Runic shielding. Your research into runic shielding augmentation should apply to this ring, allowing it to provide shielding if you are willing to pay the price of the infusion process. That was totally unnecessary. Why did you include the second part of that sentence? Okay. I already read Greedy Chest. Okay, Thirsty Tank. You can see a use in PvP. Yeah, I guess. With a few modifications, the magical hunger that drives the hungry chest becomes a thirst that causes a specially constructed tank to drink liquids that it comes into contact with. We use this a lot, actually. Only fluid blocks that can be picked up by a bucket can be swallowed, but even flowing liquid can cause a reaction. Really? The tank can take fluids from the world at some distance, provided there is an unbroken chain of the same type leading from the tank to the target block. Is that for like, oh, I see. In this way, small pools can be consumed without moving the tank. Liquids can also be added or removed from the tank in the standard fashion, such as by buckets or certain golems. If placed next to a water source, block, the tank can draw water from it indefinitely. That's contradictory. That's contradictory to this paragraph. I mean, this is how we're using it. We're using it indefinitely from a water source. You can also fill and empty water bottles using the tank if it contains water. You may want to shelter it from the rain though. Okay. Does it blow up like a GT machine? Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Maybe like if you're using it for not water, it would get like mixed up with the rainwater. I don't know. Thirsty glyphs. The thirsty tank could do so much more with liquid to then gather and store a few buckets worth. To unlock its potential, you have devised a system of glyphs and a special aqua-imbued inky paste to go with it. When this aqueous admixture is formed into the right shape alongside objects with appropriate properties, it can be magically impressed upon a slate, becoming a portable glyph that can be applied to the side of a thirsty tank. A thirsty tank can have up to 6 glyphs, one on each of its sides. The side chosen is important in some cases since certain glyphs effects are aimed in that direction. Okay, to remove a glyph, simply right-click the side it was placed upon while sneaking up with a wand. The glyphs you've designed so far and their effects are as follows. Void. The tank will accept more liquid than it can hold. The excess will be avoided. Consumption. The tank will, over time, truly consume or destroy any liquid it stores. Use additional glyphs for faster consumption. Siphoning. Liquid will be siphoned out of the tank into another container in the direction specified. Okay, siphoning is actually useful. NV, the tank will take liquid from the container in the direction specified 1 bucket's worth at a time. However, how fast is at a time? Because if it's per tick, that's okay. If it's per second, then that's kind of crap. Temperance, the tank will not pull liquid into itself unless it is receiving a redstone signal. Preservation, the tank will prevent itself from being drained entirely. You could use this to ensure a tank will only ever contain a specific fluid. Guzzler, the tank draws liquid into itself faster. More glyphs improve its speed further. Reservoir. The tank's capacity is increased by 16 buckets worth for each of these glyphs. And here's all the crafting recipes. There's another glyph. Your advancements in the magic of detecting creatures have allowed the creation of an additional type of glyph. The glyph of the bovine, like your mom. A thirsty tank with this glyph applied will no longer drink fluid flowing near it. Instead, it will look in the direction to which the glyph was applied for cows to milk. While the speed at which the tank searches for cows to be milked is increased by a glyph of the guzzler, the real limiting factor is that once a cow has been milked, thirsty tanks cannot milk it again for some time. Okay. Alchemical boiler. You've had so much success with Essentia distillation that you've decided to expand upon the ways you can break things down. The alchemical boiler works in much the same manner as the alchemical furnace, but with liquids rather than items. Add or remove liquid using buckets or through automations, such as certain golems. The same things that speed up the operation of the alchemical furnace will help a boiler as well, such as aluminum. Note that breaking the boiler will destroy any liquid it contains. Okay, not really sure what a boiler does. They could say that in like half a sentence if they really wanted to. Vishroom oddities. Vishrooms are odd little things, growing as they do in environments awash in magic. You'd think they would have many useful applications in thaumaturgy, but their parasitic nature seems to get in the way. Just approaching one is enough to get you sick. Eating one? Well, that would be extremely foolish. You did it anyway. No, I didn't. Some cauldron recipes need fluids in a bucket. The boiler lets you use just fluids and not waste the bucket. All of this for stew. Vishroom stew, as you've called it, is very objectionable as a food source, but despite its many side effects, you feel it has helped open your mind. Bro, we're literally taking psychedelics here. In what way, you aren't entirely sure, but you are sure your experiment is yielding results. This doesn't seem wise. Diminishing returns. Oh, it actually counts towards the food count. Having tasted success, you've decided to see what the effects would be when other things come in contact with your creation. So I'm basically a druggie, is what I'm reading. That's what I'm understanding. It turns out that the other mushrooms you initially added just to help you stomach the thing are a crucial component, keeping the concoction stable. Relatively, anyway. By placing the stew in a large container, such as a thirsty tank, where it can settle for a moment, you can then pull out a bucket of soup, suitable for uses beyond consumption. Many of this liquid's properties are unknown as of yet, but first observations point towards the largest concentrations, such as source blocks, creating fungi, and greatly amplifying the whispers you receive from the beyond while you're immersed in them. Yes, immersed in soup, while doing things, like eating noxious stews, and zombie brains. Hey, eccentric or not, it's effective. Let the others mock you, if they will. You know, you'll get the last laugh. Haha. Next entry. There she goes. Okay, cat cam is back, guys. Let me set it up. I can't see anything through the camera. That's not fantastic. Cray Cray, thanks for the follow. Okay. Something happened. Oh, there you go. Miso cam. There you go. Wand focus crafting. Hang on. Just make sure I'm not missing anything. I need to do all of this redstone theory stuff too. Okay. Wand focus crafting. The need to craft seems to never end, no matter how far from home you may be. While some may resort to lugging tables around everywhere they go, you have found a more elegant solution. This wand focus can be used to create anything you could assemble with an arcane work table, including items both mundane and magical. The wand it is attached to will be used to provide any viz required by the recipe. To begin crafting, equip the focus and right-click with the wand. Alternatively, press none while the focus equipped wand is in your hotbar. I don't know what none is. A small amount of viz is consumed when you open the crafting grid and each time you craft an arcane item. Mundane items do not require additional viz. While this focus can be applied to a magic staff, such an instrument is still unsuited for intricate work, needed to craft thaumaturgical items. It can assist when putting together other items though. Okay. Crafting focus upgrades. With your new focal manipulator, you can greatly improve the utility of the crafting focus. Gratis. This upgrade causes the focus's basic operations to consume no viz. So gratis in Spanish actually means free. Opening the grid is free and crafted items only cost a normal amount. Storage. After crafting using a focus with this upgrade, any items left in the crafting grid will be stored in an extra dimensional space attached to the focus. Transposing a focus with this upgrade will instantly install itself upon a wand when called by the wielder. The focus can be called from anywhere in the inventory or from a focus pouch that is being carried or worn. To call it, press the same key as used to begin crafting with the focus. Advanced node jarring. Oh, okay, cool. It just requires HV tier glass. You have finally found a way to jar nodes without breaking them. Utilizing your breakthroughs in warding magic, you can construct the jar in such a stable fashion that the normal pressures exerted by the process are minimized to levels where the node is guaranteed to remain unscathed throughout. Build the structure around the node as normal, but replace the ordinary glass with warded glass, and the planks with silverwood logs. Next, ward the logs using a warding focus. Finally, right-click on one of the warding logs with a wand. Oh no! Oh, I'm yawning. That is no focus equipped. If you have the requisite viz, the node will immediately be jarred, safe, and sound. Resonating red crystal. When you created the first varieties of red crystal, you experimented with each primal aspect. When it came to air, the resulting crystal and its unique vibrational energies were interesting, but the energy was too weak to have any practical applications. Okay, whatever you say. With some additional research, however, you now have a way to focus that energy in a specific direction, allowing it to be received some distance away. Resonating red crystal transmits redstone signals through the air and objects alike in a straight line until it is picked up by other resonating red crystal. My hair's in my eyes. Ouch. The two crystals must be oriented to face each other, so if one is attached to the bottom of a block, the other must be below it and attached to the top of a block. This signal can travel up to 15 blocks. Its strength is preserved just as if the crystals were next to each other. Mercurial red crystal. Now that you are able to tap into the strange realm found through magic mirrors to create far-flung networks of production and transport, You need a way to intelligently control their disparate elements. Why waste resources creating and sending items through mirrors that are just going to pile up on a full chest and decay? That doesn't happen if you set up your system correctly, but okay. By adapting a resonating crystal, that doesn't happen if you use AE2. By adapting a resonating crystal to the seemingly erratic oscillations of the void between worlds, the resulting mercurial red crystal can send its signal through a linked mirror in the vicinity to be picked up by another mercurial red crystal on the other side. In order to send or receive a crystal, the device must be linked to a mirror. Do this by holding it in your hand and right-clicking on the mirror. It must then be placed within 8 blocks of that location. Of course, you'll need to link another red crystal to the corresponding mirror on the other end. Essentia mirror. Mercurial red crystals can be linked to an Essentia mirror instead of a standard magic mirror. This would probably be a more efficient option unless magic mirrors are going to be in use anyway. Fishing enchantments. For ages, practitioners of magic have tried to impress their buddies by giving themselves a little magical edge when it comes to their shared pastimes. Fishing, in particular, with fishermen's penchants for tall tales, has been the subject of magical enchantment. Unreliable enchanting results, however, are hardly impressive. Why not apply your newfound knowledge of infusion enchantment to these endeavors? Who knows, you may even find some use for this beyond bragging rights. Okay, cool. Who fishes in Minecraft? Glowing amber. Encasing Nitor in amber allows for a simple light source. Nice, short, and sweet. I love it. Slivers of magic. You've developed a process to break down the various shards of primal magic into even smaller pieces. This is helpful when using a whole shard, if shards can be described as being whole, would be unnecessary and even wasteful for the task at hand. Unfortunately, putting the pieces back together isn't quite as easy. It would take significantly more viz to produce a shard than break one down. Well, that's stupid. Okay. He said he got all of this stuff over here, right? So... Oh, damn. I'm nearly done. I just have these ones here to go, and then we're done with this chapter. And... we can knock 63 off the list there. You've discovered that some materials, once crystallized a certain way, become more susceptible to magical control. The new crystalline structures can then be rearranged, and in some cases, instructions can be imprinted upon them. This discovery came to you during your experimentations on redstone powder. I never did such a thing. However, if the book says so, then I must have. The resulting redstone crystal or red crystal can be oriented more easily in a chosen direction. It can be placed on L and E side of a block and right-click on a selection. What is this? Oh, in addition to passing a signal to other red crystal and adjacent blocks, it will also pass a signal around corners when 2 red crystal clusters aren't directly touching, so long as both of them are attached to the same block and there is empty space in the adjoining area. So it's like vertical redstone, basically. Omnidirectional redstone, basically, right? I think. Okay, redstone theory. Redstone possesses many unusual characteristics. Its ability to transmit signals and form circuits has led many to believe it is a form of mundane technology. Indeed, redstone powder is the foundation upon which all sorts of technology relies. However, one who is versed in the arcane arts knows that redstone's unique properties are invaluable to all manner of magics. Potions, perhaps being the most well-known example. Yes, use redstone in potions, okay? For these reasons, redstone is often viewed as a natural bridge between magic and technology. And so it is. But the thaumaturge knows that it is much more. At the fundamental level, redstone is no mundane material at all. Even when functioning as part of an elaborate circuit or mechanical device, a more careful look reveals that its behavior can be described only as magical. Of course it's magical, of course! What else would it be? It's definitely not like a electrical property of a physical material. No, it has to be magical. It must be. Everything must be magical. You aim to take full advantage of this wondrous substance. To this end, you have designed some simple devices to help you better incorporate redstone logic into your everyday thaumaturgy. And so it is. You are certain that further studies will yield greater and more diverse inventions. In fact, this may even be the basis of a whole new discipline of thaumaturgy, one focused on allowing a thaumaturge to automate tasks more intelligently. You think you'd call it automagy. Dun dun dun. Redstone Inversion Torch. The redstone torch's ability to invert a redstone signal is very useful, but you cannot help but notice it inverts only in a binary manner. Even the weakest signal that reaches the block the torch is attached to will cause it to turn off. And when it is on, it is always at full strength. But what if you wanted a fully inverted signal? Not from 15 to 0, but from 10 to 5, from 3 to 12, and so on. Okay, utilizing basic thaumaturgical principle, you have created a more orderly, less all or nothing redstone torch. Thank God. Hourglass. The redstone hourglass is a simple but versatile device allowing you to regulate the timings of redstone signal transmissions. When activated, by right-click or redstone signal, the glass turns and sand starts to fall. A redstone pulse is emitted once the sand has settled. If the rear of a redstone comparator is next to the hourglass, it will output a signal which increases in strength as the sand falls. The hourglass outputs to its left and right sides. It accepts activation signals from any other side. Right-click the hourglass with your wand or a stick to adjust the timer's length. The timer is quite precise, but unfortunately only allows adjustments in 5 seconds increments and peaks out at 60. Is that precision? I guess. It would be bad. No, that's not precision, that's accuracy. But you know this device is only the foundation upon which you will build better things. Right? No, that's not accuracy. That's precision, yes. Dim red crystal. This variety of red crystal allows you to cap the signal strength it emits to a specific value. This can be useful when devices react differently to a specific signal strengths. For example, it can still output a strength lower than the cap, so there are some situations where you may want to pair it with something else, such as an amplified red crystal or redstone torch. To change its cap, right-click the center of a dim red crystal with your wand. Oh, 1 page. Super. Dense red crystal. The structure of dense red crystal is such that weaker redstone signals cannot penetrate it, thus preventing this signal from being passed on. Fortunately for you, its structure is magical and can be altered at your whim. In effect, dense red crystal will always output either a signal at least equal to the strength you specify or no signal at all. To change its minimum required strength, right-click the center of a dense red crystal with your wand. Amplified red crystal. When this type of red crystal receives a redstone signal, it outputs a full strength signal in the specified direction. If other red crystal is used to pass the signal along, then its effective strength will remain 15 for many more blocks before it decays to 14, at which point it will fall by 1 each tile as is normal for redstone signals. Oh, so it just has more range, huh? Dim red crystal is an exception to this rule, as it will reduce the signal strength to 14th or below immediately. Amplified red crystal will only receive a signal from the side opposite to its output. Magical hourglass. The hourglass you designed is useful at delaying signals and producing redstone pulses, but is lacking in some areas. Repetition, for one. Also, sometimes you want the timer to start from 0 each time the hourglass is activated, even if sand was already falling. But this is impossible with mundane sand, which must flow from where it left off. To address these flaws, you've enchanted an hourglass with the ability to turn itself over repeatedly and the ability to instantly move its sand to the top, restarting the timer. If you so choose, it can instead move the sand to the bottom, ending the timer early without emitting a signal from the hourglass and stopping the loop if it was set to repeat. Additionally, there are several different modes. Pulse mode is as standard. Constant mode means a signal is sent to the entire time sand is falling. What? A signal is sent the entire time sand is falling. Alternating mode is the same, except it is sent only 50% of the time. Negative pulse mode works as a constant mode, except there is a brief period where no signal is sent when the glass turns itself over. I see how that could be helpful with an inverter. Disabled means no signal is sent at all. The hourglass's reaction to receiving a signal on any side but its left and right can also be changed. By default, the hourglass flips each time it receives a new signal. Another option is to have it only run when it is receiving a signal or only when it isn't. Or it can ignore redstone signals altogether. Sure. Finally, you can fine-tune the timer far better than before, and its maximum length far exceeds that of the redstone hourglass. However, you will need to use your wand to do so, as this is no mere mechanical contraption adjustable by poking a stick into a hole and turning it. Although it probably should be. It would make it more accessible to the wider... Yes! You found a way to fuse gold and thaumium to create a new metal, infused gold. Yeah, it's done. The chapter's done. The chapter is done. Chapter is freaking done. We'll add that to the total. And let's see if we can have Glitchu pop in here. Okay. We're like a third of the way through now. 75 entries? Should I have Glitchu read 75 entries? Thaumic tinkering. Sounds very interesting. Oh, you could do all these enchantments. Oh. Cursed Spirit Blade. It's kind of shit. My sharpness 50 spike has something to say about it. Hey yo, ready for you now. Ditaki, I see your push-ups, and I will raise the total by 2. Okay. Apomancy, Botania. Botania's short. This one's really short and sweet. Witchery is also super short and sweet. Wait. Oh yeah, it is. That would be a fantastic ending one. Okay, where does this start? Fume Dissipator, maybe? Or Smoky Quartz? I'll just start reading the Smoky Quartz branch. Smoky Quartz is pretty much quartz, but negative. All regular blocks that can be made with quartz can also be made with Smoky Quartz, and they look black. Okay. Smoky Quartz itself can be made with a piece of coal or charcoal for tinting, and a few pieces of regular nether quartz. See, the very interesting thing is that GregTech does not need a book like this. It just needs a quest book. Flurbin, how many subs did it take to convince you to do this? I convinced myself to do this on my own. This is my own volition. So, is that because you only start Botania and Witchery and Thaumcraft and then they go on their own? Maybe. Yeah, they do have their own, like, Thaumonomicons for those things. And Sickle 3, thank you for the follow. Or I guess Sickle, with 3 as an E. Talisman of Remedium. You have studied life and the body, and found that through the application of magic, you can protect yourself from harmful outside influences by redirecting these effects to a construct. This talisman will dispel most harmful effects on the holder and keep them on itself, taking damage. It will remove, another typo, some effects stemming from warp at an extreme durability cost. To enable or disable this ability, one would shift right-click on it, as expected. It only works whilst enabled. That was unnecessary to say. It must be worn in your amulet slot to take effect. That is necessary to say. So it just absorbs, like, bad status effects. Ethereal platform. You devised a block that is only solid for anyone standing on top of it. This block does not have a collision box for anyone who doesn't meet that criteria or is sneaking. Oh, it's basically like platforms in Terraria. Platforms? Maybe. You can also camouflage this block as any other by simply clicking on it. Oh, you think you can use this with the Arcane Levitator for some interesting effects. Oh, I see. Cursed Spirit's Blade. You created a sword that strikes with unparalleled force. However, for this to be the case, the sword feeds on the striker's blood. Upon damaging anything with the sword, the attacker will take 1 heart of damage. Blocking with the sword will always deal only 1.5 hearts, regardless of the original damage. What? So it damages you when you attack things? And it also has really bad attack damage? Furthermore, simply holding the sword gives the holder a steadfast aura, making them move faster than normal. You have also discovered that the sword can reap the souls of mobs instead of normal drops. This ability is activated via shift right click. These souls are rich in essentia, but you suspect that they might have other uses. Oh, I see. It's just a stopgap. Okay. Best item, really. Mob summoning. You are able to use souls gained from Cursed Spirit's Blade in order to summon mobs. Place 3 pedestals around a tablet of necromancy. On the pedestals, place 3 soul aspects. Different types of soul aspects give different types of mobs. Every mob has a different composition. Okay. By creating infused soul aspects, you are able to summon mobs without consuming soul aspects. Summoning such infused soul aspects is much slower than normal. Trans-vector interface. The thing is, there's only 6 sides to a block, as Direwolf20 very wisely said. Myth equals busted. Are we operating in 4 dimensions now? Your latest construct can be bound to a block in the nearby vicinity. Its sides will mimic the sides of the block selected, and it'll function as an extension. Oh. It can accept Buildcraft, Thermal Expansion 3, and Industrial Craft 2 power, essential items and liquids, being able to also export the latter too. Continued. This is actually like really useful. Huh. It's LV2, from what I could see. Yeah, an entangled block. In order to bind an interface to another block, you need to create a special tool to do so. What you call the transvector binder should get the job done. By simply right-clicking on the interface followed by right-clicking on the target, those two get bound and ready for operation. The limit is short, only 4... Oh. Well, I mean, no, that's not bad. Notes, Buildcraft pipes need to be broken and replaced to work. Okay, good thing we're using GregTech pipes and not BC pipes. It's also possible by right-clicking this block with any other to camouflage it as the block held. To remove the cover, simply right-click on the camouflage block with an empty hand. Transvector dislocator. Okay. By studying motion, you manage to create a block that swaps two blocks in space. This block acts like a transvector interface where it must be bound to another location in space using a transvector binder. You can set the direction it's facing using a wand, and when a redstone signal is applied, the dislocator will swap the block in front of it with the block linked to using the binder. It also transports away any and all entities in those areas. Yeah, I'm still going, Goose. Yeah, as you can see, we're not even halfway through yet. It can be camouflaged similarly to the transvector interface. It also has a longer range than it, 16 blocks. Kinetic attraction. Working with the telekinesis focus, you've managed to apply this knowledge to create a device to attract items or living beings like a magnet. These two blocks have two states, north and south. In south mode, it'll push items or entities away. In north mode, it'll push items or entities away. In south mode, it'll pull them in. It should just be push and pull mode. Instead, they use north and south and red and blue. What? Nearly 8 hours now. The range of the attraction depends on the redstone signal applied to it. A lever next to it will allow for 7.5 blocks, while a current from farther away will make it shorter. In general, the attraction is equal to half the redstone signal strength and blocks in every direction. You designed two devices. Oh my gosh, my throat is like... I'm going to be without a voice tomorrow. You designed two devices, the kinetic and corporeal attractors. These respectively affect items and living beings. The corporeal attractor involves some more complex mechanisms to which you can access by right-clicking it with a casting wand. Using a soul mold, you can right-click on a mod to save it as a pattern, which you can set in the attractor's interface as a filter, along with settings for child or adult animals if available. Okay. Dynamism tablet. We're using these, I believe. You decided to further discover the use of the golem animation cores, and this is the fruit of the labor. Okay. Fantastic. This tablet can accept an item to animate with mystical energy using the left and right buttons in the tablet's interface. You can select to do a left or right click with the item. The button in the bottom controls if the tablet always reacts when it can or just when a redstone signal is applied. Virtually anything can be animated, including blocks. The type of tool in the tablet also defines how fast something breaks as expected. Nice. Okay, fantastic. Levitational locomotive. You created a new contraption to move things back and forth. Two relays placed in a straight line will project a force beam between them. A visual effect will be shown if particles are enabled. Place a levitator inside that projected beam. The levitator will be moved back and forth inside that beam, carrying the block on top of it. Sure. Okay. I'm just here trying to like understand what the uses are. Like why? Why is that a thing? All right. More wand focuses. Holy crap. There's a lot of stuff here. Have you learned anything useful? No, it's coming in one ear and going in the other. Efreet's Flame. All right, give me a second here. I'm gonna sip some coffee, grab some water. Yeah, it's coming in one ear, exactly. With that spelling too. Okay. I think I'm back in commission for like this section, and then I need to be forced to take another break. Wand focus Efreet's Flame. By combining the flame and excavation foci, you've made one that has features from both. Oh, hi Miso. I can do this. I can do this. Oh, and she disabled my camera. Classic shitty camera with a broken USB cable. This focus will smelt any blocks in the world that the caster is pointing at, akin to the excavation focus's beam. Only blocks that smelt into other blocks in a mundane furnace will be smelted. What, so like a vanilla furnace? Uprising. Using the knowledge you got from creating the Sword of the Zephyr, of propelling things around with air. The Sword of the Zephyr of propelling things around with air. You created a wand focus that will propel the holder in the direction that they're looking at. Oh, I guess this is it. When someone is propelled through the use of this focus, any accumulated gravitational energy is negated, resetting the fall damage the holder would take. Okay. Distortion. I'm so glad these are all one page. You created a focus to protect you from incoming fire. This focus, when in use, will constantly drain Viz from the wand it is inserted on. In order to summon a ward around the caster, making ordinary projectiles pass through them harmlessly. Ordinary projectiles include arrows, snowballs, or potions. It seems the ward is not strong enough to display stronger attacks like fireballs or witherheads. Ender Rift. By combining a hand mirror with a portable hole, you manage to construct a focus that tears a rift in the ender, allowing you to access the contents of your ender chest remotely. Useful. Shift right click on an ender chest or shift right click on an ender chest to set the focus to that color, or shift right click on a block of obsidian to set the focus to the vanilla ender storage. Mending. You know, Peck carry powerful foci that can induce diseases. With that, you devised a way to use them to your benefits. This focus, Peck's curse, I guess, yeah, will slowly mend the caster's wounds as they're using it, using Viz from the wand in the process. Dislocation. You created a wand focus based on the focus of equal trade. The difference is that this one not only holds the object's fingerprint, but it holds the object itself, allowing it to be placed elsewhere. To get a block to transport, right click on it, place it black. To get a block to transport, right click on it. To place it back, right click somewhere else. This focus, it's a dolly. It's just a Thaumcraft dolly. This focus can transport pretty much anything, including chests and mob spawners. Oh, what's the crafting recipe? It's not Steam. The Viz cost is applied in picking up the block. Placing it down is free. Due to the amounts of energy required for the dislocation, blocks with tile entities such as chests and furnaces cost 5 times the amount of Viz as normal. Mob spawners in particular cost 20 times. Oh my god. But what is the normal cost? It doesn't say. Telekinesis. You created a wand focus that kinetically moves objects laying on the floor. This focus will move any nearby items to where you're pointing at. Sneaking will bring the items towards you instead. Alright, cool. Grab these two. Tome of Knowledge Sharing. If one day you happen to want to share your knowledge with the rest of the world, this is the item for you. By simply right-clicking on this tome and handing it to someone else, they get all the research you've discovered so far. Note, in case there is no recipe on the right side of this, the recipe is disabled and the item is creative only. Okay. Helmets of revealing. Case there be no recipe. As it turns out, goggles don't offer much protection from attacking zombies. You think you have a fix for that though. By strapping goggles of revealing onto a thaumium helmet, you get the benefits of both. Well, it turns out it's a bit more complicated than that. A bit of magic is required to avoid feedback loops, and a bit of magic to keep them from slipping off. But as a whole, it more or less works. Okay, just like diamond helmets with the Thaumic Sight enchantment. That's all you need to do. Alright. I believe it starts here. No, it starts here. Yeah. Fume Dissipator. After knowing both the gaseous Illuminae and Tenebrae, you are thinking it's becoming a hassle to get rid of it. With this item, by shift right clicking on it, all the nearby gas will be dissipated. Cool. Cool beans. Gaseous Tenebrae. You have studied the intricacies of the shadow and found out a way to create gaseous darkness by infusing a phial with a raw shadow. This phial contains a concentrated extract of gaseous tenebrae that can be released through a right click and will spread relatively fast in a nearby area, darkening it. So the opposite of the dissipator. Gaseous Illuminae. You have studied the intricacies of the light, and you found a way to create completely invisible lights by infusing a file with a raw light. This file contains a concentrated extract of gaseous illuminae that can be released through a right click and will spread relatively fast in the nearby area, lighting it up. Hyper energetic Nitor. You manage to create a light that will shine even if it's being carried by a player by energizing the ever-burning flame that is Nitor with powerful energetic aspects such as potential and lux. Just use dynamic lights. I mean, the mod. It's in the pack. Or shaders. The lights casted by this will shine closely behind the carrier. It seems to leave a longer trail in the nether due to the heat. Essentia Funnel. You grew tired of managing your jars with files. To that, so you created this new mechanism to transfer the contents of one into the other. By placing this block above a hopper and right-clicking it with a filled jar, if the hopper is pointing into a jar that's either empty or of the same aspect, the contents of the jar will be transferred over. Thaumic Restorer. You created a new contraption to restore broken tools. By right-clicking this block with a broken tool and hooking it to Essentia tubes, it'll gather Essentia to repair the tool. My back. The Essentia will repair items. The Essentia that will repair items is Instrumentum. You could have just said that it uses Instrumentum to repair items. Why did you do Yoda speak? Looking at the block with goggles of revealing also shows how worn down the item is. And it still is. Redstone current will be emitted while an item is being repaired. Okay. Elemental Fire. Elemental Fire Perditio. This fire acts like an antidote of sorts. If your elemental fires have gotten out of control, you can set loose this specifically designed flame. It will rip the magic out of elemental fire, returning it to a mundane form. Elemental Fire Air. Everyone likes desserts, right? Well, this fire, when let loose on the world, turns everything into a desert. That is almost like a dessert. Good enough. Terra. This fire will turn a wide variety of blocks into dirt. Just about the least useful thing ever. Seriously, this is just about the least useful item ever. Then why freaking add it? Elemental Fire Ignis. You have managed to enhance the destructive powers of hyper-energetic Nitor by letting this fire loose on the surface of the world. You can transmute blocks into their equivalent forms in the nether. Elemental Fire Ordo Fire of Elements. This Fire of Order is currently being reworked and does nothing. Okay. Elemental Fire Aqua. You have managed to totally invert the destructive power of fire. This fire, when let loose in the nether, will turn it into your own personal winter wonderland. It just makes it snow. Okay. Infused Crops. You are able to create a new form of plants by infusing mundane seeds with magical shards. These seeds can create a wide variety of items. Each aspect can create a different type of item. You can only craft primal seeds. All others must be bred. When a fully grown crop is harvested, it will deposit magical residue into the soil. If a crop is grown in soil containing high magical residue of an appropriate aspect, the two aspects will combine to form a seed of a different aspect. Aspect tendencies can also be bred into crops to increase certain traits. Terra will increase the magical residue left on the soil. Ignis will aid in the creation of new aspects. Ordo will increase the bounty from a plant. Perditio will increase the seeds dropped. Air will allow a plant to receive other types of tendencies easier. A single plant can only have a maximum of 50 aspect tendencies. There are two ways to give crops primal tendencies. Crops will occasionally absorb primal tendencies if planted next to plants of the appropriate aspect. However, plants can't receive more than 5 points in a single aspect in this manner. No other recipes are not shown, but you can infuse seeds with all of the other primal aspect crystals. Seeds infuse Ignis with Ignis Cluster and 16 Ignis Aspect instead of air. Seeds infuse Aqua with Aqua Crystals and 16... That's not English, man. Infused Potions. Crops will also drain tendencies from nearby crops. A crop will drain points from an adjacent crop with an equal or greater number of points. Some plants will create special grain, which can be made into potions. Earth-infused potions summon barriers between mobs that attack you. Fire-infused potions trap your enemies in a sphere of fire. Air-infused potions send your enemies up in the air. Water-infused potions chill surrounding lava. Okay, cool. Cool beans, dude. All right, so we've done this, this, and this. What else? We have this mess to attend to now. I mean, it looks like that it just starts with the Osmotic Enchanter, right? Yeah. Osmotic Enchanter. You grew tired of getting terrible enchantments for your efforts. To that, you created a new enchantment table that allows you to pick what enchantments you want to apply to an item. This new contraption requires a wand. Each enchantment requires a specific combination of viz from that wand. The price of the enchantment is exponentially proportional to the level you want to apply. Regular enchantment rules apply. For example, you can't combine Silk Touch with Fortune. After you selected the enchantments you want on an item, clicking the red button in the interface. Show me the freaking interface though. We'll start the enchanting process. As the item is being enchanted, you can't take it out of the table, nor can you change the enchantments you are putting on it. Okay. The table will slowly drain viz from the wand until it's done. For this to work, there needs to be 6 pillars in the nearby vicinity, 4 blocks. These pillars need to be at the same level of the table. But does that mean like 4 blocks away from the table? The pillars need to be made of 2 to 12 obsidian totem blocks stacked on top of each other with a piece of niter on top of them. The enchanter will get flux energy from them, grabbing viz from the wand and combining them to enchanted item. Lastly, the enchanter will cease to function with iron or copper capped wands due to them being too rustic and basic for complex confusion required. And then we'll go clockwise again. Enchantment, Ascent Boost. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to jump higher than you normally can. This enchantment can be applied on leg armor. When done so, the wearer will be able to jump a lot higher than normal. Enchantment Pounce. You have formulated an enchantment that enables you to leap on your foes. This enchantment can be applied on leggings. When done so, your attacks will be more powerful while you are in the air. Enchantment Slow Fall. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to fall slowly. This enchantment can be applied on foot armor. When done so, the wearer will fall at a slower rate. This will also reduce, if not negating, fall damage. Pushing Shift will temporarily disable this effect, allowing you to fall normally. Enchantment Shockwave. You have formulated an enchantment that enables you to become what? You have formulated an enchantment that enables you to kill enemies while falling. Okay, that's not English. This enchantment can be applied on boots. When done so, whenever the wearer falls, damage will be dealt to surrounding mobs or players. Unfortunately, magics of all types that make the player lighter, so to prevent damage from falling, will make the player too light to damage entities. You feel there may be ways to stop this at a later time once you know the magic better. Okay. Enchantment, Flame and Touch. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to summon imaginary flames. This enchantment can be applied on tools. When done so, the wielder can break anything wooden with extreme finesse by use of a flame that softens the wood through the breaking process, but never destroying or damaging it. However, the tool becomes impotent against anything else and takes double durability damage. What's the point of this? What's the point of it? I don't hang on, I just got a concerning message from my streaming softwares. Huh. Okay. We're good. My chat got disconnected for some reason. This means all right. Tunnel. You have formulated an enchantment that enables you to become more efficient at digging straight lines. Everybody's goal. This enchantment can be applied on tools. When done so, digging multiple blocks in a straight line will increase your digging speed. Disintegrate. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to mine soft materials at incredible speeds. This enchantment can be applied on tools. When done so, the wielder can break regular blocks, dirt, stone, netherrack, etc. that the tool is good for with extreme finesse. However, the tool becomes impotent against anything else and takes double durability damage. Shatter. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to become more efficient at destroying strong blocks. This enchantment can be applied on tools. When done so, digging speed will be greatly increased on strong blocks. Quick Draw. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to draw your bow in a quicker fashion. This enchantment can be applied on bows. When done so, the bow can be fully drawn faster than normal. Oh, Hekiba just finished? Maybe I'm gonna ask him to sub in. Hekiba, can you sub in, please? Hang on, I'm reading the Discord. Okay, I'm in despair. It's been 8 hours. It's been 8.5 hours. Vampirism. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to drain the health of the enemies you attack. This enchantment can be applied on swords. When done so, a chunk of the damage dealt to a living thing using that sword will be given back to the wielder. So that's a good enchantment. It doesn't have any drawbacks. Yeah. Focus strikes. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to become proficient at fighting a single mob. This enchantment can be applied on swords. When done so, the damage to a mob on the first hit will be decreased, but the damage on successive strikes to the same mob will be increased. That is shit, because you always want to be able to kill a mob in one hit. Although for bosses with big health pools, you still want to be able to kill them in one hit. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to fight many mobs at once. This enchantment can be applied on swords. When done so, the damage to a mob on the first hit will be multiplied, but the damage on successive strikes to the same mob will be decreased. Okay. Enchantment Final Strike. You have formulated an enchantment that enables you to occasionally score critical hits. Okay. This enchantment can be applied on swords. When done so, there is a chance that a hit will do triple damage. A normal crit is 50% more damage. Whoa. Valiance. You have formulated an enchantment that enables you to fight better when at low health. This enchantment can be applied on swords. When done so, damage done with the sword will be increased when the wielder is at low health. Oh, Spellbinding Cloth. By mixing some enchanted fabric with raw magic power, you created a cloth that can be rubbed on an item to wipe it of its enchantments by combining them in a crafting recipe. And Talisman of Withhold. After knowing that zombie brains have the ability to store experience, you have created a talisman that mimics that behavior. Not to a perfect extent though. To switch the ability to store experience, you need to shift right click on the talisman. When the talisman is enabled, it will absorb any nearby experience orbs. Those can be transformed back into usable experience by right clicking with a glass bottle in your inventory. Turning that bottle into a bottle of enchanting. It must be worn in your amulet slot to take effect. Why does this exist? Whatever.
Dude, how long has it been?
Bro, welcome, Hecuba. It's been 8.5 hours.
Are you through the book?
I'm about a third through.
Next stream Bible reading?
No. You could do it. Alright, are you gonna hop on and help me read a bit?
No.
You're not gonna be a guest reader?
If I'm gonna waste time like that, it's gonna be on Silksong, man.
You could just do an hour.
I'm good, thanks. I have editing to do.
Oh.
Okay, 1/3. You're gonna stop today, right? This isn't a subathon or anything.
Well, no, I'm not getting enough subs for that nearly.
Hint, hint. Nudge, nudge.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Yeah. But, shame that you don't want to help your buddy out.
I have editing to do. I got motivated and now it's like half done. Episode 6.
Nice. Nice. Is DaVinci giving you any trouble?
Oh no, it's been pure bliss compared to Adobe.
Fantastic. That's good. Well, this is like dealing with Adobe products. Reading through this.
What, reading
Yep.
this?
Yeah, dude, everything is so convoluted and vague, and like they tried to add lore and shit, but like they did it in a really bad way, and there's like no story at all. It's just like, oh, you, through your research and doing this and this, you discovered that da-da-da-da-da, and now let me explain to you what this new research does in the most convoluted way ever, and leave you absolutely perplexed and confounded. You know? Ordinal, thank you for the follow.
That was the next thing I was gonna ask. After 8 hours, what do you think of Thaumcraft?
I think Thaumcraft is a crap mod, dude. At least...
Comparing it to Adobe is a crazy diss.
Yeah, Spam T-Chat, thank you for the follow on Twitch, mate. My god. You know, I want 3 to come in here and read some. Is he still streaming?
You know, I beat Silksong's true ending in the same amount of time, and you're only a third done. Like, that's crazy.
Well, was this like a speedrun, or was this your actual playthrough?
No, it was a speedrun.
Oh.
I don't think I could do faster than 8 hours unless I practiced.
Damn,
World
in
record
one
is 3
sitting?
hours. No, I split that into 3 streams.
Damn. Okay. Okay.
You've just been sitting here reading this book. Have you eaten?
Yeah. 9 hopped on. He did
Okay.
2 chapters, and I went to go make some food and eat. Hi, Miso.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, good luck. I gotta go. Bye.
All right. Good luck with editing, man. Okay. Icorium. More endeavors with Icor reveal its property to blend with most mundane materials. Most of the blends result in absolutely nothing. However, you have managed to blend it with diamonds and fabric in the past, and this time with thaumium. This metal is extremely strong and resilient to a point where mundane materials can never get. You haven't found any uses for it yet, but you know it shouldn't take you too long. Okay, just say that it's useless. Icorium wand caps. You have put Icorium to its first ever use by devising wand caps that give you a 30% discount and everything. Now you need to actually put this to any use and create a wand that can store more viz. Oh, well, that's not bad. What does that mean, crafting cost multiplier? What does that actually mean? I don't know what that means. I don't understand. Feline amulet. Give me a tooltip at least. Like, why do you make me read through all this crap? You could just give me a one-sentence tooltip and explain what it does. Yes, Miso, I know, right? It doesn't take you long to come to the conclusion that you hated this book. All those times a creeper snuck up on you. To the end, using the knowledge you have that creepers run away from cats, you have devised an amulet that simply being carried on you makes all creepers run in fear of your presence. Not only that, but they'll be petrified to the point of not gathering enough stoke to explode. Great. It must be worn in your amulet slot to take effect. Icorium tools. You discovered how to create tools out of Icorium. These tools are extremely powerful, even more so than diamond. Furthermore, they never break. Okay. Godhammer though? For the creation of these tools, mundane sticks aren't enough. You decided to use silverwood rods in replacement. Awakened Icorium sword. Bro, that crafting table looks just like the Terraria sword thing. The Terrarium, or whatever it's called. It's just all the freaking swords combined together, but yeah. I prefer the diamond spike, honestly. You awaken the rear? How are you still saying I'm not? I didn't start this sane. Clearly. You awaken the real potential of the Icorium sword. This sword contains all the traits from the regular one. However, by shift right-clicking on it, you can change what mode it's on. On single mode, green, it'll attack mobs normally. On area mode, red, it'll attack all mobs of the same type in a 3-block radius of the attacked one. On soul mode, blue, it'll deal less damage than normal, but every hit will bless the attacker with a soul heart. What is that? Soul hearts are, oh, thank you. Soul hearts are hearts that can only be used once. They show up as metallic hearts below your food bar, when existent. They block damage from their wielder would take, but disappear in the process. That's pretty cool. Awakened Icorium Axe. You awaken the real potential of the Icorium Axe. This axe contains all the traits from the regular one. However, by shift right-clicking on it, you can change what mode it's using. On block mode, green, it'll break blocks normally. On square mode, red, it'll break a 5x5 area around the original block broken. On tree mode, blue, it'll break entire trees by simply cutting down one of their blocks. This axe is extremely proficient at cutting plant life. Cool. Shovel. You have awakened the real potential of the Icorium shovel. This shovel contains all the traits from the regular one. One sec. Let me get the cat cam on. If the camera would work, would be appreciated. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna dream about the book. Bro, I'm gonna fall asleep awake and continue reading while asleep. I'm gonna sleep read. On block mode green, it'll break blocks normally. On square mode, it'll do a 5x5 area around the original block broken. On column mode, it'll break a column of the same type of block as the one originally broken, 8 blocks above and below. Cool. Awakened Icorium Pickaxe. You awaken the real potential of the Icorium Pickaxe. This pickaxe contains all the traits from the regular one. However, by shift right-clicking on it, you can change what mode it's on. On block mode green, it'll break blocks normally. On square mode red, it'll break a 5x5 area on the original block broken. The area is offset to allow for easy mining. Cool. On line mode blue, it'll break a 10 block long line starting on the original block. It can also break bedrock, taking you deeper into the heart of the earth. You believe digging there might prove to be more fruitful. What? Isn't bedrock flat in GTNH? It's just void. Okay. Proto clay. You grew tired of having to constantly swap your tools. This mixture will, by melding with the Icorium, switch any awakened Icorium tool being held by the one used for the block being pointed at, in case one tries to break it with the wrong tool. As an example, trying to break a dirt block with an awakened Icorium pickaxe while shovel is present elsewhere in the inventory will swap the two and allow for fast disposal of the dirt block. That is very nice. More mods need to integrate that. Black hole ring. This ring can be set to condense any block by right-clicking with it in world in the type of block you want to have it be set to when... What? This is not English. By right-clicking with it in the world in, I guess, on the type of block you want to have it be set to, when enabled via right-click will observe any access over 1 second of that block in your inventory, and make sure at least one stack stays there. The contents can be stored in any inventory or by right-clicking it or placed in world as if they were normal blocks. Okay, alright. It can store over 2 billion of the same. Oh, wow! Guess cobblestone clogging the space isn't an issue. If the ring is empty, it can be shift right-clicked onto another block to change its binding. Very nice. Ender chest requires ivy? Yeah, never mind. World Shaper's looking glass? I am trying to still be alive, Stardust, and I've got a lot more to go, so I'm doing my best. Hey, Roted. Through studying the world, you constructed a glass that allows you to place a large array of blocks in the world using the power of your mind. To set a block to place, one would shift right-click this glass in that block. Shift right-clicking the item in the air changes the amount of blocks it'll place. When placing blocks in the world, a phantom visualization on how the blocks will appear is shown. On right-click, the blocks will be consumed and placed either from the inventory or any black hole rings that contain the required block. Okay. It starts here. Dimensional shards. Similarly to the overworld, the Nether and End also have their specific shards. These are rarely held by either zombie pigmen living in the Nether or Endermen living in the End. You find a way to get this shards with an infusion recipe also. Okay, cool. Ichor. Through extensive study in all of these subjects of thaumaturgy, you have discovered a substance that is what you consider to be the next step in your endeavors. This extremely powerful substance, which you call Ichor, contains the raw awakened power of a nether star. You are sure you will be able to put it to use for countless devices in the future. Ichor cloth. You found a way of infusing magical fabric with your latest discovery, Ichor. Funnily enough, this process does not require the typical infusion procedure, as the Ichor easily absorbs the diamond and blends with the fabric. However, to do this, you require not only the best wand you ever designed to be fully charged, but you must... Wow, it does require 125 each. But you must also be wearing a full set of thaumaturgist robes in order to convey enough energy for the creation. You think it's time you start designing a new wand. What is it used for, though? Let's find out.
Knock, knock.
Bottomless pouch. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Man, you sound like you've been beaten down.
I'm going on 9 hours right now.
I know. Oh.
I'm just
Here,
reading. I'm not taking notes anymore, Tater. Yeah.
Let me get a screenshot spawn, and I am ready to switch out with you.
All right, sick. I'm going to try to finish this chapter, and you can get Apocrypha.
Okay.
Apocrypha.
Yeah.
Apocrypha. Yeah.
How
Bottomless
much more
pouch.
you gotta go?
I think I have like maybe 8 more entries on this chapter.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. By infusing a focus pouch with items such as the portable hole focus, you've enchanted it to store not just foci, but any kind of items with an impressively spacious interior. This upgraded pouch can hold the contents of more than 4 chests, all while functioning as a regular focus pouch, allowing any foci inside to be equipped to a wand as usual. You can kiss your inventory problems goodbye. Okay. It's 3 times 12, 12 times 9, 90, 108 slots. It's a backpack with 108 slots. It's not bad. And it goes in a bauble slot too. You can keybind it. Ichor woven silverwood wand core. You have done it. By infusing a silverwood wand core with Ichor cloth, you managed to create the ultimate wand core. This core holds an insane amount of 1,000 of each type of viz. This will definitely make crafting expensive. Components a bit less stressful. Now the question lies, where will you get all the viz for this? Experience drained focus. After creating a wand that can have an insane amount of viz, you got to the conclusion that you need an alternate source of viz. To that end, you created a focus that draws from your experience pool, turning it into viz at a fast but not a very effective rate. Shadow beam. You created a focus that shoots a beam of energy, damaging anything in its path while it's being fired. The beam has a decent range and reflects off any blocks it hits as if they were mirrors. It's kind of neat. How much damage does it do? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Ichor cloth robes. You have found a new way to weave ichor cloth into clothing. These new clothes are about as effective as mundane diamond armor when it comes to protecting the wearer from damage. However, this cloth is completely unbreakable and will never sustain as much as a scratch. Cool. It gives you warping, and it doesn't have a shit ton of protection. Spacesuit capability? Full hazmat protection? What an expensive recipe for that. You have found a way of upgrading the ichor cloth cowl into a more powerful form. First and foremost, the cowl doubles as goggles of revealing. Yeah, just whatever. Second, the wearer is granted unlimited underwater as well as crystal clear underwater vision. That's pretty cool. Lastly, if one wearing this cowl finds himself without a full belly, the effects of health restoration will still apply. As if that was the case, pressing U will toggle this armor's effects. Okay, so you can still starve, but you won't die of starvation, is what I'm hearing. Robes of the Stratosphere. Into a more powerful form, starting off by simply wearing these robes, the wearer is blessed with the power of eternal flight, wings that don't burn after 5 minutes included. Nice. As feather mesh, almost like harness it uses, as well as having all fall damage negated. That's really cool. These robes also passively protect the wearer from any incoming simple projectiles, akin to the focus of distortion. Pressing U will toggle armor's effects. Leggings of the Burning Mantle. You found a way of upgrading the ichor cloth leggings into a more powerful form. These leggings are infused with the soul of fire. For one, they cast light around the holder, brighter even than that of hyper-energetic Nitor. This light also expands to where the wearer is looking, akin to a flashlight, and prevails given the creator's existence in a much extended range. Furthermore, the leggings not only provide fire resistance, but they convert any incoming fire damage into healing. Pressing U will toggle the effects. In case you find yourself ever wanting to be in the darkness for whatever reason, shift right clicking with these leggings will toggle on or off the light feature. This armor is actually kind of cool, honestly. Boots of the Horizontal Shield. Okay, Miso's gone. You found a way of upgrading the ichor cloth boots into a more powerful form. These boots allow for extremely smooth movements akin to the boots of the traveler. The wearer's speed, jump heights, and jump reach all have become magnified by wearing the boots, making movements a breeze. One can also walk on one-high blocks as if they were slabs. This can be suppressed by sneaking. Wearing the boots also induces a constant haste to effect, turns any dirt below them into grass, and negates all fall damage. Pressing U will toggle this armor's effects. Okay, almost there. 2 more. Celestial Gateway. You devised a complex mechanism that allows you to displace your own position in the world. This block, when containing celestial pearls, see next page, will allow for teleportation to various spots in the world. Just say it's a teleporter. It's a teleporter. And tell me how to use it. That's all you need to do. In 2 sentences. That's it. A grand total of 10 spots can be set. You can prevent other gateways from connecting to this one by toggling it in the block's GUI, accessible by right-click. To access the list of possible destinations, sneak above the block. In order for locations to be set in the gateway, they must be marked with celestial pearls. These items can be shift right-clicked into a celestial gateway to mark its location. Note, shift right-click on air to clear location. Cool. Placing the pearls inside the celestial gateway opens access to teleport to one it is bound to. This teleport is one way, and 2 pearls must be used for 2-way transport. Naming these pearls with use of an anvil will make the names appear in the gateway's GUI for easy labeling. Okay, Apomancy, only 35 entries. Hopefully they're all quite short. Okay, this is a good sign. The entry and the introduction entry is small, so good sign. Apomancy. Welcome to Apomancy. As a budding keeper of magical bees, there are a few things you should know before diving in. As your acceptance letter to the Academy of Austere Apomancers has mentioned, there are several new tools available to discover. These include some improved versions of forestry tools, each with their own particular quirks and new frames for your apiaries. You may also discover that there are new bee strains available to discover. Repetition of a word within a sentence, what? If you can coax them to live in certain conditions. The forestry escritoire will help you discover them and become the envy of your former non-magical colleagues. Also, take note of the several new strains of wild bees that have appeared. These are the key to progressing into the magical lineages of your small winged charges. Alright, well this is a kind of a messy web here. We'll just go with the tried and true method of clockwise starting at 12. Lore fragments? Wait, this is different. While experimenting with bee breeds, you may run across a strain whose intellectual capabilities are a match for your own. Well, maybe. However unlikely that is. It's possible that they may unearth some obscure reference or a snippet of information that your great intellect may have missed while exploiting the greater mysteries of the universe. Should your helpful buzzing friends happen to locate this sort of item for you, it may be possible to combine the scraps together into something a little bit more cohesive. Less buzzy. Alright, concentrated compound from appetite. It's the easiest one yet! I love it. I love it. That one was... Wow, light balance, please. Essence of false life. Simple to create by means of magic, this essence has unusual properties when exposed to bees. When combined with an everyday apiary frame, it has the effect of greatly extending the lifespan of a working hive. Okay, and then Enchanted Earth. Enchanted Earth makes plants and trees grow a bit faster in a 3x3 area around it. Healing. Let's do this quadrant left to right here. Essence of a Shallow Grave. The essence of a shallow grave channels the death of many of the natural creatures that wander around the world. Zombies, skeletons, those sorts of things. Exposing bees. Ow! Hey! What? Did you have to do that? Was that necessary? This does not look like Minecraft. Believe me, it is. Wow. Gato. It's a gato. A tsundere gato. Most OP thing so far. Even if I can't understand any of the things that are going on here because it's just written in such a poor manner. So I have no clue. I guess the armor, the Ikaram armor was pretty cool, I guess. Exposing bees to this energy has the effect of making them slow and sluggish and curtails the extent of their lifespan. Some apimancers consider using frames imbued in these essences to be cruel. However, others view it as a natural part of normal beekeeping, with an eye to creating their perfect strain of bees sometime within their lifetime. The Apimancer's Guide of Safety recommends... Stop it. If you want to get on the desk, then just hop on the desk. It's easy. You don't need to, like, attack me. Yeah? Women. She's a female cat, by the way. Miso is a female. The Apimancer's Guide of Safety recommends handling them with telekinesis or very long tongs. Essence of Fickle Permanence. Unstable by nature, the Essence of Fickle Permanence has a side effect of causing normally stable objects grow. She is like 6 years old, I think, but she still acts like a teenager. The Essence of Fickle Permanence has the side effect of causing normally stable objects and systems to become somewhat unreliable. While this may mostly be a bad thing, Apimancers have discovered that exposing a hive to the essence has the dual effects of both causing the bees to work faster and the offspring to have higher mutation rates. Essence of Everlasting Durability. This is the distilled essence of protection, bound to last forever, or until the magic sorted within it weaken and eventually break. But until then, it's invincible, mostly. While magic frames are useful, they are a tad fragile. This essence takes the enchantments you weave into magic frames to an entirely new level. Combine the essence with a magic frame and it should have a vastly extended lifespan. You could have explained that in one sentence. One sentence. That's it. That's all you needed. The healing frame is an item used in an apiary, which increases a queen's lifespan at the cost of a lesser productivity and decreased mutation rate. It increases a bee's lifespan 50% while reducing its productivity to 75%, and the chance of mutation to only 50%. It is constructed using clay and an impregnated frame. In an alveary structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. Okay. Proven frame. The proven frame is an item used in an apiary. Each frame... Stop it. No, you're done. Hey, proven frames are normally only obtainable through trading with an apiarist villager. The villager will trade 6 proven frames for 1 emerald. Now you find a magical way to put different bee products and infuse an impregnated frame to get a proven frame. In an alveary structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. Chocolate frame. The chocolate frame is an item used in an apiary or alveary frame housing which increases a queen's productivity at the cost of a shorter lifespan. 1 chocolate frame increases the production of the queen by 50% while reducing her lifespan by 50%. The effects of multiple frames stack multiplicatively, so 3 chocolate frames will make the lifespan for a longest life queen 4 minutes instead of the usual 32. Shortens? Oh. It is constructed using cocoa beans and an impregnated frame. Chocolate frames are most often employed to speed up generational turnover when cloning princesses for a pure strain or breeding for traits. For increased production, forestry's standard frames are more effective unless the apiary is set up to automatically replace the drones and princess when the queen dies. In this case, the chocolate frame will speed up production. Or you could have just shown me this. You could have just shown me that, you know? You don't have to write all this crap. The restraint frame is an item used in an apiary which decreases a bee's range at the cost of lesser productivity and shorter lifespan. The lifespan and production are both reduced to 75%. The bee's territory is decreased to 50%, meaning that special effects such as poison or aggression have a smaller range. The restraint frame is only considered useful in special cases, as a bee's damaging effects can also be cancelled out using the apiarist's clothes. In an alveary structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. Or you could have just shown me that. Like the tooltip is right there. It's right there. And the soul frame. The soul frame is an item used in an apiary which increases the chance of getting a different type of bee species at the cost of drastically reduced production and a shorter lifespan. It increases the chance of mutation by 50% of the initial mutation chance. The lifespan is reduced to 75% while production is reduced to 25% of its original value. In an alveary structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. Okay, so that side is done. I did that. This is such a poorly laid out web. My gosh. I don't even know what's going on here. So I guess let's do this here. So starting from the magic apiary and the Viz apiary booster, and then we'll go out to the squares. Magic apiary works similarly to the regular apiary with 1x base territory, mutation lifespan, and flowering modifiers, 0.9x production modifier, and 0.8x genetic decay modifier. When an apiary booster of any type is placed nearby, the apiary will consume aspects to enable 2 times boosts for, in order from left to right, mutation, death rate, production. Enabling death rate will have lifespan. Yeah, it's useful when you're... Okay, they're missing the apostrophe on your, and it's. It is useful when all you are interested in is breeding and don't have access to Oblivion frames. Okay, Viz Apiary Booster. Infusing the usual pollen with Viz and combining it. Infusing unusual pollen with Viz and combining it with gold crates and unusual crystal that, when fed, Sentiviz from an aura node creates an energizing aura that bees are naturally attracted to when attuned to the environments within a magic apiary. Aqua. Sentiviz will double mutation rate. Perdicio will have lifespan, and air will double production rate. Okay, and that connects to dimensional singularity. While it may appear similar to the portable hole, it serves as a two-way link to another place, which is probably uninhabited. It should be possible to utilize these singularities to store materials outside of your dimensional understanding, which of course means that they won't clutter up your inventory. As they are now, they are not particularly useful, but there should be ways to unlock their potential. Dragon Egg. Dragon eggs are dropped by ender dragons when they are killed. We all knew that. Dragon eggs are dropped by ender dragons when they are killed. Right-click. When right-clicked, they teleport a short distance. Now you find a magical way to duplicate this powerful item using Draconis bee products and the essence of false life inside the infusion table. Okay, essence of false life, draconic chunks. Sure, time is a fickle thing, but it comes It comes and it goes, but where exactly does it go to? As a respectable thaumaturge, it has become possible to trap these wasted moments and save them in a magical form. So now that it is possible to collect extra time from the world, it seems only appropriate that they are used in a place that would be useful. That's a lot of words. It would be too dangerous to attempt to access these moments yourself for the moment, but perhaps it would be simple to allow your bees access to this untapped lump of time. That's a lot of words to say almost nothing. By combining the essence with a magic frame, as usual, will suffice to extend the lifespan of bees in your keeping by several times. It doesn't even have a tooltip, so it's disgusting. Apimancer's Drainer. The Apimancer's Drainer is an innovative device in the field of apimancy, designed to extract essentia from the life force of bees. It is placed beneath an apiary, establishing a direct communication with the apiary above. To determine the type of essentia it produces, the drainer is attuned by tapping it with the desired essentia. Once attuned, the drainer converts the life energy of the queen into the selected essentia. I prefer GregTech. Golden Egg. The Golden Egg is a block from the Open Blocks mod. This block is used to summon the baby Mini-Me. Before it hatches, it will begin to slowly spin in circles. After many spins, it will grow and emit large amounts of light. It will then float into the air and explode. The explosion is minor and should only break a single layer of standard resistance blocks. Right before it explodes, it will lift surrounding blocks into the air, then drop them back into place. Pictures of the hatching process can be found below. Nope, they don't exist below. There is no below. There's no other pages. Lies. Thaumium Grafter. Simple grafters are almost uselessly fragile, while proven grafters are useful. The rarity of emeralds makes them annoying to procure. Not really. Emeralds just... the villagers just poop out emeralds. The solution, make it yourself. The Thaumium Grafter, like the Thaumium Scoop, is a tougher, enchantable version of the most basic of the Arboromancer's tools. Use caution, though, for... although the repair enchantments can be applied to the grafter, its unusual properties make it exhausting to use. Whatever that means. Thaumium Scoop. Normal scoops are fragile and prone to breakage. As an authority in apimancy, you can do better. By adding some thaumium to the handle and lacing it with a measure of order, your new scoop will last up to 3 times longer. In addition, the thaumium in the device will accept the repair enchantment. They could have just said, Thaumium Scoop, 3 times more durability and enchantable. Period. That's it. Simple. Why complicate things? Void Scoop. Void Metal is a curious thing, and it's time to see what it can bring to apimancy. Its self-regenerative properties have seeped their way into the net as well, creating a most unsettling mesh. Hopefully, it won't affect the bees too much. Proven Grafter. The Proven Grafter is significantly stronger than... The Proven Grafter is significantly stronger than the Bronze Grafter and can be obtained by trading with villagers. Like its counterparts, the Bronze Grafter and the Thaumium Grafter makes it possible for one to achieve 100% sapling drop rates from trees that have been bred with the forestry mod. Oh, why is this in the apimancy section? Should be in a forestry section. It does not work on ordinary trees, and when it breaks, the last hit does not retrieve a sapling. Weird. Now you find a magical way to infuse a Bronze Grafter with saplings and pollen to get a proven one. Void Grafter. Well, there's no doubt Thaumium is an excellent material for your recent discovery of Void Metal, and subsequent experiments have shown much promise in use as a tool material. The delicate nature of grafters and the repairing properties of Void Metal look to be a promising combination. Much like the Thaumium Grafter, this one seems to induce the same exhaustion. Warping? Is that what they're talking about? Exhaustion? I don't know. Hey, guess this now, and we're done with the section. Magic Frame is a simple improvement over your regular run-of-the-mill untreated frames. Still fairly simple to produce, it is capable of lasting 3 times longer in an apiary than untreated frames before becoming unusable. The enchantable properties of the Magic Frame enable it to be used with several of the special essences involved in apimancy, where other frames would just reject the infusion of magics. Sanguis Artus. You feel shiver pulse through your very soul as you hold this frame. You feel horrified. It looks horrifying. You aren't quite sure what you created while you were tranced in a blood-enraged frenzy. I don't remember being in a enraged frenzy. But you can only watch in abject terror as your bees slowly crumble before your very eyes, only to be replaced in a flash by grotesque simulacrum. You almost swear you could see it, beating, as if somewhere it were alive, but surely not. That would be madness after all. Okay. Wow. That's, you could have just told me that. You didn't have, I don't need the flavor text. Oh, there's another one. Maddening. May chaos take the world. Jesus. You didn't know it came to you, madness, is it not? You remember yourself swearing to others that you heard some kind of voice in the back of your mind, almost silently screaming. Ominous. You can vaguely remember its ghastly call, screaming for you to burn the world in the purifying flames of chaos. I didn't know bees were this intense. You took it into your hands, and you distinctly remember feeling the chaotic energies burning through your body, singeing your very mind in its fire. But surely you didn't. That would be madness, after all. And why am I reading this entire book? Because I am mad. The temporal frame is an item used in an apiary, which drastically increases the queen's lifespan to 150%. It has a durability of 300. Out of all frames, the temporal frame gives the highest lifespan increase. In an alveary structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. Metabolic frame is an item used in an apiary, which drastically increases the bee's mutation rate, as well as a slight increase in its production. It has a durability of 130. The metabolic frame increases the mutation rate by 80% and its production by 20%. The necrotic frame is an item used in an apiary, which drastically decreases the queen's lifespan and productivity. It has a durability of 270. The necrotic frame decreases the bee's lifespan to only about 30% and its productivity to 75%. In an alveary structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. Resilient frame is an item used in an apiary, which doubles the bee's productivity. It has a durability of 840, making it the most durable frame available. The resilient frame is the longer-lasting counterpart to the magic frame. In an alveary structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. And the gentle frame is an item used in an apiary, which increases a queen's lifespan and production at the cost of a slightly lower mutation rate, just slightly. It has a durability of 200, which is slightly shorter than average. The gentle frame increases a bee's lifespan by 50% and its productivity by 40%. Its mutation rate is lowered by 30%, leaving it at 70% of its initial. Why do you need to just say it's lowered by 30%? Done. Period. Right there. That's. You don't need to say it. In an alveary structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. Essence of Scornful Oblivion. The Ender Dragon Egg. Breeding bees for mutations can be aggravating, especially with long-lived species. With a little cleverness and only the slightest hint of smugness, you have found a way to utilize the dimensional singularity in a manner that only sucks away the life force of your tiny flying friends bit by bit. Well, maybe significant amounts all at once. It's probably not going to affect them too badly. It may be somewhat tricky to obtain more than one of the dragon eggs. Necessary to obtain more than one of these, perhaps there is a bee species that can assist with the limitation. I wonder if there is a bee species that can assist with the limitation. Oblivion fame? Yup, it's the same as these two. Oh, just with higher durability. The Oblivion frame is an item added by the Magic Bees mod, placed in an apiary or inserted in a frame housing within an alveary. It reduces the lifespan of the residing queen to a single life cycle 27.5 seconds, allowing for a very rapid bee breeding. The Oblivion frame does not function if used alongside another frame, and that would cause it to take a lot of damage. Okay, I believe we're done with this section now. Botania. So that was 35 entries. There we go, 541 now. Botania. Are we? No, we're not. I thought we were halfway through already. After Botania, we will be. No. A fifth of the way through Thaumic Bases, we will be. 133 entries is crazy. Okay. Botania. Magical flowers. Old documents speak of magical flowers, but these seem to be extinct in the wild. You did notice that the mushrooms you've seen deep in caves share a lot of the properties with these purported flowers. With the invention of alchemy, you think you can recreate these flowers by steeping the spores of a mushroom in the essence of surface plants. Alchemy catalyst. Alchemy with ingredients is nice, but you think you could do even better. catalysts are not consumed. You have designed a machine that can replace some ingredients with mana. Cool. Runic Altar. Recent revelations in artificing have revealed how to infuse items into another. For added flavor, you decided to take this approach a more natural way. Terra Steel. Oh, wow, look at that recipe. That's a wild recipe. That's a lot of inputs. Recent publications have shown the power of uranium. You decided you want to pump energy back into a metal and come up with something new. It even looks more radiant to the untrained eye, but you know it's merely a brighter shade of green. Okay, it's just a brighter shade of green. Your latest metallurgic invention has good affinity with natural substances. With some extra work, you've now created a process to apply Terra Steel to the axe of the stream. Okay, I don't remember reading that. I remember this one. Terra Steel, as its name implies. Oh, but it's like also bad. Mining level, D rank. Ugh. Terra Steel, as its name implies, has a high affinity with the Terra Steel materials. Your old pickaxe of the core seems to be like a good starting template. So how do you improve it then? Oh, Leroy Jenkins. Who needs a hammer now? Chop chop. Okay, Terra Blade. Terra Steel is much more potent material than Thaumium, so you decided to upgrade your existing Sword of the Zephyr with some. Portal to Alfheim. Rumors speak of a dimension much further removed than the Nether. Now that you have much higher energies to work with, it's time to try and build a portal. First, we need a frame attuned to the energies involved in the processes. Oh, cool. I can make this. Shards of Laputa. Sometimes you have to show off you found a way to infuse a patch of land and make it float in the sky. Okay. It seems to be pretty difficult though. The Shard of Laputa works as a temporary vessel to house the energies required before it's pushed into the ground. None of this makes sense. Your aura-focusing research has reached the pinnacle of thaumaturgic knowledge. Other thaumaturges call you mad over the energies involved and tell you to stop or even flee the scene, but they just don't seem to understand. After all, tearing a big hole in the fabric of this world is exactly what you want to do. Well, that's just chaotic evil. That's a cool, like, block, though. I bet it looks pretty cool. Actually, hey, it won't explode on me, right? If I place it down? Oh, that's sick. That's so cool. Oh, man. That's actually sick. Okay, hang on. Soy's milk. Oh, whoops. Oh. Why did it make everything glow? That's not right. Anyways, we'll just put that in the corner then. I don't know why it's glowing weird. Yeah. Look, it like busts the shading. I don't understand that. Something to do with my shaders. Okay. Conjuration Catalyst. You've managed to improve your earlier catalyst to replace all material resources with mana. The downside is that it can only create copies of simple materials. Are we playing The Sims now? A mana pylon, using bookshelves to fuel your enchantment processes, sounds old-fashioned to you. Instead, you've discovered a way of passively infusing your enchantments by focusing aura through a mana-rich device. It also seems to work as an infusion stabilizer. Cool. It's like the same thing as this one, except it's not a forbidden knowledge. I love how it doesn't tell me what it does. It just gives me like weird lore. It doesn't tell me anything it does at all, like what it's used for. You needed something more powerful. This device can focus through enough aura to pierce holes in the dimensional fabric. Only very small holes though. Like, I hate Thaumcraft. I hate it. It's not a good mod. It's not a good mod. Floral cultivation. So far, all your alchemical attempts have only yielded flowers of the parent species. This new method allows you to take the color of something else and imprint it on the flower. Okay. Why'd you have to say all those words? Just say, this is how you change color, flower color. Dermalogical overgrowth. You ventured into an odd corner of carnivorous plants and created something nastier. At least animal test subjects seem to be a moral issue. Wait, at least animal test subjects seem not to be a moral issue for you? Chat, what are you up to, guys? Holy crap. I need to call PETA. Botanical brewery. Your latest research has resulted in a breakthrough in potion making. You improve the process so that you have bigger yields with less impurities. You can even store the result in one bottle and take an occasional swig without the outside air ruining the brew's properties. Sure, whatever you say. Alf Glass Flask. That's a mouthful. This extra-dimensional glass turns out to be an excellent container for potions. Since the glass is already highly magical, this flask absorbs less than less from the potion itself, leaving more from you. You could just tell me it increases effectiveness of potions by X%, and then you'd actually be giving me like prevalence information. Sometimes it's good to be backwards. You revised your method for making flowers, and you are now able to turn them back into mushrooms. Cool. So flowers can turn into mushrooms, and mushrooms can turn into flowers. And then you could also duplicate flowers. These flowers are proven very hard to grow in the wild and don't take well to being broken. Fortunately, your ventures into thaumaturgy have resulted in a new botanical recipe. Now you can split off a branch, dip it into this concoction, and it will create roots once more. Yep, just a bunch of crafting recipes. Mana Steel Wrench, and this is last 5 for this chapter. You tried making a simple wrench out of basic Mana Steel. It works, but wasn't very durable. You tried putting a bit more magic in it, and you noticed 2 things. The wrench repaired itself, and more curiously, it now has innate aversion to anything mechanical. What does that mean? This wrench works well at dismantling blocks, but it's not very good at other manipulations or handling non-mechanical items. You could just say you didn't code the integration right. The soft material isn't very good at dislodging high-quality nuts from their bolts either. Sus. You're sure further research could help. Yeah, I'm sure it could. Terra Steel Wrench. Your invention of Terra Steel is a promising substitute for your earlier wrench, sure enough. The result is a way more durable tool, and the sturdier material is also able to disassemble more things than its predecessor. What didn't improve is its aversion to mechanical structures. Actually, you feel that this feature is even stronger now, though it has nowhere to go. This internal conflict seems to hinder the natural qualities of Terra Steel, and you wonder how you can improve it. Evolution of Terra Steel, a wrench of erosion. It took a small revelation that trying to make such wrench repair things was never going to work, and instead could be much more interesting to amplify its destructive powers by letting nature's aversion to mechanical structures run amok. This wrench now wants to fly out of your hand and break the remotest parts of a structure and fetches you some of the remains. By targeting the heart of a machine, this wrench will systematically remove all of its mechanical parts. It's also very hungry for mana. Yeah, just tell me what it fucking does, though. Elementium Wrench. After you recently got your hands on some Elementium by trading with the elves, you take the opportunity to turn your most recent batch into a wrench. Why are we so obsessed about wrenches? Why? Just like, give me a Botania roots for Stargate, please. Much as you expected, this material is both slightly more resilient and more capable than Mana Steel. You still didn't manage to make the wrench able to break natural constructs, nor will it repair or tweak mechanical ones. It still feels like a nice improvement over the original. For all the mana you poured into it, it somehow feels behaved. Sure, whatever. Wrench of Evolution, and now you've seen Elven Elementium in action. You notice how it has an innate ability to recognize what it has touched. You have seen how an armor made of the material tries to defend its wearer. This thought seems to open up a new area of wrench making. You devise a new enchantment. You're welcome, T-Mark. You devise a new enchantment that makes the material believe individual blocks are an adversary. By tapping them once, you can now teach your wrench to target only selected blocks. What are you doing, dude? As a final tweak, you decide to add some dragon stones to store extra mana and make it do more work at a time. I still don't okay, this one has a tooltip. D rank. Right-click a controller to remove its blocks. Shift right-click to choose a block to remove. So for multi-blocks, I guess. I don't know. Alright, we're done with this chapter. Good riddance. I wish 9 was here to explain it to me. So now we're at 565 entries read. Not even halfway through. 133 in this one. Dear God. What have I done? What have I started? Okay. It's all the tobacco. It's stuff that I've already done. Everything in yellow, it's repeat stuff. Why do I don't want to click that? It's like everything is just so scattered about. Sorry, a boot. Everything's so scattered about. Alright, we'll go clockwise, I guess, but everything is everywhere. Oh, here's the over-enchanting table. I wish I could zoom out so I could see the entire map. That would be nice. Anyways, let's start with tobacco. Magical tobacco. Sometimes a thaumaturge just wants some resting from all those horrors of the thaumaturgy. He wants his mind clear and concentrated on the tasks. Other thaumaturges are known to smoke some kind of tobacco, but it harms the health of the thaumaturge a great deal, and can even cut off the link between a human and the world of magic. You do not need this. You have managed to create a plant that functions just like tobacco, but is absolutely fine for your health. Well, long-term test results are yet to be conclusive. Unfortunately, you are sure that your plant is the only one safe, and no one apart from you can replicate it. Oh well. Lore, I guess. To properly rest a thaumaturge like you needs 3 things. A nice house. You should have one already. His smoking pipe and some tobacco. To probably make tobacco, a thaumaturge must grind the leaves off of plants. You might need a pestle and mortar to do so. You will also need your smoking pipe, but you do not want those mundane pipes, do you? No. You have discovered a way to properly infuse some great wood planks to make a perfect pipe. What about silverwood? It is also good for your magic contact, since it has a Salus Mundus as one of its components. By smoking the most mundane tobacco, thaumaturges do not gain much. But your tobacco is not so mundane, is it? As is your pipe, right? You have a small chance to get rid of some temporary warp by casually smoking it. Cool. You are sure that you can do stuff with the tobacco to make it more efficient. You just need to figure out what. The tobacco is consumed in the process. The pipe chooses the first tobacco in a thaumaturge's pockets, the same way a bow chooses an arrow to shoot. A thaumaturge like you will also take some time to smoke. Why the rush? That's a lot of freaking words to say absolutely. Yes, I meant it like that. Miner's tobacco. You have heard of some mythical herbs that can gain their smoker such a strength that they are able to break stone in mere seconds with bare fists. Old tales of the East. It might be impossible to break stones in a mere second, but you have managed to create a tobacco that will at least help you with casual mining. What did I just read? This entire chapter is going to be like this. Smoke it before you go mining, and you should be able to mine stone and ores much faster than regular. The effect sure will wear off after some time too. Just say, smoke this, get haste 2. That's all. That's all you need to say. That's it. Relaxing tobacco. Well, most thaumaturges use different smoking herbs to relax. You do not need that kind of relaxation. No. They are fools. Absolute buffoons who will soon lose their magic. No, loose. They will soon lose their magic if they continue doing so. However, your mind might need some relaxation from that warp. Sure, just a regular tobacco does the trick, but you can do better. Can you? You have created a perfect tobacco which calms down your nerves and removes temporary warp. What about permanent warp? What about permanent warp? Saturating tobacco. You found a way to stop hunger starvation. Smoking the tobacco with addition of seeds and some primal aspects tricks the mind into thinking that the body has already feasted. Oh god, it's kind of dark. As you can guess, it is pretty dangerous since the body is not receiving food. Yeah, exactly. But if things get too tough, this may help you last for a while. It, however, can have some negatives on your body, so you might want to be careful. Like what? Like what? Tell me. Angry tobacco. Yeah, that's me right now. I'm angry. You have long ago heard about some kind of warriors of fury who used to smoke before each battle. They were a very scary warriors. Yeah. Without pain and with unstoppable fury, they once were tearing their enemies apart. They are long gone, but the secret of their battle fury, you have discovered a way to infuse your tobacco with required magic to get a piece of their fury. Smoke this tobacco before battle, and you will tear your enemies apart just like those warriors. The author has never done anything in English before, apparently. It reads so poorly, and there's so many typos. Most tobaccos that you have managed to create are safe. Not all of them, though. You think that the only solution here is to get a better pipe. Silverwood, I was just talking about that one, can be just perfect for that. It is, however, not as mundane as the Great Wood is and requires much more complex process than just arcane crafting. It uses infusion. The Silverwood smoking pipe is a better pipe. It negates most of the negative effects, and I think they did a speech to text to write this. And once, or it should be ones, I don't know how you typo that have no negatives will instead have additional positive effects. Okay, give me a tooltip on the pipe though. Would be nice. Wispy tobacco. What happens if you infuse more magic into your tobacco? That is an interesting questing. Definitely speech to text. But the answer is much more fascinating. You have discovered a way to properly infuse some magic into your tobacco. The result seems to be fairly safe to smoke. It does not seem to carry negatives within itself. However, should you smoke such a tobacco? Wait, there's M dashes. No, ChatGPT wouldn't make such glaring grammar mistakes though. Would it? I don't know. I don't think it would. But there's M dashes all over these writings. It also seems rather angry. You think that's because wisps do not like enclosed spaces, or maybe the smoke is the reason. Tiny life form pops out of your smoking pipe? A wisp? Why would you smoke that? Tainted tobacco? Why would you smoke that? You are not quite sure why you have even discovered this. Sure, now you can infuse your tobacco with taint, however, forever changing it, so anyone who smokes it will have this mind corrupted by taint, and all the horrors of the dark will appear in his mind. What about her mind? But what is it even useful for? The taint pieces also leave tiny signs on the pipe of the smoker. You are interested in the ways this will affect things like silverwood. Probably nothing good though. It's a lot of words that say absolutely nothing. You have discovered a way to infuse regular tobacco with some eldritch energy. The result may not be that safe to smoke. However, should a thaumaturge smoke such a thing, his vision will go grim for some time. Thaumaturge with such a vision should not look at living beings. It is also possible to attract the attention of eldritch by doing so. However, the chances are low that tobacco might cause sanity problems. Okay. Wisdom tobacco. You have gone beyond the relaxing properties of tobacco. Infusing your tobacco with knowledge sure was a great idea. You have managed to create a tobacco which puts you in a crystal clear mind state once you smoke it. The effect lasts a mere second, though it is more than enough to make a shocking discovery or two. However, you are afraid that you may also see something horrible there which will corrupt your mind. Well, who does not risk does not get his reward. Why is everything... I hate this so much. All of these entries are just... Oh my god. Seriously? Iron spikes. Sometimes a thaumaturge just wants to study his researches. Calm, alone, and without any zombies at his back. Sure, sometimes a door might just be enough. Sometimes, however, a thaumaturge might want those fools to suffer. It's a shame thaumaturgy does not offer a way of passively killing enemies. Or does it? You have managed to create a block that will damage everyone who steps on it. However, it also tears about items dropped by fools. There might be a way to resolve this problem. A thaumaturge may also notice that after killing a creature, the spikes get covered in blood. To wipe the blood out, you need to use your enchanted fabric on the spikes. The fabric will get covered in blood, but it can be cleaned in a crucible. Cool. Bloody thaumaturge's robes. Hi, Miso. You are not quite sure that it is a good idea, but you have found out that the bloody enchanted fabric does not lose its property. Does not loses. It's with an apostrophe. That's not correct. It's not it is properties. It's possessive it is. It's possessive it's. There's no apostrophe there. And therefore can be used as an armor material. Strangely enough, even though the fabric, why is fabric capitalized, had a tiny amount of blood, the robes are shining red. Maybe the magic is somehow involved. Maybe magic is somehow, I don't know why they said the magic. Anyway, you for some reason feel a little bit more powerful, with a double L powerful, in this bloody robes. How much more of this do I need to read? Is an entire chapter like this? This is horrible. Then in your thaumaturge's robes. Other thaumaturges have been wondering what are those new shiny robes made of, but you managed to keep your bloody secret. Yeah, please. Don't want to read anymore. Keep your fucking secrets, please. Thaumic spikes. You have managed to improve your spikes using the thaumic metal, thaumium. Those new spikes are sharper. They will kill fools who step on them faster than the mundane iron spikes. They are also much more picky when it comes to damaging foes. They will not destroy items. Shiny Bucket, thank you for the follow, man. Spam T Chet and Carmen Melody, thank you for the following as well. I know that was a while ago, but I think I missed them earlier. Wow, reading this is something I skip every time. Yeah, I was gonna do that too. And then I decided, hey, you know, it'd be fun reading the entire thing on stream. And here I am. Here I am. They are also much more picky when it comes to damaging foes. They will not destroy items. They are also sensitive to redstone signal, and therefore will not damage anyone if they are powered by it. Great. Void spikes. You have managed to apply your knowledge of the strange metal made out of darkness to your spikes. The resulting spikes are extremely dangerous. There is an M dash in every single sentence. They can almost instantly kill whoever walks over them. They will also not destroy items, just like Thaumic. They also react to the redstone the same way Thaumic spikes do. They, however, are somehow much more accurate at their job, which results in foes dropping experience and aspects, just as they got killed by you. These spikes, however, cannot hurt void metal since they are made of it. What does that mean, hurt void metal? I don't get that. What does that even mean, cannot hurt void metal? Okay, so from this magical metallurgy one, that's a repeat from one that we read like 5 chapters ago, we get Thaumonite. Interesting. Thaumaturge always searches for a better alternative to his materials. You have been playing around with Thaumium metal for a while now. Maybe it's time to move onwards. Maybe it's time to improve. Thaumium can be processed further with the addition of some more aspects and some vitreous. However, the processing of Thaumium is too inefficient and leads to some Thaumium destruction, and you do not see any way to overcome this problem. The result is a new metal, better than Thaumium. It is almost as hard as diamonds and has much better enchantability than Thaumium. It is also more magical and can be used in some advanced things Thaumium can't be used in. Okay. It still has pretty bad durability though. Thaumonite wand caps. A thaumaturge always seeks for a way to give discovered materials a real purpose. That metal you've just unlocked, Thaumonite, works just as Thaumium, so why not use it as a wand cap? Well, Thaumonite doesn't seem to be as bendable as Thaumium due to the high amounts of vitreous in it. However, that property can be used to enhance regular Thaumium caps. The infusion is capable of turning the Thaumonites into small pieces, making it able to recrystallize directly on the Thaumium caps. Yeah. Welcome back, Chris. To ensure that cap and Thaumonites are bound together for forever, you'll also need some Quicksilver and also a little bit of Salus Mundus to reduce Thaumonite's crystallization time. These new caps seem to better than Thaumium caps, but you feel something within them. Maybe there is something more to them. Okay. I still don't understand what crafting cost multiplier is. Thaumium alchemical furnace. You are extremely annoyed about the speed of this is like the 6th alchemical furnace thing that I've seen, and they're all different somehow. There must be a way to speed that damn thing up. Sure, attaching more bellows helps a tiny bit. However, what if you could use the air to use those bellows right next to the furnace's flame? Well, the furnace burns too hot. 2 random humans, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And it quickly becomes a pile of useless smelted construction. However, you have managed to use Thaumium to make the furnace more heat resistant. The result is a furnace functioning just as a regular alchemical furnace, but only two times faster. However, it is only achievable if the furnace runs on alumentum. Bellows can also be attached to achieve even more speed. Hydration break? Hell yeah. Cheers. Okay. Thank God that was it for that. And I've already read these 2. These are repeats. These are yellow. We'll go down here. Thaumium anvil. You are annoyed by those anvils. They are breaking after a couple of hits, and they are sapping your life force as if they were some kind of experienced black hole. You have applied your knowledge of the magical metal, otherwise known as Thaumium, to create a better anvil. The Thaumium anvil lasts much longer than the mundane one, keeping a full functionality. The Thaumium also is not your mundane iron. It can absorb much more life force at a time, increasing the maximum level anvil can work with up to 60. It also seems that repairing items here has no cost penalty. It is always as you are repairing your pick the first time. That is pretty nice. Void metal anvil. Well, the Thaumium anvil is all well and good, but it also breaks. Maybe not that fast, but it still does. However, you have an idea since you've unlocked the void metal. What if you try making an anvil out of that one? The results are interesting. It's just an unbreakable anvil, I bet. First of all, your new made anvil has kept the main property of the void metal, the ability to repair itself. The anvil will automatically repair itself. That just sounds like a wasted TPS processing. Should you cause a block update right next to it. The anvil, however, acts much different. Any operation here, no matter if you are renaming stuff or combining extremely efficient enchanted books, always costs the same 7 levels of XP. The anvil also seems to have no cost increase penalty, just as the Thaumium one does. Whilst repairing, my roommate just got home, and I'm reading a fucking stupid ass book about magic and Minecraft. Oh man. The anvil also seems to have no cost increase penalty, just as the Thaumium one does. Whilst repairing, you have seen some of the void metal flowing into the cracks of your tools. Surely there's nothing to worry about, right? Yeah, there's nothing to worry about, because why would you code something like that? Concentrated taint. Ew. Your experiments with taint were quite successful, but you know that you can do better, so you tried to feed the bottle taints with some Vitium Essentia. The result is quite nice. It grows and gets even stronger, so why not trying this with a full jar of Vitium? Since you definitely don't want to taint you whole home, you'll need a controlled environment like the infusion. However, you should better stabilize. Should that be a Z in stabilize or an S? Is it British spelling or English or American spelling? The flask with some more Salus Mundus, just to make sure no taint escapes. Okay, what does it do though? Doesn't say. Yeah, what could go wrong? It's not like you're telling me what could go wrong. I don't know. I'm just giving myself some concentrated taints. I'll just give myself some concentrated taints. Because apparently you don't want to tell me what happened when I did my own research, quote unquote. Wand focus, flux scrubber. Flux scrubbers are good, but they need to be more controlled. You wonder if you can stick one on top of your wand. Sus. Well, it's not possible. It's not that simple, but definitely possible. The foci will remove the flux blocks a thaumaturge is looking at. Yes, it is as simple as that. Warping upgrade. Available at level 3, this upgrade will warp the mind of the user of the foci, therefore adding some temporary warp every time a flux block is removed. Available at level 5, if the warping upgrade is present, this upgrade negates the effect of the warping upgrade. It will calm the mind of the user of the foci, therefore removing some temporary warp. And some regular warp on occasion every time a flux block is removed. Crystallization upgrade. Available at levels 3 and 5. This upgrade will make consumed flux blocks also drop some potential crystallized essentia. Level 2, flux blocks will drop a random crystallized essentia instead of a potential crystallized essentia. Great. Very informative. I'm so glad I'm reading this. Wand focus liquid drain. Sometimes a thaumaturge wants to live under the sea, next to his pineapple. Bro, why is that crossed out? That's actually like a fantastic joke when you've been reading this fucking book for 10.5 hours. In his beautiful water dome. However, building underwater is a huge pain. Until now, this wand foci will resolve the problem. It will destroy blocks of water the thaumaturge is looking at, without making all nearby water blocks flow. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. In other ways, it is perfect in creating tunnels. However, magic can only harness the water so long, and the water will eventually return to its normal flowing state. Yeah, tell me how long that is though. It would be nice to know how much time I have to place blocks. It will also do so should a block be placed next to the I take back all my praises. Available at level 3, this upgrade will make destroyed water drop water crystallized essentia in 40% cases, with a 100% chance the essence will get poisoned due to magic pollution, otherwise known as flux, resulting in a venom aspect. Available at level 3? What? Oh, there you are. This upgrade will allow the foci to destroy lava as well as water. Destroyed lava will also make the lava near the destroyed one stop flowing. Just as water, the lava will start flowing again after some time. Foci will still be able to destroy water. Destroying lava costs additional 3 Ignis Essentia. Frugal upgrades will affect the Ignis cost too. Hi, Miso. Over enchanting, our favorite. It's only 3 pages long. The lava removal is good. You'd have to use sponge on a stick otherwise, and that's consumed. Yeah. I guess. Thaumaturges often use their magic to infuse regular mundane items with magical force, making them better. This process is called enchanting. Thaumaturges have also discovered a way to do the same with an infusion altar, using it to make items stronger. However, there always seems to be a limit to the magic infused into the item. You have managed to push that limit a little bit further. You have managed to create an over-enchanting table, which is able to increase the level of enchantments on the item by 1. Not only could it get items closer to the desired level, it can do more. It can increase the level beyond maximum, allowing enchantments like Fortune 4 or Sharpness 6. The device will improve the first enchantment on the item. The order is the same as displayed in the item description. Previously buffed enchantments will be skipped. The device is not quite powerful enough to do things like Sharpness 7. It does not take the enchantments into account, so thinks like Silk Touch 2 are possible, yet useless. I've given up on learning at this point. There's nothing in this book that I want to retain. I'm just so put off by the way it's written. I'm absolutely disgusted. Previously buffed enchantments will be skipped. The device is not to infuse the item, just put in the only slot available and start the over enchanting process by using your wand on the table twice. Then the Precantatio Essential will be drawn from nearby jars into the table. You will need 32 Precantatio in total. The table also requires a player nearby, since in the middle of the process it will use 30 levels from the player in a range of 6 blocks. Hey, I didn't do anything. I just reached around my mouse, dude. Over enchanting can be stopped in any time just by taking the item from the table, but the levels in the center will be wasted then. The table will draw Precantatio. I know, she's so sassy. From the range of 8 blocks, mirrors will also do the job just fine. Upon sapping experience, the table will skip players with level before 30. So having multiple people with total levels of 30 will not work. Any item with enchantments can be over enchanted. Putting a non-enchanted item in the over enchanted table does nothing. Okay. Yeah. I reached for... I don't know what she's doing anymore. Wand focus activate. There's so many focuses. Oh my gosh. This mod could be 10 times smaller and still be more engaging. Mostly because I'd be done with the reading by now. Well, after your research on the ability of mirrors of transporting items, it would be logical to continue onwards. What if mirrors could transport simple force and image? Well, it's not that simple, so you had to make the wand fucky out of all that mess you were getting yourself into. This wand fucky works really simply. Once equipped on the wand, a thaumaturge must shift click on the desired block's location, which will store it to the wand. What? Does it just like move inventories from one block to another? After that simple click will act like a right click on the stored location. What is that? After that, a simple click will act like a right click on the stored. That means nothing. However, the range is limited to 32 blocks. Some mundane inventories are also too heavy for the transmitted force to interact with. Should they be as in buzz, should they be far from a thaumaturge? But potency upgrade, available at all levels. This upgrade will increase the range of interaction by 10 blocks, will not work in unloaded chunks. Of course. Wand focus experience. The only ways of enchanting for a regular thaumaturge is either by using his... See, okay, I'm reading this and there's no clear indication as to what it does. Oh, it's just a remote right click on a block? Is that all it does? That's stupid. I'm sure there's a good use for it, but like, that's... Why make me read all that crap just to tell me it's a remote right click on a block? Wand focus experience. The only ways of enchanting for a regular thaumaturge is either by using his own life essence to roll the devices, or by using the infusion matrix to control the process. Either way, some life essence is required. The most efficient way of collecting is by killing mobs. Mining, you think that thaumaturgy must offer something else more magical, and this is it.
At my hardy heart tip $5 through super chat.
Thank you
You're
for this
doing
hype.
great. Is this going to be a one shot?
Yeah, it is going to be a one-shot, mate. Thanks for the $5. I appreciate the super chat, man. I am going to add 10 to the push-up debt, though. Thank you so much. No, I appreciate the donation, man. The most efficient way of... and this is it. The fucky will instantly break the block it is used on, providing a thaumaturge with twice the experience the block would usually drop. Cool. Blocks which usually do not provide experience will drop some based... Takeo, thanks for the sub on YouTube, man. Will drop some based on the potency level of the fucky. Cool, and there's upgrades, of course. Decomposing upgrade, available at levels 3 and 5. This upgrade will allow thaumaturge to instantly decompose any living entity into experience based on the creature's current age. Ugh. I hate how they worded that. It just makes it sound disgusting. The aspect cost is also based on the creature's HP. Notes that the absorbed creature will still drop the regular drops and experience. Level 2 decreases the cost for consuming creatures to half. Vaporizing upgrade, available at levels 3 and 5. This upgrade will make consumed blocks also drop some crystallized essentia based on the block's aspects. Drop chance is 50%. Some very essentia rich blocks will not drop it. Ow, that was on me. Level 2 increases the chance of obtaining crystallized essentia to 100%. What? What's up? Hey. Oh, I think it lets you open a machine inventory screen from 32 blocks away. Stored into the wand, one block. Alright, I see the usefulness. They just could have explained that a lot better.
At my hardy heart tipped $5 through super chat.
Another
More
fiver, man.
coffee. I'd like to play GTNH more often / with friends, but work does not allow for it. Also distraction.
Hang on. It was really really small for me on the stream overlay. I'm waiting for your message to appear in chat for me. It's not appearing. Okay, hang on. Let me read it. More coffee. I'd like to play GTNH more often with friends, but work does not allow for it. Also distraction. Yeah. I'm sorry you're not able to play as much as you'd like, but it's probably for the better. I believe there are better things that you could do with your time. But I may just be a little salty right now, just based on what I'm doing right now. So, but yeah, thank you for the fiver again. I already read this. Okay. I did these as well. Now I can go up. Node manipulation, 4 pages. Yeah, so it's 4 pages, dude. It's 4 pages. Node manipulation. You have discovered a way to support nodes by using stabilizers. You discovered a way to tear the node apart.
My heart tipped $5 through super chat. I said more coffee. I'd like
Another
to play
fiver.
GTNH more often / with friends, but work will not allow. Also distraction.
You said the you said the same message, man. Did you mean that? Oh, thank you for the fiver again, man. You're on a streak right now, or is it glitching out? I can't tell. Thank you so much, man. You have discovered a way to support nodes by using stabilizers. You have discovered a way to tear the node apart, opening a small rift to wherever. Oh shoot, that's right. I need to update the push-up count. So that's 20 more. Super. You have discovered a way to tear the node apart, opening a small rift to wherever. Is this it for the nodes? It seems unfair. There are so many types of them: tainted, pure, hungry. They can be bright or fading, but all thaumaturgists stop here without attempting to go further. You can manipulate the very fabrics of a node, making it stable. You can tear it apart, energizing it. Why not use those powers in combination to change the smallest fibers of the node? Why not study this? Is there something that stops everyone from going this way, or are they too blind, thinking they are the masters of thaumaturgy? Okay, what's up,
At
Miso?
my hardy heart tipped $5 through super chat. Yeah, I did. I said more coffee, yada yada blah blah distraction.
Another fiver? What is going on, man? That's $20 in one shop, dude. Yeah, I did. I said more coffee, yada 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 blah blah distraction. 11 hours in. I think everybody needs more coffee for the rest of this stream. We're gonna be going for a while. Fuck, dude. This is okay. Miso, what do you want? You know what? I'm gonna take this opportunity to refill my water. So, got my water. Bro is eating tonight. I am eating tonight. I cook my own food, so it's very economical too. That pays for like 5 meals or something. I hopped on this stream this morning and then, hey, why are you doing this? Stop it. I'm getting straight up attacked by my tsundere cat. I hopped on the stream this morning and watched entries 40 through 60, then left, only to find this madman still going 9 hours later. Yeah, Flurbin's probably developed some IRL warp. I was born into the warp. Wait, what's the Bane line? I was born into darkness. Wait, you merely adopted the darkness, I was born into it? You merely adopted the warp, I was born into it? Something like that. Why not study this? Is there, okay, well, so far, nothing really happened, nothing came to stop you, nothing killed you, nothing corrupted your mind, nothing. You do not understand the others, reading this corrupted my mind. You do not understand the others not going this way. You have discovered a way to create the device that will combine the power of the stabilizer to make the node stand, and the ability of the transducer to move node fibers, tearing it apart. What? Okay. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna go on a short break. We're gonna go on a short break. Hang on.
No,
Hey,
not
guys.
at all.
Oh,
Hey, how's it
Hey,
going?
I'm gonna go on a short break. Do you want to stream anything for the chat to watch?
Oh, sure. Yeah, we're just making a Christmas tree.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Here, let me get it streaming.
Thank you.
This
Yeah,
is-
Miso is very anxious right now, and I'm gonna take a couple minutes to get some of that anxious energy out.
Okay.
So we're gonna do some chase the little mousey across the hallway or something.
I love mobs. I love mobs.
Oh,
Yeah, grief me
man.
up.
All right, I'm gonna go develop some more permanent warp, guys.
IRL?
You have fun.
Yeah, IRL. IRL. Yeah.
Have fun, Pookie.
Thanks, Pookie Bear. Okay.
Get back into
Okay.
Vix.
I'm going. All right, chat. We are alone now. It's just you and me, chat. All right. Well, so far nothing really happened. Nothing came to stop you. Nothing killed you. Nothing corrupted your mind. Nothing. You do not understand the others not going this way. You have discovered a way to create the device that will combine the power of the stabilizer to make the node stand and the ability of the transducer to move node fibers, tearing it apart. Well, it's not that simple. You also need to constantly move Viz back and forth. Some mirrors are required and some flux forms, which is critical. So flux, the E in forms is throwing me off. And some flux forms, which is critical, so flux scrubbers must be used too. And for this construction to be stable, some Salus Mundus is also required. Also required? Bro, E is on the opposite side of the keyboard from O. Why? And here it is, the device that can manipulate the node itself. It's not really that simple actually. Your device can only work with regular nodes. Energized are too powerful to work with. It can also only operate with the node from the top due to Viz flowing downwards. So it is impossible to have both the transducer and this device. It also turned out very mundane. It is unable to operate with the node at all as you thought it would. It has the ability to do so, but the fibers of the node are not that simple to move. A fucky is required, and you do not know how to make one. You've tried regular wand fucky, but not much luck, just a bunch of angry wisps. You used the wrong fucky, dude. However, the fucky must work the same way, harnessing the raw power of the device to work with the node. The device itself is pretty stable, and in fact it does not require anything to work, which is comical due to the power of the device. The fucky, should you obtain one, must be simply placed in the bottom of the device, harnessing the raw power. Okay, we're good. Just click the device with the fucky to put it in, click with an empty hand to remove the fucky. Click with another fucky to swap between two. It is even possible to actually save the progress that way. It may require more or less time based on the action it is doing too. What the hell is it talking about, dude? What is it talking about? Thank God this one's short. Efficiency fucky will affect the node in a very spectacular way. If any aspect is drained from the node affected with this fucky, there is a 50% chance that the aspect will be used, but not drained. Ow. I got pretty beat up. Oh, I do still have the... Thank you guys for reminding me to always remove the text that I put up. No, I am pronouncing it fucky on purpose. So, to random humans, it's on purpose. It's because of all the warp I've accumulated IRL. There's a 50% chance the aspect will be used, but will not be drained. Works with everything wands, recharge pedestals, different constructs, whatever. Manipulator fucky, speed. Speed fucky increases the speed at which node restores its aspects. Its possessive it does not need an apostrophe, 5 times. It may be hard for a thaumaturge to see this in action, but should he use his wand or any of his Viz using devices, it will become obvious. So, you know what would be obvious if you told me what happened? Manipulator fucky. Sinister fucky will make the manipulator slowly turn the node into a sinister node. Removing the pure modifier takes 30 minutes. Takes 6 minutes to turn a normal node into sinister. Fucky. Instability fucky will make the manipulator slowly turn the node into an unstable node. Will only work with normal nodes. Takes 7 minutes to finish. There's so many fuckies, dude. Oh, purity foci will make the manipulator slowly turn a tainted node into normal and a normal node into a pure node. Will only work with normal or tainted nodes. Takes 3 minutes to finish with a normal node or 33 minutes with a tainted node. Note that the node will not receive aspects that pure nodes usually have in them, but will still turn the biome around to magical forest. Brightness foci will make the manipulator extremely slowly turn the node into a bright node. Will only work with normal nodes, takes 20 minutes to finish. See, this is what every description should be like. Concise, to the point, no fluff, and it should also be listed in the tooltip here on the item. It is incredible that some of them actually have minutes, like numbers. As they all should. They should all have numbers attached to them. Stability foci will make the manipulator slowly restore nodes. It will convert nodes into different types using time. Converting a fading node into a pale takes 5 minutes. Converting a pale node into normal takes 10 minutes. Removing the sinister modifier takes 2 minutes. Removing the unstable modifier takes 7 minutes. Removing the hunger modifier takes 30 seconds. Removing the taint modifier takes 30 minutes. Okay. See, that would be cool to know if I actually understood what was going on, but since all of the background knowledge is so convolutedly said and without any proper explanation, I have no idea what's happening here. Destruction fucky will slowly destroy the node it is attached to. It will turn bright nodes into normal, normal into pales, pales into fading, and will completely destroy fading nodes. On the other hand, Viz from the node being destroyed will escape into surroundings in the form of aspect orbs, which can be absorbed by any wand. Viz escapes much faster than regularly. Ah, the taint's fucky. My favorite fucky. Will make the manipulator slowly turn the node into a tainted node. Will only work with normal nodes. Takes 6 minutes to finish. Note that the node will not receive aspects from tainted nodes usually have in them. But will still turn the biome around to tainted lands. It's super concise, beautiful description. I'm actually... Oh, why is this one so long? The hungry fucky will make the manipulator slowly turn the node into a hungry node. Will only work with normal nodes. Note that the manipulator can freely be eaten by the hunger node if it chooses to do so. Takes 5 minutes to finish. Authors are in no way responsible for the possible damage done to you, your house, your world, your other worlds, your pets, animals, monsters, nodes, and items. That's why it's so long. By crafting the fucky, you agree to be fully responsible to anything that may happen with the fucky, manipulator node, and everything surrounding the node, because all of this is just fucky. Okay. And Primordial Pearl, we already read. Fantastic. That branch is done. What a fucky branch, dude. Okay. Now I'm going to do this branch, and then this branch. And then we're almost done, actually, with this 133. Thank God. Okay, starting with decorative blocks. For a long time, thaumaturges could only use amber blocks as their decorations. The ability to increase the variety of decorations came recently. Those are the latest decorations thaumaturges were up to. Quicksilver block. Cool. Stereo, thanks for the follow on Twitch. And Hona Mafu, thank you for the follow on Twitch as well. Welcome to the stream, guys. Okay. Making quicksilver. Every time you were breaking down the silver wood into planks, you were wondering, what are those vapors? Well, it can't be anything good for your lungs, because quicksilver is the common name for mercury, which is a heavy metal, which is not good for you, which is, yeah. Anyways, after some researching, it turned out that those were tiny quicksilver vapors. We found a way to trap them in the crucible and crystallize them using the order aspect. However, the quicksilver from the silver wood is not really quicksilver. It wouldn't crystallize. To make it into crystals, you had to apply some venom to it. Salus Mundus duplication. Oh, cool. Your latest researches have led you to a very interesting thought. Salus Mundus are created from Balanced Shard, which contains all primal aspects. Well, what if you gave a crucible all those primal aspects and let Salus Mundus stay there for a bit? Well, on its own, it's not enough. The Salus are too fragile and simply boil in a crucible. But after addition of Praecatatio to the crucible, and the Salus were strong enough to absorb the primals, and after a mere second, you were holding 2 piles of Salus Mundus. Fantastic. Hi, Miso. Are you going to be anxious, or are you going to let me... Are you going to be chill? Okay. What's up? What's going on? Hi. Alright. Warp is actually just mercury poisoning? Yeah, I'm full of it. Salus Mundus blocks. The next step after learning how to duplicate Salus Mundus would be learning how to create a block out of it. Since the Salus by default is a dust pile, making a block out of it requires additional fortification of it with aspects. You are not yet sure about the uses of this block, apart from using it as an infusion stabilizer, but you are sure that you will find more uses later. Cool. Making amber. You have recently discovered a way to create amber by putting enough vinculum together with some spruce in a crucible. Interesting enough, other types of trees seem to be too mundane for making amber out of them. Interesting. Simple duplication. You have managed to master the arts of alchemical duplication. Your idea has the ability to duplicate arrows, and it worked. However, you have also discovered a way to duplicate snowballs, and strangely enough, redstone. Okay, sure. Incendium. Sometimes a thaumaturge just wants some of that nether essence, the blaze powder. However, it is hot and dangerous in the nether, and some thaumaturges might not want to go there. Grow up. Deal with it. That's a solution. I wouldn't have to read this if that was the case. You have discovered a way to get blaze powder without venturing to the nether. Infusing a bucket of lava with some ignis and precataccio creates a liquid. Yeah, just dying in Minecraft builds character. I mean, obviously. That has lost its ability to spread. Possessive its, no apostrophe needed. It will slowly crystallize while in the world. Once fully crystallized, it can then be harvested by bare hands. I'm so glad they didn't write bear as in B-E-A-R. Dropping a random amount of blaze powder. Notes that the liquid is still as dangerous as lava and you should not swim in it. You can stop at any time? Heck, Yuba. I can stop at any time if you're willing to read the rest of it. Alchemy restoration. You have discovered a way to make certain things more organized. By putting some blocks in a crucible together with some Ordo Essentia, they will take shape. For example, gravel can be restored back to cobblestone, not like any thaumaturge ever needs cobblestone, but still. Weirdly enough, this discovery also applies to packed ice. But Ordo does no good here. Terra must be used instead. It's just transmutation stuff. Okay, crystal cluster blocks. After researching the way... Wait, never mind, keep going. All right, I give up, I got you. I'll keep going. After researching the way Ordo interacts with blocks in the Crucible, you think that you can start a bigger project. You found that by mixing a crystal cluster in a Crucible with some Ordo, the aspect the cluster is based on, and some Fabricio, the cluster collapses into a solid form. It is yet to be discovered that what the solid form can be used for, but it has saved all the properties of the cluster it was made from. You have also discovered that by adding Vitium Essentia during the process will taint the clusters, resulting in a tainted crystal block. Their uses are yet to be discovered. All blocks can be used to stabilize an infusion altar. Cool. Good shit, dude. Entropy destruction. You have discovered a way to apply extreme entropy to certain items using your crucible. This results in breaking those items into their components. However, 100% efficiency is not achievable here. Glass into sand, gravel into sand, iron bars into nuggets. Cool. Entropy manufacturing mastered. And here it is. After making some more researching on those entropy manipulations, you have mastered them. Now you're able to achieve 100% material cost for wool and sand and 200% for blaze rods. Fantastic. That would be great for a Minecraft speedrun. I would have to collect 3 blaze rods instead of 6. Using your knowledge in entropy and block destruction, you have unlocked a way to process your ores. Should you mine them using Silk Touch pickaxe, this requires more aspects, just entropy is not enough. Shards simply break if not fortified with Precataccio Essentia. The primal essentia of the processed ore is also required, otherwise the shards instantly boil in the crucible. This is the best you can achieve in your entropy researching for now. Alchemy back processing. Many things once broken down sadly can't be restored anymore by normal means. Wait, you are a thaumaturge. You can overcome that. Obviously, I am unlimited. And even more creates extra resources. You have unlocked a way to bring some items back to their original state. Getting sugar and cacti green back to their states is simple enough. However, less mundane materials require more effort. For example, you can turn a single piece of blaze powder back into blaze rod states, but not only that requires Ordo, Ignis, and Precataccio to restore the powder, you also need some potential to make it useful again. Add some Permutatio to give it back its properties and some Fabricio to make it all stay together. God, a 1-to-1 ratio? Wait, you can dupe blaze rods or blaze powder this way. Because 1 blaze rod turns into 4 blaze powder, and then 4 blaze powder turns back into 4 blaze rods, and then 4 blaze rods turns into 16 blaze powder, and then 16 blaze powder turns back into a lot of blaze rods. Oh, that's pretty cool. Where was I? Oh, that was it. That was it for this chain. So I did this chain. Let's do this mini chain down here. Magic touch. This was infusion enchantment. Yep. It's yellow, so it's already been read. Magic touch. Weapons enchanted with magic touch will cause more aspect orbs to be dropped from slain creatures. Cool. Nice. Vaporizing. Weapons enchanted with vaporizing enchantment have a chance to drop a corresponding crystallized essence of creature slain by it. Elder Wisdom. Weapons enchanted with Elder Wisdom have a chance to provide the thaumaturge using them with some knowledge aspects of creatures slain. It's a lot of words to say one thing. Knowledge aspects. Cool. Tainted. My favorite enchantment. Weapons infused with taints will deal additional tainted damage upon hit. It will also apply taint poison to the target. This is less effective against tainted creatures. What is a tainted creature? What? Does that work with Tinker's Tools? I don't think you can apply enchantments to Tinker's Tools, but you can try. I don't know. I don't know if infusion enchantment works on Tinkers. Eldritch Bane. Weapons enchanted with Eldritch Bane will deal more damage to Endermen and Eldritch creatures. What are Eldritch creatures? I will never know because this book refuses to explain anything concisely. That's done. So that's the bottom of this research page here. Let's go back to the top. Ah, guns. Cool. America. Fuck no. Thaumic nature. Thaumaturgy is rich in directions. It affects alchemy, infusion, enchanting. Thaumaturgy can do everything. However, most thaumaturges ignore a very important aspect. The plants and plant life. It does need a link feature. The plants and plant life, however, it would be completely useless because it's not like it's actually, the book doesn't actually explain anything. You, however, are not most thaumaturgists. This is like the 16th time it's said that. This direction of research promises a lot. You can already see the possibilities of this. No, I can't, because you refuse to explain it to me. Well, it is so research rich that even this fact has allowed you to figure out the creation of the first thaumic plant, the Swede. What does the Swede do? This is technically a weed. However, should you let it grow for a while, it will grow to full size and can be harvested to drop sugar and reeds. Cool. Oh, bless me. However, it should be watched over since it does rapidly spread. Cool. Metallite. Sometimes a thaumaturge needs some metallum for his ore processing, and there goes an iron ingot. Sometimes a thaumaturge needs metallum for his crafts, and there goes more iron. You have a face cam. And you have discovered a way to put an end to this misery. A witch farm. Just make a witch farm by infusing a regular wheat seed in a crucible with some metallum invictus to keep the life in the seeds you have managed to create a plant that grows exactly like wheat but gets tough and metallic in the latest stages of growth. It can then be harvested to obtain some iron nuggets. This discovery asks more questions than answers though, and you need to research it further. As far as you can tell, you can't replicate the same with thaumium yet. Trick question, it's a yet. Lazulia. Sometimes the thaumaturge needs some lapis for his thaumaturgy. Why an ellipses? And sometimes a thaumaturge is just too lazy to venture down into the caves just to spend a good 5 hours searching for that blue ore. No, there's something called ore chunks in GTNH and an ore scanner. You have once again used plants to aid you with this nonsense. Lazulia will slowly grow and once fully grown can be harvested. Upon harvesting, a thaumaturge will receive some lapis lazuli along with the seed. Lucrite. You have researched the metallite further and discovered that you can create a similar crop by infusing a carrot with lucrum. The result is a very strange crop. It functions just like metallite, but takes twice as much time to grow. And why is that strange? It's also very magic dependent. Without strong enough source of magic beneath the soil it grows in, it refuses to grow. Those Salus Mundus blocks seem to be just as perfect as possible. Oh, that's the usage for them. It will also accept bone meal with much slower rate, taking 7 bone meal to grow. However, should you let it grow, and it will grow. It will grow some golden nuggets on its branches. Again, possessive it, no apostrophe needed. Since it is a carrot, it is also possible to obtain one from the crop. You get carrots and golden nuggets from it. Okay. Red lawn. Miso. Hi. Come on. Up on the desk, dude. Nope. Alright. I'm still at it, Mad Jack. Red lawn. Even though thaumaturgy is a magical art and it's not related to industry in any way, a lot of magical devices can actually operate or be controlled by the mythical red dust. The redstone. We already established that redstone is chemical and electrical conductive property of the element. It's not a magical property. Actually, redstone seems pretty magical itself. No, it's not. It's not. It's chemistry. What if you combine it with a plant? Well, the result is a plant that will slowly grow a block of redstone. Just like a melon or a pumpkin. It, however, requires much more time than melons or pumpkins. Cool. Oh, it just grows like redstone blocks. We've done this at the base. Magic is not always strict and logical, it is magic after all. The same goes to life, it can take various shapes, sometimes shocking, sometimes funny. Well, you have managed to create a plant, so that pretty much is a definition of the word funny. Rainbow cactus. Why? Oh, it just drops a whole bunch of... Oh, it's the definition of the word. The plant functions just like regular cacti, must be placed on sand, and grows up to 3 blocks. However, once broken, it will only drop itself. It is itself. It is the last cacti block left. If it is the last cacti block left, otherwise it will drop all kinds of dyes. Are you gonna do it all in one? I'm gonna try. I'm trying. I'm really trying. I'm developing IRL warp though. Plaques. Sometimes a thaumaturge just needs to get him some string for magical candles or for magical clothes. Just cotton crop gives you string, and I'm sure it grows a lot faster than plaques. And sometimes a thaumaturge just does not want to fight spiders for endless nights, or shear sheep for wool to process later. Come on. Oh, she's coming. Okay, maybe not. You have applied the knowledge of plants and nature. You've just learned to solve the problem for you. What? There she is. Hi, welcome to the table. Welcome to the table. Well, she's blocking my mouse. The result is a strange crop called plaques, which will grow on farmland in 8 stages, and once fully grown will produce 3 strings. It functions just like a regular wheat crop. It also needs light and will only grow on farmland. I got the mouse. I also bumped my mic, sorry about that. Okay, Aurelia, upon... Okay, it's only 2 pages. Upon your thaumaturgic researches, there has always been one aspect that is extremely annoying to get. Aurum. That one has extreme potential in crafting usages. But to get it, you either need to break down aura nodes, which is not good, or venture to the depths of the nether to kill wisps, which is no good as well. You, however, using your plant knowledge, have discovered a way of getting that aspect without doing any other ways. English? This plant, when exposed to the moonlight, will open up it's also a possessive it's not, doesn't need an apostrophe. It's M dashes too. Why? It's almost like people don't proofread what they write. It's loose its petals. No, that's not how you write. That's not how you write in English. However, due to the error of the very world, it is only possible during full moon. The plants will occasionally loose its petals. Oh, I guess loose. Its is possessive. That's still possessive. Loose its petals technically could be correct, and they can be gathered from the ground near the flower. These petals are extremely rich on aurum essentia. However, the plants will only feed from the moon if it has a direct view over it. Okay, cool. Primal shrooms. Those vishrooms were bugging thaumaturges for quite a while. What are they? Why are there so many in the magical forest? What are they even useful for? You think that you can finally answer this question. Is that a double space? I don't know. It seems like those vishrooms are just a huge storage of aspects, without the ability to burst them. What? Who have done that to the poor shrooms stays unknown. But you have managed to restore the ability through a very simple crucible magic. If you let your new primal shrooms grow and then harvest them, they will cover everything around themselves in a rain of primal aspect orbs. I guess that's cool. That's useful. Oh my god. Why is there so much? A wise thaumaturge keeps their knowledge in books and papers. That's why there's so many of those knowledge fragments scattered around the world. However, every living being has its sorts of memory. Animals and humans use their brains. Zombies use others' brains. What about plants? They do have a memory too, don't they? Well, what happens when you should infuse a plant in a lot of cognitio essentia? Well, the results are interesting for sure. Only one plant was able to survive the infusion. The rose. You've tried planting it and letting it grow. No success, almost. A newborn Rosa Mysteria seems too weak for the regular soil. It dies off without any aspects supporting its growth. He didn't use an apostrophe. Let's go. Possessive hits. No apostrophe. Hell yeah. You've tried putting it on top of Salus Mundus. Does not do the job. However, those aspect blocks serve like a descent. I was proud for a second. No, absolutely not. Because if he was using autocorrect, he wouldn't have wrote descent instead of decent. And if he was using autocorrect, it would have corrected his grammar too. Those aspect blocks serve like a descent enough based for the plant to grow. That would require autocorrect, yeah. While growing, it will accumulate aspects from the block underneath it. Once grown, a knowledge fragment of sorts can be harvested. It will be attuned to certain aspects based on the block the rose is growing on. Growing the rose on top of a mixed block yields a mixed fragment. It is up to you to discover what would happen should you grow the rose on a tainted block, but you have a feeling that nothing good will happen. Yeah, I have a feeling that nothing good will happen of me reading this book. Fluxium, this plant looks funny. You had no intentions on constructing something like that, but oh well. You are here with this thing in your hands. It is a little too late to worry about things. You have created a flower that actively absorbs flux from nearby air, however, it instantly builds up again. And once it has connected enough flux, it releases it in the form of a flux gas above itself. You are not sure about the uses of this plant and its ability to absorb aspects from surroundings seems interesting. Maybe it can be used as a base for something bigger. You know, that was the only issue that I found, actually. I don't know about all these M dashes. I'm sure there's like a bunch of issues with the punctuation in this paragraph, but as far as that, the apostrophe on the possessive it's, that was the only one that I saw that I could identify. How's literacy? Apparently it's bad. He wrote G's with an S. What's the most awesome thing about thaumaturgy? Flight. Well, what is the next best thing? Warding? Fucky? Well, what is the third best thing? Digging fucky? Really? Are we talking about Nitor? Okay. Jeez. Anyway, Nitor is pretty amazing. It shines brightly, creates fancy particles, all that fancy stuff. Well, there is one thing. It requires glowstone to make. A wise thaumaturge can solve this nuance. You have managed to create a plant that once fully grown will drop 2 glowstone dust. Interestingly enough, the flower does not emit any light whatsoever, even when fully grown. Why could that be? Bro, you're done. You're done. I'm not gonna put up with your BS any longer, dude. You've been harassing me for the past 8 hours. Thank you. Finger window? What? Where's my finger window? Where is she? Okay, whatever. Oh no, she's on this side. No, wait. Where is she? On this side, right? Yeah, there she is. There's the cat. The feisty, sassy tsundere. I am still at it, Phineas. Briar. Plants are known for their medicinal uses. However, thaumaturges often do not care about this side of nature. You do care. I honestly do not give a shit, okay? Stop. You have managed to bring the rose bush back to its... There's no apostrophe in possessive its wild states, thus creating a briar plant. Briar is a 2-block tall plant that will grow pretty fast. Once grown, its seed bags can be collected for a later usage. It basically what he's writing is so when you apostrophe it means it is. Back to it is wild state. You once grown it is seed bags. Red Penguin, thank you so much for following. As well as Stereo, I missed your follow. Appreciate you guys, and welcome to the stream. I hope you can appreciate the grammar policing that's going on here, because this book is horrible. This is so bad, and it's longer than most novels too. Maybe it's for the lore. There is no lore. There is no lore. I was told there was going to be lore. There is no lore. It's just salt and pepper on a really bland chicken breast. Once grown, its seed bags can be collected for a later usage. They can be combined with sugar in your arcane workbench to create a rose hip syrup. This item acts just like a better milk. It stacks up to 16, and it is known for helping thaumaturges with some warp effects. It will not work with some purely mental effects, though. Yeah, like the mental effects you're giving me right now? Holy crap. Okay, hang on. Oh, I keep bumping my mic and moving it around. Oh, look at her. She's on the bed, just chilling. Camera? There she is. Okay, thank God. It's only one page. Well, maybe it's for the... is this the base mod or is this an add-on page? Thaumic bases? I don't know if it's add-on. Okay. Thaumic dendrology. Weeds and flowers aren't the only plants that can be infused with magic to produce new wonders. See, so the author can use apostrophes correctly, apparently. It's an add-on? Yeah, okay. But like all... Every single entry, even the base Thom entries, are the same shit. It's written the same freaking way, dude. And it's exhausting. It's absolutely asinine. Haven't you taken breaks, eating lunch and dinner? You know, I did take a break for food. I did. And I took a break to play with my cat. So, yeah. Infusion, however, is powerful enough to succeed. To test this theory, you have created a golden oak sapling that grows like any regular oak sapling, but should it drop an apple, the fruits will gleam with gold. Sadly, an enchanted golden apple is too heavy for its branches to bear. Depends on what enchantments it has. Maybe it has feather falling. Infused with the essential of greed, this tree clings to life selfishly. It drops fewer saplings than normal, hoarding sunlight and water for itself. Due to magical anomaly, note this is unique to GTNH, it's no apostrophe. Leaves will not yield themselves when sheared. Using a tool enchanted with Silk Touch allows you to collect the leaves normally, but you'll forfeit the chance to harvest golden apples. You know, that one wasn't bad. That's a good entry. And you can tell it's written by somebody different because there's not a single M dash in the entire thing. Finally, you have merged your knowledge of the alien realm known M dash or ellipses with your expertise in thomically enhancing trees. This ender-infused tree slowly converts mundane blocks beneath it into endstone and obsidian. Endermen are drawn together under its canopy, perhaps finding it an ideal gateway to slip free from the end. Other ender creatures may appear as well, but fear not, no, that was meant to be an ender M dash. Fear not, no ender dragons will ever emerge. It might be the same author. I don't know Pilgrim's Progress, so maybe not. Wow, holy crap. 8-hour Xenoblade Trilogy study mix, please. So we went from a 3-hour one played twice, and then we just finished a 5-hour one, and now we're on an 8-hour one for the background music. Why are you reading the entire Thaumonomicon? What brought upon this life choice? Well, life is short, and I might as well just live it to the extreme. And I'll grow some gray hairs while I'm at it. Yes, I finished reading this one. Peaceful Tree. You have observed how animals are drawn to warmth and lights appearing as if conjured from thin air. Through careful study, you've grown a tree that creates ideal conditions for passive creatures to gather beneath its leaves. The types of animals attracted will match the local biome. Be cautious, they will keep coming without end unless you manage the numbers. Cool. Nether tree. You have blended your understanding of the infernal nether with your talents for thaumic arboriculture. The result is a tree that spawns tiny unseen portals beneath its leaves, rifts. I can't go a single freaking entry without an error. Like some readability issue, a grammatical error, issues with punctuation, or just like a whole bunch of fluff and zero description as to what I'm actually doing. Rifts strong enough to corrupt surrounding blocks into their nether counterparts. Occasionally, nether creatures slip through these hidden gates. The trees, logs, and leaves possess the qualities of netherrack. They neither burn up nor spread fire, but once ignited, the flames will burn endlessly. Fair enough, carry on back to cutting those trees on RuneScape and watching you read the entire Thaumonomicon. Hey, get that tree cutting 99, man. Get that wood cutting skill cape, man. Because at the time he was thinking, haha, that's a good meme, it can't be that long. Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking. That's actually what I was thinking. I heard bad things about the Thaumonomicon and like, oh, it can't be that bad, it can't be that long. But boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I wrong. Okay, we haven't done this yet. We're just gonna leave that for last because guns you. We have to do this one, and then it's just this section here, this web right here, and then the gun web. So, thaumic bracelets. Since the discovery of wands, you have been thinking of alternating the way Viz channels through the wand. The wand on... Bro, you've got to be kidding me. We're back to this guy. The wand on its own has a very basic system of Viz channeling. At least he puts spaces at the beginning and the end of the hyphen in an M dash. It uses the Viz from the core and exports it into the world using the caps. Well, that makes the wand a universal device that can use Viz offensively, defensively, and for crafts, but it both lacks the power for offensive usage and the efficiency for crafts. Sure, there are staffs and scepters. The scepters are fine, but you think that these staffs can be made differently. By completely removing the core from the construction, adding some mundane parts to hold it all together, and making a zone of potency with the caps, you have discovered the bracelets. They're your alternative to the staves. Due to their construction, they do not come in thousands of variants. There are some, though. Sure. You are also sure that you can't combine different caps to create a bracelet. Why am I sure about that? I've never done it before. How would I be sure? It will be unstable and will not work. Only the regular caps discovered by thaumaturges can be used to create the bracelets too. The bracelets work just as your regular wand would. It can drain It can drain Viz from nodes. It can be charged in a wand, recharging pedestal. It can harvest aspect orbs from mobs. The bracelets also work with Fucky. Whoa, we're back to Fucky. It is what they were made for. However, since the bracelet has no core, it is very limited in the amount of Viz it can store. The most basic one, the iron, can... Bro, that is 2 M dashes in one sentence. This guy's using M dashes instead of commas, but he's also using commons as well. And ellipses. What the hell is going on in this? The iron can only store 10. Due to the bracelets having no core, they can't be used for crafting. However, what they shine at is the usage of Fucky. First of all, they have an amazing Viz discount for doing so. Do they really? I can't tell. There's no tooltip. So any Fucky in the bracelet will have its cooldown greatly reduced. The Fucky are also much faster and potent than in wands. Lastly, since the bracelets are extremely small, they also will get affected by invisibility potion if their carrier is. Not a single number in this entire paragraph. No, there was one number. 10. Just to, like, a number describing how shitty the base wand is. Or the base bracelet is. Since iron is much more mundane than gold, you might want to use that instead. The golden bracelet simply holds more Viz than the iron one and also gives more Viz discount. Yeah, 50% more Viz for 15 capacity. It's actually bad still. It's still bad. Oh, whoops. Gold wand caps. Yep. I don't know why the wand caps are in this thing. Oh, I guess you use them in the craft. Never mind. Greatwood bracelets. Capacity 17. Silverwood 23. Are any of these actually good? No. Similar to how wands can be made out of, Greatwood bracelets can too. It simply holds more Viz than the golden one, yet keeping the same Viz discount. However, I don't know what the discount is. It doesn't tell me what the discount is. Silverwood bracelets. The Greatwood bracelet is great, but there's also room for improvements. Using Silverwood instead of Greatwood allows the creation of a better bracelet. It also has a pretty good Viz discount. A Viz discount that we don't know what it is. Since you have discovered a way to make wands out of thaumium, you have applied the same to the bracelets. This one holds more Viz than the Greatwood one too, and a better Viz discount too. Don't know what it is. You have applied your discovery of the Void Wand creation to the bracelet. The new bracelet shares the same functionality. It will slowly regenerate aspects, and you don't need to tell me again. Okay, how do we think the end of this entry is gonna be? It's different. There's numbers in here. The tooltip is still crap. Using your knowledge of the staff core of the primal, you have created a bracelet that shares the same functionality. It will slowly regenerate all aspects within itself, up to 10%. It also holds the most Viz out of all bracelets and offers... Really? 30 is the maximum of all bracelets? And offers the best discount. We don't know what the discount is. And lastly, similar to the primal staff core, it will automatically add 1 level of potency to any Fucky used in it. And there's a whole bunch of different variations. You have created a bracelet that shares the same functionality as the Blaze Wand core. It will slowly regenerate Ignis Viz inside it. Ice bracelets. Same functionality as the Ice Wand core. It will slowly regenerate Aqua Viz. Reed bracelets. Same functionality as the Reed Wand core. It will slowly regenerate Air Viz. Obsidian bracelet. It will slowly generate Terra. And Quartz, Ordo, and Bone Perditio. I am so done with this. At least these would be different, right? Yeah, they're you have found a way. 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 You have found a... I swear the repetition is absolutely exhausting. Okay. Thaumaturge's Arsenal. It's only 3 pages, thank God. Read up above. What's up? There is an alternative to wands that stores less Viz and provide lower cooldowns for foci. I've always read those with the long O and I as I. So your foci is funny. Yeah, no, I know that's how it's pronounced. Just the entire thing is just super fucky, so I'm calling it fucky. Can you just remove that face? It's annoying. What do you mean face? What face? My face? To be fair, the entries assume you have read the entries in a specific progression and have been doing some of the prerequisite crafts. Sure, I guess, but like, it's also annoying. They could just describe everything in a way that's a lot more concise and descriptive. And it would be, like, better. Flat out, just better, period. I'm nearly halfway done. I think I'm a little bit over halfway done at this point. As soon as I update this, the counts, the entries read count, it'll be whatever that number is plus 133. So, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16? 16 left? Yeah, nearly halfway done. Super. Thaumic weapons are good, especially those where you do not have to get close to your enemies. Thaumaturgy, however, does not seem to offer much of those. Sure, there's a bow of bone, but it is a bow. Even though it is enhanced with magic, it still requires the wielder to pull the string. One might say there are wand foci. Sure there are, and they are all great. But they really weapons? They are put on top of wands and they use the energy of the wand. Well, what if the thaumaturge prefers his scepters over wands? He needs to craft another wand just for those foci? Really, some foci are also known for not working under certain conditions, better to say in certain places. This is putting me to sleep. You have been engineering for a while now. This is what you have come up with. A pretty strange contraption that is not all that big and is comfort to hold in. You have named your contraption the revolver. No, you have no idea why. I wonder why. It looks like a gun. The device is about to shoot very small. The device is able to shoot very small yet extremely fast projectiles which deal devastating damage to anything they come in contact with. Due to your weapon having a magical nature, those projectiles are also magical. They are created out of raw tellum, essentia stored in a jar inside of the revolver. 1 point of aspect is enough for just 2 shots to open the revolver, sneak, and left click anywhere. Sneaking also allows you to aim more precise. Right click to shoot, of course, that should be obvious. You know, based on how they're describing things in the book, it probably wouldn't be obvious. The revolver is also much more potent than it looks. You are sure that there are tons of ways to improve its possessive its construction by performing further infusions over it. You still need to discover them though. Some of the improvements might conflict with each other and therefore can't be installed together. It is also worth noticing that most improvements can be applied over and over again, but the stability of the infusion will suffer great penalties for each new level. The aspect cost will also increase for each level of improvement by the amount it originally cost. Apparently there's a gun, yeah. 5 attack damage. Sure. Yeah. A lot of them could be coalesced into single nodes with like 4 lines. I wonder how hard these would be to fix. Like, is it just a text file in a jar that you need to edit somewhere, or is it more involved? I have no clue. I know that a lot of things changed in 1.8 for like modding frameworks. So I don't know how bad it is. I haven't looked into it. But you can open up the thomcraft.jar and check it out there. Like, open it up with WinZip or WinRAR. That's the one. Okay, I believe Revolver Upgrade Primal is probably the last one in this chain, so I'm going to say that for last. Tainted. Imbuing your weapon with taint might not be that good of an idea, but you've tried anyways. Anyway, here are the results. This upgrade will increase the raw damage of the revolver against every creature, except for tainted ones. For them, the damage will be decreased. Well, that's helpful. The bullets will also have a chance to inflict the victim with taint poison. Max level 3. Void upgrade. Infusing the revolver with some void metal gives the gun the primal ability of the void metal. Self-repairing. Warning, seeing the gun metal changing shape due to the void metal may not be a pleasant experience and may cause hallucinations and nightmares. It gives you warping. Revolver upgrade heavy. Sometimes the thaumaturge is just out of essentia and that the revolver uses. But everything is not lost. The revolver itself is a decent melee weapon. Sure, there can be improvements. Each level, this upgrade will increase the damage the revolver does in melee by 2. Cool. You have found a way to decrease the tellum consumption of the revolver. Each level of this upgrade will decrease the consumption by 1 unit of essentia. However, we do not know what the base unit cost is, so I don't know how helpful that is. You have found a way to increase the speed at which your bullets travel. Each level of this upgrade will increase the speed of the bullets by some amount. How can you tell? You clearly do not have any device or whatever to measure such fast movement. So, the bullet travel speed, does that affect damage? Who knows? Who knows? Who really knows? You have found a way to bind the bullets to your mind. The result is interesting. Every slain creature might give you a sudden inspiration, or simply a knowledge point. No risk of warping your mind exists. Cool. You have found a way to make your revolver much more devastating. This upgrade will make the bullets pierce through anyone they strike, dealing more damage than usual and continuing on traveling forward. Piercing is nice. Power. You have discovered a way to improve the potency of your revolver. This upgrade will increase the damage your revolver does to any creature, no exceptions. However, the damage increase is worse than with the creature-specific upgrades. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's like sharpness versus Bane of Arthropods. In vanilla Minecraft, velocity does affect damage. Yeah, you can one-shot the dragon. How far are you from finishing? We'll see. We'll see. Revolver upgrade dueling. Sometimes the simple words are not enough and a Thaumaturge needs to physically prove himself. Prior to the Revolver discovery, that could only be done via mundane swords and bows. Now Thaumaturge and his offender can resolve their issue like two gentlemen with their guns. Very gentlemanly. This upgrade will make the Revolver much more potent against other players and will not affect effectiveness against other entities, maybe? Bane of Arthropods, here it is. You have found a way to improve your revolver against spiders and silverfish. Oh my gosh, I have like hair in my eye. This upgrade will make the revolver much more effective against those creatures and will not affect effectiveness against others. Show me like the percentage damage increase, that would be super. Silver, you have discovered a way to improve the potency of your weapon against unholy creatures. This upgrade will make the revolver much more potent against undead creatures, demons, and werewolves, and will not decrease the effectiveness against others. Bane of Eldritch, improve potency against eldritch creatures. This upgrade will make revolver much more effective against those creatures, and will not affect effectiveness against others. It's the same thing every single time. Right? Bane of Eldritch and Eldritch. Certainly does something. You have discovered what exactly. This upgrade will make the revolver much more potent against very strong creatures, aka bosses, but will decrease effectiveness against others. Cool. Last one in this chapter. The Primal Energies Pulse. What if you would imbue the revolver with them? The results are interesting. Your revolver seems to have become a hit scan rather than a shoot type of weapon. What does that mean? It means that the bullets travel to their targets instantly. Oh, it's like Quake. The bullets also have gained the ability to pierce walls. They are also much more dangerous now. However, the cost for the revolver is also now much higher. 2 Essentia per shot instead of 1, or Centivis. Some amount of Centivis. Primal 1. Cool. Okay, we're done with this chapter. Final. And there's 60 on this one. At least it's all like 90-degree angles. I appreciate that. Makes the organization so much better. Okay, update the counts. How many was that? That was 133, right? Yeah. All right, we are over halfway done now, officially. Instead of 1 for 2 or 0.5 per shot. Okay, where do I start? Molnir? I have a Molnir, in game. Okay, I think we just start here. We'll start with Molnir. After some more exploration of the dungeons existing all around the worlds and dimensions, you have managed to find a method that makes you able to overpower Thor's power, making his hammer yours. I think this is a different author and I'm very glad for it. Furthermore, you have managed to make your hammer summon defenders, some strange snow golem-like creature that shall protect you. However, the hammer lost its power to summon lightning where you desire it to, and creates a ring of lightning around you instead. Okay, random caps. You have traveled the world in a quest for the mighty hammer of Thor. One day you stumbled upon its broken remains, and your hearts crumbled with it. After some long and tedious research, you found a way to restore its magnificent tool to its past greatness. You have an odd feeling. You seem to have a lot of these. If I follow the book, then yes. That's although this tool is amazingly powerful, you could do more with it. The legend. You have always heard about the legend of the hammer. It is said that the god of lightning, Thor, had a hammer capable of summoning lightning. Legend also states that when the god retired in his dimension, he left his hammer, hidden somewhere in a well-protected dungeon where only a worthy mortal could find it. Apparently I'm worthy. You have long since wanted to go explore the world to try and find it. And I think all of these are separate. So go top down. Macerating native ore clusters. You can macerate all native ore clusters except Cinnabar. You will get 22 tiny dust per native ore cluster macerated. The One Ring. 3 rings for the Elven Kings on their sky, 7 for the Dwarf Lords in their halls of stone. I think on the Project Singularity server, we have like a total of 11 One Rings. I mean, that's how many we've collected, right? 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. 1 ring to rule them all. 1 ring to find them. 1 ring to bring them all. And in the darkness bind them in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. J.R.R. Tolkien, epigraph to the Lord of the Rings. You dream of being able to disappear from sight, therefore becoming invulnerable to any attack. You have heard that this ring lays somewhere in the ruins, unaltered by time. No. We have 11 One Rings. Like, there's only supposed to be 1 ring, right? And then the other, there's like the lesser rings or whatever, right? How many hours have you been reading? 12 hours. Electric Cloud. All thaumaturges, except crimson ones, I guess, enjoy the shine and heats of the magic flame called Nitor, don't they? You decided to make it more energetic. Well, you did it. It's the same guy. It's the same writer. It's the same author. You have created a new kind of magic flame, the Electric Cloud. It behaves and looks like normal Nitor, but it has purple color and creates purple lightning charges around itself. To upgrade into an Electric Cloud, you need to click right mouse button on Nitor with an advanced battery or better on hand. Aesthetic thing? First book I read and it's in a video game? No. I'm a big reader, man. I'm a big reader. I read all the time. This is the first book that I read and I've actually like seriously hated with every fiber of my being. And I've read some pretty bad textbooks. I've read some really bad engineering textbooks. As every electrical engineer knows, not me, plates are the basis of many devices. Sure. We knew that pressing thaumium into plates would be a necessary step to facilitate integration of magic into our tools. But this made the mages of the School of Thaumaturgy very upset. Why? They don't like us tampering with their precious metal. How else are you supposed to use the metal then? You can produce these plates as shown, which is a bit more expensive, or in metal former, requiring only 1 thaumium ingot. Keep an eye out for angry mages. Okay, so it doesn't show what it's purporting to show, but that's okay, because I can just use any eye, and I've already made thaumium plates. Much to the chagrin of the other mages, this item is dropped by your arch enemy, the Supercharged Creeper. You feel it is going to be very useful later on. If you don't have luck, I have a recipe for you to make this magic ball of lightning. I don't know what the use is for it yet. After processing all your ores and using them for the creation of nuclear reactors, you have finally run out of uranium nuggets needed to make your beloved fuel rods. After long research sessions, you have managed to transform your leftover uranium into much needed nuggets. Unfortunately, this process is a bit wasteful, but you believe it to be worth the cost. Sure. Electric scribing tools. You have decided not to kill any more squid, therefore you researched a way to charge your scribing tools in a way which would make them not need any ink. Thanks to static electricity and the ball pen technology, you managed to make the ink inside of the scribing tools spin so quickly that EU can recharge it. Fiction. UU matter infusion. You have always found the powers possessed by UU matter very strange, even magical looking. Especially the ability to take a large number of shapes if manipulated correctly, and here you are, having discovered a way to shape the liquid through the process of infusion crafting. Many recipes are available, and all of them use between 4 to 32 of each primal aspect. I'm not sure what UU matter is. Oh, turn charcoal into coal, glowstone into dust into glowstone blocks. Oh, this is like a crazy dupe. If you can make a crap ton of UU matter, it's like a crazy resource dupe. Yeah, look at that. Duped uranium? Wild. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting research or recipes in here. But it's also dangerous research. Oh, no, never mind. It's just the arcane, the instability was dangerous. Portable node. Hi. You found the raw research entries? It's all in the base.lang files. That hurts. That is so bad. Bro, Majak, I am not going to retain any of this shit, man. I'm very much like a practical learner. I only learn if I actually do the things, right? Like, I don't actually internalize anything if I'm just reading it. So this is purely just a waste of time for me, functionally. but I wanted to do a meme, and I am doing a meme. Portable node. After studying in an in-depth manner of the wonders of the node jarring, you have managed to create an item capable of spawning a random node. However, due to some parts of node magic which you cannot understand, this portable node will always be fading and unstable. You can only get rid of it by a shift right click, and you think that you should dispose of it as soon as possible, for unstable nodes are rather unpredictable or unstable. Okay, that's this completed. 10, 12 out of 60 done. Hopefully oh yeah, that's short. That's really good. Hopefully this author is like, the author for this section is super concise. My energy is running low, and I'm already 2 coffees in, and I don't want to drink another coffee. Who says magic can't work with technology? Our researchers have collaborated with the top mages of the School of Thaumaturgy to bring you the effectiveness of magic coupled with the convenience of electric tools. Super. Alright, we're gonna go clockwise, starting at 12 o'clock. Diamond chainsaw. You are unsure of why the thought of upgrading a chainsaw with diamond, similarly to what you have done with the drill, has never occurred. The upgrade makes the chainsaw capable of holding more energy and breaking blocks faster. Super. Thaumium chainsaw. You have found a way to fuse thaumium to a diamond chainsaw, allowing it to fell trees quicker and hold more power. Nevertheless, these ameliorations do not come without drawbacks. That's a long word. Oh, excuse me. During the process of fusing these materials, the chainsaw loses its ability to shear foliage, tall grass, and animals. Oh my gosh, I got hiccups. You have an intuition you will be able to upgrade this tool in the near future. Of the stream. After studying both the axe of the stream and the thaumium chainsaw, you manage to combine most of their abilities, resulting in an electric tool that can chop down whole trees without much effort. Cool. Alright, hoe of growth. Electric hoe of growth. Exostasis, thanks for the follow on Twitch. You have managed to upgrade your hoe of growth. It now delivers little shocks to land and plants around it, much like your regular hoe of growth would do. However, the magic contained within this tool is too powerful for you to convert it fully to using mundane electricity, for the tool still has a limited number of uses before it breaks, but it is rechargeable. That's kind of dumb. Oh, the durability is rechargeable. You just don't want to get to 0 durability. I don't get that. Like, the entire point of electric tools is that they don't break. You just recharge them. Thaumium drill. You have discovered a way to infuse thaumium with mundane electricity. Fusing thaumium to a diamond drill results in a tool that can dig through stone faster and has a higher capacity. While thaumium is a very useful and powerful material, it is nowhere near the strength of iridium. It is considered a mid-tier tool. It's mid. This tool may not be the most powerful, but you have a feeling that you will be able to upgrade it in the near future. Drill of the Rockbreaker. Oh, whoa. After studying the pickaxe of the core, the shovel of the earth mover, and the thaumium drill, you have managed to combine most of their abilities, resulting in an electric tool that can mine a whole 3x3x1 area of pickaxe and shovel materials very quickly. This marvelous device is able to find the closest ore clusters. What are you doing? On a shift right click, though at the cost of some EU. Hey, Miso's being sassy again. Alright. Feather wings. Duct taping feathers to a cardboard sheets formed in the shape of wings sounded like a good idea. At least you can thrust yourself in the air when the spacebar is hit. Not much, but it'll work. Using any wings underwater or during the rain sounds like a very bad idea. Included fall damage reduction 25%. Cool. That's like a steam age craft, I think. Thaumium reinforced wings. The magically infused metal thaumium is well known. Therefore, reinforcing your cardboard wings with thaumium sound like a good idea. You can thrust yourself much higher on spacebar hits and slow your fall down when spacebar is held. Sneaks to go down at a steady pace. Included fall damage reduction 50%. Wow, these are all like really crappy intermediate items. Nanosuit wings. Combining the magic harnessed by thaumium with the nanotechnologies in your wings seem like the logical way to go. You can thrust yourself way higher than before and fall even slower than when holding spacebar. Cool. Quantum wings. After exploring all the possibilities of nanotechnology, you decided to do the last jump, quantum. You can thrust yourself many blocks high, have a very good protection, and your fall is slowed down a lot. However, the quantum unpredictability happened once again. Your fall will be completely stopped when spacebar and sneak are maintained. You don't know why, but it works. Fall damage reduction 100%. An infused quantum chest plate. The C is funky. You had nothing to do, so you decided to do something useful. You had an idea in your head of making armor which you can fasten the wings or backpack to for being protected in flight. Cool. take the wings or backpack in your hands and sit down to put on their armor. To remove them, hold Shift plus unequip C in options. This just gives you flight, like creative flight. Alright, Omni Tool. Alright, Miso time. Say hi to Miso. While tinkering with the inner workings of some of your tools to see if magical integration is a possibility, you have discovered a way to combine the mining drill and chainsaw, resulting in a tool capable of both mining and cutting down trees and attacking enemies. As you are working with mundane materials, magical influence is not needed to merge these tools together. Alright, how about for the diamond one? Your discovery of an iron omni tool has driven you to try to accomplish the same with more powerful devices. You have discovered a way to combine the diamond drill and the diamond chainsaw, resulting in a tool capable of both mining, cutting down trees, and attacking enemies, while maintaining the speed and capacity bonuses of the diamond tools. As diamonds are incredibly tough and nearly impossible to reshape once the raw diamonds have been fashioned into tools such as drills and chainsaws, you will require a little bit of magic to coax them to merge. And then the Thaumium one. After creating the diamond and iron armor tools, the next logical step to do was the same with Thaumium. Unfortunately, this isn't easy. You have discovered a way to combine the Thaumium drill and the Thaumium chainsaw, resulting in a tool capable of mining and chopping trees at great speed with a high energy capacity. These tools have already been infused with magic once. You are not sure what will happen if they were to be infused again. There's no continuation, so that's fine. Okay, so that section is done. We're gonna do the boots. Electric boots of the traveler with lots of precise mechanical... Wait, this is MV. Oh, that's sick. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know why it's glitching out like that. With lots of precise mechanical components and a touch of magic, you have recreated the effects of the boots of the traveler in a more stable form. These boots, unlike the original, will not wear away over time, but instead use EU. These boots negate all fall damage and have all the normal properties of the boots of the traveler. I mean, I have mending on my boots of the traveler, so I don't know if upgrading them to the electric version is good, but the nanosuit boots of the traveler may be nice. Your electric boots of the traveler are nice, but you think you can do better. You have found a way to upgrade these boots to the nano tier, improving the mechanical components and improving the spell cast on the footwear. These boots allow for higher jumps and faster running than before. And then quantum. You meddle with quantum physics, making these quantum boots of the traveler so fast that you appear to be in multiple places at once, but do not forget what happened to Schrodinger's cat. Unfortunate. Okay, shield focus. With some experimentation with the portable hull, you have found out more about the transportation of objects in alternate dimensions. You believe you can reverse these effects to summon a swath of blocks from a dimension full of water to shield you from any oncoming disaster. Caution is to be taken when using this focus, as when bringing these blocks into your dimension, it will transpose any blocks in the way into the dimension it came from, never to return again. You will also be unable to move this while this shield is in existence. Okay. The shield block. After studying the blocks created by the shield focus, you have discovered how to recreate them yourself without relying on them to be summoned by the focus. They are highly blast resistant and even resistant to nukes. Back nuke? Warded glass alternative? Maybe. Miso trying to keep me awake? No, she's trying to get me to go to bed. She always gets antsy like this in the evening. Like, she's like, I want to go to bed and I want you to go to bed with me. They are highly blast resistant and even resistant to nukes. However, in the event of an actual nuclear explosion, while the shield blocks will survive the aftermath, the surrounding blocks will not. These blocks are unstable and do not drop when broken even with Silk Touch. Christmas focus. Merry Christmas. You have found a novel use for the frost focus by exposing it to the magic of Christmas. You can summon your snowy friends at will to fire snowballs at your Festivus celebrating neighbors. Energy ball of focus. It is necessary to put on the backpack or nano quantum chest piece. For using this focus, you need 5,120 EU to create one ball. It is not recommended for using in a closed space. Explosion focus. You have found a way to improve the 9 Hells focus by exposing the bats to the explosive properties of a mining laser. You have built a focus that acts similarly to the laser but uses Viz instead of EU. However, its effects are incredibly unstable, so you make a note to be careful. Wand focus charging. You realize you always carry a wand with you along with your electric stuff, but sometimes you run out of juice in your electric tools. That's why you created this wand focus. What? It is very simple yet very useful, for it drains Viz from your wand storage and charges items using mundane electricity. Wand focus wand charging. You've discovered a way to take... Oh wait! Stop it! No. Hey, you have to stop. That is not how you ask it. Not how you... Come up to here. Fucking A, dude. The combination of this book and then Miso just... Align my chakras. Align the chakras. You've discovered a way to take the benefits of the industrial recharge station and house them inside of the charging focus, reversing its polarity. Now it will drain electricity from your items in order to recharge your wand, albeit at a rather high cost. That's dumb. Furthermore, you have realized that you need a full set of electric armor to be able to start the wand charging process. That's super expensive. Thaumic maintenance. After intense study of the supposedly mechanical nature of your apparati of your gear, you've finally done it. You've discovered a method allowing the use of this in repair. What are a few exploded clean rooms in the face of sheer progress? Now you can get rid of those dastardly mundane tools. Finally. Okay. Automated research. It was fun. Oh my god. Actually, this exists? It's MV, but it exists. No, it's HV. I'm not sure. It was fun at first, but you've decided it's time to find a better way. It's the same author again. Oh, no. No, that's the correct usage. Oh my gosh, I'm so used to seeing it used wrong. No, it is correct. But you've decided it is time to find a better way to handle all this research. By mixing technology and magic, you have come up with a multi-block that can complete the research note by itself. Bro, I have PTSD by the previous author. I swear. To function, it needs nodes to be placed in the center of the structure and will slowly destroy them while running. Node stabilizers are optional, but recommended for keeping so many nodes close together without them destroying each other. That sounds really expensive. Yeah, that sounds super expensive. Most glasses are considered HV. HV glass can be made in Steam. Oh, I see. So it is MV then. Although technically, you can make MV circuits in LV. So it's LV. Big nodes are actually kind of cheap. Really? Okay. I guess I just don't know how to get them. So, whoa, white balance. Potentia generator. After much studying and researching, you have finally discovered how to create electricity from your leftover essentia. Simply place a warded jar containing potentia in 4-block radius of the machine and it will draw it in to create EU. 90 EU per tick? That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's really bad. I would just do creosote. Like at MV tier? Yeah. I would just use a semi-fluid generator. Voltage out? Yeah, that's LV. It's one of the meme power options? Oh, I see. While Potentia seems like the most logical choice for producing EU with Essentia, you believe you will be able to generate electricity from different Essentia in the near future with a bit of tinkering. Look at the words just spilling off the page. What a magical book. All Essentia generators give out GregTech EU, so no transformers are needed. You can make a book containing information about Essentia burn values by putting a book, a LV circuit, and any shard in an MV assembler. Industrial wand charging station. You've managed to combine the powers of the wand pedestal with those of the mighty UU matter, resulting in a machine capable of replicating aspects on your wand at the cost of 50,000 EU to recharge every aspect on the wand of 1 unit. That is so expensive. Ethereal processor. After tapping into Hell's power, after taping into Hell's power. His tapping would be a double P, no? With Infernal Furnace, to get some rewards out of your mining sessions, you have something totally different in mind. You're now using the power of the good, the sky, and the so-called paradise. This ethereal processor doubles the yield of every smelting recipe and gives a 10% chance of getting a thonium nugget as a bonus. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to close that. It doesn't have a tooltip or anything. Okay. You can see 2 drawbacks to this. As it doubles your smelting yield, it takes twice the time to process an item. As it is a highly magical device, some mundane smelting recipes do not seem to work. You are confident that smelting cobblestone into stone will not work in this wonder machine. Okay. If the book says I'm confident, then I must be confident. Ignis generator. Just as you thought, with a bit of tweaking, you have found a way to instead use Ignis Essentia to produce power. 50 EU per tick. That's so bad. On the inside, this machine is able to heat water by consuming Ignis. The steam produced by this heat then spins turbines similar to a typical generator. It's always heating up water. In like 2 decades, we're gonna be having like fusion reactor energy generation IRL. 3 decades maybe. We're gonna have literal suns contained generating electricity for us, and it's just gonna make things hot, make water hot, and spin a turbine. That's all it's gonna do. It's always heating up water, spinning a turbine, always, except for solar power, solar panels, photovoltaic cells. Did you actually just find a new way to generate power? Or is it just steam again? It's just steam again. It's just steam again. It's always just steam. Every single time, it's always steam. Though it took a bit more work than you initially thought, you have found a way to produce EU using Aurum Essentia. Okay, potential generator. Oh, look at that. That actually generates a lot more EU per tick. 100 more EU per tick. That's like 110% more. You have found a way to produce EU using Aurum Essentia. This required a complete reworking of the machine, relying on Aurum's pulsating magical power to spin a generator. Wait, so you give it a 90 EU per tick generator, and it spits out a 50 EU per tick generator. Okay, and then the Arbor? 90 to 60. It's not as bad as the Ignis, but it's still bad. You always seem to have X Arbor Essentia sitting around. Not anymore. By modifying your original potential generator, you have found a way to produce energy using Arbor Essentia instead. Yeah. I don't know. Do we get Aurum from the witch farms? We must, right? Air generator? 37 is the worst one yet. You have discovered the enormous power of the air, and therefore decided to try out modification of your original potential generator capable of compressing air from air ascension to nearby jar. Lucrum generator? Your greed kept you going further, so you have found a way to convert Lucrum to power. By infusing the potential generator with huge amounts of gold, that's a lot of gold. Actually, not that much. That's like 1 hour of the witch farm working. Permutatio and Lucrum, you managed to build a powerful generator that literally runs on gold. As you thought, the infusion is unstable and will fail easily when you are not prepared. Oh, instability dangerous, that's what it's referring to. So 90, 285. That's actually not that bad. Although what's the rate of gold consumption? We don't know. We don't know. I'd have to look at NEI. Okay, we're done with that section. Actually, we're done with everything on the bottom. We're done with everything on the right, except for these two. Inventory charging. Inventory charging ring. While other thaumaturgists use armor charging ring. You have found the low but constant recharge rates for your new ring to be more useful than anticipated. Oh, here. By fusing power sources into a mundane ring, you have learned how to funnel its charging effects into electric items in your inventory instead. It doesn't generate much at only 32 EU per tick, but that just means there's room for improvement. Okay. By infusing a few more power sources and a piece of armor, you have found a way to have it do just that. Sadly, the new powered sources do not increase the recharge rate, but progress is progress. And there's not another upgrade here, so it's always going to be 32 EU per tick, which is not bad. Depends on how much work you're doing. So I'm guessing starting with compressed solar panels. You have found a way to compress 8 Oh no. You know that solar panels stop working at night times. To counter that, you found a way to make your solar panel produce energy at night. So a normal... Oh, no, yes. So compressed solar panels, you found a way to compress 8 mundane solar panels in a magical one that acts as if it was made of 10 mundane solar panels, generating 10 EU per tick. Oh, wow. I didn't know that solar panels are so bad. You may repeat this process with compressed solar panels, allowing you to increase the power potential per block even higher. You can also buy magical infusion creates triple compressed solar panels, taking the folly a step further. Yeah, it's a folly for sure, Yell. For real. Double compressed solar panel, double compressed solar panel, triple compressed solar panel, quadruple. There's another page. Quintuple compressed solar panel, septuple. How far does it go? Octuple? That is so incredibly expensive. What a meme. All right. I thought there's an hourglass shaped fusion reactor that takes the EMP from the plasma directly. Oh. Aurum comes from wisp farms. I understood. Oh, right. In the book, it was saying earlier that Aurum, you would have to go to like Nether and like kill wisps or something. I heard there's a way to get power from fusion other than water, something like drawing the excess electrons directly from the excited plasma or something. Yeah, you could. You're gonna have a lot of. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of byproduct heat. So I guess you could do that to increase the overall efficiency of energy extraction. But I feel like in general, you're going to use that heat anyways to heat up water and spin a turbine. But yeah, no, I'm actually, that's a cool tech. That's really cool tech. I haven't heard of that. Good night, station. I tried to go for the inventory charging ring, but you need solar factory and the solar panels. I just couldn't. Yeah. Inventory charging ring. Solar panel. This one. Energy absorber. Gosh, it's just a lot of random crap. What an expensive item. All right, let's see who's in VC. Hey.
Hello.
You still building?
Not really.
64%. That's not bad. I feel kind of bad. How's your sanity? I really dislike this mod. Oh my gosh. I really dislike this mod. I really do. This Thaumic Bases one with 133 researches, this was the worst one to get through. It was so bad. Electromagic Tools was fantastic. Just because, like, so the author of the Thaumic Bases one doesn't know English. Electromagic Tools is fantastic because it's all 90-degree angles. It reads well. It's written concisely for the most part. Let's see how Gatomancy is, because this organization is garbage, honestly. It's not that bad. It's okay. There's no central node or anything. These are all just separate webs. All right. So much useful stuff in Thaumic Bases. Najawin, what are you talking about? I'm sure there's useful stuff in there. The issue is, can you understand any of it? I definitely did not remember anything except for the obscene use of M dashes, the crazy bad grammatical errors, the descent instead of decent. I guess trees, Redlawn, yeah, maybe. Guess. I mean, Necromage, that shouldn't matter because there's spell check and like grammar checks. So yeah, like this isn't a platform where your first draft is what gets published, or it doesn't need to be a platform where your first draft gets published. So sure. Ethereal Familiar. Wisps have intrigued you for some time now. Many of these sentient bits of ethereal magic seem to be passive, but when attacked, they retaliate with surprising speed and efficiency. Not only that, but sometimes just approaching a wisp too quickly will provoke an attack. This behavior gave an unexpected inspiration. By exploiting the unusually responsive nature of a wisp, it may be possible to blend its defensive instincts to act as a personal protector. Unfortunately, wild wisps have proven to be far too unpredictable to capture. By infusing large amounts of magic and a few binding agents into a sample of ethereal essence, an artificial wisp can be created. This ethereal familiar will anchor to its wearer's aura and act similarly to a turret when it is held in the amulet slot, shooting sparks at any hostile entities that attack its wearer. It is considerably weaker and slower than its wild counterparts. However, you feel that there are definitely methods of strengthening it. There's 2 typos in this entry. Just saying. Flashburn. When upgraded with Flashburn, a familiar's energy is repurposed to generate a ridiculous amount of heat on attacking rather than dealing damage, lighting its foes on fire and leaving them scorched and weak to the light of the sun. Consumes 0.04. Oh, that's a first? Hey, that's a first? Actually, numbers in the Thaumonomicon, unheard of. Yo, what? By concentrating more arcane energy into the wisp, its attack power is effectively doubled. Concise descriptions? And numbers? What the hell? Sensitivity boost. By enhancing the wisp's sensitivity to external influence, you can slightly increase its range. Consumes additional Airvis and Ordovis per attack level. Frequency emission overdrive. Some variants of familiars can have a considerable amount of difficulty dealing with large numbers of foes at once. The upgrade enhances an ethereal familiar so that it can attack twice as fast as before. The second stage both increases its attack speed and allows it to hit multiple enemies in a single strike. Consumes Ordo and Ignis per attack and level. Corrosive Venom. A familiar with this upgrade will inject a large dose of highly concentrated venom into its victims rather than doing damage, inflicting them with severe poisoning. Familiars with this upgrade seem to be able to detect which foes can be poisoned, and as such it will only attack those that can be poisoned. Consumes additional Aqua and Perdicio per attack and level. And 2 more. Enervation. This upgrade removes the familiar's damaging capabilities altogether and replaces them with the ability to suddenly drain large amounts of energy from targets. Enemies that are struck by Enervation familiars will become weak, lethargic, and very, very manageable with a plain old sword. Whoa. I read something completely different than what's actually on the page. Not the baby. I am 65% of the way through. Progress. And then Lightning Impact. A familiar with this upgrade will have a significantly more powerful arc when attacking, dealing more damage and reasonable amounts of knockback. Consumes Air and Perdicio Vis per attack and level. Okay, that section is complete. We got some more Golem cores here. Harvest. Golems fitted with this core need not be attached to an inventory. They seek out fully grown crops, reeds, and other commonly farmed plants within a small radius and harvest them. The harvested material simply drops to the ground and must be gathered by some other means. These two are yellow, I just realized. Break. Golems fitted with this core will monitor and break marked blocks. You may specify a tool for the golem to use in its inventory. You can add a block to the golem's inventory to specify which blocks will be broken. Breaking speed depends on tool strength and speed. You can apply the order upgrade to specify which tools need to be used on the associated marked block. You can apply the entropy upgrade to ignore metadata on tools. What precipitated this endeavor? I thought it was a cool meme. I thought it was gonna be a funny meme, and then we're gonna be doing this for like 16 hours, I bet. Welcome back, Jack Solo. Have you read the entry on Pocket Dimensions? That's one I'm kind of interested in, actually. I'm not sure which chapter that's in, and it might be New Horizons, and 9 read that one, so I'm not sure. Opening the eye. It was also simple. You are amazed that the Crimson Cultists have never discovered this. To perform the ritual, you simply need to place 4 Eldritch Eyes on the specifically marked keystone found at one of the strange altars where you first discovered the cult. The sinister node above the keystone must remain intact. Once this is done, it is a simple matter of infusing a large amount of primal viz into the keystone with a wand. 100 units of each should be sufficient. If you have done everything right, the ritual should complete and the so-called eye would be opened. Of course, you have no idea what that means, no matter. Only fools fear the unknown, as they should. Ancient stones. There is more to the mazes of the Eldritch than meets the eye. The Eldritch might not be the best room designers, but the stones they use to build show enormous magic potential. Exposing your everyday arcane stones to Eldritch energies alter these stones' magical properties to react more like their Eldritch relatives. Some of these stones have unique properties, and perhaps we could put them to use. If not, we can always take advantage of them decoratively. Yeah, sure, I guess. Kind of interesting texture-wise. Ruined stone just doesn't exist. Okay, growing nodes. This node is something different. You do not expect an energized node to be the only stable connection between us and the source of all these. But this aura node seems very stable too. Energizing an aura node channels Vis from its source into the world and breaks it down to the purest primal aspects. But this node behaves much differently from the others. It feels as though it's looking for something. It seems restless. Something about this behavior is disconcerting in the extreme. What could it be searching for? Judging from what I know so far, it is similar to a hungry aura node, but there is something about it that is very concerning. Or disconcerting. Okay, aggressive behavior. Suddenly and completely out of nowhere, the node released a huge bolt of energy, and maybe the large amount of Viz flowing through the aura node destabilized and released as an arc of energy. These bolts seem to be attracted to anything that even closely resembles a living entity. You should probably stand back a bit while researching to avoid any other close calls. Destroying behavior. It seems the growing node does not only bully other nodes, it completely destroys them. If the growing node can find another node within range, it attacks it and breaks the other node into aspect orbs. Further research shows that the node stabilizers cannot stop the growing node from destroying other nodes, but the growing node does not seem to attack bigger nodes in itself. Growing behavior. The node has begun to display similarities to a hungry node, in that it has started to grow. The big difference between this node and an average hungry node seems to be that this node only attracts things containing pure aspects, such as wisps or ethereal essence. As far as your research goes, it seems that the more pure the aspect is, the more likely it will fuse with the node. Aspect orbs and wisps are absorbed most because they are the most pure. Materialized or solid Viz in forms of essential like mana beans, ethereal essence, or crystallized essentia may work too, but you feel you should take care with what you throw into this thing. Still, it is more fascinating than a hungry node by far. In contrast to its hungry brother, this node seems to keep the complexity of its gained compound aspects instead of breaking them down to primal aspects. It seems to have something against primal aspects. Okay. Secrets of growth. At last, you have figured out the secrets of growth and potential dangers in a growing node. It's Thaumic Horizons on the 3rd page of tabs. Alright, I'll get there soon. Soon enough. The node becomes much more stable when fed a variety of aspects. If it is only allowed to consume the same single aspects repeatedly, it destabilizes and stops growing due to it becoming oversaturated. It only accepts pure aspects though. Ethereal essence, crystallized essence, and mana beans are weak forms of materialized Viz. The node doesn't react to them very much. Despite the fact that the node will consume ethereal essence, it seems to vastly prefer living wisps and aspect orbs. One of the best things to offer the node seems to be other aura nodes. This method does get expensive though. There are high risks too. The more saturated the node gets, the harder and more often the node attacks its surroundings. You wonder what happens when the node becomes fully saturated. Kaboo. Kablowy. Kaboomy. Kabow. Kaboom. Explosion. That's what I'm trying to convey. Okay, I think I got everything already. Yeah, I think I got everything in here. That was 95? Really? That was 95 research, is it? Okay. Sure. Small wins. Maleficia.
At my Hardy Heart tipped $5 through Super Chat. So
Hardy.
far, what is your most interesting thing you've read? I love you. Also distraction.
Most interesting thing I've read. I can tell you what my favorite chapter has been so far. Definitely the one that I just finished because it's actually written right and nice. It's written nicely. It's not just a string of word vomit. Most interesting thing I've read so far? Oh, where is it? This one. This is probably the most interesting one so far. Yeah. It's a pretty good one, huh? Oh, and then push-ups owed. Yikes. But thank you for the super chat, man. You've been on a roll today. Okay. Well, the organization is not the worst here. Yeah, it's okay. All right. Oh, big yawn. Wow. So it looks like the research starts Shard of Creation. Yeah, okay. You have finally found it, something to challenge the Eldritch. The Shard of Creation, the Shard of Condensed Power is the ultimate fuel source for magic. I thought I heard something. That was weird. I'm getting warp, guys. I'm getting warp. Fragments containing the power to create. This shard might be the key to discovering how it all came to be. This is what you have always been looking for. This shard, as soon as the infusion was complete, a sensation of pure clarity filled your twisted mind. My twisted mind, sure. You had a revelation. It is all clear to you now. You are not a madman. You will show them. You will show them all. I will show them all that I can completely read the entire Thaumonomicon in one sitting. Wand Focus, Dark Matter. After having paid a visit to the voidscape known as the Outer Lens, the race known as the Eldritch have sparked your interest. You are very intrigued by the Eldritch Guardians, and especially the orbs of dark matter that they tend to hurl at you. After having made contact with this dark matter, you have thought it might be worth it to take a shot at the Eldritch's magic. By utilizing the powers of creation, you have managed to create a focus that summons these orbs of dark matter upon command. Cool. Because this focus is infused with the awakened power of the Shard of Creation, the orbs have turned out to be even stronger than the ones the Guardians fire at you. They deal with 5 hearts of damage and inflict a weakness potion upon contact. That's actually a decent amount of damage. That's 10 damage. 5 hearts is 10 damage, I think. I'm pretty sure. However, you must take caution when using this focus. Every time you cast the focus and summon the orb, there is a chance the orb will cause you to gain a small amount of sticky warp. But a little warp never hurts anyone, right? Is sticky warp? That must be permanent, right? Wand Focus Time. Using the basic principles of creation, you have created a focus to modify the world slightly. The time focus is simple. Using the Shard of Creation to tap into the world's creational formula, you are able to shift the time from night to day and vice versa. The only problem is the immensely long cooldown time of 30 seconds. This focus will not accept upgrades from the focal manipulator. Wand Focus Meteorology. Oh, is this to summon meteors? Using the basic principles of creation, it wasn't hard to create a focus to modify the current weather in the world. The weather focus will stop a storm if one exists. Oh no, it's just rain. Or start one if no storm is present. The only problem is the rather long cooldown of 30 seconds. This focus will not accept upgrades from the focal manipulator. Creation. The moment you touch this, and oh, is this long? 5 pages? Okay, let me have some water first. So there's 4 types of warp then. Temporary, sticky, normal, and permanent. The moment you touch this new shard, a substance forged of power you barely understand, you felt something. You felt as if the entire universe had shifted. Your body went stiff, and for the first time since you opened the Thaumonomicon, the voices, they stopped. Whoa. They stopped? No, I still hear them. Yeah, I still hear them. I think it's lying. Yeah. You saw through what the voices have always kept hidden you saw through the lies, through the insanity, through the veil between worlds you saw creation. And eons ago, when the world you know was yet to exist, the formation of another universe began. The primal energies in the form of Viz, flowing from beyond reality, clashed, combined, and given time created a blank universe exploding from nothing into existence, the singularity. Singularity mentioned. The energies which created this world, however, did not leave. They stayed, they twisted, and became a part of the new place, just as water or air are in your world. If enough time is given to any universe, it will eventually develop life, and this universe was no exception. A race of beings, warped by power and twisted by magic. Every reference to them you've ever read always names them the Eldritch. Time passed, and as... This is lore, okay? This is like proper lore. This is not flavor text, this is actually lore. Yeah, this is actually well-written lore. Time passed as time is prone to do, and the Eldritch developed magic. They practiced it, refined it, and it became quite similar to the thaumaturgy you practice, except for one difference. Warp was in every word they wrote. Twisting, fluxing, and tainting, their magic couldn't do anything without a far greater than equal reaction. So they decided they would break the rules. They decided to create a new universe. A universe without limits. Without the warp their universe underwent. They began to manipulate primal energy, clashing it into the forms that would spark and create. However, right before this universe was created, they split the forces in two. All the power of creation was shoved into one half, and the matter created into another. They ended up with two worlds, a never-ending voidscape, and the overworld. Nonetheless, the veil between these two worlds was weak, and the power contained within the voidscape was too dangerous to let the untrained hold. So the Eldritch constructed a trap. They laid out mazes upon mazes, each centered around a piece of creation, the primordial pearls. To protect the pearls, they created the Guardians. This ensured the weak could not obtain the power, as it would be devastating if a fool were to use it incorrectly. Good thing Neurotic Goose is no fool. Eons later, here you stand. One who has marched into eternity and emerged triumphant. You hold a piece of power used to create the world, the Pearl. With this piece of creation, you have figured the final piece of the puzzle, the Shard of Creation. The limits you were once bound by have been cast aside, just as the Eldritch cast aside theirs. With this, even the gods will flee before you. Cool. Hear me. Edge of the Primordials. 18.5 attack damage. Wow. It gives you 5 warp, though. Which is not a bad amount, honestly. Bro, please sleep. Sleep is for the unwarped. Untainted is better, yeah. Using many dangerous magics, you've created the other half of your primal tool set. The edge of the primordials is a dangerously sharp blade imbued with primal aspects. When blocking, a strong vortex of energy will be created that will pull all mobs within a 15-block radius towards you, damaging them. The effect is similar to that of the Hungry Node. This blade also possesses Eldritch Sapping. This will cause the blade to inflict strong weakness and hunger effects to your enemy. Be careful with this blade, you may start hallucinating if you use it too much. Is this like a warping a flat amount, or does it accumulate over time? Don't know. Oh, there's more. Eldritch Revelation. Miso's yapping in her sleep. A veil has been lifted, a door opened in my mind. When I look through, I see wonders. No, not wonders. What I see is... Who wrote this? I've read this before. Why is this not yellow? Void Fortress Armor. I've read this stuff before. Chad, I've read both of these before. I haven't seen this one yet. It was rumored that in the world of modern technology, a tool existed that goes by the name the Atomic Disassembler. Simothy. When did I allow you to be in my chat? Simothy. How could you, Simothy? Just slept for 8 hours. Did I miss anything? No, just the same old. Me raging at one of the chapters a whole bunch because the author was really bad, but yeah, same old. When I left, we were on nugget duping. Oh my gosh, you left so early. This tool is said to be perfect. You can break any block at your desired speed. All it cost was a little bit of energy. You became jealous hearing about these technological advancements, and honestly, you want these tech tools. But you're a thaumaturge. You will not dabble in technology. Of course I will dabble in technology. I'm trying to complete GTNH. You must create a tool that is equal to the Atomic Disassembler using the power of thaumaturgy. Okay. The Atomic Disassembler is just that. You can break any block anytime at any speed you want. Just shift right click to change the speed. Though when it came time to find a way to power this tool, you were stumped for quite some time. Due to the thaumium in the matrix, the repairing properties of void metal did not apply. Well, that's a shame. Finally, it dawned upon you. All it took was a small amount of Perditio, Viz, to keep this tool charged. You do not need technology, for you are a thaumaturge. How much Viz does it use, though? It doesn't tell me. Boots of the Voidwalker, here they are. You have been searching very hard for a set of boots to complete your Void Thaumaturge attire. After a long night of researching, you finally devised the perfect pair of boots to complete the set. The boots of the Voidwalker offer outstanding protection as well as an enormous speed boost while walking or flying. You'll also be immune to fall damage while wearing the boots. Cool. Voidwalker's Sash of Runic Shielding. After extensive study of runic shielding, you had a bizarre idea. Using void metal, shadow metal, and the primordial pearl, a little shadow cloth, and a fine mixture of essentia, a sash of runic shielding more powerful than you ever believed possible was created. The Voidwalker's Sash of Runic Shielding offers 20 runic shielding and can be equipped in the belt slot. If you're wearing the sash alongside the boots of the Voidwalker, your speed and jump height will be increased greatly. One would shift right click with the sash to toggle this effect. Okay, that is done. That actually took a lot longer than I thought it would. Just that little section there. And the rest of this is the rest of it all connected? Almost. It's just this. Cloth caps. With immersive study of wandcraft and the discovery of enchanted fabric, you decided to use some to cap a wand. You were not sure why it worked, seeing as it is just cloth, but it did nonetheless. Using a few pieces of fabric and a little viz, you have forged a fairly effective and very cheap wand cap. 5% viz discount, though you are not sure quite why. I don't know. I still don't know what crafting cost multiplier is. Someone told this author tech is better than magic and they took that personally. Yeah, for real. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I believe it starts here. A disturbing find. Oh, okay. Hide that. That's not stream safe. While you were out and about gathering magical knowledge, you came across something rather disturbing. A blood-stained, ripped page from another thaumaturge's Thaumonomicon. From your understanding, it gives an ideal for a darker side of magic. The darkness intrigues you, even though it ensures a dangerous path. But what have you got to lose? The thoughts of an adventure into the unknown excites you. The page is still rendered unclear. You could only make out bits and pieces, but one day you'll decipher this page and have a newfound mastery one day. Who wrote this? No clue. Who wrote this? No clue. Oh, is it the same? It's the same page, just with an added blood splot, and it doesn't have the second page here. Okay, well, we're going clockwise again. Magic fungar. Viz shrooms, the bane of every thaumaturge's existence. Every time you walk through a magical forest, you somehow end up stepping on one of these pesky mushrooms and start to feel sick. One day you had enough with these mushrooms, you plucked one from the ground and took it home with you. I'm not sure I follow the plot, but sure. You have discovered that after combining with some mundane ingredients and a magical shard, the mushroom had become edible in italics. Furthermore, when eaten, you will gain research points at random. Oh, that's nice. Okay, unbalanced shard. Applying certain aspects to a balanced shard proved to have some rather interesting effects. You decide to call this process unbalancing. So far, you have discovered fluxed. Why am I making that complicated? Fluxed shards and warped shards. You're sure they will both prove very useful in your studies. Cool. So, warpwood. Whilst studying the magical trees in the Tainted Lands, you have noticed just how rich with magic they are. Although they are too unstable and messy for your uses, you think it would be worthwhile to create a tree that is infused with warp. The warpwood tree is just that, a tree imbued with fundamental aspects of warp. You don't know what you will ever use this tree for, but maybe one day it will be just what you need. In the very next research, you could very easily use the Void/Shadow Fortress till endgame, as well as the Thaumic Disassembler. Although I like the Chameleon Pick, since it can combine 3 enchantment sets in one, saving space. I don't know about any of those. I don't know about the Chameleon Pick at all yet. I don't know what the Void/Shadow Fortress is. Warped Wand Rod. Ever since you discovered warpwood, you have wondered if it would be possible to forge this wood into a wand. The primordial pearl has given you the answers to this question. Since the wood is imbued with warp, you think it's only logical to use Zombie Brain as a place to store the insanity. And using the power of this primordial pearl as the core for this rod, the power is immense. The wood is also extremely dense, making it able to store huge amounts of viz. 250 each, that is. It's pretty good. I wish they didn't cut off the the message there. I want to read what the rest of the message is. It would also seem that the warp stored within the wand festers off of your own, creating Viz as a byproduct and quickly filling up your wand. The more warp you amass, the greater the reaction, and the faster the wand will recharge itself. Due to this process being fueled by the primordial pearl, the influx of Viz would put any other core to shame. Seeing as it wards off all warp, the warped wand buff seems to negate the reaction completely. Today my wand started whispering strangely to me as my insane mind grows stronger. And the more my wand reveals to me, you should go see a therapist. Warpwood Staff Core. After seeing the power of the Warpwood Wand Core, you wondered what would happen if you were to make a staff. Unlike most staffs, simply adding a primal charm was not enough to bind them into a staff core. It took the use of a primordial pearl. Of course, just like the previous craft. The same auto recharging abilities seem to apply as well. And on top of that, all that, this staff core offers a huge amount of storage, 500 primal viz. Oh, this is not connected to anything. These ones down here. Shadow Metal, Fortress Blade. Wait. Oh, goes this way. Volcanic Inscription. You have upgraded your Fortress Blade by inscribing runes upon it. I guess it starts here. Thaumium Fortress Blade. Upon using a design similar to the Thaumium Fortress armor, you have designed a blade that will fit the set perfectly. By improving the construction process of the Thaumium sword, you have increased the damage it will deal. This blade will also never take damage from use. Nice. It does okay damage too. Not as good as my spike, but I'm sure it has better reach. Furthermore, you can charge your blade by holding down right click upon releasing. Upon releasing, a strike will be delivered with increased damage based on how charged the blade is. At full charge, the blade has the potential to deal up to 2 times its attack damage, which would be 28.5. The blade will remain sheathed at your hip when it's not in use. Cool. Volcanic Inscription. You have upgraded your Fortress Blade by inscribing runes upon it. This inscription will convert damage dealt into fire damage, which will bypass armor. Any target hit will be set aflame. Furthermore, when releasing a fully charged strike, an explosive fireball will be emitted from your blade. One would hold down shift to cancel this effect and release a normal strike. Tainted Inscription. This inscription will cause your blade to deal magic damage, bypassing armor. Anything you hit will also be inflicted with taint poison. Moreover, if you release a fully charged strike, a cloud of taints will be emitted from your blade. One would hold down shift to cancel this effect and release a normal strike. Undead Inscription. This inscription inscribes a formula to deal with the withering damage which bypasses armor. My upstairs neighbors are being professionals. Your target will also be inflicted a weathering damage over time. In addition, when releasing a fully charged strike on a target, you will be healed for 25% of the damage dealt. That's pretty good. By using the same construction process as the Thaumium Fortress Blade, but substituting the material for Void Metal, you have created a Fortress Blade that is even more powerful. The Void Metal Fortress Blade is not only sharper and stronger than its Thaumium counterpart, but also possesses the greater sapping effect, which will weaken anything you hit. They do say that this much Void Metal is not healthy for one's body, but you care not. 3 warping. I will be continuing Star Technology. Like a Thaumium Fortress Blade, this blade can be enhanced with various inscriptions. Shadow Metal Fortress Blade. After having discovered Shadow Metal Fortress armor, you were certain that you could make a Fortress Blade from Shadow Metal as well. The results were astounding. By following the same construction process as the Thaumium and Void Metal Fortress Blades, you have created the strongest and sharpest Fortress Blade you have ever laid eyes upon. The blade will also inflict a slowing effect while simultaneously blurring the vision of whatever you hit. Like a Thaumium Fortress Blade, this blade can be enhanced with various inscriptions. This gives even more warping. Wow, that's a lot of warping. That's a lot of damage too. That's a decent amount of damage. Yeah, wow. It's more than the edge of the primordials. Okay. Wand Focus Tainted Storm. After seeing the destructive power of Flux, you thought it would be interesting to make a wand focus that harnesses this power. The result is the Tainted Storm Focus. This focus will blast an AoE attack of tainted bubbles within a range of 10 meters, inflicting a poison effect on contact, and causing a fair amount of damage. Take caution when using this focus, for there is a chance you will get infected with the Flux Flu while using it, but that's only the consequence of handling such a large amount of Flux. Wand Focus Tainted Shockwave. With the study of advanced Fucky and taints, you felt the need for a focus that is offensive but defensive, I guess they meant to say. The Wand Focus Tainted Shockwave will gather in extremely concentrated amounts of tainted energy at the tip of your wand, then eventually explode in a 15-block radius. This will certainly blast all entities far away from you. It also seems that the enlarge upgrade, sus, on the Focal Manipulator will increase your radius. 50 zombies swarming you? No problem. Whip out your wand, sus, and they will be sent flying. Okay, Viz Shard? With the study of different types of shards, an incredible different types of shards, an incredible idea dawned upon you. What if you could animate a Viz Shard to be used in combat? This focus can only be cast if you are looking at an enemy. The shard will float through the air, homing in on its targets, and will burst on contact. It would seem that the shard will also bounce off of solid blocks. Cool. Now we go down here. Shadow Metal. Once upon a time, you were doing some crucible work. You accidentally dropped a block of stone into a bubbling mess, and the result was shadow metal ore. This metal seems promising. All it takes is a mundane furnace to smelt it resulting in shadow metal ingots. It is extremely hard and has a very high durability. You think we'll need to research some more before it is usable? Maybe the whispers can give you information, but who knows? There's voices in my head. Shadow metal hoe. Shadow metal pickaxe. Manilium plus. What does that mean? Very interesting. Warped goggles of revealing. By infusing your goggles of revealing with shadow metal, you have solved an everlasting problem. Thaumaturs like yourself must choose between function and protection. By using shadow metal to strengthen your goggles, you have gained a few extra armor points, but at a cost. It seems that one of the lenses became clouded with warp, causing you to have strange visions at times. But no problem, it could be worse, right? Could be worse. Mage's Mace. With the discovery of Fucky, I'm gonna take a drink. I feel the back of my throat swelling from talking so much. I've said a lot of words today. With the discovery of Fucky, you've noticed that most Fucky are ranged. For you, this can sometimes be a problem. And yes, I'm saying Fucky incorrectly on purpose because this is Fucky. By infusing some sharp objects into a block of shadow metal, you created a Fucky that acts as a mace. These entries seem to be going a lot faster. Might be a lack of shots between chapters. It also might be I've increased my reading speed. When equipped, these chapters also have less grammatical errors, which makes it a lot better for me to read it. When equipped, this focus will grant increased attack damage to the staff or wand that you're using, turning it into a perfect melee weapon. Nonetheless, this comes at a cost, and I also value my health, so yeah. Man's gonna be mute in Project Singularity recording for the next week. Bro, my voice is gonna be dead tomorrow. It's gonna be so bad. Nonetheless, this comes at a cost. The focus uses Vis every time you hit a mob. No damage will be inflicted if your staff or wand does not have the required Viz. The potency upgrade will increase the damage done by 1 level. Okay, that was... Did I skip over this one? I think I skipped over this one. By infusing your warped goggles revealing with void metal, you have created a pair of goggles that repair themselves and have an extremely high Viz discount. Nether Lava, why are you contributing to my pain? Thank you though. Sadly, they offer inferior protection to the original warped goggles of revealing. Your vision might be distorted and warped while wearing these goggles, but that's okay. Warp is not a bad thing, right? 5 warp. Oh my gosh. Okay. Shadow Imbued Cloth. When you discovered shadow metal, you ran a few experiments using it. Shadow Imbued Cloth has one of many results. Shadow Imbued Cloth has similar properties to Enchanted Fabric, though it is quite dark in color and has some interesting magical properties. It is soft, thin, light, and incredibly strong. You are certain that it will be of many uses. That doesn't read very nicely, but I understood. Shadow Imbued Cloth Caps. Clear the mind, read. You've created a new type of wand cap using the same exact design as the cloth caps, except using the shadow imbued cloth. The idea was definitely a success, though you needed a charged thaumium wand cap to bind it all together. The shadow cloth caps are exactly the same as the cloth caps, but slightly more efficient. They will grant a 15% Viz discount. And shadow metal wand caps. With the discovery of void metal wand caps, you wondered if you could improve their performance even further. You tested this theory by infusing the caps with some shadow metal as well as the primal aspects of a primordial pearl. It proved very successful. Fantastic. The shadow metal caps seem to be extremely efficient at channeling Viz and will grant a heavy discount of 30% for all primal aspects. Very nice, very nice, very nice indeed. Crystal Blood. After having discovered the essential crystallizer, you've managed to create a dagger that crystallizes the blood of your foes. Whenever a living creature is killed by this blade, a few drops of blood will be crystallized. It also seems that any blade that possesses the same bloodlust effect will also crystallize any creature's blood upon death. You are certain that this is no ordinary blood. It is particularly interesting because Crimson Cult's attire seems to have similar properties. What is bloodlust? Is it just the property of crystallizing the blood? Tier 5 upgrade, Bloodlust. This upgrade can only be applied to Mage's Mace Focus and will allow the mace to inherits the Bloodlust ability like that of the Crystal Dagger. Okay. Crimson Seamstry. After studying Crimson Blood for quite some time, you realize that the Crimson Cult's robes possess very similar properties. By staining shadow-imbued cloth with crystal blood, you are able to perfectly replicate the material that the Crimson Cult uses for their attire. Using Crimson stained cloth, see right? You were able to make all of the robe pieces. Their recipes are inscribed on the following pages. Cool. It's like very small Viz discounts. Crimson stained cloth caps. 20% Viz discount. The live just pooped on my main page. Let's see how long the stream is going on for. 14 hours? Why are you still doing this to yourself? You got like 3 more hours to go, maybe. We'll see. Your research down the rabbit hole for such Crimson Seamstry and the darkness of shadow-imbued cloth caps led to a concentrated piece of an immense condensed magical conductor. It seems that the crystal blood from which the cloth was stained helps the caps channel Viz at a far more efficient rate. The Crimson cloth caps usually provide a 20% Viz discount. Crimson Forgery. With a will, there is a way. That is the theme of the stream, I guess. It seems that it wasn't quite as easy to create the Crimson Knight's armor as it was to create the robes. But you have found an answer. Crimson plating was just the substance you needed. This strong blood-stained material is identical to that of the Crimson Knight armor. The recipes for the plating and the armor are transcribed on the following pages. Nice. I really like the armor, actually. I think it's a really cool looking set. Advanced Crimson Forgery. Ooh. Ooh. It doesn't really improve much, actually. Does it? Yeah, I guess it gives 1 more protection per item. Yeah, sure. I don't think it's worth the cost, though, maybe. Strange whispers have been talking to you more than usual. They spoke of the Crimson Cult's leader, and you hope to be the one to defeat them. You have been having visions, and you thought that with the discoveries of Crimson stained cloth and Crimson plating, it won't be hard to replicate the Praetor's suit of the armor. But you were wrong. You thought it would be easy enough, but apparently it is not. Well, nothing is that easy. You had to use quite a bit more plating and cloth than expected, but you have managed to construct the armor. The recipes are written on the following pages, yes. Void Sense Blood. Ugh. Last 2 readings of this chapter. While you love Crimson Cult robes, they are inferior to any armor made from void metal because they do not repair themselves until now. Void Sense Blood, what a tongue twister, is a simple concoction. It's just a crystal blood infused with void aspects. Applying this elixir to Crimson Cult attire via crafting grid will cause the armor to repair itself. Very nice. And the Crimson Blade, which doesn't do a lot of attack damage, unfortunately. Wow, half a heart, more attack damage. Jesus. This seems to be the conclusion of your studies on the Crimson Cult and Crystal Blood. You have finally done it. You created the legendary weapon known as the Crimson Blade, the blade wielded by the cult's leader from themselves. This blade will inflict weakness upon anything it strikes, and it also possesses the ability to crystallize blood, just like the Crystal Dagger. Alright. Add 43 to the count. 915? Oh my god. Oh my god. We're almost done. Oh, knock on wood, right? Oh, moral foe. I read that as pooped up on my main page, but you said popped up on my main page. Wow, I am not doing a great job at reading, am I? Think the Crimson set is more for the look factor. Yeah, it does look really cool. Imagine if each piece of the armor sets were separate nodes. Yeah, right? Horrible. That would be horrible. Those would be easy nodes to get through, I hope, right? Okay, where do I want to start here? This is a little messy, but I guess this is an origin node here, and it kind of maps around that way. Okay, we'll do this one first here. So starting 12 o'clock, going clockwise. Everfull Urn. You have read much about an Everfull Urn in your research, a mystical device created by the great thaumaturge Azanor, what a name, that acted as an endless source of water. You have finally constructed a device that can do that and more. And more, your ever-full urn can not only supply water to an infinite amount of buckets, it can also be pumped out of the top to an external tank. Your urn also has the ability to fill any nearby crucible and extinguish nearby players that are on fire. Cool, that is pretty more. If Botania is installed, the urn is also able to fill nearby petal apothecaries if one chooses to dabble in floral magic. I don't know why you would use this instead of a thirsty tank. I guess, yeah, it looks like it's cheaper to create, actually. But it does require infusion. So that's probably why we're using thirsty tanks in Steam Age. Everburn Urn. After researching more into your Everfull Urn, you find a way to generate lava with one. Oh. It is very much tier locked. For us, you'll find that unlike water, lava needs energy to procure. And so the Everburn Urn, as you decide to call it, will need Centivis to power it. Or Centivis to power it. So your Everfull Urn can not only supply lava to buckets, or it should be your Everburn Urn can not only supply lava to buckets, it can also be pumped out the top to an external tank. Cool. Oblivion Jar. While void jars are very useful in getting rid of large amounts of the certain type of essentia, you often find your infusion room overflowing with several types. Instead of wasting time making a void jar for every mystical aspect, you decide that there must be an easier solution. The solution has manifested itself in the form of an Oblivion Jar. Oblivion mentioned? Well, significantly more expensive than its void or warded counterparts, only one Oblivion Jar is necessary to handle all of the excess essentia from a network. It will obliterate all essentia that enters the jar, much like a filled void jar does. The Oblivion Jar has the lowest suction of any jar, meaning that it will only take essentia that has nowhere else to go. Golems may interact with the jar as well if they do not find another jar that can handle essentia they are carrying. Okay, so I guess void jars are aspect locked, and then Oblivion jars are just generic, which is pretty nice. Okay, and that's yellow, so it's already red. Yes. All right, Crucible of Souls. You have discovered a way to take advantage of a previously untapped source of essentia, that of living creatures. Infusing an alchemical furnace with various occult reagents and precise quantities of essentia will create a Crucible of Souls, a device that will seek out the nearest living creature and slowly drain their life force, retrieving essentia at the final blow. This comes at the cost of the normal loot the creature would drop. This essentia can then be piped out of any face except the top via essentia tubes. Oh, this is what I was looking for. So this would be able to collect Viz from mob farms. The Crucible Souls is very unstable and has a high probability of converting some of the essentia to flux or breaking it down into its component parts. You should make preparations to dispose of this flux before it causes a problem. Well, that's not great. You have managed to install a basic safeguard so that the device will not attack humans, but keep your pets at a safe distance. Magical golems should also be ignored by the device. Alright. Azanor is a mod author. Oh, okay. The last entry is the entire B-movie script. Hey, that would be awesome. Is it actually? No, you're memeing. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Yeah, I'm still live, Patchy. Welcome back, though. Immersion Broken talked about Botania being installed. 0 out of 10. Yeah, it did break the fourth wall there. Have you had peppermint ice cream? I have. I am lactose intolerant though, so I don't eat a lot of ice cream. And I am trying to limit my sugar intake in my diet, so it's kind of been a big limiter for me on desserts. Certain desserts. I'll if I make it myself, I can really control how much sugar is in there. I am a mad lad. I am actually fully warped. I have 250 warp IRL. Due to reading this already, and by the time I'm done I'm gonna have 500 warp. Actually, each entry is 1 warp, so I'm gonna have 1211 warp. Guess I'll leave your stream in the background. This is pure dedication. May I ask why did you decide on this? I'm not familiar with your content. Good luck on not losing your voice and finishing it. I'm doing my best. I thought it was a funny meme, and it turned out to be a lot more than I expected, which is fine. I guess I will persevere. But yeah. I got my start on Terraform Greg, And then I moved over to, after Terraform Greg, I moved over to Star Technology, which is still going on. It's just taking a little bit of a back seat. And I started Project Singularity with a bunch of other GTNH creators. So, or Greg Tech creators. So that's what we're doing right now. This is kind of adjacent to Project Singularity, but I thought it was a fun meme, so I decided to do it. Void jars will only void if it's overflowing, which also means it can only be used for one type. Hence Oblivion being able to be used for many types because it doesn't hold any, it just voids. Yep. You're going to have 500 plus respect for doing this. Free Nether Stars IRL, awesome. You know, I also wanted this VOD to be all in one video. I didn't want to part it into two, so that's why I'm like pushing to get this all done in one sitting. All right, done with the chat. Free Nether Stars IRL, awesome. Oh yeah, with having like so much warp, yeah. I see what you mean, grapes. Yeah. But no, I'm just going to continue reading until I finish this because I want the VOD to be all in one. All right, where did I leave off? Crucible of Souls, I finished. Thaumic Replicator. You have been able to break down blocks and items into essential with an alchemical furnace. Now finally, you have found a way to do the opposite. You have created a device that can replicate simple building blocks using Essentia. By right-clicking the Thaumic Replicator with a block, you can set the template. Right-clicking with a wand starts the replication process. Simply look at the replicator with goggles of revealing to see what Essentia is necessary, and place this Essentia in nearby jars like you would for infusion. This Essentia will then form into the block that you set as a template. This block must be removed before starting the process again. Right-clicking will remove any blocks in the replicator, and right-clicking again will reset the template. This process can also be automated by starting replication with a redstone signal and removing blocks with a hopper. At this point, I'm just reading without understanding anything. I'm understanding maybe like 20% of what I'm reading, like internalizing it. I'm just reading words. Boots of the Comet. We are 14.5 hours in. Boots of the Comet. Boots of the Traveler are fast, but you think there is room for improvements. By infusing the Boots of the Traveler with Aqua and Gelum, you have created a pair of boots with unrivaled speed. Nine was talking about the Boots of the Comet earlier, saying that they have pretty cool effects, so let's see what they do. These boots allow the user to run with the speed of a comet, covering large tracts of land in a matter of seconds. Water can do nothing to slow you. Wow, that's really nice, actually. Water is such a pain in the butt. When wearing the boots of the comet, water will be temporarily frozen on your feet. Nice. Okay, boots of the meteor. No, he was talking about boots of the meteor. He wasn't talking about comet. He was talking about meteor. Your boots of the traveler have been very useful, but sometimes you have desired more mobility. By imbuing the boots of the traveler with the raw power of Ignis and potential, you've created a pair of boots with unrivaled mobility. Is it unrivaled or is it unmatching that of the comet? Because it said the same thing. These boots propel the wearer with the force of a meteor in the direction they are looking if they jump while crouching. Cool. So I could like propel myself upwards, theoretically. Pressing the crouch button when in mid-air will launch the player towards the ground at incredible speeds, damaging anything near the points of impact. That's pretty nice. Firestone. I'm not really sure how to make this, but I'm absolutely positive I can make this in LV. Even in Steam Age. Maybe in Steam Age, but LV definitely we can make this. Okay, I'm finished with this branch down here, so I'm going to continue with my clockwise pattern. We're going to go brain sanitization, and brain sanitization to think tank, and then flesh purification, and just continue the clockwise pattern, just going all the way through. It's like following the left wall in a maze. Brain sanitization, you have discovered that by using a process similar to purifying zombie villagers, you can reverse the effects of zombification on the brain. These cured brains exhibit much more intellectual capacity than their diseased counterparts, so you hope they will prove useful in future creation. I would sure hope so. Note that any type and any duration of weakening potion will work. Oh, I see this one here. Cured zombie brain. Would it not just be a normal brain or something? Think tank. Your search for a way to automate research has finally come to an end. You have found that purified zombie brains make the perfect research aid. Placing a few of them in a water jar with some thaumic devices and supplying them with an ample amount of books results in a quantity of knowledge fragments. Cool. The system is not perfect and the supplied books are destroyed in the process. Not cool. Never mind. Screw that. Flesh purification. I want free stuff. I want stuff that will be without any cost. Just the initial cost of crafting it. Like solar panels. Solar panels are sick. They're free after you craft them. imbuing rotten flesh with certain aspects, you have found that you are able to remove nearly all traces of disease and decomposition from the flesh, rendering it much more useful. Yeah, I seen this craft actually. When I was short on leather to make backpacks, I was looking at other ways to make leather. Although this discovery may not be particularly useful, you are sure it will lead to exciting things. Yeah. I was trying to do this at the Duckling's Witch Farm Crucible, but I think it was missing Permutatio or Panis. Either or. I'm not sure which. I'm not sure which it was. Okay, Magic Tallow is already done. Because it's yellow. Soul Brazier, warp is a dangerous, malicious force. Good to know. While in a mind it is not bad enough, released onto the world, it is worse. While in a mind it is bad enough, released onto the world, it is worse. This is why we have made a way to hold its warp, to hold this warp safeish. It needs both Viz from a node and Mortis Essentia, but it can hold the warp the player has without too much damage to the environment. Cool. Does it like remove warp from the player, I guess? You always have felt that tallow candles are missing something. A touch of magic and an air shard should make... Sorry. Oh my gosh. A lot of time. Oh, I'm just like burping on stream here. You always have felt that tallow candles are missing something. A touch of magic and an air shard should be enough to make them look right at home in any respected wizarding school. As I would hope so. Floating candles can be placed in mid-air without a surface beneath them. Oh, that's cool. It's like kind of like angel blocks in that regard. These candles bob pleasingly, and add a touch of magic to any room. Honestly, I like that. That's a cool thing. Unfortunately, the candles don't seem to have effect on infusion. You are sure that this will be fixed in the near future. It says it has an effect on infusion. All right. Foolish Dreamer, thank you for the sub with Prime, man. We love that. Primes are the favorite subs, actually. I prefer Prime sub over most other things because it means that you guys are making use of the stuff that you get for free. And we're just redirecting wealth from the corporation that Amazon is to the streamers that you choose to support. I think Prime subs are amazing. So always try to use your Prime subs. Recommendation, just in general. Not necessarily for me. I'm not trying to plug that. But thank you so much, Foolish Streamer. Okay, now we're ready to continue moving clockwise. We will go to Talisman of Nourishment. You often find yourself needing to take breaks during a marathon. Oh, it's kind of meta, isn't it? You often find yourself needing to take breaks during marathon researching sessions to satisfy your hunger. Finally, you have found a way to get past your need for food. By infusing a diamond with the essence of hunger, you have created an item that is able to suck the nourishing energy from various food items in your hotbar and store this energy within. It will then automatically replenish your food meter if it is depleted. Okay. I mean, you could just use the healing axe instead. This item will only work on simple food items, so foods that invoke effects such as rotten flesh and golden apples must be consumed normally. Yeah, just use the healing axe, honestly. Thermostatic Stabilizer. Using similar technology to that found in the thermostatic harness, you've created a special belt that nullifies the effect of knockback. Anytime you take damage, instead of being knocked around, you will instead remain in place. You have found this device to be extremely useful for not only flying using the harness, but also for travel at night. And the thermostatic harness we've already read. Alright, that's everything in this web here. So now we can move it on to another web in this page. And this looks pretty easy here. So, Mechanist Wand Caps. You have researched nodes extensively, and you feel that you have researched a point in which you can no longer improve the draining speed of nodes without improving the wands themselves. Obviously. You have created a mechanical wand cap that is able to deconstruct and harvest viz from a node much more quickly than usual, using a combination of gadgetry and magic. Gadgets? Is that not just technology? Heresy! Heathenry. Technology? Heathenry. This cap is more efficient in channeling viz than gold wand caps, but much less efficient than thaumium wand caps. Okay, I'm not really... Why would you not just use thaumium? It requires thaumium to make it, so I'm not really sure. Yeah, is it just me, or is it kind of just bad? Alright. Sojourners Wand Caps. I'm not really sure how to pronounce that word, but I'm going to do my best. Even with the wand recharge pedestal, refilling your wand has been a chore. One must go through the work of constructing the pedestal and placing nodes in its vicinity. Oh, what a chore. You have developed a special wand cap that will passively drain nearby nodes in a similar fashion to the wand recharge pedestal when the wand is held in hand. This cap is more efficient in channeling Viz than gold wand caps, but less efficient than Thaumium wand caps. Okay, 5%. Crafting cost multiplier, 6%. And it requires a Thaumium cap, which has a 10% discount and the same crafting cost multiplier. So I'm not really understanding why that's useful. draining nearby node efficiency, but that's not that's not listed in the tooltip. It probably should be. Honestly, update GTNH 2.8.3 enchantment binding. You have formulated an enchantment that binds a struck creature to a certain location. Cool. This enchantment can be applied to swords. When a creature is struck with a sword enchanted with the first level of this enchantment, they will be slowed temporarily. Attacking an enderman with a sword that carries the second level of this enchantment will stop the enderman from teleporting away. Creeper struck with a blade that holds the second level of this enchantment will not be able to explode for a short time afterwards. Enchantment Night Vision. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to see in the dark. This enchantment can be applied to headgear. When done so, the wearer will be able to see in low lights condition, similarly to using a night vision potion. 9 has this enchantment actually. I need to apply this enchantment to my helmet as well. If the mod Ender IO is installed, you can toggle this ability with the Dark Steel Armor Night Vision hotkey. Cool. Enchantment Disarming. You have formulated an enchantment that has a slight chance of knocking a weapon from a creature's hands. This enchantment can be applied to swords. When done so, struck creatures have a chance of dropping the weapon they are holding. This disarming effect does not work on other players. This enchantment has a better chance of success if it is at a higher level. Knocking a weapon from a creature's hands. Okay. I don't know any specific cases where that would be useful. Seal of Jar Binding. By adjusting the mixture of aspects that you soak the tallow seal in to account for its essentials, mystical properties, you have found that you are able to bind essential containers, in particular warded jars. Much like your previous binding seals, the jar binding seal can be dyed and unlimited amounts of networks can be created. Okay. By right-clicking on a jar with a jar binding seal, you can create a new network. Right-clicking on a bound jar will link the seal to that network. What network is it talking about? Right-clicking on an unbound jar with a linked seal will add that jar to the linked network. Note that only empty jars are able to be bound. You cannot bind void jars or jars with labels. That's a lot of words for me to not understand what it's trying to say. Sealed jars have a higher suction than unlabeled jars, but lower than labeled jars. Cool. Very nice. This is like channels or something. I'm not really understanding what's going on there. Okay, taint. Taint! It's my favorite subject. Sometimes thaumaturgy goes horribly wrong, miracles become twisted calamities, and the very landscape twists. Calamity mentioned? And the very landscape twists into hideous forms. Tainted lands are places infected by the sick runoff of magical markings. Flux. Local flora and fauna become warped and mutated into forms hostile to normal life, and the very ground of a tainted land infects those who tread upon its pulsing fibers. Sus. Tainted lands can be found naturally in the world, but can also form when a careless thaumaturge allows flux goo to stagnate for too long. Sus-ish. They are recognizable by their telltale purple fibers and bright violet stalks. Left alone, the tainted land will gradually extend its tendrils outwards, infecting more and more of the surrounding land. It's like the Crimson in Terraria. What's the opposite of the Crimson? Corruption? It's like the corruption in Terraria. Dirt becomes thick, pulpy, tainted soil, while trees and other natural materials are slowly covered in fibers and converted into structurally unsound crust, which can collapse or melt into flux goo at any moment. This one's yellow, so I've already read it. Wispy Dreamcatcher. They say that dreamcatchers are meant to stop nightmares from reaching the mind. Though maybe they'll help with the voices in my head. Though taints may not be the construct of your psyche, you think that perhaps the ill effects that taint has on the body could be combated using a modified dreamcatcher. Okay, so the witch farm actually drops taint tendrils Fun fact. If you hold this Dreamcatcher in your hotbar, it will have a high probability of nullifying damage from taints or tainted creatures. Although this Dreamcatcher does not nullify all damage, it will certainly make excursions into tainted land much less dangerous. Still not really sure what exactly tainted creatures are. Oh, excuse me. But we're almost done with this chapter. This felt like a very long chapter for some reason. Taints is my favorite subject. Correct. Mimetically. Amber Staff Core. A staff core crafted from amber can store 25 viz of each type. Like the wand core, it will slowly replenish its viz stores. Necromancer Staff Core. You have created a horrifying tool by infusing a bone staff core with remnants of the undead. Creepy. This staff core is the perfect tool for the bloodthirsty thaumaturge. Creepier. It boasts a large capacity of 200 viz. Oh, that's redeemable. And receives 4 times the normal amount of viz when killed monsters. That is extremely redeemable. In addition, this staff is an even more proficient at melee combat. Really? Doesn't say anything about that. Striking a monster begins to wither their life force away. Wow. Whoa. This one's actually really cool. Unfortunately, this does not come without downsides. The dark magic used to infuse the staff makes it less receptive to viz obtained from other means. That's okay. Only effectively reaching 75% of the viz an ordinary wand would from nodes or other sources. You know, that's actually not bad at all. Just use it at your mob farm. That's all. That's actually a really good one. Moderate warp. Does it apply warp when you're using it? No. At least it doesn't say it does. It's pretty good. Okay, I've already read the Greatwood Wand Core, clearly because it's yellow. Amber Wand Core, I feel like I've read this before, but whatever. You have finally found a practical use for amber. I haven't before. In the form of a wand core, amber serves as a poor conduit for viz and thus can only hold 10 viz of each type, but it has other benefits. Amber wand cores seem to store a fleeting memory of viz when empty. By harnessing this memory, you have created a wand core that can replenish all forms of viz at a rather quick rate when not at full capacity. While many of the other wand cores you have created have had regenerative properties, the amber core regenerates 1 point of every type of viz instead of 1 type in particular at 2 times the rate. Which regenerates 1 viz of every aspect every 5 seconds, but only has a capacity of 10, which is kind of crap, so I don't know if it's even worth it at all. Unless there's a way to like extract viz from wands, but I imagine the wand needs to be in your inventory for it to regenerate. No, there's I don't know, because there's like the wand regeneration recharging pedestal or whatever, and I don't know if this passive regeneration works there. I don't know if it only works in the player's inventory. Anyway, transmutative wand core. While experimenting with the properties of primal charms, you have found that you can sporadically convert one form of viz into another. That's cool. You have found this property to be too unreliable for most use cases, but if a charm is infused with certain materials, it can be used as a wand core with unique properties. When the wand is filled at over 90% capacity of a certain aspect, this viz will be converted into other forms of viz, albeit at a low ratio. This wand also boasts a higher viz capacity than a mundane Greatwood wand, holding up to 75 viz of each type. Transmutative Staff Core. A staff core crafted from a primal charm and various shards can store 175 viz of each type. Like the wand core, it transmutates viz... It transmutates viz forms when over 90% capacity in a particular type. Already read that one. And shard rings. Last entry of the chapter. Superb. You have found a way to reduce the amount of viz used by casting wands. Simply carve the mystical shards that you find underground into the shape of a ring and give them a touch of magic. A ring can be made for each of the 6 primal aspects. You may wear up to 2 of these rings at a time. 2 rings of the same aspect will stack their discounts. Okay, cool. I mean, this is like a focused viz discount, which is, and I've seen, and that's a pretty low discount too. Like general discount items are actually a lot better than that. All right, we're done. We're at 955 chapters read, or entries read. Holy crap. And we're on to the second page, the second and last page of the Thaumonomicon. So Glitchu already read the Thaumic Machina entry, so I will read the Thaumic Boots entry. And thankfully, except for this one, most of these are quite short. Well, 3 of them are a little longer. So Thaumic Horizons, Witching Gadgets, and Blood Magic are a little bit longer, but the majority of them are quite short. So, let's get started. Thaumaturgic shoemaking. In your studies, you have discovered something rather peculiar. In this, you found that you were somehow able to equally combine different forms of magic energy, I wonder why they wrote it like that, to create something unique. A new form of energy, somehow greater than the sum of its original parts. You wonder where else this could be applied. Okay, cool. Going clockwise, starting at 12. In your studies of the stars, you have discovered two distinct forms of celestial energies, those being the energy of comets as well as the energy of meteors. However, after your discovery of the Thaumic combinator, you began to wonder if there was a way to combine these two energy signals. Lo and behold, there was. Two distinct methods actually, though the results are currently shockingly similar. Perhaps there might be a way to enhance these further. I see boots of the frozen meteor, boots of the comet, boots of the meteor. This just feels like combining baubles in Terraria, honestly. It would be nice if they told us, well, I guess it just combines the effects. Celestial magics. Your study of the sky and stars yielded after intense research of these celestial bodies, you've discovered what you call comets and meteors. In this, you discovered some magics innate to the heavens, able to be infused into your boots. And yet you feel as if there were still more to uncover. Cool. Eldritch celestial bodies. Studying the void, you have made a unique discovery. The void has celestial bodies itself. A quite peculiar revelation at that. So you begin to wonder if contained a similar magical energy like those of mundane plane and found I'm having a stroke right now. Something miraculous. Oh, I missed the similar to their counterparts, the Void's bodies likewise contain innate magical properties with one small caveat. They can't be tapped into directly. However, by combining the energies of the Void with the energies of the Cosmic, you were able to make two more combined sets of boots, and continue to wonder if there may be more possibility than you thought. Are you just gonna get like the Terrarium boots or something? Like super OP or something? Like, maybe? Maybe? Doesn't look like it. Alright, give me a second, guys. What time is it for me? It is currently 3:02 a.m. Hydration break. I started the stream at noon. Flurry be up at 3 a.m. while only on 5 hours of sleep. It's called having 2 lattes. Yummy. Sounds like me before I started taking melatonin. You know, melatonin actually has the opposite effect on me. It's actually a travesty. But generally, I don't have too much trouble falling asleep. Generally. Seasonal, like, as long as I don't use my phone in bed, I'm fine. Yeah. In your studies of magical phenomena, you discovered something peculiar. There are spikes of magical energies around specific parts of the solar calendar. Whoa, Viz discount of 12%? Nice. These spikes have been known to cause various transformations, such as transforming chests to presents, and vice versa as they pass. Interestingly, you've managed to capture this chaotic energy. Yet you wonder if there is some way you may be able to stabilize these energies. I wonder if there is. Stabilized seasonal magics. As you continue your studies of the seasonal magic phenomena, you notice something interesting. It actually is possible to attune these energies into a specific phenomena, resulting in a drastically boosted seasonal effect with one caveat. These effects become incredibly diminished after the season has passed. The first of these effects you've noticed is a drastic increase in the steady running speed over time, while freezing water similar to that of comet-attuned magics. Though you almost swear you can hear sleigh bells. I'm trying to imitate sleigh bells. It's not working. Wow, Boots of the Christmas Spirit 25% Viz discount is insane. That is really cool. Okay, Void Magics. Your study of your own mind and the Void has yielded strange new properties previously thought impossible. Speed unlike any other, even during the flight, Void-empowered tendons allowing you to soar into the sky. Weird. Kind of creepy. You even saw a significant improvement in your innate ability to channel natural Viz energies, and yet you feel as if there exists more potential past this. I feel like there should be a recipe right here, but there isn't. Artificial Void Magics. As you continued your studies of electricity, you noticed something interesting. Like the traditional magical energies, electricity was likewise able to be combined into other energies. However, at one caveat, they really like the word caveat. It doesn't exactly mix into the energy, but rather converts the natural into the artificial. In your applications of this to Void energy, you found that not only can they run on electricity, but likewise they can both be overcharged by electricity and boosted by enhanced Void. A rather interesting revelation. Very interesting. I would love to take the warp, but I will pass. Very generous gift. Artificial magics. Recently, a peer of yours discovered something peculiar. A form of seemingly mundane energy similar to that of lightning. Studying it, however, you were able to discover it wasn't quite as mundane as you thought at all. Rather, this new electricity seems to have an intrinsic tie to natural energies found in Viz, and yet somehow different, artificial. In this, you found that you were able to create a pair of boots that ran on this electricity rather than the innate. And even more so, you were able to overcharge and improve their designs further. You wonder where else this new energy could be applied. Okay. I feel like I'm going backwards here. Unique magics. In your studies of magical phenomena, you've run upon something peculiar. There are certain magics that only can be recreated in exact scenarios. The first of these you've stumbled upon being a seemingly simple slowness curse. However, while you were able to reproduce the boots themselves, you cannot for the life of you understand how the magic energy works nor how to recreate it directly. You begin to wonder if you'll stumble upon energies in similar situations. Boots for the sloth. Oh no. And this is the last one I need to read for this chapter. As you continue your studies of electricity, you notice something interesting. Like their traditional magical energies, electricity was likewise able to be combined into other energies. However, at one caveats again, it doesn't exactly mix into the energy, but rather converts the natural energy into the artificial. It's a lot of flavor text. In your applications of this to the celestial energies, you found that they were able to run on electricity, even being able to be overcharged and enhancing their natural tendencies. A rather interesting revelation. I feel like I've read this before. Yeah, I feel like I've read this before, but we're done with this chapter, and we can move on to Thaumic Horizons finally. Where were you when Flurbin read the entire Thaumonomicon? I was there, son, reading along with him, giving him the occasional hydration break. Thank you, Patchy. Oh man, I'm gonna develop such sore throats tomorrow. And I would like to live stream a speed run tomorrow or two. That's okay. I don't need to talk much during a speed run. Where do I start here? What a big chapter. Okay. There's a couple nets, or oh, this is all one big net here in the center. And so there's this one's separate. These are separate. This is separate. This is connected. This is separate here. This bottom one that extends over here. That's all separate. So I'm going to start with the separate ones, and then I'll go for the big connected one. Lens case. Given your growing collection of arcane lenses, adapting your focus pouch design to store lenses that was obvious. I'm having a stroke. Was an obvious next step. The lens case functions identically to its predecessor. Cool. Don't know what is the mundane belt? No, definitely not. Kirlian lens. Your research shows that living creatures perturb the aura simply by Yikes. Okay, let me have a little stand up and a little walk here. Yikes. At this point, I'm at 966 IRL warp. Reading the Thaumonomicon must increase your appreciation for the mod? No, not at all. It actually ruins my appreciation for the mod because I am realizing how poorly put together it all is. And how convoluted all the descriptions are with so, like, you need to have this, you need to read this, you need to read the Thaumonomicon, right? If you want to do any progression, and you also need to read the wiki to know exactly what things do, because it does not explain it in the Thaumonomicon at all. And we all know that the Thaumonomicon is the precipice of English grammar. It is the prime example of amazing grammar. That was pure satire and pure forget the word. What is it? Anyways, whatever. So many typos. Yeah, there's so many typos, so many grammatical issues. The readability of it, not irony. Oh, whatever. So many issues with readability, and it's just sarcasm. Sarcasm is what I meant. Thank you, Foolish. And it's just generally non-descriptive. Like there's so much flavor text in there that gives zero lore or like story or anything. It's just there to exist and like pad out the book. Like I would be done by now if the original authors weren't so dedicated to like writing a story about me doing research. And it's like every single entry is like, oh, you have done this and this and this and this, and you have been able to do this but I won't explain you what this is, you know? It's fantastic. I love the Thaumonomicon. I love it. I absolutely love it. Bro, I am gonna need glasses after this for real. Okay, I had a little walk around, I had a little stretch, and I had a little stretch, I guess. A little break from reading here. So let's see if we can get back in the groove and do some speed reading again. Kirlian fuck. Lens, Victor, lens. Your research shows that living creatures perturb the aura simply by existing, sending out ripples like a stone tossed into a pond. Similarly, the presence of an undead entity produces distortions. Yes, I did that. You have developed an arcane lens capable of detecting these phenomena, allowing you to see entities through walls. Living creatures are highlighted in blue, while undead creatures are marked by a twisted red vortex. I don't know where this is useful at all. And there's so many entries in here for items that are just memes. They're just pure meme. Like it's actually dumb. There's so much filler. Echo lens, and I can say that because I've read through nearly the entire Thaumonomicon, and by the time I finish the stream, I will have read through the entire Thaumonomicon. Echo lens. The murky depths of the ocean have long been a mystery, but your latest discovery will go a long way towards revealing their secrets. This unusual arcane lens emits pulses of sound and transmutes their echoes into a visual representation of the aquatic environment. The overall effect is much like night vision and additionally allows you to see through cloudy water much more effectively. I would much prefer that helmet that gives me night vision, like water vision. Evanescence lens. Light cannot penetrate most forms of matter, but magic is not so easily stopped. These must be like crafting ingredients. You have designed a lens capable of pulling light short distances through the thaumic field, allowing you to see a 3x3 square blocks. Okay, I could just set my FOV to Quake Pro, whatever. Oh, I guess this is X-ray vision. Huh. Unfortunately, the light waves suffered decoherence when passing through certain complex objects, and so such blocks will remain opaque. Scholar's lens. When first designing your goggles of revealing, you considered... Wait, this is just the light waves suffered decoherence when passing through certain complex objects. It's a really good way to say we just didn't bother coding for all edge cases. When first designing your goggles of revealing, you considered the thermometer's scanning abilities to be an acceptable loss. Now this trade-off is no longer necessary. Oh, you need these lenses to make the thermometer, I think. When equipped, the Scholar's lens will automatically scan any block or entity under your crosshairs, assuming it is within range. Okay, and the last lens, the arcane lenses. I should have read this one first. Holy crap, this was the origin item. I did this completely backwards. Goggles of revealing are an indispensable tool on their own, but what if your senses could be further augmented? By placing a special lens over one eye, you can benefit from both the goggle's mystic sights and the lens's unique ability. Oh, now I actually know what the lenses are for. Wow, I should have read this in order. Lenses can be quickly swapped by holding the V key or removed by pressing V while holding shift. The first such lens you have developed amplifies incoming light, granting you constant night vision. Sadly, the primal fire used in this construction reacts poorly with fluids, so this amplification does not function underwater. Very helpful. Okay, done with those. And let's do these. Okay, it starts top to bottom. Shard transmutation. Few thaumaturgical problems can compare to realizing that you have run out of shards of one aspect, while a pile of others sit there tauntingly. This annoyance is finally a thing of the past. While any shard can be easily transmuted into a balanced shard, you have only recently discovered the trick of reversing this process. By charging the shard with an overabundance of the desired aspect, then using a small amount of permutatio to wash away the remainder, you're left with an ordinary shard. Okay. Shard transmute. Oh, I just read that one. Ethereal shard. The ethereal essence left over from the destroyed aura node has long been a tantalizing mystery. It seems to retain the node's ability to store Viz in an easily accessible form, but cannot charge itself without the dimensional breach at the node's heart, and tends to evaporate if left unattended. So much flavored text. You may have discovered workarounds for both these issues with the proper infusion. A balanced shard can serve as an artificial node core, though it produces no Viz of its own. Centiviz from the energized node can easily be redirected into the ethereal shard for convenient storage. My mouth is salivating so much. Why does there have to be a second page to this? It was already long enough. The shard has no Viz capacity on its own. You must right-click with an ethereal essence in hand to add capacity. Once it is charged, Viz can be drawn from the shard as though it were an aura node. Compound aspects can only be charged if the centivis provided contains all primal aspects present in that compound. When broken, the shard drops all essence that was bound to it. Wow. Look on the bright side. It looks like you'll be done earlier than the initial estimates of 26 hours. I believe so. And if it takes me 11 more hours to complete this, then there's clearly something wrong with me. You're actually pretty good at reading things aloud. This could honestly be an audiobook. Thank you, Patchy. But, oh my gosh. With some editing. Yeah, no thank you. I'm not doing that. I don't think this would make a good video. Oh well. Occasionally you find yourself needing centivis without an energized node at hand. This apparatus neatly solves the problem by powering devices directly from the user's wand. Oh, somebody did mention... Oh, yeah, so you said, Patchy, you said that you like the music. It is from Xenoblade. Mr. Obama, I am still going. Welcome back. It is the Xenoblade Chronicle... No, this is a compilation of all the Xenoblade games, actually. It's an 8-hour compilation. So we went through a 3-hour compilation twice, a 5-hour compilation once, and right now we are how far into this 8-hour compilation? 3 hours, 21 minutes. So, you know, hopefully we'll finish this before this 8-hour compilation is done. But I've been doing Xenoblade music this entire time. I just thought it had a good vibe for what I'm doing here. You might be able to edit these down into the things that actually look useful, which isn't, you know, the whole audiobook. See, the issue is that it's going to be like 17 hours of footage, and I don't know what is useful. Yeah. I mean, just editing the 11 hours of stream that I did for the God Hammers took 2 weeks on its own, so... and the final video was still an hour and a half, so yeah. Occasionally you find yourself needing centivis without an energized node at hand. This apparatus neatly solves the problem by powering devices directly from the user's wand. Holding down the right mouse button with the wand in hand will charge the dynamo, drawing 1 Viz per second from the wand and emitting 5 centivis. By default, the Viz dynamo operates on all 6 primal aspects simultaneously. But the frugal thaumaturge, why am I messing up on this word? I've read it at least 100 times now. Thaumaturge can also restrict it to only draw the aspects she needs. First instance of she needs via its GUI. What about he? Should say they. Okay, did I get both of these? No, I didn't. So I just did the first one. Okay, Essentia Dynamo. Though the Viz Dynamo is certainly useful, its need for manual attention often makes it impractical. What if you could automate the process by piping in Essentia? From your early attempts to develop the alchemical centrifuge, you remember that it was all too easy to accidentally vaporize Essentia into Viz. Ordinarily, this energy would simply bleed into the local aura and be lost to you, but performing this operation with the proper containment field can produce an intense stream of centiviz. The dynamo consumes 1 unit of Essentia per second and outputs a total of 12 centiviz. It can accept compound aspects through the energy, though the energy is evenly split among all primals present in that compound. For example, Arbor Essentia would produce 4 centiviz of each air, aqua, and terra, while Humanus would produce 2 centiviz of all 6 primals. Okay, cool. All right. And then this little chunk here, I believe, Node Monitor. It's solo, so that one's easy. I don't need to try to guess what order it's in. Nodes are perhaps the thaumaturge's most valuable asset, and it's high time you treated them as such. With some slight modifications to the thermometer, you have created a device which hovers adjacent to an aura node and keeps track of its status. Should any of the node's aspects drops to a single point of Viz, the node monitor emits a redstone signal till the aspect recovers. That's actually super useful because the the that construct or whatever, the block that extracts viz from nodes is deactivated via redstone signal. Look at that. Full circle. Hopefully this will give you enough warning to rescue the beleaguered node. I haven't seen that word in a while, beleaguered. Alright, I'm guessing that it starts inside. Alchemites, mundane explosives have their uses. Yeah, okay, it does. Mundane explosives have their uses in mining and trap making, but their tendency to completely destroy objects limits their applicability. You think you have solved this problem by transforming an ordinary explosion's pressure wave into a ripple in the thaumic field, shattering objects in their components into their component aspects. Oh my gosh, I'm messing up now. Blocks broken by alchemites will drop crystallized essentia instead of the useful items. Any creatures killed by the blast will suffer a similar fate, though they still drop items. It would probably not be a good idea to subject an aura node to such forces. Test me. Test me. Wand focus another fucky. How many fuckies are there? There must be like at least 70. Oh, man, there's so many of these. Okay, sometimes you like to harvest essentia from materials in the field without the hassle of lugging them back to an alchemical furnace. Oh, this is actually quite useful. Let's see what the drawbacks are. Hang on. After your work on alchemites and liquid death, you feel confident enough to try creating a wand focus with similar effects. Wait, liquid death? Like the marketing experiments with the water that's in a can that looks like a beer, but it's actually just water. It's not even bubbly. This disintegration focus functions much like excavation focus it is based on, but blocks broken by the beam are transformed into crystallized essentia. It does not do much damage to living things, but should you manage to kill one, it will also drop crystallized essentia. Wand focus liquefaction. Fusing your fire and excavation fucky with the help of a diamond and some Salus Mundus has a curious result. A wand focus whose fiery beam interacts weakly with creatures but quite strongly with inanimate matter. Blocks and loose items struck by its beam are rapidly smelted as though they had passed through a furnace. The fiery beam also melts ice, slowly transmutes unworked stone into lava, and burns away plant matter. And the final one in this little group. Am I feeling like a Thaumcraft expert yet? No. I'm not going to retain any of this Obam, dude. A simple alchemical treatment allows solid glowstone to act as the channel for viz, functioning much like a conventional wand focus. When used, it shapes small amounts of air and ignis viz into stable orbs of light. Your field expedition should no longer require dozens of torches. Oddly enough, coating this focus in colored dye also changes the hue of the orb it generates. Cool. I'm reading words, but I'm not internalizing any. I'm not like trying to understand any of it, honestly. Okay. Oh, these two here. Great wood boat. You have many skills, but building sturdy boats and piloting them are not among these. No matter. With a bit of thaumaturgical know-how and some great wood logs, you can construct a boat capable of returning to its original shape after even the most embarrassing collisions. It's really laying it on heavy about my skill issues. Additional enchantments make it slightly faster than an ordinary boat. The great wood boats will never be destroyed on impact, but can be picked up by punching it like any other boat. Okay, we've actually crafted Thaumian boats, and they are bugged to hell. They operate really poorly, at least in GTNH 2.8.1. They do have a couple issues. While Thaumium's melting point is not much higher than iron's, its affinity for magic allows it to take on the properties of nearby shards. Setting water shards into Thaumium plates results in a near-perfect thermal insulation. You have used this phenomenon to create boats capable of surviving immersion in lava indefinitely. Whoa, okay, we did not test that. We just tested it on water. It also cools and protects its occupants and is slightly faster than its great wood predecessor. Slightly. It's actually a lot faster. It's like so fast it's buggy. It actually breaks. Okay, I guess New Horizons is where I start. New Horizon. How big is this? It's only three pages. I would hope for half a page. A fundamental question in thaumaturgy is why aura nodes form with a limited supply of viz. If the amounts were random, somewhere in the world there should be an aura node containing thousands of viz, yet the maximum size seems strictly capped. Now your research into hungry nodes may offer an answer. Over geological timescales, the dimensional breach within a node can become twisted, converting it to a hungry node. The more energetic a node, the more likely it is to suffer this fate, and once hungry node... Patchy!
Patch guy here cheered. X200. Here, go see a Star War.
Thanks for the bits, mate. Appreciate, man. Oh, God. You know what that means, though. You know what that means. I need to upgrade. I need to... That's 4 push-ups I just added to the total because of you. But thank you for the bits. You reading this, I went to sleep and I see you keep going. Well, welcome back, Neoxamy. Sir, for doing the insanity. Yeah, I've gotten a couple of, like, pity donations. The second you said she, my stream switched to 160p. Twitch sucks is confirmed. It just means that you should open it up on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I will take the double views. No, the Thaumaturge is like Mina from Noita. I have not played Noita, actually. Yeah, we're having a lot of people that went to sleep and then joined back in. And they're like, you're still streaming? Yeah, I'm still going. I'm almost done, though. Knock on wood. Okay. Oh, where was I? This is unfortunate. An extremely high vis node might have contained a large enough breach to pass physical objects into the void, yet there may still be hope. By attaching 4 transduction amplifiers to a single energized node, you can briefly produce an enormous planar breach. Ordinarily, such a rift would act as an oversized hungry node, devouring all nearby matter before quickly and explosively collapsing. But perhaps the combined efforts of 6 vortex attenuators could hold it open. And what then? Passing matter into the void would immerse it in a sea of endless viz, without grinding it down to its base aspects like an ordinary hunger node. Who can imagine what staggering works of thaumaturgy could be accomplished with this resource at hand? You imagine there will be severe limitations. Most materials will still not survive immersion, but you already understand the basic nature of the process. By right-clicking Rift with your wand, you can tug on ethereal currents and retrieve any surviving objects. It is now time to determine what can be crafted in this matter. See, this is decent lore. This is pretty decent lore. I don't mind that. That wasn't that bad. Okay, but reading this stuff, reading that stuff reminds me of this. Gosh, it's very small font. Hang on, let me boost this up a little bit. For a number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection to the crudely conceived idea of a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive currents for use in a unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal gamma meters. Such an instrument is the turboencabulator. Now basically the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modial interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive directance. The original machine has had a base plate of prefamulated amulites surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 spurving bearings were in a direct line with the panametric fan. The latter consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marslevanes, so fitted with the ambifacient. My God, it just gets worse. The turboencabulator has now reached a high level of development, and it's being successfully used in the operation of Novertunians. Yeah, that's what reading the Thaumonomicon sounds like. That's what it feels like. Oh man. Turboencabulator. Whisper propagation, except it's slightly more readable. The words are slightly better pronounced, or more pronounceable. Real MVP Patchy. Casting a pile of Salus Mundus into a stabilized rift has a curious result. The salt grains absorb enough viz to resonate with one another and clump together in a quasi-living being. Ooh, wisps. Not wasps. Wisps. That's less. These artificially generated wisps are also identical to the ones which naturally grow in magical environs. Notes that the wisps aspects will depend on which aspects were present in the parent's node. The number of wisps generated is highly variable, and an incautious thaumaturge, they spell it different every single time, I swear, can find himself quickly overwhelmed. Voiding golems. Oh, sorry, voidling golems. A wild idea has seized you. If tossing Salus Mundus into the void can precipitate the formation of wisps, what might golem animation powder produce? The intriguing result, which you have dubbed a voidling golem, it bears a disturbing resemblance to Eldritch Guardians. Nevertheless, it appears that if you carefully toss the powder in one pinch at a time, its control enchantments will take hold. Not only are voidlings obedient, they can survive indefinitely without an animation core. Interesting. Still, something about these coreless constructs doesn't seem right. You should keep an eye on them. Not really. Maybe they'll just like leak warp into your world or something. Just totally mundane items. Pocket plane. Oh, look, these are the pocket dimensions that somebody was asking about earlier. Any mortal can leave their mark on the world, but if you were to create a world of your own, what would that make you? A megalomaniac if you fail. If you succeed, perhaps a god. Sure. Now this triumph of thaumaturgy is almost within your grasp. You have already torn a hole in the cosmos, and the infinite possibilities beyond which merely requires seed around which to coalesce, a primordial pearl. Immersed in a sea of endless viz, the pearl will erupt in a riot of creation, leaving a stable island of space, time, and matter in the great void. The plane created is finite in size. You estimate that it'll be a range between 32 and 128 meters in radius. No, this is pocket plane, not custom dimensions. I guess we'll get to that later. Depending on the total amount of viz present in the node used. What matter, if any, is created depends on the node's aspects. Some aspects may produce more exotic phenomena, such as applying potion effects or even creating life. It is possible to Genimod. It is possible to specify a name for the pocket plane if you use a pearl which has been renamed at an anvil. Otherwise, it will bear the name of its creator, Flurbin. A rift which has been used to create a pocket plane can no longer be used for void crafting, nor can it create a second plane. As long as the rift is stabilized by its attenuation beams, it can be used as a portal to reach a new world. You are certain that with further research, you will be able to create more permanent portals. Very nice. Okay, planar clouds. Wow. Creating a pocket plane unleashes forces not seen since the dawn of time. So it is no wonder that they often contain phenomena which no longer occur in the mundane world. They're calling us mundane. They're calling us mid. They're calling us mun. The most recognizable are planar clouds, tiny nebulae, capable of releasing both mundane liquids and magical energies. These clouds rain synchronously. What? These clouds rain in time with the overworld's weather, hinting at some obscure cosmic connection. There are many varieties of planar clouds, including the following. Mundane clouds simply dispense water. Thunderclouds drizzle. I'm getting warp effects IRL right now, actually. It's kind of freaky. Like, my gosh. Whew, chill. Thunderclouds drizzle rain and occasionally unleash bolts of lightning. Plasma clouds rain embers, igniting entities and materials below. Acid clouds rain flesh-eating vitriol. Interesting word choice, but it's fitting. Tumorous clouds occasionally deposit solid lumps of meat. Ugh. Some of these even resemble the flesh of known terrestrial creatures. Ugh. Alloy clouds consist of seething metal. Impurities make the clouds useless in the natural form, but when raining, they occasionally shed pure nuggets. Viz clouds retain some of the original node's power and emit aspect orbs. Glyph clouds hold forgotten memories, forming them into experience orbs. Animus clouds imbue solid blocks beneath them with a semblance of life, transforming them into short-lived golems. These masterless constructs are naturally berserk, but attaching a core to one will place it under your control. Would that be a voidling golem, or what kind of golem would that be? Spore clouds deposit seeds of various plants and fungi into fertile blocks, and can even parasitize unlucky cows. Why is it so grim? You have also developed a simple spell capable of moving clouds by right-clicking with a wand, and you will be able to place it like any other block. Bro, badass. I am nearly asleep myself. I am nearly done here, actually. Almost. Maybe, possibly. It takes tremendous effort to create a pocket plane, yet it is all too easy to permanently lose access to your creation. Now you have developed a much more robust method of dimensional transport which no longer relies on the original planar breach remaining open. This method relies on two crucial components, an object tied to the target dimension known as the planar keystone, and a gateway inside which a stable portal can form. A newly created keystone must be imprinted before it will function. Right-click with the keystone in hand while you occupy a pocket plane. So many words. So many freaking words. That's a crazy multi-block, okay. Once imprinted, a keystone can be slotted into the top of a planar gateway. Charging the keystone receptacle with 100 viz each of each primal aspect will then establish a portal to that pocket plane. If desired, you can later close the portal by removing its keystone. Patchy, thank you so much for the resub with Prime. Man, you are kind of on a roll right now, man. Not only are you dual streaming, you sent me bits, you started at the beginning, you fell asleep, you came back, and now you resubbed to Prime. What a G. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate the support. It appears that each pocket plane can support up to 4 concurrent portals. In the hands of creative thaumaturge, this technique could allow rapid travel across the overworld by using your pocket plane as a way station between distant gateways. Gateways cannot be constructed on pocket planes or in the outer lands, however. Okay, it's only 2 pages here. Only 2 pages. What a strange, grim discovery. It appears that the void is not quite as empty as you expected. Your pocket plane swallowed up the fossilized remains of an unknown entity as it formed. Oh. At the moment, you can only guess at the nature of this ancient Leviathan. Oh, Leviathan class. The few bones captured by your plane do not give many clues to its overall anatomy, but their magical properties are astounding. Even in death, they pulse with activity, sus, transmuting aspects in ways which violates almost every known thaumaturgical law. Stranger still, you can't shake the feeling that these fossils are watching you. Why is this so creepy? Yeah, give me a sec. Oh my gosh. Each time you have tried to harness their unique powers in some thaumaturgical device, the primordial bones have shifted their behavior in just the right way to render it useless. Perhaps they are not quite as dead as they appear, and in fact harbor a metabolism radically different from those terrestrial creatures, which raises the possibility of their awakening. You will have to keep a careful eye on the fossils and any devices you may craft one day from them. Okay, continue clockwise. Void putty. Void metal is innately resistant to magic, but even this defense can be overwhelmed when it is passed through a stabilized rift. Soaking the substance in pure viz ruins its physical integrity, but enormously amplifies its magical abilities, resulting in a strange putty which constantly flows and boils. Honestly, that should be animated. I don't know why that's not animated. If this putty is pressed against a damaged object, it melds into the gaps and transforms itself to match the material, becoming indistinguishable from the original object. Any weapon, tool, or armor, regardless of material or enchantment, can be repaired by crafting it with a void putty. Crystalline wand. All advanced wands incorporate shards into their design, but only for the purpose of amplifying other materials' ability to store viz. On their own, shards are wholly incapable of absorbing additional magic, and so cannot drain an aura node. But what if you were to take them straight to the source? By constructing a wand-like arrangement of crystals and passing it into the void, you have created a curious device. A wand with tremendous viz capacity, but no ability to ever recharge itself. How much viz capacity does it have? It doesn't say. Perhaps it could be used to craft objects unattainable with traditional wands. Interesting. Oh, if only it would tell me how much viz capacity it had. Okay, continue clockwise. Vortex attenuation. The vast amounts of viz present in hungry nodes has lured more than one apprentice to an early grave. Such an embarrassing end would not benefit a thaumaturge of your stature. No, not at all. So you have a... especially after reading the entire Thaumonomicon. So you have developed a method of temporarily neutralizing such a node's pull. When provided with a redstone signal, the vortex attenuator projects a certain cerulean beam, which suppresses flows in the thaumic field. Any hungry nodes struck by the beam will cease absorbing energy and material until the beam is removed. It is possible that the beam may also disrupt certain other phenomena. And then, transduction amplifier, full power. How many nodes on a die? When 2 nodes love each other very much. Deeper in, oh my gosh, sus. 250 capacity, that's actually really bad. There was another item that I saw that had like 1,000 or 2,000 capacity. And I know that because I read the Thaumonomicon. Transduction amplifier. Without outside interference, an aura node accumulates viz in short spurts as its dimensional breach fluctuates in size. Your node transducers can hold a node open at its largest natural diameter, but actually expanding the breach was not possible until recent advances in planar theory. You have developed a device which creates spatial turbulence, allowing microscopic rips to merge with an existing energized node. Attaching a transduction amplifier to one side and applying a redstone signal can increase centivis output as though the original node had 10 additional viz per aspect. Pushing a node beyond its natural capacity has risks. A single amplifier is unlikely to produce drastic damage, but attaching 2 amplifiers to a node results in frequent bolts of hazardous energy. With 3 amplifiers, magical pollution begins to leak through in the form of flux. Do not attempt to attain a 4th amplifier. The results are liable to be catastrophic. Cat pun? Okay, now we can do planar theory. The cosmos is vaster and more varied than you could have imagined, but certain parameters are starting to emerge. Most importantly, you finally understand what lies between the planes. Okay, the void is gazing back at me at this point. It is not a void in the... Sorry, the abyss is gazing back at me at this point. It is not a void in the traditional sense, but for even the emptiest places are subject to the laws of space and time. Rather, the interplanar substance could be described as frozen possibility, infinite potential, with nothing to act upon. Only when it leaks through an aura node in the form of viz into a world with established natural law can this potential be actualized. Such is the root of all magic. Of course, understanding this from an academic perspective is very different from being able to put it into practice. So far, all your attempts to develop synthetic aura nodes have met with failure. Something is still missing. One offshoot of this research may warrant further study, however, shattering an ender pearl. By shattering an ender pearl, filling the resulting tesseract with ethereal essence, and encasing the structure in void metal, you have created a remarkably stable device capable of manipulating rips in space-time. Perhaps you will find some use for it. Yeah, perhaps I will. Theological recombinator. It is well known that 2 aura nodes in close proximity will exchange viz, likely damaging one another. So far, this has been the only indication that nodes can be manipulated at all. The thaumaturgists have universally failed to improve upon the natural process until now. Your research into the primordial pearl has produced a staggering result for a method of locally recreating the conditions under which the cosmos formed. Sick. It was at this time that the first compound aspects were wrought with primal building blocks, and even today, passing this field between 2 aura nodes can fuse their magical energies. This device, which you have dubbed the teleological recombinator, must be placed directly above a node and supplied with a redstone signal. The affected node will then rapidly draw viz from other nearby nodes, using this energy to transmute its own aspects. For example, if the central node contains ordo and perditio, it can drain a single point of ignis from a second node in order to transform one point of ordo into potentia or perditio into gelum. The exact aspects chosen appear to be random, but the recombinator will always combine primal aspects in preference to higher ones. Note that this device does not prevent ordinary node bullying. Use a stabilizer if desired. By supplying your node with proper fodder, it should be possible to create any desired aspect. Additionally, the device's behavior seems to bolster certain philosophical theories, namely that under the right circumstances, the universe will naturally progress from base elements to more complex structures. But why do there seem to be limits on which aspect can be fused? What force has held back the cosmos from reaching a final point of infinite complexity? Well, nuclear decay. That's what. Just in case you wanted to know. So, I have the answer there. Alright, now we've knocked out all the disparate items, we can now focus on the central item. So the curative vat, incredible. I don't know how I want to go about this. I'm going to do all of this out of order. It doesn't seem like I can't do it in order. It's kind of oddly shaped out. With your newfound understanding of tissue replication, it should be possible to adapt these techniques to rapidly heal a creature's wounds. This procedure is rather delicate and cannot be performed with a crucible. Of course not, why would it be? You have to build a multi-block. Instead, you have designed a specialized vat which diagnoses the patient and pipes in the appropriate essentia to treat them. Victus restores lost health, albeit slowly. Famus refills your hunger bar. Sano quickly restores health. It also nullifies most negative stats effects. To enter or exit the curative vat, simply right-click the lead's access hatch. Theoretically, the vat should be capable of healing any being, but so far none of your livestock have proven cooperative enough to enter. Suspecting that your vats can be further improved, you have designed the hatch to double as an expansion port. Creatures captured in warded jars can be placed into the vat by right-clicking with the jar in hand. The same process with an empty jar will extract the creature. To break a vat which contains a creature is to inflict a grisly death. Ooh. A sudden sundering of the connection between the vat's magic and the creature's life force causes his body to dissolve into flux, which spurts out explosively from the vat. Sus. Interestingly, your curative vat can also heal the undead. Mortis will restore health slowly, but Exanimus is much more effective. Okay, going clockwise. Holy crap. And this is the greatest stream of your life. What a lovely audiobook that's going to be. Yeah, just watch the VOD. I'm not going to edit this. This is horrible. There's no way I'm going back through like 18 hours of footage. Hextech Neko, thanks for the follow on Twitch, man. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're enjoying the audiobook, apparently. As some people would like to call it, I call it pain. Anyways, creature infusion. To infuse a living creature would be an unprecedented feat. Thaumaturgic texts are filled with cautionary tales of grotesque deformities as the creature's body rejects the foreign magic. Your curative vats may finally allow this procedure to succeed by suspending the organism's vital functions while the infusion is amplified. Or applied, not amplified, just applied. Are these syringes? Freaky. You must first install a modified runic matrix atop the vat. This is more difficult than it sounds, as attempting to infuse a runic matrix produces considerable magical feedback between two matrices. The prudent thaumaturge would ensure that her or his altar is well prepared. Oh my god, why are these so long? Are all of these going to be like this? This is going to take forever to finish this chapter. Thaumonomicon, the book of Flerbin's personal pain and hell. Yeah, that sums it up pretty well. Once the infusion vat has been set up, its operation is almost identical to the standard infusion altar. Although essentia must be piped in directly, the process is somewhat riskier than infusing inanimate matter. However, in addition to the usual effects, accumulated instability will damage the subject. Worse, the process cannot be aborted. It will end in either success or death. Fantastic. Less hardy creatures may not survive complex infusions without outside help. Your experiments have shown that providing a combination of Aqua Ordo and Terra Centivis can slow the rate of injury. The infusion vat has a few limitations. Chief among them is the fact that humans and other sentient beings cannot be infused, as the human soul actively interferes with the addition of magical energy. Why would there be an exception for us? I don't know. Maybe people would play your characters, and they didn't want to code that feature into the game. Likewise, creatures of an already magical nature, such as undead and golems, will not be affected. They did not want to code that into the game either. This mod is already so, like, the breadth the mod encompasses is already so vast that any limitations that they state like that just means that the programmers did not want to code that into the game, because otherwise it totally would be a part of the game. Also, while a given creature can have any number of general infusions, it may possess only one species-specific infusion. Unfortunately, infused creatures do not pass their infusions to offspring. Incarnation unlocked. Your incarnation procedure can clone infused creatures. This requires additional essentia. You will need to supply the sum of every aspect from each infusion that the creature was subjected to. Curiously, the blood sample provides such a complete pattern for the developing organism that no instability is generated and no physical objects are required, making cloning a very efficient way of propagating your creations. Okay, that was just this one entry. Come on, just give me short entries, please. Bro, you've got to be kidding me. How much writing do you need about an infusion? It's 3 pages for the wolf infusion. Okay. Wand focus, containment. In your travels, you have encountered many exotic creatures which warrant further study. but getting them back to your laboratory is often difficult. Surely thaumaturgy can offer a more practical solution than simply attaching leech to the animal. A series of modifications to the portable hole focus have proven quite effective at this task. By collapsing a pocket of space-time around the subject, you can place it in stasis within a water jar. Once jarred, the specimen can be stored indefinitely without succumbing to thirst, hunger, or age. You can make I forget the word for it. Anyway, it's like a zoo, but more than that, I don't know. The common animals are captured easily enough, but more powerful creatures have proven difficult to contain. You must either injure the creature beforehand or it's like Pokemon, or keep the containment beam on target long enough to overcome its defenses. Certain entities, including golems and other thaumaturges, or players, what they're trying to say, cannot be captured in this manner. To break the jar and release your captive, simply right-click it with a wanded hand. Dear God. Okay. Yeah, exactly. How are simple livestock infusions so freaking long? It doesn't make any sense. All right, I'm gonna take a little bio break, and I'll be right back. I keep having to lower my voice because, oh my God, is this having adverse effects on my throat? General infusions. The infusion vat can be used to apply a number of augmentations to any living animal. Unless specified otherwise, an individual can only benefit from these infusions once. Quicksilver limbs augment a creature's muscles and sinew, producing a stronger and more flexible animal. Its movement speed and jump heights are both increased. Okay. It's not that many. Thaumium claws replace animals' nails with sharpened thaumium, increasing the damage it deals. Creatures which lack aggressive instincts may not think to employ these claws, however, naturally. Awakened blood grants rudimentary awareness to a creature's circulatory system. Its blood clots much more rapidly and actively redirects itself to an injury site to accelerate healing. A creature subject to this infusion will slowly regenerate from damage. Diamond flesh fortifies an animal's hide while retaining its flexibility. Creatures infused in this manner gain minor resistance to all forms of damage. Your subject's skin seems to have also taken on some of Diamond's other properties and tends to sparkle in bright light. Okay, Twilight reference, maybe? This is a little known fact that the glassy pearls are left behind by deceased Endermen. It is a little known fact that the glassy pearls left behind by deceased Endermen are living organs. They could have said Ender pearls. They appear to be vital to the creature's teleportation abilities, but are completely incompatible with terrestrial biology. Because they are ethereal? No, eldritch. You may be able to bridge this gap using your infusion vats. The Ender Heart's infusion imbues embryonic tissues with similar abilities to the pearl, which transplants these hybrid organs into the subject. While the animal cannot consciously teleport, it will reflexively blink a short distance to dodge projectiles. Oh my gosh, I'm salivating so hard right now. Shock skin distributes small bioelectric glands throughout the animal's body, allowing it to emit small thunderbolts. Even creatures without aggressive instincts will release shocks when attacked. Oh, that's it. Okay, thank God. Now for all of these. Cow infusion. Improving the common dairy cow. The first and simplest alters the cow's udders to produce syrupy chocolate milk. Delicious. It can be consumed on its own for usual effects of milk or dried it into chocolate bars. With a pinch of magic, you can also flash freeze it to produce delicious ice cream. Some claim that by combining 9 chocolate bars, one can create a chocolate block, but what sort of deviants will use chocolates as a building material? Me, I would. The second bovine infusion merges its organs with fungal matter to produce an exotic symbiont known as the mushroom. Whether this provides that the mushroom is an artificial life form crafted by ancient thaumaturges, or if you have simply replicated a natural phenomena, it is still open to question. Unlike other infused creatures, mushrooms breed true. Okay, I know, right? Sheep infusions. Your research into sheep has produced 2 infusions which vastly improve your abilities to gather wool. The first of these produces a sheep whose coat rapidly cycles through 16 different colors of wool, though the wool's color becomes fixed once harvested. The second results in a self-shearing sheep, which drops clumps of usable wool at regular intervals. Thank God for that being short. Sheeter. While spider silk is a valuable resource, hunting arachnids isn't the best use of your time. Perhaps if a spider's glands could be transplanted into a more docile creature, or if a spider's brain were more pliable, you could produce a steady supply. As it turns out, both approaches are viable. A hybrid organism you have dubbed the sheeter can be produced from either a spider or a sheep. The sheeter's skin is coated in silk rather than wool, allowing long strands to be harvested with shears. It is behaviorally indistinguishable from an ordinary sheep, apart from its ability to climb walls. Bro, you sleep? After this I will. Chicken infusions. Even the humble chicken holds great potential. It simply awaits the work of a clever thaumaturge. The first infusion you have discovered transforms the chicken into a living factory for thaumaturgically useful materials. It constantly molts large feathers suitable for use as quills, and its egg yolks are filled with an inky black pigment which can be used to refill scribing tools or dye materials. More impressively, you have discovered a method of performing alchemical reactions within the chicken. The golden egg it lays can be smelted to produce a single gold nugget. That's useless, kind of. It should be noted that the process is slow and gradual. Killing the chicken which lays golden eggs will not reveal a stockpile of gold. Of course not. We've all read the story, the book, whatever, story. Pig infusions. Many farmers believe that pigs have little use beyond being a source of meat. Luckily, you're a bit more open-minded and have put the pig's ravenous hunger to good use. The first such infusion produces a stony boar unfit for consumption, but what it loses in palatability, the pig gains in metallurgical utility. It happily devours loose cobblestone and excretes the trace amounts of ore it finds. You can also use your infusion vat to create a symbiotic relationship between a pig and an ethereal bloom. The resulting organism greatly consumes tainted matter without suffering ill effects, making it ideal for cleaning up large areas of taint. Feline infusions. Your cats make fine companions, but with a few tweaks they could also be put to more practical uses. Why would you ever do that? The first such infusion you have discovered radically increases a house cat's size, resulting in a human-sized animal which retains its feline grace and power. By overstimulating its bonding instincts, you have also instilled ferocious loyalty in the resulting panther. It will now defend you, much like a tamed wolf. Although it is faster and stronger, creepers retain their fear of cats regardless of size. Oddly enough, cat fur interacts strongly with the aura, even if no node is nearby. By optimizing this process, you can create a familiar, a special cat which traps usable, albeit still minuscule amounts of Vs. It has no ability to contain this energy for long, however, so you will have to stand nearby while holding the wand you wish to charge. This process is also works with the Warren amulets of Viz storage. Oh, the ducklings are using this actually. The waterfowl are using this for Viz creation for their crafts. Multiple familiars in close proximity can charge your gear much more quickly. This is so much. Many ancient cultures revere cats as keepers of the underworld. Your research has revealed a grain of truth behind these myths, as Xanimus Essentia turns out to react violently to cats' presences. You have harnessed this phenomena to create the Gravekeeper, an enchanted cat whose glow emulates nearby undead. It also seems to hold an antipathy towards such creatures and will actively seek them out unless commanded to remain still. All but the most intelligent undead do not attack the Gravekeeper unless you suspect that it is somehow invisible to them. Oh, why was that one so long? K9 is long too. Taming wolves took courage, but they eventually proved to be loyal companions. Now you can reward their faithfulness by improving their abilities in several ways. The simplest of these transformations creates a capable underwater constance, which you have dubbed the Sea Wolf, equally comfortable breathing air and water, and as agile beneath the waves as on dry land. This dog is well equipped to protect its master from whatever lurks in depths. Many legends speak of villagers cursed to transform into wolves under the full moon. Werewolfism. Lycanthropy. Though you haven't discovered any evidence to substantiate these werewolf rumors, your experiments confirm that wolves possess a mystic connection to the lunar cycle. That is false. I did a whole news segment about the lycanthropy occurring on Project Singularity. Your second canine infusion amplifies the natural phenomena, granting a tamed wolf the ability to draw Viz from the moon at night. It has no ability to contain this energy for long, however, so you will need to stand nearby while holding the wand you wish to charge. This process also works with the Warren amulets of Viz storage. Multiple lunar wolves in close proximity can charge your gear much more quickly. Finally, by infusing a tamed wolf with infernal energies, you can produce a deadly nether hound. Not only does this dark guard dog possess some vicious bites and immunity to heat, it is capable of exhaling a jet of primal fire upon its enemies. It remains surprisingly friendly. We just created a dragon. Horse infusions. Most creatures can scarcely tolerate an Ender Heart's infusion, but for unknown reasons, a horse's body is much less likely to reject the alien organ. Based on this discovery, you have developed a specialized version of the earlier infusion, resulting in an Ender Steed. Not only can this enchanted horse carry a rider, but it makes dimensional leaps, but its teleportation is significantly more controlled. By pulling on the horse's reins, you can induce it to blink short distances ahead. How many blocks though? Even through solid objects. Nice. This replaces your ability to control a normal horse's jumps. Equine anatomy is unusual in one other way. When slain and reanimated, the horses lack the aggressive instincts of other undead. Moreover, they are surprisingly trainable and recall any training they had in life, and can bear a rider as easily as their living counterparts. Oh, I am actually dying over here. A relatively simple infusion can create a skeletal or zombified horse. Skeletal horses are swifter than their living counterparts, while zombie horses are more durable. Okay. Nightmare. The spatial breaches created by Endersteed's teleportation ability could be manipulated further. Were you to infuse one with an ancient artifact strongly tied to another, you might succeed in retargeting these breaches to function as dimensional portals. An infusion of an infused species would certainly be a new development. You would of course have to aggressively modify the creature's body, adapting it to fiery environs. Infusing its hooves with the abilities of an arcane levitator should permit the creature to walk on lava. Dear God, we're making eldritch horrors here. Allowing fast traversals of the infernal realm. The Nightmare, as you have dubbed this creature, teleports as a normal Ender Steed, unless the jump bar is at least 90% full. In this case, you will explosively puncture the fabric of the cosmos, shifting from the overworld to the nether or vice versa. This plan of travel is not particularly precise. It may target any nearby open space in the destination dimension. It does not leave a portal behind, but it is quite likely to produce a smoking crater. Portability. Your containment focus is invaluable. Only one page, thank God. But the process of jarring and releasing a creature can be costly in both glass and viz. Now there is a potentially more efficient alternative. Your portability infusion places a jar around the creature and displaces it slightly in higher dimensions. One tap of your wand can pull it back onto the material plane, tapping the creature. Another releases the beast and shifts the jar back to the void, where it resembles itself for future use. I'm not really sure what I said there. Runic hide. Only one page, thank God. Now that you can reliably modify living creatures, it is time to try adding more exotic magical properties. The runic hide infusion inscribes runes of power in the creature's skin, adding a thin layer of runic shielding. Unlike runic shielding applied to the items, this shield refreshes itself without needing external viz, instead sapping the creature's stamina. You have to limit the rates of this process to avoid injuring the subject, so runic hide regains its charge more slowly than your items. Okay. Eldritch Fangs. It is time to push your infusion vat to its limits. Few materials are as inimical to, I've never seen that word before, inimical to organic life as void metal. But if a creature's fangs could somehow be imbued with its properties, the beast would be left with the peerlessly sharp bites and the ability to inject eldritch venoms into prey. The Eldritch Fangs infusion accomplishes this while magically insulating surrounding tissues from its effects. The process is quite dangerous, but that has never stopped you before. Clearly not. This whole process is extremely dangerous for my own psyche in real life. I already have accumulated a lot of warp. Instilled Loyalty. You have discovered a method of harnessing wild beasts for your own purposes. The Instilled Loyalty infusion forcibly rewrites portions of the subject's mind, removing any hostility it may have held towards you and placing it with a fierce dedication to its adoptive parent. Creatures subjected to this process will defend you much like a tamed wolf. Even if they originally had no aggressive instincts, they can be commanded to remain still by right-clicking. This infusion cannot be applied to creatures with a particularly primitive nervous system, spiders, squids, slimes, and the like. That's a shame. It should be noted that certain creatures may lose abilities when their minds are rewritten. For example, creepers will forget how to explode. Oh, that's a real shame. That would have been a fun prank to pull on people. Oh well. Alright, we're done with infusions. Thank God. Incarnation is the next step. You are tantalizing close to mastering life itself. It is time to take the next step, artificially birthing whole organisms. This procedure can be performed in an unmodified curative vat, but it does require a few special reagents. The first of these is a tissue sample from the creature to be cloned, a piece of meat, or a warded syringe filled with the creature's blood. Please clone me so that I don't need to read this anymore. Once the sample is in place, piping for 4 Victus Ascensions, that's an actual number, and that's like the first number we've seen in ages, will ignite its growth. Finally, the clone will require large amounts of nourishment to reach its adult size. You have developed an optimized nutrient mixture for this purpose. When all reagents have been added, the clone will rapidly grow to its adult size. You may extract your creation by right-clicking the vat with a warded jar. The incarnation procedure has one curious limitation. Of course, there's always limitations. While cloned animals develop their own souls during the growth process, apparently by coalescing some of the local aura, because why not? It cannot replicate the human soul, doing human clones a fail. Fuck, I can't make a clone of myself to read the rest of this for me. Fantastic. Breaking a vat which contains a creature will likely be fatal. Of course it would be. Dream Master? Dream Master? Really? Dream Master, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow, man. This is a very interesting challenge that I am doing. But I'm glad that you're able to find your way over to this. It's already been 16 hours, and I expect maybe 2 more. Are you understanding anything? Not really. Not really at all. I'm just reading for the sake of reading at this point. Because I must finish this. Animation powder. Conventional Golomancy is limited to working with specific materials, clay, flesh, iron, and so on, which can reliably absorb essentia and be permanently animated. Your recent work has taken a different tack. By binding the appropriate essentia to a pile of Salus Mundus, you have created a powder capable of temporarily animating almost any block. Right-clicking on a solid cubic block with this powder will temporarily transform it into a short-lived golem. The construct's abilities depend on the block's material. Harder substances produce more durable golems, cactus may injure attackers, and the like. Particularly complex matter cannot be animated in this fashion. It may be possible to animate a few specific non-cubic blocks. Without an animation core, such golems operate on basic instincts and do not live long. During their brief existence, they will follow the creator closely, attacking nearby hostile creatures. When a golem's time is up, it will return to the block from which it was created. You can also de-animate it prematurely with the Golemancer's Bell. Should you desire to have your household tasks performed by an animated cake, you can attach a golem core to one of these temporary constructs. It will henceforth behave like a conventional permanent golem, including the ability to accept upgrades and advanced golem infusion. An animated cake, that would be interesting. You can also pick it up with the Golemancer's Bell as usual. However, should the core be removed, the golem will immediately revert to inanimate matter, losing any attached upgrades. I actually kind of like this one. And it's cheap too. It's just Salus Mundus. This one's really cool. You can turn any block into a golem. Oh, we got another focus animation. Creating a golem is a complex and deliberate process, hardly the sort of thing that can be accomplished with the flick of a wand. Until now, that is. As a fragment of creation, the primordial pearl possesses a sympathetic connection to base matter. Where you infuse one with your own blood, you could use this link to quickly and easily bestow life upon inanimate objects. Of course, thaumaturgy is seldom that simple in practice. That makes sense. But thanks to your mastery of Golomancy, you are ready to turn this theory into reality. I did read an entire chapter on Golomancy earlier. The golems spawned by this focus are identical to those created with animation powder. The viz requirements varies by material, but generally strong golems will require more energy to animate. Okay. Alright, reincarnation, playing God. Yes, I am God. The moment has come. Having mastered both flesh and soul, you can now unite the two to create human beings in your curative vat. One final hurdle awaits you. Since an organism's growth depends on the presence of an immature soul, you will not be able to grow your own clones from tissue samples. Instead, you must construct a corpse effigy, an adult human body built from undead remains, and revitalize the tissue before inserting the soul. Why is this not part of blood magic? What the hell? This is not as difficult as it sounds. Yeah, it sounds incredibly difficult for my stomach. Experimentation has shown that once the corpse effigy is in place, pumping 8 units of each Sano and Victus Essentia into the vat's base, and then inserting a jarred soul by right-clicking it can reliably produce a living, albeit somewhat confused villager. Yeah, I would expect so. It would be best to release the reincarnated villagers into appropriate accommodations so that they do not wander, such as the villager reactor. And they can all do Olympic tobogganing practice together. Okay, we're gonna go right here, and then we'll go down, and we'll finish that up. Yeah. Actually, let's go down first. Soul Forge. While troubleshooting some anomalous output from your inspiration, you made a curious discovery. Freed soul fragments have the potential to merge with one another. This interaction is quite complex and relies on fragments holding related ideas, but you do understand its dynamics well enough to accelerate the process. By tying together the spines of 2 purified zombie brains, you can tap these soul fragments in endless thought loops, ensuring that they rapidly collide with others. Some of this stuff is really freaky. Once a nascent soul has become large enough to fill a brain, the loops terminate and it is extracted into a holding jar atop the apparatus. The soul forge must be placed directly above a soul sieve and additionally requires a steady inputs of cognitio essentia into its lid. It can contain any number of reconstructed souls, but removing one from the device requires you to right-click with the awarded jar. While attempting to reassemble a particular individual is a fool's errand, as any given soul is likely to have been disrupted throughout the nether. Why is it in the nether? The hybrid souls created by your device do tend to hold a coherent personality and sets of skills. You may create a blacksmith soul, a librarian's, or even a thaumaturge's. At the moment, these reconstructed souls are a mere curiosity, but perhaps you'll be able to discover some use for them. Well, I'm sure inspiration will have the use for that. Leaving aside the ethical implications, feeding soul fragments to a brain in a jar strikes you as wasteful. After all, the ancients must have possessed useful knowledge of one sort or another. What if it could be recovered from the remnants of their souls? What if it could be? While staring at one of your jarred brains, a strange idea seized you. Were you to purge a zombie brain of its single-minded hunger, you would be left with a blank slate. A brain capable of reliving experiences of any soul fragments passing through it. I think these 3 notes are being read backwards. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. The inspiration, as you have named it, does exactly that. Once provided with paper and situated above a soul sieve, the device sifts through the memories it receives and transcribes any it judges to be thaumaturgically useful. The number of useful memories in any particular cube of soul sand varies widely. One may produce a considerable body of knowledge, while the next contributes almost nothing. And we've already read this one. So, self-infusion, self-reincarnation, musings on life and death, basic human infusions. We'll just go like that. You understood me? Musings on life and death. Thank God it's only 2 pages because I have read more than enough on this chapter already. And there's only 70 entries, and I feel like it's taking me longer than the 133 entry chapter that I absolutely hated. Sometimes you wish you hadn't delved so deeply into the nature of death. The villagers spend their lives in blissful ignorance, holding faith in higher powers, never suspecting that remorselessness, natural processes will grind their souls down into sand. No cosmic justice nor cosmic malice, simply cosmic law, entropy. Yet you have heard tales, or perhaps experienced them, you can't quite remember, of deceased thaumaturges returning to life in the last place they slept. It's just called Minecraft, albeit with their life experiences drained. If there's an intelligence behind these interventions, you cannot discern rhyme or reason behind whom it chooses to save. Yeah, it was made by Notch. That is the intelligence behind it. It's called the computer behind this simulation. You cannot afford to rely on external entities to rescue you from oblivion. You must conquer mortality on your own terms, and you will never feel safe again. And you are so close, so very close. If you could ensure that your soul returned to one of your curative vats where there was already a body waiting for it. I swear if this all just leads up to crafting a bed and placing it down and right-clicking on it, I am going to not scream because I know that people are trying to sleep. But I will be upset. Self-reincarnation. When you first grasped the primordial pearl, you could not have guessed that it would be your own salvation. It is nothing less than a loophole in the laws of magic condensed into physical form. With this power, you can finally break free from the fates of mortal souls. The beacon you have designed should be able to mystically tether itself to your soul, and the bond will be stronger than the pull of the nether, quite literally tearing out your soul at the moment of death. But it will not last long once activated. You will need to ensure that the beacon is placed directly atop a curative vat, and that the vat already contains a revived corpse effigy. How is this any better than a bed? If all goes according to plan, upon your death, your old body will explosively dissolve into flux, and you will awaken in a new body with no loss of experience. Oh, I see. No threats of eternal oblivion, and no reliance on higher powers. Taking your fate into your own hands, I guess. Mirrored amulets. It's only one page, yes. Physical possessions may be useless to the dead, but now that you have the means to walk beyond death, it is time to ensure that you will retain your equipment post-mortem. Once more, the primordial pearl proves to be your answer. By amplifying a magic mirror's planar connection and tying it to your life force, your death will release a powerful, albeit short-lived tesseract, sending your items to a safe location. Oh, it's like keep inventory, but Thaumy. The amulet is destroyed in the process, expelling the pearl where you stood. Mirrored amulet. Why would they destroy the amulet though? It's kind of a debuff. That's a really severe debuff actually. To pair the amulet with an output mirror, simply right-click on one while holding it. Okay. And then self-infusion. The musings entry is more waking up in bed after death sounds awful. I have control over what happens. It's more like I do not feel like waking up at a decent time tomorrow. I would like to sleep in until 3 p.m. Self-infusion, once you quaked in fear of your own mortality, now you will harness it. All previous attempts at human infusion have met with failure, as the souls of sapient entities actively reject magical interference with their bodies. However, were you to infuse the soulless husk created during your reincarnation procedure, oh, I see, full circle. It's all coming together now. It is not inconceivable that you would then be able to reincarnate into an infused body. Lesser thaumaturges, it should be thaumomages, honestly. Lesser thaumaturges will certainly view this line of research as madness. Let them laugh. It's not a warpy research either. Interesting. Soon you will inhabit a superhuman body of your own design. I will give myself 2 extra arms and an extra set of vocal cords so that I could read through the rest of this book. The corpse effigy to be infused, and I will put eyes on the back of my head because that is always useful. The corpse effigy to be infused must at first be revived using Sino and Victus Essentia as usual. You must then place a modified runic matrix atop the vat, perform the desired infusion, and replace the matrix with the soul beacon. Bind yourself to the beacon, take your own life, and if all goes as planned, you will awaken in a glorious new form, having shattered the supposed limits of magic. Of course, thaumaturgy is seldom so simple in practice. Your new body will be damaged by the infusions like any other creature, and cannot be healed until you incarnate into it. So the number of infusions you can apply is limited by your vat stability. Just put a whole bunch of monster heads around it then. Infusion stabilizers. Oddly enough, villager souls will not bond with an infused body, James Bond. Only your soul beacon can perform this sort of reincarnation. Good. They didn't earn this power, you did. Congrats chat, you earned this power, guys. Okay, that chapter is done, thank God. That was such a long chapter. I don't understand why that was so much longer than the other ones. Just a lot of words, Okay, 73. So now our total is 1,039. Less than 200 left to go. This one is a short and sweet one, we'll take the easy wins. Okay, Infusion Interceptor. Finally, after all this time, you finally did it. After years of hard work and a pact with that damnable entity, you finally did it. You infused your very own soul into this block. You don't know why, but you placed it under the central pedestal and attached your tubes to the bottom of this block, and by the Eldritch, it worked. I don't understand. He said he'd make you a big shot, but what happens now? I don't know what happens. You're not describing anything. Oh, Eldritch, what have I done? Dangerous forbidden knowledge. What? I don't know what it gives you. Okay. Alistair's soap. After some thoughts on your previous attempt at improving your soap, you began to believe there was some room for this one first. Sanitizing soap alpha. It concerned you that your thomically perfected soap can't even guarantee relief from your personal demons. With a little trickery, you're able to push the extra mile. You wonder if there's any way you could push it further. Okay. Very descriptive as to what it does. I know it clears some kind of warp, but I don't know what kind of warp, and it would be nice to know what kind of warp it actually clears. After some thought on your previous attempt at improving your soap, you began to believe there was some room for improvement. You've been able to rid yourself of the stickier tears in your mind, but yet you could still feel the tangible rips in your soul, as their effects coursed through your mind, yet you weren't able to rid yourself of them, until now. While you quickly figured out that it was impossible to directly remove them by a happenstance, you found success in transmogrification, albeit with a few caveats. There's the word again. The baseline success rate is extremely low, and failure is taxing on the primitive portions of your mind. The cost of this transmorgification, however, is that every hole within your soul, twice the number of tears, is that for every hole within your soul, twice the number of tears rip open within your mind. Yet you feel as if there was yet still some way you could improve this further. So does it clear permanent warp and instead gives you normal warp? Oh, there's another one over here, kind of hidden. Madman's Lens. I need one of these. I am a madman. I am not sure where I found this design. It looks like an early attempt at making or modifying a thermometer, hence my working name for it. The device seems to show something, but not what a properly made one does. It seems like the work of someone tinkering with infusion, given its method of creation and its reaction to runic matrices. Probably just out of curiosity, for the average thaumaturge not tinkering with innate fundamentals of infusion, this likely won't help you on your journey, young thaumaturge. Why does the tab spacing increasingly get bigger? Also, why does this not tell me what it does? Does it actually do nothing, or is it just being vague again? Purple soap doesn't always work and adds 2 temp if it fails, and no, there's no 4th soap or anything. Is there a 3rd soap? I should be done in 2.7 hours. Fuck. Okay, funky little worm. I used to be nothing but the email guy. Now I'm the it burns, ow, stop, help me, it burns guy. Amazed at this amazing transformation, you too can have a communion with unintelligible laughter. I don't remember what hyperlink blocked gives you. Oh, I see. Yeah, what is the hyperlink blocked for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know why they hide things. They hide things over there. Okay. Purple tier. By combining the curvature properties of gas tiers, the magical energy of Salus Mundus, and the stabilizing properties of crystals, you've discovered a means of purging negative magical energy from the body. The process is not without drawbacks, though, as all that energy has to go somewhere. Okay. Purification Talisman. You've discovered a process by which the purifying properties of pure tears can be channeled over time without the requisite indigestion they cause. By simply setting 2 opposing tears into an amulet and imbuing it with certain magic, an accessory which continuously siphons off negative magical energy into environments is produced. So this clears warp. It purges warp. What kind of warp? Nobody knows, because it won't tell us. Arcane litmus paper. You decided that you'll need something somewhat more accurate than counting the strange events that happen around you to gauge the buildup of your negative magical energy in your body. By imbuing some paper with Salus Mundus, an essence of water, you've created a means to get a read on just how much danger you've been exposing yourself to. So this just tells you how much warp you have. Impure tier. You've dealt with warp long enough time to try to find a way to get rid of it. You decided to try mixing together some cleansing type items you've found. You succeeded. FTXB, thanks for the sub on YouTube, man. You've succeeded, but the effect only works when you have a decent amount of it, so you can't get rid of it all. But at least you can, there's numbers in here, but at least you can avoid the worst effects, unlike Bob, who had a wither spawn and blow up his base. Poor Bob. He had it coming. You need 50 plus warp for it to work, and it removes 5 warp. So it brings you 5 warp at a time down to 50 warp. You suspect that if you had better materials, you could make a better version. I'm sure I could. Although, I don't see a continuation of that research anywhere. Hunk of something, by chance you realize that many symbol mates could be transmuted into something else. If they were exposed to eldritch energy, it's probably not a good idea to look too closely at the result. Probably edible. Okay, I wonder how much warp that would give me. Portable shower. You realize you still feel crazy when wearing your favorite armor, so you have thought long and hard about the solution for that. When you were tinkering with your spa, you suddenly had a revelation to yourself, why would I not just bathe permanently to feel fresh the whole time? And so you've created this symbol amulet. It brews arcane spa water for you using a natural essential with some viz from the environment. So you're always wet. Very wet. Okay, hang on, I forgot to update the count. So 44, and then plus 6, 1050. Can't believe I've done that 1050 times. Now we got the last 2 big ones. Hopefully they are nice and succinct. Let's open up a random one and try to see how bad it is. It doesn't look too bad. Maybe. Yeah, we'll find out. I don't like the organization though. It is kind of messy. Not that bad. It's okay. It's manageable. Everything's all connected here, so it's not that bad. Okay, status effects. When delving into the arcane, you may come about certain afflictions. This is a list of the known ones. Knockback resistance grants the afflicted a chance to resist knockbacks with a chance of 33% per level. Good night, Enderman. Thanks for joining in. You excited for blood magic? That's next. Is this blood magic? No, this is witchery. Next section is blood magic. Next chapter. Dissolving, the afflicted is covered in a fluid akin to liquid death, damaging them over time. If they succumb to it, they drop crystallized aspects. Cinder coat, the afflicted is coated in magical cinder, which heightens potency of flames. All fire damage is multiplied based on the strength of effect. Okay, and we'll continue our pattern, which is going clockwise, starting at 12 o'clock north. Alchemical centrifuge, that's golden, so I've already read it. Thaumic terraforming. Oh my god. When simple gardening doesn't cut it anymore and you would like to turn that depressing rain into a beautiful snow, or when your blasted bees refuse to work in the current climate. That's when the arcane terrestrial reformer comes into use. By placing a focus on top, it will be attuned to a certain aspect. This construct will consume essentia of the respective aspect as well as terra vis. Per 4 essentia and 4 vis consumed, it will change the biome of a near coordinate with a 16 block radius. It's quite large. It's quite large, but it's still localized enough to be extremely useful. Terrestrial focus. Plains. The most basic of the terrestrial foci represents the plains biome. For it to work its magic, it will need to be supplied with herba essentia. Cold taiga. In Stark. Huh, get it? No, not really. Contrast to the desert focus, the terrestrial focus, cold taiga turns the area around it into a winter wonderland. Requires gelum. Okay, hot sun, hot sand, no water, and a bunch of spiky cacti. Not even Eldritch knowledge can explain why anyone would want that around them. For the crazy ones out there, supplying this focus with the Ignis Essential will do the trick. Jungle. The animal-friendly thaumaturge does his best to keep his cats happy. Living in a jungle while severely sweats-inducing should remind them of their past ferocious predators among the bushes before they turn into chest-blocking annoyances. Nah, they just sit in chairs. They just sit in chairs like that. Chest-blocking annoyances. What are you talking about? Okay. It uses Arbor Essentia. Magical forest. The world is full of magic, but you've never found much of it at some place. Maybe at the same place, so it's time to create a whole magical biome. Sano. Hell. Let's be honest, even those driven mad by warp in their head don't want to live in a place of lava and brimstone. What? You do? Well, suit yourself. Apply the focus with Infernus Ascension and enjoy hell on earth. Well, I will after this. Mushroom Island. The colors may be off-putting and the cows look funky, but it's guaranteed monster protection. Mushroom Islands make the ideal vacation spot. That's right. Mushroom mobs hostile mobs don't spawn on Mushroom Islands. And now you can bring that feeling to your doorstep simply by supplying this focus with Limis Essentia. Tainted land, that's it. You're pretty much qualified as insane by this point, creating artificially tainted land, and not only with some bottled up taints, but full-scale terraforming. Oh, you're doing it for research purposes? That's okay then. Simply supply this focus with some Vitium Essentia and go crazy. Well, crazy I will go. Somehow I get the feeling this won't end well. Funny pun. Cold asteroids and Enderman. Supplying this alienus Essentia and live in a cold and lonely place. River. Fishing is the thaumaturge's most beloved technique. That's why many of them decide to settle near a river. Aqua Essentia. And finally, ocean. Why do you want to have more water as a river has in your house? Why do you want more water as a river has in your house? Emptiness over the water on the ocean is romantic. Upgrade you river focus to ocean level and enjoy those legendary aqua creepers. Just feed this thing with some aqua essentia and have fun with your new creeper friends and enjoy your romantic view. Very much I will. Clockwise, connecting to spinning. While many wizards neglect the practice of spinning and weaving, many of them do that by underestimating its true power. A number of magical artifacts are the product of clothwork, including every thaumaturge's robes. Wow, okay, let me stretch. Let me stretch out for a sec. Oh, we're literally in the home stretch. I cannot be public. Okay. While many great wizards neglect this practice of spinning and weaving, many of them do that by underestimating its true power. A number of magical artifacts are the product of clothwork, including every thaumaturge's robes. Some witches will testify that spellcrafting in itself even has a lot in common with weaving, requiring careful handling of respective components, be it raw magic in its aspects or thread. Okay. Every practitioner starts into the field should be made by creating their very own spinning wheel. It will be used if in acquiring yarn, be it mundane or exquisite material or some enhanced with magic. This yarn will then later be used to weave the fabric from which to craft various garments or magical artifacts. Okay. Wow, why was that so difficult to read? The dark side of thaumaturgy holds a lot of power. By slightly tapping into that power, you can weave a fabric much more rich with magic. With that, you can now make yourself better garments, strengthening their magic potential. Okay, enchanted fabric we've already read. Cloak. After noticing the excellent swishing properties of enchanted fabric, you have quickly drawn out some schematics to create a cloak from it. While this standard cloak lacks any special abilities, its magical fabric should provide an excellent base for more advanced spell-woven mantles. To be equipped in the Traveler's Gear inventory, the default key binding is numpad 7. Certain abilities of the advanced cloaks can be activated. This is done via the active abilities menu of the Traveler's Gear. The default key binding is RK, Mantle of the Raven. On your travels throughout the Twilight Forest, you have come across the most fascinating forest raven. This remarkable bird displays high agility and maneuverability in the air, a feat to be envious of. Instead of being envious, you could also just adorn your cloak with their feathers and imbue it with magical power. Of course, you can't just appreciate nature. Touch grass. While wearing this cloak, your speed while flying increases noticeably, and should you not be flying, the cloak will allow you to glide instead. Gliding can be disabled in the active ability menu. Cloak of the Wolf. The old tales tell of the berserkers and relentless warriors imbued by the magical wolf, by the ancient wolf, and wrapped in the fur of the wolf. Your studies have revealed magical procedures like these, and for reasons of style and nostalgia, you decided that they were best integrated into a cloak of wolf fur. Should you sustain damage while wearing it, you gain an additional attack damage and speed, akin to the fearless warriors of old. Cloak of Voluminous Pockets. I like this one. Combining the concept of your bag of tricks with that of the fashionable cloak, you now have more storage capabilities right on your body. The cloak also has 50% more capacity. Spectral Mantle. The plane of the spectral beings is a mystery to most common men. Unfortunately, you're not most men. After infusing a cloak with eldritch and spectral energies, it will grant you the ability to shift yourself to that plane. While walking among it, you are invisible to those that walk along the normal plane. Enemies will not see or target you unless they are creatures of eldritch, possess exemptual powers, or are wearing goggles of revealing. So I'm assuming that infernal mobs would still be able to see me. This ability comes at the cost of being unable to interact with the physical world. You cannot attack, use items, break, or activate blocks. Furthermore, it will drain 1 air viz from your inventory every 5 seconds. Disclaimer, creatures that can still see you include Eldritch Guardians, Eldritch Warriors, Eldritch Golems, Cultist Praetors, as well as boss mobs like the Wither or Ender Dragon. For reasons unknown to even the most cunning thaumaturges, spiders and slimes seem to be able to detect you by different means. Any other user of this cloak will also be able to see you. That's not too difficult, Blade Master, considering I've been live for like 17 hours now, so... But I'm glad you're able to make it in, man. Okay, I already read this one. Comma, Softe. Cloaks and their advanced derivatives have proven to be both fashionable and useful, but also quite big and unwieldy. Shortening them and attaching them to a belt transforms them into a comma, a short or half skirt covering the back of the legs. They still perform the same task, they are just located at a different part of your body now. And in red text, warning, due to an unknown error, shift-clicking the results out of the crafting table results in a loss of MBT data. In order to preserve enchantments on the cloak, its coloration and items stored inside it, make sure to take the comma out of the slot with a normal click. Okay, good to know, that could be devastating. Witching wearables. What looks like catalog pages from a wizarding equipment store actually excuse me. Where was I? Yeah, but before this, you usually stream when I'm at work. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. Actually proved to be arcane schematics for magical garments. All of these are to be equipped in bauble slots. Empty leather charm. This basic leather charm is ready to be enchanted. Leather vamp braces. These double E basic vamp braces are primed for further enchantments. Steadfast charm. This charm is not designed to be very fashionable and the protection value is negligible. However, the magic infused into them is able to root you to the floor so that you shall not waver when struck by enemy attacks. Grants you 60% knockback resistance. That's really nice. Wow. Oh, some of these baubles are really cool. Covered in Woven fur. These vambraces won't hold off blades, but by the magic infused in them, they grant the user the ferociousness of a wolf. Also, they are incredibly comfy. Vambraces have steady progression. Why is this one so long? These vambraces, designed by dwarven thaumaturgists, are designed to grant you the ability of digging a hole at a steady pace. Diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole at a steady pace without interruption. To achieve that, they react dynamically to the working conditions, increasing the user's dig speed while submerged in water, flying in the air, or when confronted with highly resilient materials. They also increase the speed at which you climb ladders for when you eventually need to outrun the thing you woke up in the dark below. Of course. Not the dragon of the mountain. It's the Seraph's Charm. Flying is an ability many wish for. It is quite an advanced form of magic that allows users to fly, but a small jump in the air is within your possibilities. This charm spawns more powerful magical wings, which allow you to perform a second jump in mid-air. Okay. Done with that chapter. Now we can do Bag of Tricks. Further advancements in magical weaving have led you to the discovery of the Cloth of Spacious Folds, a most interesting weave which seems to contain more room in its folds than visible from the outside. Yeah, my brain is very wrinkly, just like this fabric, I guess. Crafting a bag from this provides you with space for storage to easily carry on your person. The fabric also turns out to be very protective of its contents, and it will harm any but the owner should they try to access the bag. The behavior can be toggled by the owner by shift right click. Okay, cool. Just casually crafting 672 360k HE coolant cell and 960 quad mox fuel rods. I have no idea what that means, but I'm sure that's a very casual activity, of course. Hungry bag. Combining the portability of the Bag of Tricks with the unquenchable appetite of the Hungry Chest makes for a bag that will automatically store items in it as you pick them up. That's nice. And the Void Linked bag. Don't you just hate picking up all those useless cobblestone? Wouldn't it be much better if it just vanished? Well, here's your solution. A bag of magical cloth infused with the energies of the void, which destroys the physical matter of all things inserted into it and sets the magical energies of the item free. How to work it. Open it up and give it examples of the items you would like to go into it. Then, when the item is picked up, only works on in-world pickups, not on items added to your inventory through other means. They will be destroyed, and a random primal aspect contained within is given to you as Viz, charging your wand. It's actually not bad at all. You get a lot of Ordo from the cobblestone. Okay, continuing clockwise. Infernal Furnace. By harnessing... I feel like I've read this. Oh yeah, it's gold. I have read this before. Infernal Blast Furnace. This is new. Burning with an intensely hot magical flame, this furnace is the thaumaturgist's response to the engineer's tedious steps of cleaning their ores. It will smelt any clusters of metal thrown within into 3 ingots with occasional nugget added to that. That's actually quite nice. Furthermore, should you require steel for other operations, the impure flame of this devilish artifact is a surefire way to get it. Simply throw in iron nuggets or blocks and place Ignis Essentia jars aside and wait. The speed of the construct can be increased by the same means as on the Infernal Furnace. For normal smelting purposes, however, this flame is far too hot, so don't try throwing chicken into it. Disclaimer, though the lava in this furnace has been enchanted by magic, it is still just as, if not more dangerous. Any items not supposed to go into this furnace will be vaporized, as will any thaumaturge stupid enough to fall into it. I will make sure not to be that stupid. The Thaumonomicon is a bit imprecise in its depiction of the construct structure. The stair blocks at the top actually need to face towards the middle block, with the corners fitting in. Yep, that makes sense. Nine was actually building that the other day. Primordial Gauntlet. What a cool model. Item model. The knowledge of the Primordial Pearl let you decipher some of the eldritch scribbles you dealt with before. They contained plans for an armor set designed to channel the energies of the void through gemstones. Sadly, only sketches of the gauntlet were decipherable. This gauntlet features an inbuilt node transducer, and when its claws close upon a node, it will never let it go again, unless it is replaced by another. The 5 sockets on this device will accept infused gems, and their power can be channeled through it. Infinity Gauntlet? While their recharge speed is based on the aspects of the contained node. It should be noted that the sockets will stabilize the gems inside them so they never break upon use but simply recharge. To select the active gem, the same key binding as for switching wand foci is used. Sneak while pressing that key to open inventory in order to add or remove gems. The pearl is not consumed during the crafting process. That's just the Infinity Gauntlet. Okay. These are not connected, so I'm just going to get them out of the way right now. Thaumic Iconograph. Experiments with the magical mirrored glass have shown that under certain conditions it will not reflect images but store them. Using this to your advantage, you can store Thaumic imprints of objects you find on your travels on Thaumic. What the heck? You can find on your travels on glass panes. Later then, you can transfer these imprints to paper in order to share your experiences with other thaumaturges at the next Arcane Council. Use the Thaumic Iconograph box like you would use the thermometer. You can create an iconograph plates of anything you would usually scan at the cost of mirrored glass from your inventory. You can take iconographs even of things you have previously scanned, but only the use of developed iconographs grants you the research aspects. Wow. And this studying of the picture abides by the same rule as a scan with the thermometer. Increase the number of ink and paper in the development recipe to create more than one copy of the picture. Oh my, oh, we didn't see that one. I've already read that one. Gem cutting. Gem cutting is my throat, okay? Well, it will be eventually. Gem cutting is one of the oldest yet most refined forms of giving magic a physical form. If a gem is infused with magic, it is no longer dependent on the user. Any mortal can use the power stored inside of a cut gem, making this a viable option of giving power to those not skilled in the thaumaturgic arts. Gems vary in their function based on their cut and the magical essence infused into them. You can use nearly created cutting table to create these gems and infuse them with essence. I am still reading, yeah. Place a valid gem in the left slot and add ethereal essences or vials of sencha in the other 3 slots. The essences must be of the same aspect and will determine the strength of the resulting infused gem. Select a cut with the arrows and then pull the finished gem out of the right slot. Once a gem has been created, it cannot be repurposed. Ashton Graves, thanks for the sub on YouTube, man. I don't know if you're in the stream, but I appreciate it. Natural affinities. Some stones have inherent natural affinities for certain aspects, which applies a natural strengthening to their effect. If the affinity matches the infused aspect, the gem will be enhanced with brilliance, the level depending on the amount of essences used in the creation. Natural aversions. Similarly, some gems have natural aversions to certain aspects, and infusing them with them will make the resulting gem brittle, weakening its effect and adding a chance for reusable gems to break. Hold shift while looking at a gem to see its affinities and aversions. Points cut. The points cut is the most basic form you can give your infused gem. While it can store thaumic energies, the only way to release this energy is by crushing the gem, leaving behind some gems with dust. The effects varying by aspect are as follows. Air, you acquire short-term high-power jump boost. Terror grants you knockback resistance. Ignis illuminates an area around you with temporary glimmers of light. Aqua releases a blast of freezing energy, turning water into ice and solidifying lava around you. Ordo restores some of your hearts. Perditio inflicts some temporary warp upon you. The Oval Cut. The Oval Cut is an advanced form of infused gems with increase in facets. It can store much more energy and release it in a smaller concentrated burst. The effects are quite different from those of the Points Cut gems, and these can be recharged with Viz of a matching aspect. Due to its complexity, using a base gem without a natural affinity for an aspect makes the final resulting gem very brittle, and in turn the sencha required to create the brilliant gem has increased. Air. The energies propel you through the air, consumes 1 charge for use. Terra will create a small safe room around you. Material depends on strength, consumes 1 charge. Ignis starts a fire at the targeted block, consumes 1 charge. Aqua creates a block of clean water at the targeted block, consumes 2 charges. Ordo guides you to the nearest node, consumes 2 charges. Perditio releases a wave of energy pushing back and blinding enemies around you, consumes 2 charges. Why? Why is a good question. Guiding Thread. Mazes and labyrinths. Mazes and labyrinths were once a favorable way of warding secrets against intruders. The real danger, of course, is not finding your way back out. In order to help with that, you have designed the Guiding Thread, an item that leaves. I'm getting warp effects in real life. Holy crap! An item that leaves a trail of lights as you progress through the dark and windy place. Right click to activate or deactivate it. While active, it will remember every turn you make. The light is only visible while you hold it though. Sneak click to wipe its memory. Okay, crystal capsule. Everyone can use a bucket. Sadly, not really. What? Some liquids out there dislike cooperating with the mundane buckets, but even the hottest or viscous substance cannot refuse the magical suction of glass prisms. Sus. These capsules are not cut, but instead molded from Essentia, making them crystal clear, flawless, and impervious to aggressive substances. You use this like a bucket. It will work on any fluid block. Cool. Arcane Abacus. As a skilled thaumaturge close to achieving eldritch knowledge, you are an expert on chaos. It might also stem from your lack of mathematical knowledge. But who would bother themselves with the sciences of the common man when there are enchantments that do it for you? The Arcane Abacus will take some of the mundane mathematics off your hands. Use it on a node that contains compound aspects, and it will calculate it to primal values. Use it on an infusion matrix to gain info on stability, positioning of stabilizers, instability of the current's infusion, or possible increases in essential cost. That's pretty nice. Advanced inscription. Every thaumaturge knows the pain of acquiring the ink necessary to further his studies. More often than not, he has to hunt for squids himself. To avoid these troubles in the future, you have thought of a much more potent set of scribing tools. They might be expensive in their creation, but the pool of magical ink is 10 times the size of normal scribing tools. That's nice. And to top that, it is not refilled by ink sacs cut out from slimy squids, but from purest lights and some small quantities of gold. I don't like that part. Okay. Primordial Pearl. You have started to understand how primordial pearls work and found a way to replicate them for future use. By hammering the primordial pearl into 3 pieces, you found that it's losing energy really quickly. Perhaps there's a way to reform each piece of them into a pearl. Okay. Primal Revelation. Like a flash of lightning, the scribbles unrecognizable before now seem crystal clear. You have restored the pages of primordial smithing, the arts of high energetic infusion. With it you shall create pieces of gears that surpass your currents by lengths. Its designs. That's an apostrophe on a possessive it. It's. Again, I'm getting PTSD now. Oh my gosh. Its designs indicate clearly that these items were not meant for traveling thaumaturges. This is preparation for the unavoidable conflict with the creatures of the void. And what's best to combat them than the metal created with their knowledge? You shall mold items from full blocks of void metal, items from raw primal power to protect and arm you, but that's not all. The runes and sockets on said gear will be perfect for imbuing processes, strengthening their potential even further. Each piece is infused with elemental abilities, increasing their potential immensely. Cool story, bro. Primordial Armor. Good, it's not that long. Okay, Primordial Armor perfects your protection against foes. It will block quite a lot of damage on its own, but it's also receptive for runic enhancements, allowing you to strengthen it even further. In addition to that, it has different effects based on its primal affinity, which you can switch between. Just like Forge's armor, it can also be outfitted with goggles of revealing and the respective faceplates. Air. Any projectile shot at you is caught by a gust of wear and propelled back at the shooter. Return to sender. Terra. Increased protection against attacks that would normally penetrate your armor. Ignis. The damage you sustain from flames and explosions is reduced immensely, and you will be extinguished when necessary. Aqua. Minor maladies like taint, poison, blindness, withering, and nausea are cured. Will not work on warp effects. Dang it. Ordo. The severity and duration of all warp-based status effects is reduced. Perditio. Most hits on the user are avenged by striking the attack with blindness and slowness. Okay. Primordial Weaponry. Okay, it's only 3 pages. Designed only to slay creatures of evil, the primordial weapons have surprised any magical weapon you may have crafted before. Not only do all carry unique inherent ability, each is tunable to a primal affinity, granting it further effects. And don't get scared by their massive appearance, for the wielder does not feel their weight, unlike the target upon which they are swung. The primordial claymore seems to assist you in aiming your strikes. The blade commonly hits your foe's neck, resulting in decapitation. Cool. The primordial warhammer uses its immense weight to literally squash your foes. This results in double damage done to slimes and spiders, and a chance of heavy concussions among all lawyers. It also blocks in a 3x3 when digging, unless you're sneaking. The great axe cleaves through foliage like a hot knife through butter, but splits apart armor just as well. The damage of the weapon increases based on the armor of the enemy, and the armor itself suffers from increased damage as well. What? Oh, I see. Okay. Affinities. Air. The weapon hits multiple times instead of one. That is really OP actually. 20 attack damage, 18.5, 19. Damn. The Claymore is just crazy. Now imagine over-enchanting that with blood magic. Sharpness 1000 and the Primordial Claymore. You'd be do really well. The weapon hits multiple times instead of one. Terra. Upon blocking with the weapon, you get a resistance buff, which stacks up to level 3. Ignis strikes with the target a light, and coats it in cinder to incinerate all fire damage dealt to it. To increase all fire damage dealt to it. Aqua. The target will be coated in dissolving fluid, damaging it over time. Afflicted targets will drop crystallized essence. Ordo. The experience value of slaying foes is increased immensely, making them drop far more XP orbs. And Perditio. Attacks leave the target weakened and famished. Okay. Essentia Pump. Essentia Mirrors may allow the Fusion Altar to pull Essentia over long distances, but most other devices are unable to utilize them. In order to save yourself a lot of tubing, we have invented the Essentia Pump. When it is attached to a tube system, it will recognize the current suction of the system and draw the matching aspect from nearby mirrors. We're almost done with this chapter. Knock on wood. Enchantment Throw Off. Moving around is incredibly difficult when somebody's piggyback riding you. Enchanting your helmet with his repulsion spell should fix that problem. Anyone who tries to jump upon you will get thrown off and damaged. I have no idea where that would be useful. Enchantment Translucency. Armor is incredibly useful. Everyone can agree on that. It will save your life in most fights, but it can also be a hindrance when you're trying to be stealthy. Say you drink a potion of invisibility, it works perfectly and makes you nigh untraceable, warrants it for some clunky armor. But the skilled thaumaturge fixes that easily, infusing his armor with magical enhancements to make it invisible to the common viewer. That's nice. The first level of this enchantment will make your gear translucent when you're invisible yourself. The second level will make it permanently invisible. Okay. Enchantment Stealth. More often than not, sneaking is not an option due to the high senses of the creatures you face. Well, now it is. Applying this enchantment to your boots or leggings will give you a chance of staying undetected while you're crouching. The chance rises by 10% with every level, but it is diminished by 10% if you are in view of the target in question. That's not really that good. Should you be discovered, all enemies within a 5-block radius will be notified. Damn. Backstabbing. With your newfound ability to sneak comes a new option of combat. By attacking enemies from behind. At this point, we need a timer. It's just a stream timer. I got it. 17 hours, 14 minutes. But yeah, I probably should have done a live split timer. That would have been wise. With the newfound ability to sneak, items enchanted with backstabbing do additional 20% damage per level when attacking from behind, plus another 40% when the target is not aware of you. Unveiling. Every thaumaturge has those moments when it feels like someone or something is watching them, but they look around and nothing can be seen. With the right glasses, you can see those creeps and look right back at them. Alright. This enchantment can be applied to the goggles of revealing or other headgear of the same function. While wearing this enchanted item, you will be able to see creatures with invisibility buff. Furthermore, the translucency enchantment is rendered ineffective when used by others, and users of the spectral mantle are shown more clearly. Soul Tethered. Dying is somewhat of an inconvenience. Aside from being dead, you also, it is pretty bad for your health in general. You also tend to lose important things like tools, valuable materials, and armor. By infusing the strange properties of ender artifacts into an object, it seems to bind to your spirit and follows you from one life to the next. No more losing your favorite socks. I do have this enchantment on all my armor, actually. Since the infusion altar can be a little fussy sometimes, it also comes in book form. Cinnabar Purification. Native clusters are rare. Wait, no, that's a different section. Okay, let's start up here and then we'll finish with these. Aspect Library. While managing and archiving the different kinds of essentia you deal with, you have found that labeling them is quite tedious work. In order to no longer bottle up essentia and rub it against the label to get the right color, it's a double D, you've designed the Aspect Library. It is a block that remembers every aspect you have discovered so far and applies it to labels. Simply place a label within it and select an aspect, and it will tune it accordingly. Oh my gosh, my eyes are getting so tired right now. Even those that are not skilled in the arts of thaumaturgy are aware of how flowing lava will solidify into cobblestone when cooled by water. Those skilled in the magical arts don't want to waste their time on the tedious digging of these stones and have therefore created an automated way. This machine will create cobblestone, break it, and place it either on the ground if enabled in config, or in a connected inventory. Work will be halted if the inventory is full or a redstone signal is applied. You can use a wand to rotate it. Thaumic Ice Solidifier. By manipulating and reversing the Thaumic Stone Extruder, you have discovered the Thaumic Ice Solidifier, which is basically the same device, but it produces ice instead of cobble. Now go build an igloo. Alright, I will. Actually sounds like fun. You can also make snowballs with a slightly different recipe. We might be getting enough snow to actually build igloos here, actually. Yeah, IRL, by the way. Aging stone. Every young thaumaturge can't wait to grow up, but that would rob you of so many wonderful experiences. So instead, you have decided to channel your knowledge of such time dilating arts in another form of arcane stone. The aging stone will accelerate the aging of most common creatures, making lambs, calves, and piglets grow up much faster when exposed to its magical energies. The aging stone will apply this effect to all creatures within a 7x7x5 area centered around itself, with more blocks increasing the effect. Cool. Ethereal Wall. Refining the enchantments on arcane stone just a bit more has led to an interesting discovery. Simply applying a redstone signal to this new type of stone will make it non-corporeal, allowing you to pass through it. This also affects any other ethereal wall connected to the powered block. Furthermore, you can disguise a stone to the appearance of most common blocks, simply clicking it with a block in hand, and this one will take its texture. Sneak and click it with an empty hand to remove the disguise. It will only accept the texture of normally rendered blocks. Vanilla transparency works, Thaumcraft's amber doesn't because it's color transparency. Directional textures like wooden logs and quartz pillars are not fully supported. And that's because the devs didn't want to code it in, I guess. And that's done there. Rose vines. Those thorny plants are the first results of a thaumaturge delving into herbology. While not very decorative, their sharp thorns and quick growth makes them ideal for setting up natural security. Perimeter for any base with treasure inside to safeguard. Sleeping vines can be harvested with shears. Expanding your wide array of alchemical processes, these transmutation can be used to revitalize dirt, pulverize cobblestone, and purify gravel. Oh, cool. Thaumic Sauna Stove. Personal hygiene and spa feeling seems to be the new trend among thaumaturges. To go along with it, this sauna stove will fill the area around it with a pleasant cleansing steam. While subjected to the steam, you are protected from warp effects, and you have a small chance of reducing your temporary warp. However, after a sauna visit, you will also be left quite hungry. The stove needs only water to work, which can be inserted with a fluid container like buckets or pumped in directly. 1 bucket of water will keep the stove going for 10 minutes. If you're a user of Enviromine, the sauna will also leave you thirsty and slightly overheated, but it is great effects on your sanity. Okay, I am not a user of Enviromine. This is Metallurgic Perfection Transmutation. The process of metallurgic transmutation has proven to be very similar for every metal you have tried it on so far. Following this logic, you have created a general theory for the process, allowing you to synthesize additional nuggets from an essential mix of metallum and the respective aspects that identify the metal. There's just a whole bunch of different metals here. Metal duping. That's a lot of metals, actually. Purification. The process of metal purification has proven to be very similar for every metal you have tried it on so far. Following this logic, you have created a general theory for the process, allowing you to transform the majority of ores you encounter into purified clusters richer in their metal concentration. Your knowledge has enabled you to higher the efficiency of the procedure as well. Cool. And in cinnabar purification, native clusters are rare concentration of metals in this purest form. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal cinnabar ore into a native cinnabar cluster. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of quicksilver. Supreme. Okay, that's 70 more done. So we're at 1,120, I think. 1,120. 72 on witchery. 72 on blood magic, and then 19 more on witchery. Okay. Let's hope the blood magic ones aren't too bad, although I do appreciate how they're all laid out in a grid. That makes it kind of easy for me. Yeah, I'm just going to say screw it. I'm going to go line by line. We're doing things out of order now. The crystal bell jar is a block added by the blood magic mod. It can hold up to 16,000 AR. It can only output to a single container. The bell jar outputs a redstone signal, which varies in strength corresponding with how full the internal storage is. Alchemic tools. The alchemic router is the item needed to establish links between containers. To create a new link, select the source container by right-clicking it with the router. Next, select the destination container by right-clicking it with the router. The router can be set to only create links for certain reagents. Shift right-click a container to cycle through the different types of reagents stored. You can clear the router's saved source coordinates by shift right-clicking the router into the air. All links have a maximum range of 5 blocks. This may be subject to change. Okay. The alchemic cleanser is an item used to remove links created with the alchemic router. When right-clicked on any container, it removes all outgoing links from that container to others. The alchemic segmenter can be used to limit the number of tanks used for certain types of... Okay, hang on. I need to take a break here. My throat is dying. Give me like 5 minutes. 5 minutes is good. 5 minutes is good. And then I'll finish this. Holy crap. I can't believe I'm almost done. I am actually almost done, which is insane. I'm quite positive we have a ton of sleep watchers right now. Jesus Christ, I went to bed and came back and you're still alive. Watch out for your health, mate. I can't wait to sleep. Do you want to do over-under bets for 18 hours? It all depends how long we think the blood magic section will do. I am going to start a prediction. How many hours will the Thaumonomicon take? Under 18 hours? Over 18 hours? Start prediction. And the submission period is going to be 5 minutes. Cool. You guys can bet some points on that one. I'm almost done, Joa Pelina. Almost done. This stream should be the official audiobook for the Thaumonomicon. At this point, the entire point of the stream should be, let's condense the Thaumonomicon. Let's make it shorter, because this is absurd. This is absolutely absurd. Alright, we got 3,000 points on over 18 hours. Nobody has voted for under 18 hours yet. Don't you love reading a sentence that's 5 times longer than it needs to be? I don't see the issue. I absolutely love reading a sentence that's 10 times longer than it needs to be. Oh, we got 2,000 points on the under 18 hours. Okay. Okay. Get your bets in, guys. Has anyone learned anything? That's the question. That's a good question. We still have an hour. No, we still have 2 hours on our Xenoblade playlist. So we're definitely beating that. That's the good thing. I've learned that Flurbin is peak streamer. Thanks, Patchy. Salus Mundus is also known as... Yes, Badger, that was like the first entry, okay? Like, is there anything we've learned from TC4 here? Honestly, I don't know what is part of TC4 and what is not part of TC4. It looks like a second person voted for over 18 hours but didn't wager any points. You gotta wager points. You gotta wager points if you're gonna bet. Quick start reading. I went all in on under 18. Okay, alright. I think my break is done here. I drank water, stretched a little bit, I talked to chat. I love gambling. Anything useful? I'm sure there was a whole bunch of useful stuff there. I just don't have the background knowledge to know if it's useful or not. Okay. Alright, we're getting rid of the break message. I am back on the grind here. Exclamation point, gamble all. Yeah, everybody gamble all of your points. The alchemic segmenter can be used to limit the number of tanks used for a certain type of AR. Shift right click on a container to cycle through its reagent types until you have this one you want to restrict. Then left click the target container until you have the right max number of tanks. Example, you can limit a relay which has 2 tanks to have a maximum of 1 tank of Presidium, I don't remember that one, and 1 tank of Potentia and 1 tank of Sanctus. Alchemy relay. The relay has 2,000 AR tanks. Has 2,000 AR tanks. Unlike the calcinator and the bell jar, stuff that I haven't read about yet, it can support multiple outgoing links. This makes this block especially useful for sorting reagents. Transmission can be stopped by applying a redstone signal. You know, I'm gonna start from the center here, actually, because I kind of want to understand a little bit. Gosh, there's so many pages. In your travels, you have found yourself facing many kinds of strange beings. But there are a few who can bring forth this unsettling feel. This immense doubt. The vision is still clear as it was at this moment when you first laid eyes upon a blood mage. These individuals, hardly referred to as people, seem to worship the energies and forces that spilled out from pain and suffering. Where a thaumaturge seeks control, a mage in red seeks entropy, the destruction of the natural to build the unnatural. Yet the rare result of their success is a true wonder of magic. Lore. Dark magic is nothing new to you or most mages who have ever dabbled in thaumaturgy. clearly, but these individuals possessed something more than simple madness. In fact, they seem to lack it altogether. They lacked madness? This last time the sight of the blood mage was accompanied by an altar made of stone and blood, where the victim's sacrifices became the owner's power. Sometimes the victim was a monster or an animal, but the mage also harmed themselves whenever there was no other sacrifice to make. That's macabre. You would have been next in the chopping block, but whoever they were recognized your abilities and showed you the rituals of their arts, the ways of blood magic. Through this book clearly. Through it all, there was a slight emptiness in their eyes, something that warned you to stay away, yet dragged in your endless curiosity. Only a mad person would walk this path. Regardless of that, you have decided to go forth. You have seen the power, and you will not retreat from it, nor will you ignore its existence. The Thaumonomicon speaks to you in tongues you barely understand at times, but you have a feeling that it's all going to be magnificent and macabre. Yeah. This altar serves as the first reservoir for your sacrifices. Although the first drops of blood you give it seem to disappear into nothing. It can hold a maximum of 10,000 life essence LP, but it has a 1,000 LP buffer that needs to be satisfied before it can be used for crafting. According to what you've seen, this single altar can be expanded by building a structure around it in a similar way to a beacon with 6 tiers of construction available. The structures below like a pyramid with specific blocks that might or might not improve the blood altar. Well, that's useful. The runes written on some of them looked eerie though. Okay, clockwise again. Empty core. You have sought to create some building blocks for more advanced magic to grasp at the true potential of this field. The slates have proven useful, but they can only accept LP and little else. Instead, an empty core must be used to contain other kinds of magical artifacts with the use of an alchemical catalyst. Without said catalyst, the new materials and energies you have found yourself embracing will never mix together. From here, it should be easy to put together new, more complex cores. Okay, lava crystal. The power from within is now the power to fuel the world. By infusing the empty core with an assortment of specific items, you have built the lava crystal, a replacement fuel source in furnaces and engines. Nice. Rather than losing durability, the crystal drains 25 life essence from your network per operation. In order to use the lava crystal, it must be bound to you. To do this, first right-click while holding the crystal. Once bound, it will begin to function as a fuel source. Okay, so that branch ends there, so we're going to continue on. Sacrificial knife. Simply using drops of blood to feed the altar did not seem to get you anywhere. To generate the LP you need through sacrifice, it would be best to create a tool enchanted for the job. The sacrificial knife is such a tool, a way to properly generate LP in the blood altar. The sacrificial knife is used as a self-sacrifice method, allowing the user to convert their health points into usable life essence. To take health from other creatures in return for LP, sacrifice methods such as the dagger of sacrifice must be used. If the user of the knife is a vampire, their blood will be drained rather than their health, but a human will have to lose and regain health to keep the altar fed. Whichever form of regeneration you might have acquired, this is the time to use. You repeat to yourself. Okay. Shudders of anxiety shake your core to think how many times you'll have to stab and slice your skin to continue. Within your recollections, you remember seeing novice mages going through this process, but the veterans seem to have other ways. Somehow you must discover them. Okay. Bloodletter's pack. Bloodletter's pack. The repetition of losing and regaining health, all to feed the altar, has been wearing out your patience more than your pain tolerance. Your fingers are very useful for practicing magic, and as such you have found a different way to undergo self-sacrifice, using a thaumium chestplate to magically siphon blood from your veins. The spikes on the inside are daunting to look at, oh dear, but you have managed to put it on yourself with less discomfort than you expected when you first looked at the finished product, which you named after letting it take your blood for the sake of magic. The Bloodletter's pack is a piece of armor that can automate the acquiral of LP from your own life force. Wearing the armor does 1 heart of damage a second. It fills 100 LP per heart lost. It will not reduce your health below 5 hearts in your attempts to preserve yourself. The armor stores up to 10,000 LP as built by default. That's quite a bit. It can be used to store LP while away from your main reservoir of LP. Using a filled pack on the altar will transfer stored LP into the altar's buffer tank. With a handy source of regeneration, you can keep this up endlessly. Empty socket. The empty socket is a block added by blood magic that is used in the creation of filled socket. that is used in the creation of the filled socket. The empty socket is the first step in creating bound armor, such as bound chestplate. Soul Armor Forge. The Soul Armor Forge is a block added by blood magic. The Soul Armor Forge is used to create the pieces of bound armor, such as the bound helmets and bound chest plates. To create the Soul Armor Forge and all pieces of the bound armor, 28 filled sockets are required. N order, missing an I there, to use the Soul. In order to use the Soul Armor Forge, it must be placed in the world and surrounded with filled sockets forming the shape of the desired piece of armor. In order to function properly, the Soul Armor Forge must touch as many filled sockets as possible within the layouts, such as the picture to the right. Laying the sockets both horizontally and vertically will work. Once the sockets have been placed, right-clicking on them with a sigil, blood orb, or blood shard will place them into sockets, binding them to that piece of armor. Okay, and then Glyph Stone. So much reading here. In order for the ritual to successfully activate, the stability needs to be 151 or higher. The higher it is, the more time you get to form it. If you use glyphs of rigid stability, each face exposed is worth 2 points of stability. While these are significantly more expensive than using dirt or some other block, they essentially double the overall stability of the chamber. Therefore, it is best to construct the entire exterior of the chamber out of these glyphs of rigid stability, except the floor, which has to be ritual stones and bell jars. In order to increase the time the Omega state lasts before reverting back to normal bound armor, the chamber stability needs to increase. In order to increase the enchantability, which decides how good of enchantments are on the armor, you need glyphs of the Adept Enchanter. And in order to increase the enchantment level, you need glyphs of Arcane Potential. The reason you cannot make your entire chamber out of other glyphs which add the enchantments to your armor is because each face of the Adept Enchanter glyphs count as negative 10 stability points, and each face of Arcane Potential is worth negative 20 points. This is why you need all the glyphs of rigid stability, because the more of those you have, the more of the other two glyphs you can have without dipping below 151 stability points. Okay, in order to achieve more than just level 1 enchantments on your armor, you need more surface area than an empty box chamber will provide. So you need to add blocks inside the chamber, and you can't just fill it with blocks because the gas needs a way to get to the faces. Think of it as if the gas flows from the Master Ritual Stone into blocks. Every time a gas block connects with another block, the face it connects to is counted towards the ritual, right? And then all of this is pretty nicely connected, so we're just going to continue going up here. Key of Binding. The Key of Binding is a tool added by blood magic. The Key of Binding is used to bind unbound items to the owner's network. There are two types of the Key of Binding, the first being a standard craftable key, the second one being a spawned in and comes pre-bound to server-wide soul network, allowing for a server-wide soul network to be established by using the key. Upon right-clicking, the Key of Binding will search the user's inventory for the first unbound item and bind it to the owner of the key's network. Alchemic Chemistry Set. It was not a mirage nor a false memory. The blood mages from your past travels worked with flasks and vials as if they were alchemists, but they did not work on a regular brewing stand. Instead, they operated on this. The Alchemic Chemistry Set is the foundation of another branch of blood magic, a place to brew strange new potions and concoctions sure to be used in other crafting attempts. Along with many other inputs, you will need LP to actually work with this block. You remember seeing this stand being put together with some strange dark plates. You believe that the lone altar you have built is good enough to imbue those plates with enough energy to sustain your soon-to-be alchemical future. Perhaps it will ease the stinging, although that has been softening over the days by itself. The repertoire of a blood mage involves some strange substances vaguely reminding you of a witch's brewing. Looking at this construct, you believe this is where those are made. Life Imbue Armor. The Life Imbue Armor is a powerful armor able to store life essence and utilize it to protect the wearer. Wearing this full set of armor will randomly heal you completely for the cost of LE inside the armor. Can be refilled in the Life Infuser. Armor Inhibitor. While activated, the armor inhibitor will deactivate all armor upgrades of bond armor. For example, if wearing bound boots with a sigil of haste in them, the inhibitor will disable the haste effect. This can be useful if using armor with the sigil of magnetism or sigil of the phantom bridge socketed. Don't know what those are yet. The inhibitor does not require any life essence to operate. Alright. Incense Crucible, because somehow smelling good makes you bleed more. Understood. Amorphic Catalyst. Take reinforced slates and infuse it with all the magical ingredients you can make. Now you have a very powerful catalyst. Blood Infused Diamond Block. The Blood Infused Diamond Block is made out of 9 blood diamonds. Oh, wow. In the infusion process, it is required for blood infused diamond tools. Okay, I think that is an entire quarter of blood magic done, actually. Weak Orb. A blood mage by default is forcibly kept near their altar to practice magic. Even though liquid essence can be transported, it cannot fuel most magical items simply by pouring it or burning it in some way. This, however, is not an impediment to the blood mages you have seen working in the field, as they have accomplished simple tasks with the energy from the essence, regardless of their position. There must be a way to store and link this energy so that you can carry magic with you. This construct is called a blood orb by most mages, and it can store a limited amount of LP to be used by an assortment of magical devices. The materials used inside the craft can make higher tier or lower tier orbs, but each one has to be infused with enough LP to be operational, so a beginner mage such as yourself can only create the first tier one, the weak blood orb. These items can also be used for other crafting items and are never consumed. Okay, so that was a weak orb, apprentice orb. After successfully upgrading the tier of your blood altar, you can also upgrade your blood orb to a new level. The amount of storage you have access to is quite limiting, so this improvement is a sigh of relief, as is the potential of the orb when used to craft other items, or when delving into alchemy. Surely, now you can invest in ways to ease up on the self-sacrifices you were forced to do so far, right? Probably not. The last time you asked the blood mage about the topic, they told you you'll get used to it. But that's surely nonsense. They must have some kind of secret that they're hiding. No. This tier 2 blood orb can hold 25,000 LP, 5 times more than the previous version. With this storage amount, you should be able to use more demanding sigils than before, at least for a limited time. The upgrade also allows for more possible crafts and alchemic recipes, a benefit that will happen from now on with each new blood orb. You make a hasty note to remind yourself that the required orb for each recipe is a very important detail that should not be missed. Okay. Magician's Orb. You look back at your altar, immensely bigger and more intricate than it was before, more similar to those you have seen used by your mentors. You envision another upgrade for your blood orb, even if just to avoid using up vital rune spots to increase its storage amount. Despite having access to a lot more of them, you find it unacceptable to use more available spots in such rudimentary fashion. It's hard to explain, but the structure you have built weighs on your mind in some distant, faded out way. I wonder why. It's all blood magic to me. The storage amounts of the tier 3 orb is 150,000. 6 times higher than the tier 2 one. It's a hefty battery, certainly, but you can already foresee the difficulty in filling it up if you don't optimize the LP earnings of your blood altar. Specific runes should help for this task, as should the new recipes that are unlocked with this tier 3 orb, and the corresponding imbued slates. Okay. Oh my gosh, are these all going to be that long? Master Orb, thank God. It is time for this once again. Stepping past the tier 3 altar, it is possible to improve your blood orb once more, with the new version storing 1 million LP, 6 times more than the previous one. It should be easy to fill this up, you think to yourself, otherwise you'll be in considerable trouble to face whatever this new tier of blood magic brings to the table. Oh, just long again. Something calls out to you, not from a distance, but from within. Once you saw the scribings on your altar's block come to life, once again in this new structure, there was a sudden drive to put together the new blood orb that you certainly earned the right to create. The materials have gotten more expensive over time, but your dwindling will to continue flipped on its head and now shoves you towards the goal at hand. It's difficult to understand why this is happening, but there's something in your blind spot that you cannot yet perceive, but you know it's there. This upgrade is the biggest yet, with tier 5 blood orb holding an impressive 10 million LP at max capacity, more than enough for any sigil you'd like to use. Only the most expensive, most powerful magic effects could empty this orb in a reasonable amount of time, ones you have not yet discovered. The possibilities push you here and there, even if you seem to exhaust the possibilities of magic you find around you. There is more to all of this, deeper within the very fabric of the matter, yet you don't see a way to reach beyond what the inner eye can see. There must be something more, somewhere. Maybe. Transparent Orb. Oh, I missed one. Transcendent Orb. This is where you stand at the top of all worlds. The limits you were explained have been shattered to pieces, and out of the shards a new you arrived, beaming with satisfaction and victory. and absolutely dripping in blood. To sit at the frontier of knowledge and step into the unknown is to call out to the gods and only hear your own voice in response. For the master of all crafts, technological and magical, a new future dawns on the horizon, a sight that everyone else is blind to. What they look at, they will never see until you flash it in front of their eyes with powerful lightning. Slayer of Demons, this tier 6 blood orb is your reward, holding as much as 30 million LP before any rune upgrades. Any and all sources of LP are now at your disposal, and your sigil costs will disappear into the abyss. The whole world is in the palm of your hand, and you only have time to squeeze it shut into a fist. It will not shatter, it will only grow, transform into something bigger that is yours to take. The future is uncertain, but success is guaranteed. If there is something out there that requires a truly powerful blood and magic components, you are sure that you can produce it now. The only question is when. And the last one, transparent orb. Did you ever want to know how much life essence is in your blood orb? Now you can. Dynamic measuring of leafy points. Leafy. I don't know what that is. It's supposed to be life, is it? I don't know. Okay, that branch is done. Now we can go down. Divination sigil. Okay, are they all gonna be bad? No. You can see nothing, you are blind to the truth. This is what you think when you look at the blood altar and see nothing but the essential remains of your work. As a mage, you stand in the exact same spot as you did when you first saw a node with the naked eye, in wonder at the mysterious figure in front of your incapable sight. To overcome this obstacle and to better understand the reality that you found yourself facing, you built a thermometer. Here you will have to gain a new kind of vision as well in order to proceed onwards. You have found a special kind of lens to see through the altar's mysteries. This lens takes the form of a sigil, the divination sigil, which is used to check important details of both the blood altar and the player's network. Oh my gosh. I'm still reading, Raffle. I'm still reading. I'm almost done though. It's almost done. While holding the divination sigil, there are two possible uses that you can choose from. When aiming at a blood altar and right-clicking, a chat's printout will display the total essence stored within the altar. The current tier and its maximum capacity. When right-clicking anywhere else, the chat printout will display the total essence stored within the player's personal network. Chat printouts, also known as immersion broken. Okay. Sigil of sights. You find yourself seeing things more clearly as your altar structure becomes more composed. The sigil you used before to look into the altar's secrets can tell you more if it is treated with a good enough orb, and the result is a sigil of sight. When used on a blood altar, it shows the item progress, consumption rates, current essence, and input-output tanks, and no LP cost per usage. With this, you can better assess the performance of your altar and track it as it is upgraded. Water sigil by, sigil of faster mining. How strange when you try to apply life essence back to yourself. It does more than regenerate your body. It facilitates and accelerates your actions. The sigil of the fast miner, as an example, takes advantage of this boost by granting the user haste 2 at the cost of life essence, LP. Upon activating the sigil of the fast miner, 100 LP will be consumed from your network to grant the buff, and once again every 10 seconds. Your mining speed will be greatly accelerated while the sigil is active. Haste 2. Water sigil. By sacrificing mortal energy, you can reconstruct the unnatural. When tampering with sigils, you found water dripping endlessly from a single bucket. That is a water sigil, an alternative to said water buckets, allowing for the creation of water source blocks at the cost of 200 LP per source block. This essence will be drawn from the network of whoever the sigil is bound to. As you work with the sigil, you understand it has further potential, but only if combined with something else. Sigil of green grow. With a magical sleight of hand, the essence of living can grow any living matter. After focusing your efforts into plants, you have created a sigil of the green grove. When activated, the sigil will speed the growth of all nearby plants by applying additional growth ticks to all plants within a 6-block radius of the caster. This effect will consume 150 LP every 5 seconds. Right-clicking on a plant that accepts bone meal will cause its growth effect to be activated on that plant, consuming 150 LP per usage. Okay. Sigil of magnetism. As you empower yourself with this new magic, you begin to move small objects to your will. Reaching towards them, you draw them towards you, a magical magnet that you were quickly able to implant into a sigil, creating the Sigil of Magnetism. This acts as an item magnet with a radius of 5 blocks at the cost of life essence. Upon activating the sigil, 75 LP will be consumed from your network to act as an item magnet. Every 10 seconds after activation, an additional 75 LP will be consumed to continue working. There's actually numbers in here, and I'm really appreciative for that. Sigil of Holding. You have found yourself encumbered with magical trinkets in the past, and the simple initial exploration of sigil-related possibilities only worsens that reality. Instead, you dedicated some time to compactly carry your new tools using the Sigil of Holding. It is used to save inventory space by combining several sigils into one. Shift right-clicking it will allow you to place or remove up to 5 sigils into it. It's not that many. And you can switch between sigils that it holds by using the scroll wheel on the mouse while holding Shift. While right-clicking will activate the displayed sigil. Okay, Sigil of Compression. There are many more mundane tasks you can simplify with blood magic. One of them is the compression of certain materials into blocks, which you manage to do with the Sigil of Compression. This sigil compresses any item picked up into its blocked form. If possible, although this does not work for GregTech ingots or most modern materials. Activating the sigil costs 250 LP every 10 seconds to continue working. Okay, and then Sigil of Augmented Holding. The attempts at improving the Sigil of Holding have been successful, but with some unavoidable caveats. There's the word again. The Sigil of Augmented Holding, as you've named it, is an upgraded variant that holds 9 sigils in total instead of 5. That's a lot better. When used, the Sigil of Augmented Holding will consume a single sigil per sneak right-click, starting at the left of the hotbar and ending at the right of the hotbar. Sneak right-clicking will filter between the stored sigils, while right-clicking will activate the displayed sigil. To separate the stored sigils from the Sigil of Holding, a ritual of unbinding must be used. I guess that's the caveat. Okay, now this side, the Void Sigil. Creation and destruction, the cycle of all life. Upon mastering the Water Sigil, you realize that you had no good way of removing the water you created. As a mage dedicated to an art that begins with destruction, this is unacceptable. Of course, because why wouldn't it be? Looking for a tool reversal, you decided to name it the Void Sigil, used to remove source blocks of liquid at a small LP cost. Once bound to you, right-clicking any placed liquid source block will cause it to disappear at the cost of 50 LP. Removing that source block from existence, good riddance. Sigil Phantom Bridge. You have set your eyes on the skies above, but you cannot move very well above ground. What if you thought you brought the ground up to you? The Sigil of the Phantom Bridge, when active, creates a 5x5 platform with spectral blocks centered around you. These blocks can be broken instantly with a hit, and right-clicking on one with another block will replace the spectral block. Crouching will create a layer below you, allowing for a greater aerial mobility. Activating the sigil costs 150 LP every 10 seconds while active, plus 1 LP per block created until deactivated. Sigil of Swimming, there is a power beyond improving what your fragile body can already do. By re-infusing your life essence with the use of blood magic, you have found yourself transcending your own limitations. The Sigil of Swimming, as you have hastily named it, allows you to move faster, break faster, and breathe underwater, costing 100 LP every 10 seconds. This is an exhilarating sensation of the kind you thought impossible. How can your body do this? Through blood magic, of course. Sigil Suppression. It's impressive what a blood mage is with a blank mod can come up with. You have seen the possibility to create fluids and delete fluid, but never do the both at the same time. What does that even mean? What could stop a sufficiently resourceful mage from accomplishing this? The Sigil of Suppression, the loss of physics. The Sigil of Suppression, a rather fun experiment, temporarily removes any fluid source block within a 5-block radius. Once it is disabled or you move out of range, the sources will return. Activating the Sigil costs 500 LP every 10 seconds until deactivated. That's actually kind of... You could walk on the bottom of the ocean, actually, in the air. Until deactivated when socketed into bound armor. It has the same effect. Okay. Sigil of the Blood Lamp. All of this is riddled with energy, yet there is no visible light coming from anywhere. Oh my gosh, we're already at 18 hours. Holy crap. I'm sorry, guys. It didn't feel like 40 minutes passed that quickly. The behavior of life essence is unlike that of a Viz node, and it seems to reject acting as a source of light until enough blood is provided at once. I have not slept yet. The Sigil of Blood Lamp allows you to create a blood light anywhere you right-click a block at 10 LP cost. The bloodlight emits light and serves as an improved light source with less visual clutter. Right-clicking the sigil while not facing a block will shoot a small projectile, dealing half a heart of damage on impact, casting 50 LP. Lava Sigil. By sacrificing mortal energy, you can reconstruct the unnatural. Your newfound lack of carefulness almost cost you a hand, as the lava bucket you so carefully brought home began to spill out, endlessly pouring the hot fluid until you stopped feeding it energy. A sigil related to fire that you had been preparing suddenly took on a new role. This lava sigil allows for the creation of lava source blocks at the cost of 2,000 LP per source block from your network. You feel as if this can make you more resistant to fire somehow. Sure. Air Sigil. Through this journey, you have learned that carefulness often delays progress. You were afraid of using this power on yourself, but those fears are now gone, replaced by a strange rush of excitement and a hint of queasiness. Today, you have learned how to fly. Oh, is it good? Is it good flight or bad flight? Using this air sigil, you are granted access to a basic method of flights at the cost of LP. Upon right-clicking with the air sigil, you can launch yourself in the direction you are facing at the cost of 50 LP per click. Oh, it's just like a jump. However, you are still vulnerable to fall damage without the form of protection. It's like poor man's flight. Sigil of Haste. You have sought to move as quickly as the essence in your altar, but you have achieved no improvements in your speed. Risking the blood in your veins would kill you within seconds. Your distant, rational mind tells you, but reinserting it inside you with blood magic is a different story. What did I just read there? The Sigil of Haste grants you boost 2 at the cost of LP. Upon activating the Sigil of Haste, and every 10 seconds, 300 LP would be consumed from the owner's network to grant the user boost 2 when socketed into bound armor. The Sigil of Haste grants boost. Even though you saw further potential in some earlier sigils, it was clear to you they could not go beyond themselves by themselves. The field of thaumaturgy relies on infusion, as does your progress in blood magic. At this point, what would happen then if you combine sigils together? The result is the Sigil of Elemental Affinity. Its effects range from fall damage negation to water breathing and fire immunity, all at a small LP cost of 300 every 10 seconds, arguably understandably more than the component sigils you used in the craft. Sigil of Whirlwind. With a flicker of the hand, faraway objects will come to you, but with another, they will be thrown away. You have since mastered these 2 gestures and imbued them into sigils to automatically cause effects. The Sigil of the Whirlwind, when active, deflects projectiles and arrows fired at you. Activating this sigil costs 350 LP per use. That's insane. When socketed into bound armor, the Sigil of the Whirlwind has the same deflection effect. Okay, almost done with sigils. Sigil of Ender Severance. You have tapped enough into the magic of teleportation to learn how to disable it, and you came up with an equivalent sigil in an instant. The Sigil of Ender Severance, named after the Black Terrors who do it so often, talking about Endermen, prevents teleporting, meaning that those monsters cannot dodge ranged attacks anymore. It has an effective range of 11 by 11 by 11 blocks centered on you. This sigil costs 300 LP per 10 seconds it will active. Sure. I mean, it's a 5-block radius from you, and you're using ranged to attack Endermen? This doesn't make any sense. Sigil of Lightning. Oh my gosh. 2 pages. The other day you were filling up the altar while heavy rain poured all around you. The sound was calming, the atmosphere was relaxing, and it soothed your nerves. But a strange flash of light suddenly appeared in the reflection of the life essence. You only had time to flinch instinctively as the roaring crash of a bolt of lightning only a few meters in front of you, leaving only a tree split down the middle that came to crash against the muddy soil. Your body shook, you could not stop it, and at that point you knew what remained in front of you. A few days later, you resurfaced from a vitreous-eyed frenzy with the lightning sigil. Upon command, you can force lightning to cascade wherever you point and click at a considerable cost of LP. The sigil has 5 different modes, each one increasing the amount of lightning you summon, but also the cost of using the sigil, maxing out an incredible 168,000 LP. Wow. You look at your hands healed from the initial pricks that began this journey, and you find yourself filled with a strange sensation, fuller than you have ever been. Sus. The power is not just there, it resonates with your very being. shaking with the ground under your 2 feet. Okay, tell me what the 5 different modes are though. All right, Ender Sigil, tapping into the energy of Ender Pearls. You have come out with a bundle deal of useful effects on the resulting sigil. The sigil has 2 functions. When it is right-clicked, it opens up the player's Ender chest. When it is shift right-clicked, it teleports the player to whatever block they're facing. Harvest Goddess Sigil. Have you found yourself growing more and more bored of the mundane tasks you are otherwise used to do? The last time you went to harvest your crops, the action took a couple of hours. Not really. But you came out with a new sigil that outperforms your manual labor. The sigil of the Harvest Goddess immediately replants mature crops within a 3-block radius of the holder. You could just right-click a crop and that works, or you could use a sickle, like a normal sickle. This is entirely useless in GTNH. The Harvest Goddess sigil does not pick up dropped plants or seeds. Activating the sigil costs 600 LP every 10 seconds while active. When used as an upgrade to a bound armor, the sigil has the same effect. In the last sigil of Divinity, the unfathomable power of a perfected blood mage leaves only one weakness, their fragility. One who has sacrificed so much to attain that power cannot be allowed to perish so easily. You repeat to yourself as you envision the level they have already reached. You have decided to create this protection out of sheer magical strength, working out a sigil that devours essence to immortalize you. The Sigil of Divinity is the ultimate form of protection. When activated, it puts up an absorption shield around you at the very high cost of 50,000 LP every 20 seconds. Damn, it's not even a passive benefit. Okay, that's all the sigils done. So now we just have this branch here, Bazooka, and this branch coming up here. Okay, go to the left first, I guess. Speed Rune. The capacity of the blood altar seems to be directly dependent on the structure built around it, and so do the possibilities of a blood mage. You have seen some of these structures in the past, put together with black stones similar to those used in infusion. You have also, however, seen strange inscriptions on some of those stones, symbols that seem to give some kind of meaning to the ritualistic pyramid where the altar stood. As you attempted to engrave markings into the stone, you too have realized what it all means. The first upgrade is nothing more than a 3x3 square under the altar. You can use simple blocks, the so-called blank runes, but if you have managed to improve upon them through trial and error, mixing the correct items and incantations through infusion. The first successes, surely of many, that you have found yourself facing is the Speed Rune, which accelerates the processing speed of the altar by 25% and can replace any other rune in the structure. The higher the tier, the more runes you can fit in the structure. Can we please not have any more crazy flavor text? Thank you. Rune of Sacrifice. Through careful experimentation and planning, you have managed to make more out of every creature you sacrifice at the altar. With the Rune of Sacrifice, the altar will have the total amounts of LP gained by sacrificing mods increased by 12%. With the Dagger of Sacrifice, for each rune that you add into the altar structure, that's pretty heavy. You are, as of yet, unsure if you are drawing more blood from your enemies, but their deaths have become meaningless at this point. Who would care about these creatures? Somebody that's not a blood mage, assumingly. You see the path in front of you more clearly than anyone else. Whatever you have stored in this blood altar, it will not suffice for the days to come. After deep and thorough research, you find yourself facing the Rune of Augmented Capacity. Each one adds an additional 3,500 LP storage potential to the blood altar, allowing for health to be sacrificed in bigger batches, and also to craft new items that require more LP. This also increases the tank's internal buffer, as it is always 10% of the altar's capacity. But you find no difficulty in filling such a buffer at this point. I would hope so. Rune of Acceleration. The specialization of each rune gave you an idea. Instead of increasing the amount of fluid that is transported, you can increase the speed at which the new transportation happens. To accomplish this, you created the Rune of Acceleration, which increases the frequency of the altar fluid transportations. Okay, Crystal Cluster. You have spent long hours searching for a block that can maintain the connection within the full structure of a tier 6 altar. As you soon come to realize, such a block doesn't exist, the reason why no other blood mage has ever made a concept of an altar this size. However, the true realization that you achieved was that this material doesn't exist here, where you are located. For a mage your caliber, the sight forward needs to look beyond this one realm into the powerful beings of other dimensions and their belongings, something much grander can come from this. Fuck. Okay. And then it goes down to tier 6 pillar. Okay. Let me clear these 3 and these 3, and then it'll go down there. And then we're done. No, we're not done yet. Life Infuser. Slowly you begin to understand the extent of this bloody conjecture. Yeah, I would hope you do. You have found a way to reconstruct physical objects such as tools by imbuing them with the energy of life. You have been gathering a Life Infuser. It takes in life essence and gradually repairs tools using 500 LE per damage point repaired. Once an orb is inserted into the life essence materializer, it will suck out LP from the orb's owner, converting it into a life essence, which can then be pumped out at a 3:2 ratio of LP to LE. Unfortunately, your early prototypes crumble to pieces when trying to channel the essence at a strong enough rate. It appears you will need better building blocks for this device, something beyond what the basic altar can create, or its first tier upgrade. Until then, you risk destroying your tools or yourself instead of repairing them. Okay. Rune of Self-Sacrifice. Ever since you began in this bloody journey, you have felt your personal sacrifices hurting you less and less, sapping away very little, if any, of your vigor. Through it, you have discovered the correct rune to boost the efficiency of those sacrifices, the Rune of Sacrifice. This block will increase the total amount of LP gained by using Sacrificial Dagger by 12% for each rune that you add into the altar's structure. You can... Oh, I've already read this. Oh, no. This was self-sacrifice. It's the same thing as the Rune of Sacrifice, just for self-sacrifice. Rune of Dislocation. The process of transferring LP out of the altar is slowly devouring your patience. How annoying, the awful speed of it. A resourceful mage cannot be halted by meager things like this, and your new discovery is clear proof of that. The Rune of Dislocation, as you've named it, increases the speed by which LP can be pumped into and out of the blood altar at a multiplicative 20% rate. That's incredible. You can add several of these into a larger altar structure, surely achieving double, triple the speed of transfer you had before. Boredom is the enemy of advancement. Okay, these 3 and then tier 6 pillar, and then we'll do the bazookas. The VOD is going to be probably almost 19 hours, by the way. Rune of the Orb. In your attempts to increase the maximum storage of a soul network, you perceived a way to do it without having to get a better blood orb, by enhancing the altar with a specific rune dedicated to the job, the Rune of the Orb. These sentences are so long. Each one increases the amount of LP that can be transferred into a soul network by 4% of its original value. For the weak blood orb, this is 100 LP per rune, but for Archmage's blood orb becomes 200,000 LP per. Wow. Rune of Superior Capacity. In another one of your deep exploits, you have resurfaced with a variation to a useful rune you already had. The Rune of Superior Capacity increases the capacity of the altar by 14% LP, unlike its sibling that increases it by a flat amount. They are multiplicative. 2 is 29%, 3 is 48%, and so on. With fewer than 15 runes dedicated to capacity, it is more efficient to use runes of augmented capacity. I see what it means. The effects of having both runes of augmented capacity and runes of superior capacity stack, but runes of superior capacity do not multiply the 2,000 added by each rune of augmented capacity, only the original 10,000. The capacity of your altar can be calculated using the formula, yes, okay. Rune of Quickness. If you've automated the blood transmutation process, you'll likely notice the altar always waits a certain amount of time before transmuting the next item. This delay only seems to occur when using automated means to place items on the altar. This delay seems to be ingrained within the very laws of the world, as accelerating time around the altar has no effect on the delay. After countless days and nights of researching and experimentation, you've successfully created a new rune that manages to reduce the delay. Every quickness rune added to the altar reduces the delay by around 20%. The effect is multiplicative and not additive. Okay, tier 6 pillar. The reflection you see in the face of this orange golden block is nothing but acceleration. You thought it impossible to flow blood magic through this magical miracle material, seeing it reject any and all attempts of mixing with essence. Holding it in your grasp, you feel it pulsing in an intensity beyond anything you have felt since you became a blood mage. This is the foundation of the power every mage has been seeking all this time. You can only imagine what it can do to your altar. The 6th and final tier of your blood magic altar will require 76 additional blood runes and 4 7-block pillars made of blood-soaked Ikrim blocks capped with crystal clusters. The tier 6 altar allows you to unlock the full potential of your blood magic endeavors by way of unlocking even more and more powerful transfusion recipes. Unlike the previous tier, the 6th ring of runes requires a 2-block gap outward from the previous ring. The Ikrim blocks need to be placed in a tier 5 altar to soak up the blood and turn into this new block. It'd be cool if they showed us what the different tiers of altars look like, is like a picture or something. I like pictures. Pictures are cool. There's not enough of them in this book. Energy Bazooka 1. It's a stronger version of the Energy Blaster. This weapon uses 2000 LPs of fire, 2-stage projectile. The primary projectile explodes into 20 secondary projectiles when it hits something. The secondary projectiles will rebound and explode on impact, damage 200, secondary damage 250. That is actually a crazy amount of damage. Wow. That's like insta-kill on most mobs damage, isn't it? The Energy Bazooka 2 is a stronger version of the Energy Blaster. This weapon uses 20,000 LPs of fire, a 2-stage projectile. The primary projectile explodes into 20 secondary projectiles. When it hits something, the secondary projectile 500 damage, secondary damage 750. Number 3, stronger version, 200,000 LPs of fire, 2-stage projectile, 20 secondary projectiles. When it hits something, 1,000 damage on initial impact. Secondary damage is 1,500. That's an insane amount of damage. Wow. What are you gambling on? What fancy you found here? Is this all just to answer over 90% of entries in GTNH Discord poll? What? Is there a Discord poll for how many Thaumonomicon entries have you read? I don't understand what you're emphasizing. Less or more than 19 hours. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Okay. Poll is set. You got 5 minutes to place your bets. Empty core. I already read that. Imperfect ritual stone. The imperfect ritual stone is a block from blood magic used in the construction of rituals. The imperfect ritual stone is used in weaker rituals such as the water ritual. A weak ritual is simple but can be useful. Each is created by placing a specific block on top of the imperfect ritual stone, then activated by right-clicking the stone. Each cost 500 LE. One water source block creates a thunderstorm. Water source block creates a thunderstorm. Block of coal summons a strong zombie. Lapis lazuli block makes it nighttime. Bedrock above grants resistance 2 for 1 minute. Bedrock? How would you even do that? Okay. Ritual stone. The ritual stone is a block added by blood magic that is used to create various rituals such as the ritual binding. The ritual stones can be automatically placed and painted by the ritual diviner, or they can be manually placed and painted with the various elemental inks, such as the elemental inscription tool Air. The ritual stone is also used in the creation of the master ritual stone. They need to add a new option to that Discord poll then. 100%. It would just be me. It would just be me. Spell table. The spell table is a block added by blood magic that is used as a focus for the basic spell system. It is used in conjuration with an unbound crystal and blood altar. After crafting a spell table, place it next to the blood altar. After that, one must place a skull on the spell table to determine what type of effect will ensue when casting the spell. A skeleton skull denotes an offensive range spell. Wither skull is an offensive melee. Zombie head allows for defensive spells, and the creeper head is for environmental spells. Once one has chosen what type of spell one wants, the player can place several items in the adjacent blood altar to denote exactly what spell one wants to cast. Okay. Master Ritual Stone. The Master Ritual Stone is a block added by blood magic. The Master Ritual Stone is used in the creation of all rituals except for the weak rituals, such as the water ritual. The Master Ritual Stone is the center of each ritual as it is used to activate them. Sending a redstone signal into a Master Ritual Stone will cause the ritual to stop functioning. Removing this redstone signal will allow the ritual to continue running without requiring restart with an activation crystal. Okay, Soul Compactor. This extremely powerful Soul Compactor, put underneath the Master Ritual Stone with a ritual or underneath an altar. Right-click it with an orb to compact the whole thing into one block. Warning, maybe use a bit more LP than you'd think. Is this to like move your altar? That's pretty cool. Arcane Pedestal. The arcane pedestal is a block used by blood magic when used in conjunction with an arcane plinth. The pedestals allow for the summoning of demons and elementals based on what items are placed in them. The arcane pedestal is also used in the crafting of the arcane plinth. Ritual Diviner? The Ritual Diviner is an item added by the blood magic mod, a tool used to help with the construction of rituals. Shift right clicking it will cycle through the available rituals. The tooltip would display the number of and type of ritual stones required to build the selected ritual. Right clicking on a master ritual stone will place and ink the ritual stones needed for the ritual. Placing a stone will use life essence. A ritual stone from the user's inventory will cause the diviner to animate and emit green particles. The ritual diviner will not replace existing blocks. Oh my gosh. Second page of it is so fragmented. It's so hard to read this. If it tries and fails to place a stone, it will animate but will not emit any particles. The maze will need to clear out the obstruction for placement to continue. Snow, tall grass, and torches are common, yet easily overlooked obstructions. There are 3 tiers to a diviner. Tier 1 places elemental runes. Tier 2 can place a dusk rune. And Tier 3 can place a dawn rune. There's a tooltip that indicates the tier of the diviner. Attempting to build a ritual that requires dusk runes with a diviner that can't place them will cause it to act as if the ritual is complete. What the hell did I just read? Alchemic Calcinator. The Alchemic Calcinator converts 1 reagent into 1000 AR. I don't know what AR is. Consuming 2000 LP in the process. The produced AR flows into the internal buffer of 2000 AR, from where it slowly goes into the 4000 AR main tank. The main tank will output to a single target container. This can be disabled by applying a redstone signal. To insert an orb or reagent, simply right-click the calcinator within it. An orb must be first inserted in order to activate it. The calcinator needs to be hooked up to a target container such as a crystal bell jar in order to transfer AR. Set the destination using an alchemic router. To clear already set destinations, use an alchemic cleanser. Okay, and then I already read these first 2, I just need this last one. Alchemy Relay. The relay has 2 2000 AR tanks. Unlike the calcinator and the bell jar, it can support multiple outgoing links. This makes this block especially useful for sorting reagents. Transmission can be stopped by applying a redstone signal. And that's everything for blood magic, I guess. That is everything. Thank God. Witchery, only 19 left. Blood magic had 72 entries. So let's update the counts here. And we're almost there. 19 left. Holy crap. All right, let's get this over with. Where do we start? Witchery Kettle? Witchery Kettle, I assume? Please don't be wordy. Nothing invokes the image of witchcraft more than a bubbling witch's kettle or cauldron, which is used to make witch's brew and later infusions. A kettle must be set up in the correct way before it may be used. Firstly, a fire must be set under the kettle. Netherrack is best for this, but wood will do just as well. Next, the kettle must be filled by using a water-filled bucket on it. Thirdly, the ingredients for the brew or infusion must be thrown into the kettle. The liquid will change color according to the recipe being used. Finally, a glass bottle must be used on the kettle to bottle the resulting brew. It is important to keep the fire going constantly while the recipe is being prepared, otherwise it will be ruined. Swirls coming from the kettle is a sign all is well. Black smoke indicates the brew is ruined. When a brew is ruined, the kettle must be emptied with a glass bottle or just filled with more water, and the whole process repeated. When the brew is complete, the liquid will be the color of the resulting brew and will splutter. Some recipes will require magical energy from nearby altar before they are bottled. If the brew is bottled when insufficient energy is available, the brew will be ruined. Black swirls coming from the kettle is a good sign there's not enough power. A kettle must be within 14 to 16 blocks of an altar in order to obtain power from it. It can obtain power only from a single altar. What altar? I guess this is the start. The altar? I don't know what the start is. Ritual altar. An altar is a focal point to concentrate the magic presence in the surrounding area into a single usable source of power. Since witchcraft is a method to harness the power of nature, placing an altar in a location with little or no living things will yield very little magic to work with. There's a reason why most witch huts are found deep in dark forest swamps. An altar is created by placing 6 altar blocks in a 2x3 pattern. You will know it's correct when a red cloth appears over the top of the altar. Activating the altar by right-clicking on it will bring up a screen showing how much power from the altar has collected, how much power the altar has collected, how much it can collect, and its current recharge rate. It is important to check that there is sufficient available power to perform a given rite or use a distillery for or kettle recipe. The maximum amount of power available is determined by how many natural items are in the vicinity of the altar. Dirt, grass, trees, plants, etc. all contribute. Stone and sand do not. The important thing is to have a diverse mix of different plants, trees, and crops. Plants from other mods are supported to an extent as well. P.S. Thanks to OCD Blighted Witches, the altar has undergone modifications to allow it to be made in a 3x3 pattern as well. Cool. Arthana. An Arthana is a ritualistic knife used by witches and warlocks to both collect special ingredients and to perform some rites. It has the same general properties as a golden sword, although it has durability of an iron sword. It is repaired with a gold ingot. The main purpose of the dagger is to collect specialist ingredients used in witchcraft, and to this end, it will dramatically improve the chance of a mob dropping such ingredients. For example, wool of bat, tongue of dog, etc. It also gives a small chance of undead dropping spectral dust. When only using vanilla Minecraft with witchery, an Arthana dagger is the only way to get a skull to drop when the skeleton is killed, and the drop chance is about 5%. The dagger even gives a very small probability for other head drops. All drop chances are increased with the looting enchantment. And Arthana does not change the drop chance for wither skeleton culls. That will require the looting enchantment as well, usual. Some circle magic rites use an Arthana as a foci. The Arthana is not consumed in the process. Warm blood. The bottle of warm blood is an item that can be drunk by the player. If the player is a vampire, they will restore 2 droplets of blood to the blood pool. If the player is not a vampire, they will get a hunger debuff. This item allows players to quickly get blood, or it can be used as an ingredient for the demonic contract. Okay. Chalice. The chalice is an upgrade for an altar that improves the maximum amount of power the altar can hold. The chalice will increase the maximum power by 1 times the base power rate. The chalice upgrades to the filled chalice. Only 1 chalice upgrade will have effect on an altar. Okay, attuned stone. Attuned stone is a diamond that has been infused with natural magic in a fiery medium. Attuned stones can be used to link non-magical items to the magical currents present in the world, and are one of the main ingredients in crafting distilleries, kettles, altar foci, and poppet shelves. Pulpit. Come here, pulpit. The other main use of attuned stones is to act as a portable power source for circle magical rites. When a nearby altar is not available to act in such a way, the attuned stone must first be charged with the rites of charging. Dear God. Candelabra is an upgrade for an altar that improves its recharge rate. The chalice will increase the recharge rate by 2 times the base recharge rate. The candelabra is an upgrade to a torch. Only 1 torch upgrade will have an effect at an altar. Anointing paste is smeared onto a regular cauldron to turn it into a witch's cauldron, ready for brewing interesting potions and spells. Simply place the cauldron in the world and then use the anointing paste on it to convert it into a witch's cauldron. Mixing different witchery seeds in a mixer with water will give anointing paste. I think the anointing paste is actually the origin. None of these are circles, but alright. Quartz sphere. A quartz sphere is a component used in the ritual production of a crystal ball. Witchery oven. Okay, the witch's oven, made infamous in the fairy tale of Hansel and Gretel, is a very practical device for the would-be witch or warlock. While unable to smelt metals, the oven is practically good at cooking food and making charcoal, cooking about 10 times faster than a furnace. The second and probably more important feature of a witch's oven is that it is able to capture the byproducts produced in the cooking process. Activating the oven to show the interface screen, you will see an additional slot to the right of the fuel slot. Clay jars must be placed in the slots. If there are clay jars present when something is cooked, there is a chance a byproduct will be captured in one of the jars. These byproducts are important ingredients in other recipes. If there are no clay jars in the oven, when something is cooked, no byproducts will be produced. Flame funnel, fume funnel. A fume funnel is an upgrade for the witch's oven that increases the speed over a normal furnace by an additional 10% and increases the chance of a byproduct being produced by a further 25%. The fume funnel must be positioned next to the left or right of the witch's oven with the same facing. Up to 2 funnels can be attached to one oven. It is possible to place a funnel between 2 ovens for it to benefit both. A third fume funnel can also be placed on top of the oven to make it look better and also to increase the speed by a further 10%. Oh my gosh. We're in the final stretch, guys. I think there's like 6 left. Fume filter. A fume filter is used to upgrade a fume funnel to a filtered fume funnel in order to increase the byproduct chances of witch's oven. Filtered fume funnel? Please give me all these short ones. A filtered fume funnel is an upgrade to the fume funnel that increases the chance of a byproduct being produced by a connected by a connected witch's oven by a further 5% above the normal fume funnel, for a total of 10% plus 10% cook speed and plus 30% byproduct chance. As with a fume funnel, an oven can only accept 2 fume funnels whether they are upgraded or not. Okay, and I need all of this here. So 6 left, that's it. That's it, and we're done. We're done with the entire freaking Thaumonomicon. A spinning wheel is a device for spinning materials into thread. It is a magical device that draws power from a nearby altar. To start spinning, place the raw material in the slots on the left, any additional ingredients on the bottom slots, and the process will begin as long as there is sufficient power. The spinning wheel can be used to make golden thread, fanciful thread, and or meant to twine. Ruby slippers. Oh my god. 2 full pages. Ruby slippers are worn in the foot slot and have the same durability and protection as leather boots. They can be enchanted like leather boots too. They cannot be dyed. Once every 30 minutes, if a player is infused, if the player chants "There's no place like home" into the chat or uses the command "chant there's no place like home," they will be teleported back to the spawn points in the same dimension. That's cool. That's really good, actually. This ability costs 40% of the player's total infused power, or 60% if the teleport is cross-dimensional. This is like a slash home, but like not cheaty. Alternatively, once every 60 seconds, the player may drop a bound waystone near to themselves and use the above chance to teleport to the location of the waystone. The waystone will be consumed. This ability saves the need to draw a circle to use the rites of transportation. This ability costs 20% of the player's total infused power, or 40% if the teleport is cross-dimensional. Ruby slippers will turn invisible when the player is invisible. This is only a small visual change. Mobs will still react as if normal shoes are worn. Other players, however, will not be able to see the slippers. Okay. Distillery. A distillery is used by a witch is a construct used for distilling magical ingredients. It is unlike a normal distillery because it heats itself using energy obtained from a nearby altar. Death Dealer, thanks for this on YouTube. Nearby altar. The distillery must be within 14 blocks of an altar to draw power from it. A small icon is shown on the interface. If no power is available, 1 or 2 ingredients are distilled together and will result in up to 4 distillates or the resulting materials. A supply of clay jars is also needed to capture the sum or all the distillates. Oh my gosh, grammar. A distillery is crafted using a fair bits of thaumium, a cauldron, finely crafted pipes, clay jars, and an attuned stone. Alright, 3 more. Ritual chalk. Ritual chalk is used to draw each of the white ritual glyphs that make up a ritual circle. It is also used as an ingredient in crafting the other types of chalk. To draw a ritual glyph, use the chalk on the ground. Ritual glyphs of various types will be drawn, although they all have the same function. If you use the chalk on an existing ritual glyph, a new one will be drawn in its place. Ritual chalk is crafted from the gypsum wood ashen tear of the goddess. Ritual glyphs should be arranged in roughly the circular patterns illustrated in the book Witchcraft Circle Magic. There's a whole nother book. I'm not going to read it. Absolutely not. With a heart's glyph drawn with the golden chalk in the center. Waystone. A waystone is an etched piece of flint that is an important foci for circle magic involving transportation. Transposition. A waystone can be bound to a specific location using a rite of binding described in the book Witchcraft Circle Magic. A bound waystone can also be made by dropping up to 8 into a hollow 3x3 circle of otherwhere runes and waiting. This last entry. It's the last entry. It's the last entry. A circle talisman allows a pattern of glyphs drawn onto the ground to be bound. Instead of the talisman, the glyphs will disappear and later be redrawn at a new location when the talisman is used. This makes it very easy for the witch or wizard to prepare time-consuming circles in advance for rapid deployment later. To bind a circle talisman, perform the rites of binding described in Witchcraft Circle Magic with any pattern of circles. To deploy a bound talisman, right-click on the ground in a place with enough space to contain the pattern. You will hear a fail sound if there are obstructions and the circles cannot be placed. We've done it. It's done. It's done. I want to hear I want to see 11,000 I was here's in chat. Holy shit. 18 hours, 39 minutes, and 10 seconds. Under 19 hours. 18 hours, 39 seconds, and 18 hours, 39 minutes, 10 seconds. Holy crap, dude. Oh my god. I am exhausted. I'm gonna scare you guys with a face cam here. You see the exhaustion in my eyes, right? I can't believe I did this to myself. This is so bad. Do you guys want to see the revenue? Do you guys want to see the Twitch revenue? I'm very curious. Drink water, man. I got water right here. I got you. Thank you. Yeah, let's take a look at the Twitch revenue for this 18-hour stream. I'm very curious. Yeah, I am not gonna edit a VOD for this. This was insane. I don't even think I'd be able to download a VOD. All right. Earnings. Oh, it's split it among 2 days. All right, so yesterday, on Saturday, when we started, $4.89 from ads on Twitch. Today, December 14th, as of midnight, we made $6.41 with ads and $1.06 with Turbo. Wow. All of that for a couple meals. That's not bad, you know? Man, I still gotta pay for rent. Oh my gosh. Oh, just reread. All for video, easy. Do what average GregTech player does and condense it into a 10-second clip. Now post edit it. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna make it short. Just be like, yeah, I read the entirety of the Thaumonomicon as 1,211 entries, and on average it takes somebody 20 hours to read. I read it in 18, and I was the first person to read it. Wait, no, am I actually the first person to read the entirety of the Thaumonomicon? I'm sure, surely it's in one sitting. I am, right? Where is that poll that I need to fill out in the Discord, in the GTNH Discord? What are your favorite chapters? The short ones. I really like the short ones because fuck everything that doesn't respect my time. Fucking A, dude. That was so bad. I think you're the first person to do it in one sitting and stream it. Yeah. Out loud and in one sitting, definitely. Well, I'm glad I could make history. I'm glad I could make history. Well, the entirety of the VOD is available on YouTube. If you ever want something to listen to while you sleep, I would very greatly appreciate that you watch it, because ad revenue and YouTube premium watch time. And sleep viewers are the best viewers because they never click off. And yeah, I'm very tired, so I'm gonna go sleep and be a sleep viewer to my own VOD. No, I'm kidding. I'm not that. I forget the word for it. I can't believe I listened to the sound of my voice for 19 hours straight. I can't wait to not talk at all tomorrow. All right. Well, text your parents, tell them you love them. If your grandparents are still around, go visit them. They would love that. And take care of your pets. Cuddle your cats and kiss your dogs and drink water and narcissistic, that's the word. Yeah. Have a great time zone, everybody. I am so happy y'all stuck around for all of this. We have 35 people on, or 47 people on YouTube and 28 people on Twitch. Incredible, incredible. But absolutely insane. I think peak viewership on YouTube was 77. I don't know what Twitch was, actually. Stream summary, what was peak viewership? Stream duration, 18 hours, 59 minutes. Holy crap. Max viewers was 90. That's pretty sick. That's nice. I hope you get the best possible sleep tonight. Thank you, Patchy. Thank you. And then somebody said something about Dream Master. Oh yeah, Dream Master's in chat. Yeah. Good night, Dream Master. Or good time zone, Dream Master. I don't know where you are. A little over 100 because of Nine's raids. Yeah, Nine's raid was really nice. That was a really good raid. I got 3 raids this stream. That was actually super cool. I'm gonna dream about nothing. I'm gonna clear my entire mind. Or I'm gonna dream about 3 zombie brains in a jar. Either or. Either or. Yeah. Oh, Dream Master linked my stream in the Discord. That's awesome. Cheers, man. Yeah. What a freaking stream. Yeah, Dream Master, you can link the VOD too. But yeah. Alright, well that's gonna be all for me. Take care, guys. I can't believe I did this.